Hey everyone, welcome back. So in this particular video, we are going to build this massive e-commerce website using React.js, TypeScript and Node.js. Now we are going to have both customer and admin view, and we are going to build all these pages starting from product listing, details, cart page, wish list, account, orders, and also we are going to have a complete dedicated admin dashboard where you will be able to manage your products, coupons, orders and settings. For payment, we are going to use Razorpay, and also in this one I'm going to show you that how you can implement payment using point features. Now in this video we are also going to see that how you can implement a successful return flow. So there are a lot of things we are going to cover. In the next part I'm going to give you the demo in details, so please do not skip, because we'll see that what are the things and the complete flow that we'll cover in this massive course. So with that, now let's get started and good luck. Alright everyone, so now let's understand the demo in details and let's see all the flows that we are going to implement in this particular course. Now remember, this is a massive course, so first you need to see all the pages, and without seeing it, please do not start implementing this particular course. Okay, so as you can see that this will be our home page. So here we are going to render all the banners. Now these banners admin will be adding from the admin panel, and that we are going to render here. Okay, same will be for the recent categories, right? And also we are going to render the live coupon cards and also the recent products. Okay, moving to the next one, which will be our collections page, where we are going to render all the products along with filters. Now before we'll discuss further, so first let's see the login flow. So we'll click on login. So we're going to use CLERK and Google login. So let's click here, and then for this one we're going to I'll select this particular account. So you're going to have two roles, one will be the customer role and the admin role. Now before we'll discuss the customer pages further, so let's see the admin pages in details. Okay, so in the admin view you can see that we are going to have the dashboard, where admin will be able to see the dashboard overview of total products, total categories, total sales, total orders and the returned orders. So we are also going to have a return flow. Okay, so now moving to the next one, here admin will be able to create new products. Okay, so now first of all let's do one thing, let's create a category here, and I'm just going to create one new category which will be shoes. All right, so now let's create a new product. So I'm just going to do this one as men green t-shirt. So let's copy this and let's select one brand, let's give a description, select a category as men, status will be active, price I'll give $4.99, sell percentage I'm going to give 10, stock let's give this one 10, and let's add some color. So I'm just going to do add color, and let's add one more color here. Okay, that's it, two color. I'm just going to select sizes, and here what you can do, right, we will be able to upload multiple images, not one. So I'm going to upload these two images, and then let's do create product. So what we are going to do, right, we are going to upload these images in our Cloudinary storage, and based on that we are going to render here. Okay, so now you can see that we also will be able to edit. So let's say if I want to edit this, so let's update product, so this will be edited. Let's remove this again. So this will be our admin products creation flow. Moving to the next one, we will be having the coupons flow, where admin will be able to create new coupon. So for example, let's say I'm just going to give this one as summer 25, give a percentage as 25, coupon count will be 50, I'll give this one as 999, and let's select a particular date. And here what I'll do, right, I'm just going to create the promo. Okay, so this will be created. Next we are going to have the orders flow that we are going to discuss later, and at the end we will be having the settings flow, where admin will be able to upload the homepage banners that we are going to render in the customer view. So this will be overall admin flow. Now here we are going to discuss each and everything, and you're going to learn a lot of things. Okay, moving to the customer flow. So here you can see that now if I go to the collection, and you can see that the newly added product is rendered here. Now what you can do, right, you will be able to do filter. So let's say if I select men, so you can see that filtered along with the brand also. Let's say if I select Adidas, you are getting these, you will be able to do filter based on colors and also sizes. All right, and then also you'll be able to clear it. So there will be sort options also that you can do. So this will be overall the product list flow. Now moving to the next one, which will be product details. Okay, so this is how the product details will look. You will be able to switch these images. Also you're going to render the related products here. Okay, now here there are a lot of things that you need to understand. Okay, so first of all you will be able to add product to the cards using combinations. So combinations means you will be able to select color along with size, and then you will be able to add to cart. For example, let's say I'm going to select this color, size will be S, and let's say I'm going to add here, so this will be added to cart, and this product will be now added here. Okay, this one. So for this one, let me just remove all these products. So I'm just going to keep only one product. Okay, now here you also will be able to add this to your, or save this product to your wish list. Okay, so now if I go here, you can see that this will be your wish list. Next, we are also going to have our account flow. Okay, so this will be my account. Here you are also having a points logic that we are going to discuss later, but you will be able to add a new address here. So I'm just going to add a new address. So let's quickly add this, and then I'll give 1 2 3 4 some random value, and then I'm going to save this address. So this will be added here, and there has to be always one default address that we are going to use during checkout. Okay, so this will be the account flow. Now let's do one thing. Let's go to cart, and here you can see that very interesting. So you are going to have the payment with Razorpay and payment with points. Okay, so you will be able to pay with points also. For example, let's say user has point of 2250 and this subtotal is 449, which is less, so you will be able to pay this using your points. So for example, let's say what I'll do, right? So let's say I'm just going to do pay with points. See what will happen. This order will be placed and the point will be automatically deducted. Okay, so first let's see the points flow. So I'm just going to click here. So this order is placed, and now if you go to the orders, so you can see that this is now paid. And if you go to the admin flow, so let's go to orders. So you can see this is paid. You also will be able to update the status here, delivered. Now if you just refresh this page, and let's go to the orders, so you can see that this is delivered. Now you can see that there is a return flow. Okay, before that also let's open my account, and you can see that you have less points now. Fantastic, right? So that amount will be automatically deducted. Now what you can do, right, you can return this particular order within 7-day time frame. So for example, this order now I want to return. So if I just click on return, so this will be now returned. So 449 will be added to your points again. Okay, so now before that, let's go here, refresh this, and you can see that this is now returned. Okay, this is returned, and if you refresh here, and let's see the my account, and you can see that that point is now again added here. Okay, so this will be the return flow. Now what we are going to do, right, before we'll do that, I'm going to show you one very interesting thing, and that is I'm just going to log out from here. Now I'm just going to, before login, let's go to collection. Normally what will happen, let's see, most of the videos you'll see that user can only manage cart once the user will be logged in. Now here we are also going to have a guest cart feature. Okay, so now let's say I want to add this particular product, and then I'm going to add this. Now these will be added to cart. All right, but you see that the moment I'm going to log in, right, this product will be automatically synced to that particular customer cart. So I'm just going to log in here, and now let's see. So I'll select this account, and you can see that there is a one product. Okay, so now see this is automatically linked. So now what we can do, right, we will be able to apply the promo code here. For example, let's say this amount is 449, and if I go to coupons, I have a minimum order of, let's say you want to use this one, so I'm just going to change this one from 500 to 100, and then I'll do update promo. And now if I just copy this and try to apply it here, so apply, so you can see that this is applied. Now I'm just going to do pay with Razorpay. So I'll click here, and then let's select wallet, Airtel's payment bank, success, and let's see. So once the payment is successful, you will be redirected to the order success page. All right, fantastic. Now you can go to account, go to my orders, and you can see that this is again placed. So this will be the Razorpay flow. All right, so this is what we are going to implement in this particular course. This will be a massive course. Now I wanted to mention one more thing, and that is this is one of the part where we are going to use React Vite as our front end, and we are going to use TypeScript definitely. But as most of you actually suggested to create one more for Next.js, so there will be same video that I'm going to upload, but that time the backend will remain same, but the front end I'm going to implement using Next.js. Okay, so this is what we are going to implement. I'm pretty sure you're going to learn a lot of things. So with that, now let's get started and good luck. Alright, so now before we'll discuss the prerequisite and some of the important points, now this is much more important, okay? So you can see that I clearly mentioned, and please do not skip this, that first you have to download the source code that I've added in the description, and that is completely free, because most of you will think that okay, the source code is paid. It's actually not. So you can download it from my website ACEDEVHUB. It's free, and you can see that it's 100% mandatory. Without the final source code, it will be very difficult for you to follow the course. Now why I've given the reason, because see, we are going to do what? We are going to implement the backend flow first, okay, and then front-end integration will come very later. So what will happen during the integration, when you are going to do front-end and backend integration, you'll find some errors that are present in backend logic. So if you have the source code, right, what you need to do whenever you are going to write the backend code, right, you have to follow the final source code, and you'll see that in 3 or 4 places, not everywhere, in 3 or 4 places you'll find some issues, right, or differences. So what you need to do, right, you have to follow the final source code, and based on that you have to fix those backend. If you don't do it, that is also fine. So what you have to do, right, you have to wait until we'll start the front-end integration. But that is the reason I already mentioned that if you have the final source code, always follow the final source code with the code that we'll write, so that you can fix the backend logic before we'll start the front-end integration, okay? So that is the reason I'm going to repeat once again. First of all, first task will be download the source code for free. The link will be added in the description. Alright everyone, so now let's get started. Now you can see that we haven't started our server setup immediately, because this is very important, so do not skip this particular part, okay? So here we are going to cover some of the prerequisite and some of the important points that you should remember throughout this particular course. Now as I already mentioned, and you've already seen the intro, that this is a massive course, okay? So here we are not going to cover, for example, let's say JavaScript ES6, basic TypeScript, basic React and JSX knowledge. All this is actually mandatory. Second, which is very important, and that is that we will not write types all the time. Now what I mean by this, so here I actually mean by TypeScript types. So for example, let's say we are having a user interface, or let's say we are having an address interface. So now in that address interface, now let's say we have 10 properties. I hope you're getting it. So we are not going to write each and every property line by line, because it will take a lot of time. Instead, what we are going to do, right, and that is the reason I've added the source code, right? So first thing, what you should do, download the source code from my website, and then whenever we are going to write any of the types, let's say we need to copy paste, so you can simply copy paste, or the best will be you just pause the video, right, because you are learning, so you can write all the types by yourself. But because of time, I'm not going to write each and every types, okay? So instead I'm going to copy paste. So this is a very important point I wanted to mention. Third will be, same goes for Tailwind CSS classes. Now this is not a CSS course, okay? So here also, let's say we are writing some component and we have a lot of CSS, so we are going to copy paste some of the CSS classes. So then what will be our main focus area? So main focus area of this particular course or video will be, we will focus most of the time on backend logic, architecture, API design and best practices, and you will see that how we are going to design, so that let's say next time you're creating a new course, you will be able to do it by yourself. And the second will be, from the front end point of view, we are going to learn how you can maintain a proper folder structure, how you're going to design a modular components, how you can work with custom hooks. Now remember, we are not going to use any paid packages or something like that. Each and everything we are going to use, that is completely free. And that is the reason I just created this small section, because this is very important. So these will be the prerequisite and important points. Now before we will start, the first step, what you need to do, first of all, you need to download the source code from my website. So with this, now let's get started, and good luck. Okay, so now let's get started. So as you can see that we'll start with a blank folder. How we are going to do it? So first let's discuss that. Now each and everything is very important, because I already mentioned I'm not going to create as usual MERN course that you will find on YouTube. We are going to discuss each and everything. We are going to do backend logic first, followed by front end. So what I mean by this, we're not going to do backend first, because if you see the last MERN e-commerce video that I uploaded, that time what I've done, right, I've written one API and then I go back to front end, right, write the front end logic and again come back. We are not going to do that. Why? You can ask me that the reason behind that. The reason is very simple. Now let's say for some of you are not interested in learning or doing front end, you only want to focus on backend. So in that case, what you can do, right, you can only focus on the backend API design in this whole video. For example, let's say this video will be, let's say 10 hours long and 5 hours or 6 hours will be for backend. I'm just giving an example. So in that case, if you're a completely backend engineer or you want to focus on backend, you will only focus the backend timestamps. I hope this is clear, right? So we are going to first complete one particular backend section, let's say auth or authentication, then we'll move to frontend, we'll complete authentication integration for frontend, and again come back to backend and we'll complete one API design, something like that. All right, so the first step will be, so let's create our package.json. Okay, so we'll go to our server folder, and before that you also should have Node.js installed on your machine. Okay, so here we are simply going to do npm init and -y. So this is going to create a package.json, right? And now here what we're going to do, now remember I'm going to minimize this part here. Okay, so first we are going to use the source folder here. Okay, and inside source we will be having our one entry file which will be server.ts. Okay, before that we also need to have our tsconfig, right? Tsconfig is our TypeScript config related file. So inside this I'm just going to do a tsconfig.json file. Okay, and before that we need to first install some of the packages that we need. So first what I'm going to do, right, so let's see what are the packages that we need. So first we need express, cors, .env, mongoose, this is for our DB connection, morgan and zod. Okay, and these all will be our types. So first I'm going to copy this, I'm going to add all of these details in the source code only, and then let's paste it here. So this is going to install all the packages, and also let's copy the dependencies also. So we need the types, right? So let's wait. Okay, so these all are added. So let's clear this and let's install all the types also. In the meantime, we also need to have our TypeScript related config file, which is our tsconfig. So let's copy this, and then I'm just going to go to our TypeScript config file and then just paste it here. That's it. Now let's minimize. Now what will be our next step? Next step will be, this is our entry file, right? So we need to go to our package.json, and first what we are going to do, right, we need to add 3 scripts. One will be our dev script, build and start. Start is nothing but will be which is our entry file. So you can see that our entry file will be /server.ts. So copy these 3 and then just replace this here. Okay, so save this. And now what we're going to do, right, here I'm also going to give our entry file will be source/server.ts file. Okay, so this will be our very basic setup that we need. So what will be our next step? Next step will be, now we need to create our MongoDB. Okay, so let's go here, go to Mongo Atlas, because we are using MongoDB here. This is a MERN course. So first what you're going to do, you're going to give a project name. So I'm just going to do MERN Monster E-Commerce 2026. I'm going to do next, and let's do create project. Okay, so first we are going to create the cluster. So let's create, and just select the free option, and you don't have to do anything else, and just do create deployment. In the meantime, you can create a DB user. For now I'm just going to give this one as Sangam, and I'm going to keep the DB password as also Sangam. I'm going to delete this one later, and you just have to do create database user. Okay, just remember the password that you have given. Later we are going to choose this, maybe for now close this, and also you'll go to database and network access next. So you'll go here, and then you'll go to IP access list, and here you can see that if this is your current IP address, or if you don't have, you can just add it here. Okay, for example, let's say you just want to do 0.0.0.0, and you'll just do this entry is temporary and will be deleted in 1 week, and you can confirm, and this will be added, something like this. Okay, so now let's go to our cluster. So deployment is already in progress. In the meantime, what we can do, right, we'll go back, and we need to have our .env folder here. Okay, so what are the things that we need? First of all, so first we need a port, that in which port we are going to run this. So backend I'm going to run in 5000, and then we are also going to need our quartz origins. Okay, so I'm just going to take quartz origins. So here I'm going to give this one later, and also we need our Mongo URI. So let's go here. So now it's already ready. So let's do connect. Go to MongoDB for VS Code, copy this, and then you can just paste it here, and then change this DB password with this password, the password that you have given here. Now I already seen that some of you actually use my credentials. Don't do this. Okay, so here what you can do, right, simply create it, and even if you're using this, I'm just going to delete it anyway. Okay, so I think with this the basic ENB setup is done. Now before we move on, we need to first understand the architecture, as I already mentioned that how we are going to process. Now remember one thing, whenever you're going to create any application, before you will start writing your APIs, right, you need to understand some of the things. So what are the things that you need to know? So first you will be thinking that most of you actually ask me that how you will do these designs and everything, right? Even I'll tell you one thing, even if you're trying to do all these things using ChatGPT or let's say any model, right, still you need your own idea. I hope you're getting it. For example, let's say there are two person, one person is telling GPT create a e-commerce website, second person is telling that create a e-commerce website, my website should have these many models, these models should have these many properties. Now think that which model is going to give you, or which prompt is going to give you proper answer. So what I mean by this, let's say for now, if ChatGPT is not there 2 years back, still we used to do all these projects, right? So that means what I'm telling is that you have to use ChatGPT, but you have to convert the code from your own idea. I hope you're getting it what I mean. So you're not going to blindly ask ChatGPT or other model tools in case you're using, but if you're learning, or if you're a student, especially in college, or let's say if you're a fresher, I will highly recommend don't even use it. Even if you're writing CSS, right, try to avoid like these models and everything. And I have told these things multiple times. As I already mentioned that I'm going to discuss all these things in this video. If this is getting bored, so you can skip and go to the coding part. Okay, let's see if you're a senior, you already have some experience. But if you're junior, let's say you're in college, don't skip any of this video. This video is going to give you some serious knowledge. I can guarantee if you complete this, you're going to learn a lot of things, but this is going to take a lot of time. I will say that even take 1 to 2 months time and complete this project, okay, by yourself without taking any help. You can search on Google, go to GPT, let's say you have some doubt whatever model you want to use, but try to write all code by yourself. So what are the things, or what are the thinking first of all you should have? So first thinking you should have that, okay, I have the DB URL, so I should have a DB connection method, or else how I'm going to connect to my DB. Okay, so DB connection will be the first thing. Second will be I'm going to have some kind of utils so that I don't have to write the same thing again and again. So what I mean by this, for example, let's say we are going to have our APIs, right, and that APIs is going to return some response format. For example, let's say you want to return a success or failure or a message. So that means now consider you don't have any utils. What you're going to do, you're going to write 100 APIs, and every time you're going to repeat same thing again and again. Instead, what we are going to do, we are going to create some of the util files. For example, how we are going to handle our app error, okay, how we are going to handle our API response format, or let's envelope, we are going to name this one as envelope. What will be our error handler? Okay, how we are going to manage a global error handler? What will happen when user will hit an API route which doesn't exist? So that means not found. So all these things we are going to create. So this is how you have to think. Now for example, let's say there are some things I'm not explaining maybe, but based on your requirement, project requirement, you need to create that particular file. So that idea you have to come up by yourselves, but how you're going to get it? By practice. Okay, I hope this is clear. So with this, now let's start creating DB connection, util files, middlewares. So some of the middlewares that we are going to create common, and then we are going to create our server.txt file, which will be our entry file. So with that, our server setup will be ready. So let's see how we are going to do that in the next part. So let's start creating all the files. Okay, so first we will start with, so let's create db.ts file. So we'll start with our DB connection. Okay, so let's close everything else. So first of all, what we need, so we're going to import mongoose from mongoose, and then we'll just keep this one very simple. Okay, so I'll just do export async function, and here I'm just going to do connect db, and then what we are going to do simply, so we'll just do await, and we'll do mongoose.connect, and then we are going to pass the env variable. So I'm just going to do process.env, and then let's copy the variable name, which is mongo URI. That's it. And then I'm just going to do a console log that db connected. That's it. So you don't need anything else for now. So now next will be, so there are some utils we are going to create. So the first one will be, we are going to handle the errors. So whenever there will be any app errors, so we are going to create a class for that. We are also going to create async handler. Okay. And the third one will be, as I already mentioned, we are going to manage our API response envelope. What will happen and what is the reason? So that the design will be consistent for all the endpoints that we are going to create in this particular course. So first what we are going to do is, right, so let's create a utils folder here, and then let's start with first creating our envelope file. Okay, so I'm just going to do envelope.ts. So what actually we need here? So first I'm just going to do export type, and let's give this one name as API envelope. Okay, and here I think spelling is wrong, and here I'm just going to create or take a generic. And now what I'm going to do simply, so here we are going to return a status always. Okay, so the status will be either success or this will be error. Now remember, all the things that whatever we are writing here, each and everything is very, very important. Okay, so don't take these things like very lightly. Why? This is how you are going to structure your own APIs or backend, whatever you are creating by yourself. So you are going to understand the structure. It's not like every project you are going to create and you will be creating the same structure. I hope you're getting right. You are not going to do that. You are just learning the structure and then try to create by your own. For example, let's say if I'm adding 4 properties here, you're going to add one more property based on your use case. It's clear, right, what I mean? And this actually I mentioned in each and every video. So here we are going to pass definitely a data, but we don't know the data type. So this is a TypeScript concept. We are going to return the generic, or it will be null. Okay, I hope this is clear. Then let's return a meta property. This will be optional, and here I'm just going to take a record, and this will be string, and the value will be here. Let's give this one as unknown. Okay, and then I'm also going to return errors, and errors also will be optional, and here I'm just going to return array, and here let's pass a message. So message will be string, and I'm also going to return a code which will be optional, and here I'm just going to return a or keep a string. Okay, so this will be our API envelope, and then we are going to return 2 function. We will be returning a okay, so whenever there will be a success, we are going to return this function, or we are going to use this function, not return. And then if there is a fail, we are going to use the fail function. So what will happen, right? You don't have to write the same thing again and again, and these all are the best practices, okay, that we are actually creating. So for example, let's say here I'm just going to do export function, and I'm just going to give this one as okay, and this will be let's take a generic. So I'm just going to take data, so data will be t, and then I'm also going to take a meta, and here let's take the meta the same, this string or unknown. Okay, and here what I'm going to return, I'm going to return this API envelope, and we are going to pass the t here. Okay, and then what we need to return, so I'm just going to return, so I'm going to return a status. So if okay means what? The status will be success, and I'm just going to return a data. So data will be data will be this data that we have, and also you're going to return the meta. Okay, then copy this and then paste it here, and I'm just going to do one for fail. So for fail, we are going to not return the data in all, so I'm just going to remove this. So I'm just going to return a message, right? So message will be string, and also let's keep a code, and let's keep this one as also string. And here also you're going to return API envelope, but this time this will be null. Okay, and we don't need this t here. And what we are going to return, so status will be what? So this will be error, and then you're just going to return the data. So data will be null. Okay, and in the meta we are not going to return, let's return the errors. We have these errors, so here I'm just going to pass message, right? We have this message that we are passing here. I hope this is clear. And then you're going to return this code. Okay, so you can see these are matching, right? So this is how you're going to use a type, and then we are creating a helper function using this type, because we don't know that data, right? It can be string, it can be anything, right? So this will be our first file that we need. So what will be our second one? Second one will be, let's create our API error one class we are going to create. So I'm just going to give this one as API error.ts. Okay, so here what I'm going to do, right? So let's take a export class, and I'm just going to do app error, not API, I think this is app error, and I'm just going to do extend, and this will extend the error. And then I'm just going to do here public read only. Let's take a status code, and this will be number, number. And also I'm just going to take the constructor. Here I'm just going to take a status code, okay, and this will be number. And also I'm just going to take a message which will be string. So here you're going to call super, and you're going to pass your message, and then I'm just going to say that these dot status code will become the status code that we have. That's it. Okay, so what actually we are doing here, we are creating a typed expected error so that we can use these to throw this error from anywhere. Okay, so how we are going to do it? So you're going to use throw, and then you'll do new, okay, and then you'll do app error. I hope this is clear. And then what you're going to pass, you're going to pass the status code and the message. So let's say it's 401, so you're going to pass the 401, and we're going to pass the message. Okay, so let's save this. This is done. Also I'm just going to create async handler. Okay, so here why we are creating this async handler, because Express is not going to automatically catch your async error. So we're going to create a wrapper, okay, and that wrapper we are going to use in each and every route that we are going to create. So here what we are going to do, simply let's take this one as async handler dot ts. So first I'm just going to create export function, and I'm just going to do async handler, and here I'm just going to take a function, okay, and then this is going to take the request. So request will be your request from Express. So you're going to have the request. Okay, let me just import this. So you're going to import from Express, and this we are going to import as a type. So we're going to use request response, and also we need our next function. These all are normal Express concepts, right? So here we are going to use the request, and then we are going to have our response, the type, this will be response, and also we're going to have our next function, which we usually use to call our next middleware. Okay, and here I'm just going to use a promise of void. That's it. So now inside this, what we are going to return, right? So we are going to return a function. So here I'm just going to take request, this will be request, take response, and also I'm going to call the next, which will be next function. And here what you are going to do, we are going to call this function, and we are going to pass this request, we're going to pass the response, we're also going to pass the next, and then what we'll do, right, we are going to take a catch, right, and then we'll pass it to next. Okay, I hope this is clear, right? So what this is going to do, this is a wrapper. Okay, this is going to forward your async exception to your global error handler. And now it is difficult to explain. When we are going to write the route, you'll see that you'll understand this one very easily. Okay, so I think this is done. So these three util files we need. Now we need to create our global error handler that I'm going to create. Now this will be a single global error handler. You don't have to create global handler multiple times. And also I'm going to create one more, which will be our not found. So let's start with not found one, because that will be simpler one. So I'm just going to do middleware, and let's create a not found dot ts. Okay, so what we can do, simply I'm just going to do export function, and I'll do not found. So here I'm just going to take a request. So let's copy this from here. Okay, so request will be your request, and also let's take our response, which will be our response. And here what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to take response, and I'm going to do status. So it's 404, right, because it's not found. And then what I'm going to do, so I'm going to use a JSON, and now you will see how we are going to use this. So we'll go to envelope, and I'll see that we have a fail, right? So these we are going to use here now. So I'm just going to use fail. All right, so now let's import this, and here what we are going to pass, right? So you will simply return route not found, and maybe let's give request dot method. Okay, that's it. So now let's save this. So this will be our first middleware that we need. Second, let's create our error handler. okay, .ts. Alright, so for this one, so once again let's create a function. So we'll do export function. So I'm just going to do error handler, and first of all I'm going to take the error, so this will be unknown. Then we are going to take a request. So here I'm just going to take, so let's import, use the same imports. Also we can remove this is not needed. So let's paste. So this will be our request. Then we are going to have our response. So this will be our response. And then we are also going to have, okay, response we need to return. So I'm just going to take like this. And then I'm also going to take our next. So this will be our next function. And inside this, what are you going to do? So first I'm just going to check that if this error that we are getting, if this is an instance of this error, so in that case, so you can simply do res.status of error. So this will give you this, let's use a status code. Okay, and here, okay, not, oh sorry, I've done mistake. This will be our app error that we have created. So you have created this app error, right? So this is going to have the status code. So this is an instance of this error code, because at the end if you see the app error is actually extending the error here. Okay, so now what you're going to do simply, so we'll check the if this is instance of this app error. So in that case I'm just going to return, so we need to return from here res.status, and let's do a JSON, and I'm going to use fail, and here I'm simply going to pass the error dot message. So you're going to have the message, and let's give simply that this is app error. Okay, I hope this is clear. Remember, this we are creating a global error handler. Now if this is not the case, always, now this is important that you just want to render what is, or just want to console that what actually error is happening here. Okay, so in that case maybe just give an error and then just render the error here, and then at the end you're going to return a res.status, because this is error handler. So in that case I'm going to return a 500, and then I'll do JSON, and here I'm just going to use fail. And what you can do simply, so you can simply return internal server error. Okay, and then here what you can do, maybe let's pass a code as internal. That's it. Okay, so with this now we have created our error handler, not found middleware, app error, right, async handler, and envelope. So this is all are very important. Now remember, we don't have to write the same thing again and again because of this function that we have created. So now what will be our next step? Next step will be, now we are going to create our basic server setup. So now let's go to our server.ts. Let's close everything else. So let's start with first what we need. So first of all we need to import .env/config, and we also need express from express. Okay, so first what we're going to do, I'm just going to create an async function, and I'm just going to give this on our main function, or let's do main entry function, so that we'll understand that this is our entry file, main entry function. So first what we're going to do, we'll connect to our Mongo. So we'll do connect Mongo. What is the name that we have given? Let me just check. Connect to DB. So we'll do connect DB. Okay, so this will be our first step. Then we're going to create our express app. So I'll do const app, which will be express. And here now what I'm going to do, right, let's go to our env. Now I'm going to show you that how you can add multiple course origin here. So for now what I'm going to do, right, I'm just going to do HTTP. Let's keep only one, and let's do localhost. And because we are using, maybe let's say we can use React or Next.js, so for now I'm just going to use 5173. Okay, and here we can also add one more, so we can comma, let's give comma, and then let's paste it here, and let's do 3000. So we can add multiple here. Okay, so now what we can do simply, so I'm just going to do const, so this will be my course origins, and then I'm simply going to do process.env dot, and let's copy this course origin, and here let's give it by default. So maybe I'm just going to do this one, HTTP, whatever you can give here by default. Okay, and then what you need to do, so give enter, and we'll do split, and we are going to split with comma because we're using comma, and then we're just simply going to do map. Let's take a origin, and then I'm simply going to do origin.trim, and here what I'm going to do, just do filter of boolean. This is just normal JavaScript concept. Also we need to have our codes. I'm just going to do codes from codes. Okay, so I think this is done. So now what we are going to do, so we'll simply using this, right? So I'll do app.use, and inside this I'm just going to use codes. And first of all, what this will receive the origin, and here I'm just going to do codes origins, and here you can simply pass credentials, and this will be true. Okay, so now I think this is done. What will be next step? Next step will be I'm going to do app.use. Let's do express.json. So this will be our middleware, right? So next, what else? Also we need to use Morgan we are using, so I'm just going to import Morgan from Morgan, and let's do app.use, and I'll do Morgan, and let's pass dev here. Okay, so you can see that we have a lot of options here. So now I'm just going to use dev. So I think this is done. So now what we are going to do simply, so always very important, let's create a health endpoint. Okay, so I'm just going to do here health, and here now what we can do simply, we'll do a request response, and simply let's return a res.status of 200.json, and I'm going to use OK. Remember OK method that we have created in the envelope. And here what I'm going to pass, I'm going to pass a message, and let's give message maybe server is healthy or running state. Okay, so I think this is done. Next, what we're going to do, we will be using our middleware. So these two middleware that we have created, so we'll do app.use. So you have first not found middleware, and we are going to use app.use. Then I'm just going to use error handler. Then we will take our port, so I'm just going to do const port. So this will be number of process.env dot, and let's take our port, or else I'm just going to do 5000 by default, and then we are going to listen to this port. So app.listen, pass the port, and use the callback here. So I'm just going to do log, and maybe let's do server is now listening to port, and I'm just going to pass the port here. That's it. What else? So I think this is done. Okay, don't forget to run this because we have to call this function. So we'll do main entry function, and then this is going to give a catch. So we'll do error, and here what I'm going to do first, so I'm going to log error, and maybe let's do failed to start, and I'm just going to do here error, and then we are going to do process.exit of 1, and I think this is done. So now let's save this. We already have this added, so now it's time to start our server. Okay, so I'm just going to clear this. So here in the server folder, and I'll do npm run dev, enter, and let's see what is happening. Fantastic. So now dev is connected and server is now listening to port 5000. So with this, the basic server setup is now completed. Now remember, we can actually start creating our front end, but I'm not going to do that. First we are going to implement our authentication backend, then we'll move to front end. We are going to set up our front end, and then we'll do the front end auth integration. So first let's start working on the auth architecture, creating the models. We're going to use CLERK for this, and then we are also going to understand how we are going to create middleware, right? And we are going to use JWT only. Okay, so if you're thinking that you are using CLERK, but we are going to use JWT only. We are going to manage role by ourselves, right? So we are not going to use CLERK to manage our roles. So CLERK we are going to use for our authentication. We are going to use JWT. We are going to pass the cookies from our front end, the token, and then based on that we are going to authenticate using our middleware. So let's see how we are going to do that in the next part. So let's start with our backend implementation of auth. Okay, so as I already mentioned that we are going to use CLERK for our authentication. I have added a link in the description, so you can just sign up for free. So first let's click on sign in. So we need our secret keys and the configuration. So I'm just going to log in with Google. So I'll just select this account, and then maybe let's create a new application from here, and I'm just going to give this one as MERN E-Commerce 2026, and I'm just going to keep Google login. Okay, for now you can also keep email here if you want. So I'm just going to keep the Google login, and let's do create application. All right, so now we are using React. So for this one, first of all, what we need our CLERK publishable key and the CLERK secret key. So let's copy this. So you can just copy from here and then go to your env and then just paste it here. Okay, so this will be our first step, and then incrementally when we are going to integrate with our front end, so we are going to install whatever necessary packages are needed. Okay, so this will be our initial step. Once we'll start creating the user, we can manage the user from the dashboard. Also, we are going to store the same user in our MongoDB database, so we are going to sync that user information. So let's see now how we are going to do that. So first, what I will do, right, so let's go to our source and let's create a models folder. Okay, and here let's start with our first model, which will be user.ts. Okay, now there can be possible, right, whenever you are going to implement new features, right, in the upcoming sections, we need to add some more properties in the models. Okay, maybe let's say we missed some properties. That is fine, but for now, what are the things that we are going to have in our user model? So in our user model, we are going to have our user role, that whether this is a user or it's a admin user. We are also going to have our address schema, right? So for each and every user, we are going to have the addresses. Now remember, addresses are very important. So for now, we are going to keep this one in our user model only. We need these addresses while doing the checkout implementation. What else we need? We are also going to store our CLERK user ID, email, normal user email, username, role I already mentioned, and points. Now what actually points? Now in case we are implementing some advanced features in the upcoming sections, so in that case these points will be very helpful. So that I'm going to discuss later. For now, let's focus on creating the model. So first of all, what I'm going to do, let's import mongoose from mongoose. Okay, let's first take a type. So I'll do export type, and I'm just going to do user role, and this user will be, this will be either user or this will be either admin. Okay, so this will be our first step. Now second, what actually we need our address. So I'm just going to do address schema. So let's see what are the things that we are going to have. So I'm going to do mongoose.schema, and inside this, first of all, maybe let's take full name. So here I'm just going to do type, so this will be string. We need to take caps. Okay, what else? We are also going to take a required property, which will be true, and also I'm just going to take a trim property, which will be true. Now it's time to copy paste. We are not going to write everything, so I'll just do copy paste. So change full name to address, so this will be our actual address. What else? So let's take a city, so city also type will be string. Then let's take a state, and then we'll take also postal code. Okay, so all will be same. And also one more very important thing, and that is we are also going to take is default or not, whether this address is a default address or not. So this one will be a boolean, and also I'm just going to take a default, and default will be false always. Okay, and then what we are going to do right here, I don't want to take timestamps, so I'm just going to do timestamp will be false. That's it. And let's see once again. So we'll do full name, address, city, state, postal code. I think this should be fine, or maybe I'm thinking that we can also reduce state here, or maybe let's skip it. I think let's remove the city. This is not needed. We'll keep this one simple. So full name, address, state, postal code, and default, because in address only we can add the city. So this is fine. Now next thing what we're going to do, we are going to have our actual user schema. So this will be new mongoose.schema. So first we are going to have our CLERK user ID. So I'll do CLERK user ID. This we need to sync. So I'm just going to do here type. So this will be string. We are also going to take the required property, so this will be true. This also will be a unique, this will be true, and also I'm just going to take an index. This will be true. What else? We also need the name and the email. So I'm just going to do name. So let's do type. So I'm just going to do string, and also let's take required, and here I'm just going to make this one false for now. So let's copy this. Let's take this one as email, and also we are going to take a role which is important. So here I'm just going to take a type which will be string, and let's take a enum. Maybe I'm just going to take this will be either user and or this will be admin, and here I'm just going to pass a default, and default will be, let's do here user. That's it. Also let's take a points here, in case if we need to add more properties in the model, that we can do later. For now let's keep this on minimal, and I'm just going to do a mean of 0. What else? We also need to take our addresses, right? So I'll do addresses, and here I'm just going to pass the type. So what will be type? Type will be this address schema. Okay, so here this will be address schema, and also I'm just going to pass a default, and default will be empty array. Okay, and for this one let's keep the timestamps will be true. So let's save this, and now what we can do simply, so I'm just going to do export const user, and this will be mongoose dot model, sorry not model, models dot user, or this will be, we'll do mongoose dot model, and I'm just going to give this one as user, and we'll pass our user schema. Okay, that's it. So now let's go through one by one. So we have the addresses, we are keeping only simpler full name, address. Here only you can add city, state, postal code, is default or not, whether the current address is default address or not, so that in the checkout page you can render the default address. Then in the user schema you need the CLERK user ID, name, email, role, points, and addresses. Okay, so I think this is done. So now what will be our next step? Next step will be, now we are going to install the CLERK package. So let's go here, and for now I think we can only take the CLERK Express package, this one. Okay, so here let's copy this, let's go here and let's install this. So I'll go to server and I'm going to install this package. Okay, now what will be our next step, or how actually the authentication process will work? See, we are going to take, or we are going to create a sync endpoint. Okay, so we'll keep this one very simple. What will happen, right? Whenever a user is going to log in from your front end, whether let's say you're logging using Google, doesn't matter, even if you're using email, what you're going to do, front end is going to call that particular route, which will be sync route after signing. Backend is going to verify the session, and then it's going to check whether that particular user is present in the DB or not. If the user is not present in the DB, it's going to create the user, or else it's going to update the user in case there are any changes, something like that. Okay, important, I already mentioned that roles we are going to maintaining in our DB, okay, not in CLERK. So now before we are going to do that, we also need to create one middleware. Okay, so middleware will be where we are going to actually protect our routes, right? For example, let's say if you're admin user, you won't be able to access the routes which only admin user can access. So first let's go to middleware and let's create our auth.ts file. So first of all, what we are going to do simply, so here I'm just going to create one function, and this will be require auth. So simply this function is going to help us to protect the routes. So here I'm just going to take, let me just copy from here. We can go to this and copy this, paste it. So this will be request, which will be request. Then we're going to have our response, which will be response, and very important, we also need to have our next function, because we need to call our next middleware. Now how we are going to do it? It's very simple. So I'm just going to take the get auth method from CLERK Express. Now remember, this is a backend package, we are not implementing everything in the front end. So this we are going to pass the request object, and this is going to give you the current user ID. and if this user ID is not present, means the user is not authenticated. Very simple. So I'm just going to do if user ID is not present. So then here I'm just going to return, and I'm going to return the next. Remember, it's very important. And then we are going to remember we created the app error, right? So here we can pass the app error, and here what we're going to pass, this will be 401, and then what will be the message, that user is not logged in, means auth user, whatever you want to add, something like this. Okay, so now what will be our next step? If this is not the case, always you need to call the next middleware. Now this is a normal concept, a middleware concept. Until unless you're going to call the middleware, it will be stuck. Okay, so now this is the first middleware or function that we need. What will be the next step? Next step will be, we need one simple helper which is going to read our current authenticated user. For example, let's say if there are 3 users, A, B and C, a user is not logged in, so that means that user will be restricted in this function only, right? Because here you need to authenticate. Second user, we are going to check if the user is already logged in, so we need to get the user information. I hope this is clear. So how we are going to do that? It is very simple. So I'm just going to do export async function, and here I'm just going to do get, maybe let's do db user, let's give this one, maybe let's give small only, db user, and then I'm just going to do from request, and here you're going to pass the request, which will be our request object. Again, we are going to take the current user ID, and then what I'm going to do, same thing, we are going to give this check. Now if this is not the case, okay, we don't have to call the next here, sorry, we can simply throw this we can throw this error, correct? So we can simply throw the error here. Okay, oh, see, we need to remove this. Okay, so now what will be the next step? So first we are going to take the db user, and then I'm just going to do await, and then we need the user model, right? This is our user model, so you're going to get our user model, and this user model is going to give you the find one method. And how you're going to check it? So if you go to user model, so you have this CLERK user ID, this should match with this user ID. Simple. So we're simply going to check that if this CLERK user ID, so let me just copy this, and this should be equal to this user ID that we have. Okay, that's it. So if this user is not present, so again we are going to throw one more error. So I'm just going to do if not equal to db user, and this will become 404, and then I'm just going to do user is not found in the db. So user is not found in the db. Okay, if this is not the case, simply you are going to return the current db user. That's it. Okay, so this will be our second method, which is going to return our current user information, the authenticated user information. And the third one we need, and that is our require admin, means this will be our admin get, means here user has to be logged in, so user should be logged in user, plus it should have admin access. Simple. Okay, so in that case I'm just going to do export const, and I'm just going to do, let's do a require admin, and now we are going to use our async handler, this function that we have created. Okay, so this will be our async handler, and here now I'm just going to do our async. Let's create a method, and I'm just going to do request. Remember this format we are going to use throughout this particular video. So this will be request, and here I'm just going to do response, and also we also need to take the next. So I'm just going to take the next function, and now what we're going to do, simply now inside this, first of all we need to get our current user from our db. So how we are going to do that? We can simply call this method, right? So I'm just going to do const, let's do extract current db user, and this will be await, and I'm going to do get db user from request, and here we are going to pass the request. So this is going to give you the current user information, this one, right? Now you can simply check that if this current extract current user dot role, right, this is going to have a role. If this is not equal to admin, right? So in that case you are going to throw new app error, and you're going to do this will be 403, and for this one admin access needed. I hope this is clear, something like this. And you always need to call the next method or else this will be stuck. So that's it. This is all the methods that we need. So if you go here, right, so it's very simple. First one is to check if the user is authenticated or not. Second, first we'll check if the user is authenticated, and then we are going to find the user information from our DB only. You notice, as I already mentioned, that we are going to manage everything in our DB only. CLERK is going to do the authentication, and then we are going to check our admin access, that if the current user has the admin access or not. So with these middlewares we need. Now what we'll do, let's create our routes, and then I'm going to create auth folder, and inside this I'm going to do auth.routes.ts. okay, so now we are going to create our routes. So how many routes we are going to create? We are going to create one route to sync the user, right? And what will be our second route? Second route will be to return the current user information. So let's how we are going to do that in the next. Okay, so now let's start creating the routes. Okay, so first let's import router from Express. So we're going to take the router, and then let's create export const, and I'm just going to do this one as auth router, and this will be our router. So as I already mentioned that we are going to have one main route which is going to do the sync. Okay, so once the user is logged in, we are going to check if the user already exists. So we're going to maybe let's update, or you're not going to do anything. If the user doesn't exist, we're going to add that user, so that next time when the same user is going to log in, we don't have to do the same thing again and again. I hope this is clear. So first I'm going to do auth auth router.post, and here let's give this one as sync. And now what we need, right here, what we are going to do, because user will be logged in already from the backend, from the front end, we are going to pass the token and everything. So here we need our require auth. So we are going to get our require auth. And now what are you going to do, very important, we are going to use our async handler, right? And here what I'm going to do, I'm just going to create a normal function. So here I'm just going to take request response, and inside this, now first of all what we need to do, once again we need to get our user ID. So here I'm just going to do get auth, pass the request, and here you're going to get the user ID, right? If the user ID is not present, I think just extra check, right? We are already checking it, we don't have to give this one, you can simply directly get it here. So I'm just going to do get CLERK user, and this will be await. Now what you're going to do, right, so we also need to take our CLERK client. So here I'm just going to take CLERK client, right, and this is going to give you, so I think it's dot users dot, and I'm going to take the get user, and here what we're going to pass, we're going to pass the user ID. Okay, so this is going to give the current user. Okay, so I think we have to give that condition correct. So in that case, maybe let's give this condition here. So copy this, because it can be null also. So let's import this one here. All right, so now what will be the next step? Next step will be we need to get our email. So I'm just going to do extract email from, maybe let's do from user info. So here I'm just going to take CLERK user, so we have dot email addresses, and I'm just going to do find. So we need to get the primary email address. So I'm going to take the item, and this will be item dot id equal to will be your CLERK user dot primary email address id. So you have the primary email address id. Okay, so this is going to give you the current user email address, or we can also take it from, if it is not present, so you have the email addresses, right? So we're going to take the first email, and now what we'll do, right, we're going to take the email. So we're just going to do extract email from user info dot email address. Why? Because if you go here, right, these email addresses are nothing but array of email addresses objects associated with user. So each and every user is going to have the email addresses ID, link to, and verification. So we need the email addresses. Okay, similarly we need the full name of that user. So I'm just going to do full name, and here I'm just going to do clerk user dot first name comma clerk user dot last name. Let's give enter, dot do filter of boolean, and here I'm just going to do join. Let's do join with space, and then I'm just going to do trim if there are any space. That's it. And then I'm just going to do const. So let's take the name. So this will be either full name. If this is not present, let's say that user info is not present, so we're going to take the clerk user dot username. That's it. Now what will be our next step? We need to handle our admin user. So how we are going to do that? So go to our env and let's add a admin email here. So I'm just going to do admin, maybe let's do admin emails. For now I'm going to add this email. Okay, so I'm going to do this and I'm going to make this user as admin user. Now so many of you actually ask me that how we usually handle these admin related things. Now remember, this is multiple ways you can do that. For example, you can directly go to DB and you can update that user information to admin. Okay, that is one way. Second, you are going to have some kind of a script that you are going to run, which is going to create one admin user or multiple admin user based on some condition. Third, in large companies or let's say product based service based companies, how they usually do, so they can have their own internal tools. Now listen very carefully, these all are knowledge that normally you will not get in other YouTube videos. So normally what will happen, so they will have either their own internal tools where they manage this kind of deployment, secrets, configs, all these things. Okay, or they can have some kind of CCM tools. Okay, so what I mean by this, so they can have some kind of feature flags. So once we are going to add some kind of feature flags, maybe let's say I want to add an admin user, so those will be automatically reflect, or maybe they needs to do some kind of deployment, and after deployment that will be reflected. Mostly it will be like config change only, so they usually manage some kind of configuration. So there are multiple ways you can manage that. If you're learning, either you can do like this in code only, or you can directly go to DB and change that user role to admin. That is also absolutely fine. So now what we are going to do, right? So first I'm going to do const, so something like do raw or whatever name you want to give, and I'll do process.env, and I'm just going to do here admin emails, or else I'm just going to do here empty, and here I'll do const, let's do admin emails, and this will be, I'm going to take a new set, and here I'll do raw dot split, and let's do with comma if you have multiple, and I'll do dot map item, and here I'm just going to do item dot trim dot to lowercase, and here I'm just going to do dot filter of boolean. That's it. So now let's save this. So after this, first what we are going to check, very important, if the current user is existing user or not. Simple, right? If it is existing, we are not going to do anything, or maybe let's say we need to do update or do nothing, right? We just have to sync. We have to check that if we need to update something, then we are going to do it, or else we are going to do nothing. If not, then we are going to create the user and save in our DB with role. This is important. So first I'm going to check if this is an existing user or not. Simple. How we're going to do that? So I'll do await. We have our user model. Okay, then we're going to do find one, and we're going to find with our clerk user ID. I don't know why this suggestion is not coming here. Let me just copy from here, and here I'm just going to do user ID, right? So we already have the user ID. This user ID is the user ID that we have here. So I think this is done, and now what I'm going to do, first I'm going to check whether this user should be admin or not. So I'll do should be admin user or not, and here I'm just going to do if this email is already present, right? So we have the email, this email, and then I'm simply going to check that if this admin emails has that email or not. I hope this is clear. And then I'm just simply going to do if to lowercase, if this is already present, so it will be admin user, or else it will be false, right? Means the current user which is logged in, if that user email is present in this admin emails, means that user will be admin user, right? Then I'm just going to simply set the role. Oh, what I've done, So after this, let's give enter. I'm going to do const next role. So first of all, I'm going to check that if this existing user dot role, if this is admin already, so I'm just going to keep this one as admin. So what I mean by this, if one user is already present and if that is admin user, we are going to keep this one as admin. I hope this is clear. Or if this user should be admin, so in that case also I'm going to make this one as admin. Or what I will do, right, so I'm just going to do existing user dot role. So whatever user role is already present, we are going to keep it like this, or else I'm going to make the user as a normal user. Now I know this might be a little tricky. Now you can create a small function for this also, but it's not that much difficult. So simply checking if the existing user is admin user, make that as an admin. If not, if these users should be a admin user, so mark that user as admin, the new user, which user is logged in. If that is not the case, then that means that user will not be admin user. So there can be two possibilities. Either that user is already present, so in that case we are going to keep that user role, or else if that user is not present, so we're going to set the user as admin. That's as user. So now what will be our next step? So next step will be const. So I'll do db user. I usually do like this: newly created db user, and I'll do await, and I'll do user.find1 and update. Okay, so how we are going to update? So first of all, here I'm going to take the CLERK user ID. Okay, suggestion is not coming, so let me just take it from here. So CLERK user ID, and this should be equal to ID. So based on this user ID, we are going to find the user. Okay, then what we are going to do, right, so we need to update. So now here I'm just going to pass the CLERK user ID as user ID. We are going to set email, we're going to set name, and then I'm going to set the role, which will be next role. Okay, and then we are going to pass a new property here. So I'll do new will be true. So let's pass upsert, this will be true, and I'm also going to do set default on insert, and this also will be true. That's it. I think this is done. Now what you're going to do simply, so this is going to either see that if that user is present or not. Based on that, it's going to find that and update. So I think this is done. So now after this, what we'll do, simply we're going to send a status of 200.json, and here I'm just going to call the OK method that we have created. And what you're going to pass, right, we're going to pass the user information. So here I'm just going to pass the ID. So this will be newly created db user dot, and this is going to give you the ID. This ID will be created by MongoDB, right? Then you're going to have the CLERK user ID. Let me just copy from here. And this will be the newly created db user dot CLERK user ID. Then we're going to return the email, which will be newly created db user dot email. Then I'll do name, same, and at the end, very important, always pass the role, or else you won't be able to do a lot of things. So it's very important to pass the role here. Okay, and I think with this, the first one is completed. Okay, so now what will be the second one? Second one will be to get the current user information. So how we are going to do that? So we'll simply do auth router dot, this will be now get, and I want to keep this one as, maybe let's do me. This will be my endpoint. This also need require auth, and then I'm just going to use as usual async handler, and inside this let's create our async. So we'll do request response. Okay, now inside this, first of all, again we need to do the same thing. So let's copy from here, so paste it, save this, and now here we also need to find the current db user. So let's take the existing user. So I'm just going to copy this, and I'm going to make this one as db user. If this db user is not present, then also you need to give a 404. So maybe let's copy this one, and I'm just going to paste it, and I'm going to do if db user not present, so I'll do 404, and I'll do user is not present in db, not found in db. If this is not the case, then simply what we'll do, simply we are going to return the response. I'll do res.status of 200.json, and inside this we'll pass the OK. And here what I'll do, we are going to pass the user information, and let's pass all this information, same information. So I'm just going to copy this, and then we are going to paste it here, and this will be the DB user. Sorry. Okay, that's it. I think this is all the routes that we need. Now what we need to do, we need to sync these routes, or sorry, add this route in our server. Before that, we need to do one very important point, and that is we need to actually call our CLERK middleware. Okay, so CLERK middleware is going to handle quite a few things. It's going to actually check the request, right? So it's going to read the auth state from your cookies or headers. So where we are going to add these, maybe let's do here. So after this, I'm just going to do app.use. So this will be middleware, and here I'm just going to use CLERK middleware. Okay, and remember, this is very, very important. You need to use this. This is going to integrate the CLERK authentication into your Express application. It's check the request cookies headers for a session JWT. Remember, I told that we are going to use JWT. If found, it's going to attach auth object to the request object. Which request object? Very, very important to understand all this. Even if you're creating normal JWT, right, you need to know all these things. So here it's talking about this request object. So it's going to attach this request object from where you're going to get the user ID. Okay, so I think this is done. So this will be the first step. And second step will be, now we are going to add our routes. So first I'm going to give my auth routes, and this will be app.use. Let's give this one as /auth, and here I'm just going to pass auth router. That's it. And now let's see if we are getting any error or not. First of all, save this. That's it. So you can see save here, we don't have any error. So with this, now we have completed our backend for authentication only. Okay, so this is what actually we need. Now we will start integrating with our client side, but this is what I'm talking about multiple times, that when you are doing backend, right, you try to understand how backend system actually works, how we are doing all of this, because for me it's not that much possible to cover each and everything. You also need to do some research from your side and try to add some features that I'm not adding in this particular video. So with this, now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so now we have completed the backend for our authentication. So now let's start working with the front end, right? So first of all, we need to set up our project. So what we are going to do, right? So we are going to use SADCN for our components, right? The components, we are not going to write each and every component from scratch. So mostly I will try to use as much as possible the ready-made SADCN components, and then probably we are going to add some of the custom CSS that needed. But as I already mentioned, that these actually take a lot of time, and there will be a lot of features, right, in this particular project or in this video. So what I'm going to do, I will be actually copy pasting the types especially, and there will be some places where I'm going to copy paste some of the CSS also. Okay. The first of all, I wanted to mention one thing, right? So there is an update in the SADCN, the installation process. So this is the very, very important, because the last time MERN e-commerce application, the video that I uploaded, right, on I think maybe on 2024, that time most of the people actually faced a lot of issues while installing the Tailwind. So let's say whenever you are watching this particular video, two things you need to see. The first one is that if there is any new version of Tailwind or not, and if there is a new version of SADCN or not. So let's say maybe you are watching this video after 6 months or 1 year, so you have to check all of this. In case you are getting any issues, you can ping me on Insta. So now first of all, there are multiple ways you can do that. Now before that, I'm going to show you one very interesting thing, and that is the SADCN team comes up with this brilliant idea. It's very cool. So they have created something called SADCN/create, and if you go there, right, what you can do, right, you can customize how you are going to render all your components, let's say button and everything. And remember, I already mentioned when I discussed in the intro that this project is not about only creating MERN project that you will find a lot of videos on YouTube. This is about how each and every processes works, how we are going to do all of this, so that you can create project by yourselves. No, it's not like that you are going to watch 10 videos on YouTube and you can only build 10 projects. That is not the point. The point is you watch 5 videos you need to watch, there is no doubt, because you have to understand the process. But from that 5 videos or 10 videos, you should be able to create 20 projects. So that will be a final goal. So first, what you can do, right, you can change all of this, right, and you can see that how all this looks and everything looks. You can see, so all this changing. Now what you need to do, right, whatever you like, as I already mentioned, that you don't have to blindly follow whatever I'm doing. For example, I'm going to use some maybe little orange or pink related color, right? Maybe let's say you want to use this one, indigo, so you can use this. How you're going to do that? So what you need to do, you have to copy this preset on the below. You see, you have to copy this preset, and then what you have to do, right, you have to use this. If you want to apply the preset, there should be a command. So let me just quickly show you. So let's go to it and see that you have this npx @latest init -- preset, and then the code you have to paste. So this will be your code. Okay, so in this particular video, what you're going to do, right, I already have this theme already selected, so I'm just going to copy paste my index.css. If you want to follow the same, download the source code, that is free. I already mentioned multiple times, please download the source code. Is very important from my website. Okay, download the source code and go to source/index.css and copy paste the file. For now, what we are going to do, right, I will be using the existing way installing, so that we are going to install from scratch. So first, what you're going to do, right, we'll be creating a Vite project. So do npm create Vite @latest. So copy this and then go here and let's open another terminal, and then I'm just going to install. Okay, so you need to install Vite. Then let's give the client project name. So I'm just going to give this one as client. We are going to use React, and I'm going to use TypeScript, right? Don't select this React compiler unless you're going to select. So keep it TypeScript only, and you'll do install with npm and start now. Yes, so it's going to take some time. After that, what you're going to do, first of all, very important, you need to install Tailwind CSS, right? So you're going to copy this, you need to import. So let's wait for some time. Let's see how much time it is taking. Okay, this is done. So I'm going to close this, and now let's install Tailwind CSS first. But before that, you have to go to the client folder. So I'm just going to do cd client. Let's clear this and install Tailwind CSS. Awesome. So this is done. Next, what you need to do, you have to copy paste this and paste in your source/index.css. So go to index.css and then you just paste it on the top. For now, save it. Then what you're going to do, very important, you have to go to tsconfig.json file. So I'm just going to minimize this one from here. Okay, so let's go to tsconfig.json file. Okay, and here let's close everything else. So after references, so you can see that after references, you have to add the compiler option. So you're going to copy this and then you will paste it here. That's it. Then what you're going to do, edit tsconfig.app.json. This is also you have to add. So you copy this and let's go to tsconfig.app.json, and remember you have to add it inside compiler options only. So you have to comma give, I think it's inside compiler options. So you have to give comma and then paste it here. That's it. Once you will do that, then you have to update your Vite config. So you have to import path and Tailwind CSS both. Copy these 2 lines only, or you can copy this whole also, it's fine, right? Oh sorry, before that you have to install the node types. So copy this and install this quickly. Awesome. And then you're going to copy this, and then what you can do, right, let's go to your Vite config. It's very important, so you have to do this and paste it here. All right, so now next what we're going to do, we need to just install the we need to run the init command. But let's do one thing. Maybe I just found out that what preset I have used, so let's just use from here. So you can see that I use a style Nova from here, base color zinc. This is the theme I'm using, same for the chart color. Heading I use inter, font also same, icon lucid, and radius I'm using none. Okay, so I don't like radius here, this button. If you want, you can change all of these. So at the final, I'll be having this preset. Okay, so I'm going to copy this, and then what we're going to do, right, so I'll just paste it here, and then we can use this to use the preset. So I'm just going to do npx @latest init, and then let's use that preset. Okay, so paste it here and then cut it from here, and then let's apply it here. Okay, install. So that's why I just took some time to find out that which one actually I've used. So this is going to install all the dependencies. Now you don't have to copy paste also anything, right? So it will automatically update your index.css. So let's wait for some time. Fantastic. So now you can see that your index.css will be updated. Okay, this will be updated, and these all the colors now we are going to use. That's it. Now this is very important because these will complete our setup. So now let's clear this and let's do npm run dev, because we need to do a lot of things here. Okay, so let's open this and you can see that this is how it will look. So now we can close this. So first of all, what we are going to do now, okay, so let's do step by step, because I already mentioned that we need to do a lot of step here. Okay, so let's go to the client folder, and here what we are going to do, right, we need to install a couple of packages. So first I will start with npm install. So we need Axios for our API call, we need Justin, what else we need? So we're also going to have React Router DOM. So we'll do React Router DOM, and also we are going to use, so let me just open and show you, because we're using React, so in that case we have already a ready-made package that we can use, right? So let's go to docs React, and this is what you're going to use, CLERK@React package. So let's copy this and then paste it here. Let's install all of this. Now we'll go step by step, okay, because there are a lot of things we are going to do, and you have to understand that why actually we are doing all of this. So first of all, what will be your next step? Now remember, from this part, maybe let's say next 1 hour, what we are going to do, you should not skip a single time. Okay, very important, because you are going to understand a very important point, that how I'm going to design each and every component, how we can create protected layout, how we are going to protect our routes based on role, so each and everything. So let's start one by one. So first let's go to our client folder and let's create our env file. Okay, so this will be our env file, and here, so first let's go, and then we need our Vite CLERK publishable key, right? So I'm just going to copy this. First of all, this will be our first step, and then paste it here, and then let's use this. So I'm using this MERN E-Commerce, right? So this is what I need. So I'm just directly copy from here, and then I can paste it. Next I need the Vite API URL, and here we are going to use, so let's copy from here, paste it, and then change this one to 5000, right? So this is what we are using. So what will be our next step? So next step will be, before we are going to do this, we also need to create, so let's start with creating the env file first. Okay, or maybe let's give this one as Vite backend URL, right? So let's do backend URL. So now let's go to our source. Inside source we're going to have leave, and here I'm just going to create two files. So first I will start with api.ts, and then we are going to create one more file which will be env.ts, and you'll see that everything you're going to understand and there won't be any kind of doubt, right? And I'm pretty sure that most of you actually commented that because my mic sound is also looking little hurts from last couple of videos, and I'm pretty sure that from this one or maybe from last 1 or 2 videos it will be little calm, right? So I just changed the positioning of the mic and I just change some settings. So let me know what all of you think. So here first I'm just going to do env, and here we are going to use a backend URL. So how you're going to get the backend URL from env? If you're using Vite, so you're going to do meta.env, and here you are going to use that we are using, so Vite API backend URL. Okay, so this is what, or else let's use this. Okay, so this is what we need. This is a very simple file but very effective. Why? You don't have to do the same thing again and again. Now what will happen if, let's say, whatever environment you have, you can just add it here, and then if you want to access it, so you'll do env dot, and then you are going to get it. So let's save this. Now next will be what? Next will be very important. We are going to create our main api.ts file. Okay, main api.ts file is nothing, it's actually our base API file. Okay, so this is what we are going to use, and you'll see how we are going to structure the folder, and you'll understand, and you will tell me later that okay, this is a very good structure. I'm not telling you have to follow the exact same thing, but this, whatever structure that we are going to follow, this particular project, right, will be pretty good. So first what you are going to do, right, we are going to create our API. Now let's do a little quickly because we have a lot things we have to do. So first let's import Axios from, so you have Axios, so we'll do axios.create, And here what you're going to pass, you're going to pass a base URL. Base URL will be what? So here you can use the env that we have dot backend URL or backend URL, and here we are going to pass a headers, and in the headers I'm just going to pass here content type, and content type will be application/JSON. okay, and then here for now I'm just going to pass a with credentials will be false, and later I'm going to show you that why actually you're going to do this. So once this is done, first what we're going to do, we're going to create a API interceptors, and here we are going to use request.use, and these what you can do right here is just do a async. Let's take the config, and here first of all what we need to do, right, we need to get our token. okay, so for now first let's do one thing, let's create a, so I'll do let token getter or extractor, whatever you want to give. I'll do getter and setter, so I'll do getter, and these will be, and here I'm just going to take this one as promise. So here this will be string or null. As I already mentioned that you should have proper knowledge on TypeScript to do this particular project, right? Now here what you're going to do, right, or let's take this one as null and let's give this one as null. So this will be a token getter, and then I'm just going to create one more. So I'll do export function. I'm just going to do set API token getter. So here I'm just going to get getter, and this will be also the same. So I'm just going to do promise. So this will be string or null, and here what I'm going to do, I'm just going to set this here. So I'm just going to do, that's why we have taken let. So I'll do token getter will be this getter. okay, so here what we are going to do, right, so first I'm just going to do if not equal to API, sorry, token getter. So I'm just going to return the config, or else I'm just going to do const token, and this will be avid, and I'll do token getter, right? So this token getter that we have, and now here what you're going to do, if token is present, so I'm just going to do config, and this config will give you the headers, and here you can do so config.headers, or else this will be empty object, and then we are going to add the token here as a bearer token. So that is the reason I've taken false here. So I'm just going to do config.headers, and you'll be getting authorization, very very important, and here you're going to pass bearer space, and then here you have to pass a token. okay, and at the end you have to return the config. That's it. So this will be our API interceptor. Now here what we are going to do, right, we are going to create all the helper methods. So for example, we are going to have API get, okay, then we are going to have API post, then we are going to have API put, we are going to have API patch, and also we are going to have API delete. So for now let's maybe create, let's start with API get, and later when we need, we are going to add more. So first I'm just going to do export, let's do async function, and I'm just going to do this one as API get. Remember here you're going to pass a generic, and then I'm just going to do URL, that from which URL I want to fetch the data, and then I'm also going to have a config, and this config will be your Axios request config. This is a type. Now here what you're going to do, right, simply I'm going to take a try catch, and inside try I'm just going to do const response, and this will be await, and here what you are going to pass, you're going to use this API. So you'll do API, and this is going to give you, see, all the methods. So you have API.get, and what you're going to do, right, we need to now create a types. Okay, very very important. Now these type will be, we are going to create the types that, okay, in which format we will be getting the data from our backend. Now remember, we have created something called API envelope, where you are going to get the status data, or maybe there can be some error. I hope this is clear. So for that I have already created the types. So let me just take it from here. Okay, so I already created these types. So for now what you're going to do, right, let's copy this, and then I'm going to explain here. So first let's go here and let's create the types.ts, and let's see what are the things that we have. So first I'm going to take a export type, and I'm just going to do this one as user role. So user role will be either this will be user or this will be admin. Okay, so now this is our user role. I already mentioned that we are going to copy paste, but I'm going to explain. We're going to have an ID of that user, CLERK user ID, email, name, and role. right? In the API error item, we're going to have message and code, and this is what I'm talking about. So this is our API envelope. So this is the format that we are going to get the data. So either we are going to get a status of success or error. We are going to get a data, so we don't know what is the type, so we're going to use a generic here, right? And here we're going to use a, or this can be null. We are also going to get a meta. Remember, we have done this one in the backend, and we are also going to get errors possible, so that will be the type of message and code. That's it. So now what you're going to do, right? So go to API, and then first of all, what you have to pass, you have to understand, because so many of you have mentioned TypeScript, but don't do all of this blindly. You have to understand that, okay, which type I need to pass here and why. Okay, for me, I understand, I'm doing little first because I have to do this video, record, edit, all those things. You have time, you have to pause, and you have to understand. Here you have to use the API envelope. So what I mean by this, that whenever I'm going to get a data from this, so my data structure means in which format I'm going to get. So this will be my type. So it can have a success, it can have a data, it can have a meta, it can also have errors, but these two are optional. Okay, so now what you're going to pass here, so here you have to pass a t of this t. Okay, so this will be your data. Now we are going to call, so what you're going to call, you're going to call the URL and the config. So URL will be this. See, I'm explaining only one. Next time I'm not going to explain, because this will then make this video 50 hours long. Okay, so I hope this is clear. So now I'm just going to do response dot data, and I'll see if I do dot, and you'll see that you are getting all of this, because this is where we have actually give the structure that, okay, this is what my data will be. So now status, if this is equal to, see, we are already getting, this is the advantage of using TypeScript, right? And you'll do if not equal to response dot data, means if the data is not present. So in that case, I'm just going to throw new error, and then here you're going to pass a response dot data, and you'll see we have the errors, and these errors is take the first element and do dot message, right? Or you pass a request failed or whatever you want to give. That's it. So this is done, and at the end what you're going to do, you're going to return response dot data dot data. Okay, so this is done. Now here you're going to take, let's take error, and for now I'm just going to do throw, let's do a new error of this error. Okay, but here you have to, okay, maybe I got it. So let's do one thing, let's create, we have to check if this is a type of access error or not. So let's create a function. I'm just going to do get error message, and I'm just going to take the error, because the error is unknown, that's why you're getting that. So we'll do error unknown, and here you have to check if this error is a type of Axios. So we'll do is Axios error. Okay, I hope this is clear. And then you're going to return something that, okay, I want to return. So let's do error dot response dot data, and you'll see you're going to get these errors, something like this. Okay, and then you're going to take the first one, if this is present, so I'm just going to return this. If this is not present, so in that case I'm just going to return if error dot message is present. So I'm going to return that. If that is also not present, I'm going to return a generic error. So I'm going to do request failed, something like that. Okay, then you're going to check if this error is an instance of error. So if this error is an instance of the error this constructor, so in that case you're going to return, because this is going to have a error dot message, right? So error dot message. If this is also not the case, so in that case you're going to return that something might wrong, but you don't know what actually that is. Please try again, or whatever you want to give. So now if you use this, right, so instead of that, so you simply use what, so to get error message, and then you pass the error, you are not going to get any, see, there is no TypeScript error, right? So I hope this is clear. So now let's save this. So till this part this is done, we need to add more methods here also. For example, API post, API put, patch, delete, all of these. But what will be our next step? Next step will be, first let's go to our main.tsx and let's do one by one. All right, so here what we'll do, right, so let's remove this first, and let's remove this one also. So first what we need, right, we need the CLERK provider. So I'm just going to import CLERK provider from CLERK React, and then we need CLERK provider. Okay, so let's use this, and then we need to pass the app here, right? And now what you need to pass, right, we need to pass the publishable key. So which we can use, our publishable key will be import .meta.env, and can just copy this one. Okay, that's it. So now what will be our next step? Before we will implement our auth logic and everything, first let's create or understand the structure, how we are going to design. So now remember, we are going to have a two view, right? User view and the admin view. So see, remember, always whatever components that you are going to create, try to structure the components in proper way. Now what I mean by this, so if you go to inside components, I think we don't have anything for now. Let's do one thing, let's create a sadcn component. So I think it will create a component folder here. So I'm just going to do npx sadcn @latest, and I'm just going to do button. Okay, now I think we have to do add, and then we'll do button. So this is going to create one component folder. Now remember what we will do, right, in this one. So we are going to have a layout folder. So let's start with one by one. So layout folder is going to have all the common layout. For example, we are going to have two layout for now. We're going to have admin layout and a customer layout. Okay, customer view means normal user view, and admin user view means admin layout means admin user view. Okay, so this will be our layout folder, and then we are also going to have components for each and every level. For example, let's say we are creating admin related task, right? So I'm just going to create admin folder. If I'm creating anything, now remember, I'm going to give this one as customer view. You can give whatever name you want. So I'm just going to keep this one as customer only. Okay, next what we are going to do, right, we will be having a feature folder. Now what this feature folder is going to do, this feature folder is going to hold all the API level information for that particular feature. So what I mean by this, let's say customer view will have a product listing page. So in these features also we are going to have a customer folder and admin folder. So something like this. So this feature is going to have admin folder, these features is also going to have a customer folder, and for this customer folder again we are going to have products, cart, checkout, like that. And then inside that we are going to have api.ts types, store related information, means all our core business logic we are moving to features folder. All our components, smaller components, will move to our components folder, and then we are also going to have our main pages folder. So what will happen here, pages will be always clean, right? So here we are going to create admin, and then here I'm just going to create customer. I hope this is clear, right? So customer view. Then what we are going to have, we are going to have our router.tsx. This router.tsx is going to hold all your router information, and at the end what we are going to do, right, our app.tsx is going to use that router, and you will see that how clearly we are going to implement all of this. So first what we are going to do, right, let's go to our features, and then let's create our auth. So these will be our auth features, where we are going to have our auth related information. Similarly, in the components we are going to have another folder which will be our auth. Okay, I hope this is clear. Now we'll go backwards. So we'll go to our pages. Inside pages I'm just going to create another auth folder, and then I'm just going to create a login page and a custom register page. Okay, so maybe let's do a sign in page, signin.tsx, and I'm also going to grip inside pages, right? Okay, and then I'm just going to do sign up .tsx, something like this, right? Now again, the naming and everything you can change, but this is what I'm going to keep. Now in this sign in and sign up page, what we are going to keep, so it will be very, very simple. So I'm just going to do export function, and I'll do sign in page, and then I'm just going to return. So let's return a div, and I'll do a class name. So class name of, let's do flex, let's do mean height of 70 VH, and here items center. Now most of you actually asked me that how I am writing all the CSS. Some of the CSS I'll be writing while recording live, some of the CSS I've already written, so that I'll be just taking reference from there. It's not for me to, it's impossible for me to do all of this at the same time when I'm recording. I hope this is clear, right? So I think most of you actually asked me this question, that how I'm going to memorize all of this. I don't memorize all of this, right? So I've already created all this UI already, and this is just to make the recording faster. And here what you're going to use, you're going to use the sign in page, right? This sign in you're going to input from your CLERK package. That's it. So now let's save this, and this is done. So now let's copy this and then paste it here, right? So here I'm just going to have sign up page, and instead of sign in I'm going to import sign up, and we don't have to do anything else here. Okay, so now let's see what is our router.tsx means. Now before implement the router.tsx, one very important point we need to cover here, and that is not cover means we need to implement, and that is our layouts. So let's go to layout folder, and inside this I'm going to create two layout. One will be my customer layout, right? Let's close everything else, and one will be my admin layout. Now in the customer layout, so let's create, so I'm just going to do export function, and I'm just going to do customer layout. Remember this part, whatever you're doing, right, just creating all this structure, creating the setup is way more important than creating next modules that whatever we are going to create. I hope this is clear. Means this is our base structure that we are creating, and you're understanding how we are going to create a modularized structure to manage your code better way, right? This is nothing but you can consider this one type of system design we are doing. System design means front end, that this is how we are going to structure, this is how we are going to do state management, all of these things. So here what I'm going to do, simply I'm going to see, I already mentioned that I'm actually getting I'll easily get irritated writing these CSS classes only, I'm not going to lie. So that is the reason I mentioned that some of the times I'm going to copy paste. Okay, but here I'm just going to write. So let's use a bg background, and let's do a text foreground, and inside this we are going to keep a placeholder for navbar. So you're going to do this one later, and then I'm just going to do a main, and inside this we're going to import outlet component from React Router DOM, right? So I'm just going to import outlet from React Router DOM. That's it. And then in this main, so let's use a class name. So I'm just going to do mx of auto, and let's do max w, maybe let's do 7, or let's say 6xl. How it is 6xl? Now let's do maybe 8. I think 7 is last. Let's do 7xl. Let's see how this is looking. Okay, then based on that we can change this one later, not an issue. Px of 4 and py of 8. Okay, so this will be your customer layout, and then we are also going to have an admin layout. So in the admin layout, maybe for now what we can do, right, so let's copy this, and then we'll paste it here, and maybe let's do this one as admin layout, and I'm just going to return the outlet from here. Okay, let's return this outlet. That's it. So this will be our layout. So now what will be our next step? Next step will be we need to create our router. Router is actually very important. Okay, router is where you are going to manage your protected and the normal public routes, and also admin related routes. So what we are going to do, right, we are going to manage all the routes on the layout level. Layout level means, let me explain in a different way. So first of all, let's do one thing. Let's go to our see how we are implementing, because I can't write the router.tsx file immediately. It will be difficult for you to understand. First we need to implement the features, auth features. So in these auth features we are going to create a couple of files. Let's start with store.ts. So this will be where we are going to manage our store. Then we are going to have our api.ts. This is where we are going to call our API, but very important, we are going to use this api.ts as a base file. I hope this is clear. Okay, so now this we have created. Next what we are also going to create a types.ts file, and here I'm going to create a very important our bootstrap file. So I'm just going to do use bootstrap auth.ts. okay, so let's start with the types. So in these types what we are going to have, right, so first let's do one thing. Let's create our store. So so for this one we are going to use just end. Okay, so let me just copy this store from here. So I'm just going to copy the type, and then I'm just going to paste it here, and I'll explain that what we are doing here first of all. So let's start with the auth status. So in the auth status we are going to have either idle, or I'm just going to do this one as loading, or I'm just going to keep this one as ready, or I'm just going to do this one as error. Okay, so this will be your auth status. For this one what we are going to do, right, app user, I think we have already created the app user types. So this is the types I'm talking about. App user is this one. You're going to have the ID, CLERK user ID, email name, and role. So this will be your app user, which will hold your main user information. Error will be either string or null. Set loading, these all are the methods, simple methods. Okay, so now what are you going to do, right, first, so let's create our store here. So I'm just going to do export const, and let's do use, very important. Okay, use auth store, and these will be, so you're going to use create, and these create you're going to use from just end. So let me just import, so I'll do import create from just end. So this will be create. So in this create, what you have to pass, you have to pass the type. So your type will be auth store, right? This is the type that we have. Means these all the properties this store is going to hold, as means to explain in a simpler way. So here you're going to have the set, and now what you're going to do, you're going to give the initial value. So status, I'm going to give ideal definitely first time, and you're going to get error because all these are mandatory. Okay, and then you're going to do is bootstrapped. So is bootstrap is this one, and I'm just going to give this one as false. Then keep user information will be null, error will be also null initially, and now I'm just going to handle all the methods. So I'm just going to do set loading, right? And here what I'm going to do right now, let's take this one like this. So I'll do set loading, and here maybe you can simply just call the set, and inside this I'm just going to do status. So when the loading, set loading, so status will be loading, and here error will be null. Okay, so this will be set loading. Then we have set user. So set user, so here set user, I'm going to get the user information, and that user information I'm going to set here. So here I'm just going to do status. So status will now become ready. Okay, and then I'm just going to do is bootstrap will be what, true. And then I'm also going to do maybe let's do, okay, we need to set the user information. So this one is this user, which is going to hold this user, and then also I'm going to have the error, which will be null. Okay, so this will be my set user. Then we are going to have what, set error. So I'll do set error, and here I'm going to, let's take a message, and for this one I'm just going to do status. So become what, error. Use bootstrapped will be true, because if there is something error means bootstrap is already done, and error I'm going to set the message that I'm going to receive here. And then at the end we are going to also have the clear auth. So clear means I want to clear everything. So in that case what you're going to do, I'm going to take a set, and here I'm just going to do status. So this will be ready, and I'm just going to do is bootstrap. So this will be true. Next I'm going to have the user will be null, and at the end error also will be what, null. So this will be our store. Okay, very, very simple. So now whenever you are going to use something, let's say I want to get the user information, I just have to get it from here. Okay, but this is done but not yet completed. Why? Now what we're going to do, right, we need to actually create our API. Now this is very, very important. So what I mean by API, so if you go to your server, go to routes, and you'll see that we have our me endpoint. This is to fetch your information, the user information, and also very, very important, we have our sync endpoint, which is going to sync your user to your DB. Means you're not only storing the user in our CLERK dashboard, we are also going to store in our DB, so that we have our full hand that whatever we are going to change. So now in this API we are going to do what, we are going to create two methods. So first will be export function sync user, and then inside this I'm just going to do return. And what we are going to do, right, before we are going to do anything, we also need to create very, very important one more helper method, and that will be API post, where we are going to create in this base API. So now I'm just going to do export, and then I'll do, let's do async function. Now remember, this is all we are going to create only once, right? Next time you don't have to create this. So that is the reason we are doing all of this. So here I'm just going to have, so let's create, we also need to create a maybe let's do one thing, let's take this one as t response something. No, let's keep this one is like this, t response. Also we need to going to give a t body, let's give the b caps only, and this will be equal to unknown. Okay, inside this what you're going to receive, so you're going to receive URL, because you need to at the end call the endpoint to a particular URL only, right? This method, not endpoint. Then you're going to get the body. So here body type will be this t body, right? And then you're also going to have the config, and this config will be your Axios request config. Okay, and now what you're going to do, so I'm just going to take the try catch, and inside this, what we are going to do, so first let's call the response, and this will be await. So the API dot post, and you're going to do what, you're going to again pass the API envelope, because this is what we are going to get, but very important. So you're going to pass this T response here. Okay, so I'm going to pass the T response. Why, you will understand in a minute. So you're going to pass the T response because your API post doesn't know that what kind of response you're going to get, so that type you're going to pass here. And then here you're going to pass URL, the body, and the config, if there is any config. Okay, I hope this is clear. Now what you're going to do is just simply copy this, and then you're going to return the same, right? Return the same, and also we can return the same message here also, so you don't have to do this multiple times. Save this, and similar way you are going to do what, you're going to also do API put. So let's copy this, paste it here. So you'll do API put, right? Sorry, API put. So what will be the changes for API put? So here, instead of this, so I need to change some of the things. So I'm just going to use this one as T response, and also I'm just going to do T body. This is will be equal to unknown, right? And here what you're going to receive, so here, oh sorry, I've done mistake. This will be here in the this type, so cut it from here, and here you're going to pass the URL. So URL will be string, then you're going to pass the body, so body will be your T body, and also you're going to pass the config, and config will be equal to API access config, right? So this is what we need. And now in this response, so you're going to do API dot put, and API envelope, this T response we need to pass, right? And here what you're going to pass, you're going to pass the URL, you're also going to pass the body, and you're also going to pass the config, and rest will be same. I hope this is clear. If this is getting confusing, please pause the video and try to try this particular logic by yourself. Maybe before I'm going to create the API delete, try to create the delete method by yourself. Okay, I hope this is clear, that how you're going to do all of this. So with this is done, so I'm going to pause this, means for you it will won't be pause. I'm going to pause here, and then you will start with this api.ts file. Alright, so now let's start creating. So here I'm just going to use API post, and what we are going to do, right? So let's create a types here. So in these types, what we are going to do, maybe let's create two types, or one is also fine, but I'm just going to do export type, and now I'm just going to do me response, something like this. And in this me response, what you're going to receive, we're going to receive the user, and this user will be our app user. Now this information we are going to send from our backend, right? If you go here and you'll see what we are sending, and you can see that we are sending this user here, right? The same is we are sending user here. So this is why we are returning this user. Now again, this will be duplicate, but I will say that you just copy this and paste it one more time, even though this is same, but it will keep things separate, right? So this is for your me response, this is for your sync response. I hope this is clear, right? So but both the cases we are returning user only. Very important, but you can keep only one, general also, but I'm going to keep separate. So once this is done, so now you'll notice what you're doing. In this API post, you can see that we are passing the T response, something like this, right? So here we are simply going to tell that for this sync user, my type will be the sync response. I hope this is clear. And then what you're going to do, you're going to use slash. So let me just check that what we are using here. So we are using /auth, right? /auth /sync. So this will be /auth /sync, right? Copy this and then paste it here. So this will be your get me, and here this will be API post, but this will be me response, and this will be /auth /me. I hope this is clear. I'm going to say I hope this is clear maybe 500 times in this video, but bear with me because I need to understand that if you're getting all of this, what will happen, it's like for me it is like a habit that I'm going to repeat some of the things. So you can pause that particular video. If you're not able to understand, you can watch and then try by yourself. Means my prime goal of creating any video will be, I'm not giving lecture, that you should be able to create all the project by yourselves. This is not once, twice. If you're watching my video from last 2 years, I say the same thing again and again. You can't say that I'm just telling because so that you will watch this video, or maybe I'm trying to motivate you. But until unless you're going to create project by yourself, or maybe if I'm creating this particular video with 50 features, but let's say some of you are actually adding 20 extra features on top of it. This is what I'm talking about. Then only you're going to learn. But most of you, what you're going to do, let's say if I'm implementing 50 features, then you'll come here and you'll say that, oh, this feature is not added, this is not an e-commerce code. That is not the point. If I want, I can add that codes, but it's your job. You have to apply or learn some of the things by yourself and then try to implement that feature. So once this is done, so now it's time to implement this use bootstrap auth, right? So this will be a simple kind of hook that we are going to create. Now we have everything ready. So what we're going to do, right? So let's see what actually we are doing here, and this is very, very important. Okay, so I'm just going to do use bootstrap auth, and now so let's take couple of things. Now remember, we have created one method, right? Remember to set token and get token. So now that time you might be thinking that from where we are going to get the token. So this is where we are going to get the token. So we have something called use auth from CLERK, and here we are going to use if this is loaded. We are also going to check if this is signed in, and also now we are going to get token, right? This is what I'm talking about. So this is going to give you the token. That's it. And here I'm also going to take a couple of things from our auth store. This is the store that you have created, right? So I'm just going to do use auth store. So what all I need, so I need the set loading, I need the set error, I need the set user, no, not set user, clear auth, oh sorry, set user also we need, correct. Maybe let's keep this on here only after this. Okay, so now what are you going to do? We need to first get the token. Before, first let's do one thing. Let's take a use effect, and here what I'm going to do, right? Let's take a couple of things, right? So first we are going to take is loaded. I'm also taking is signed in. I'm going to take the CLERK auth. I'm also going to take the set error, set loading, and set user, all of this. So first what I'm going to do here, maybe let's create a run or something, some run file. So I'm just going to do void run, and here I'm just going to create this method. So I'm just going to do async function run, and inside this what I will check first will be if this is not loaded, so you're going to return. So this will be the first step. If this is not signed in, that you are going to understand from this method. So what you are going to do, can you guess? You have to understand all of this. If this is not signed in means you need to clear the auth, right? And then you are going to return. So you're not going to go to the next step. If this is not the case, then you are going to do try. So what you are going to try, first of all I'm going to do set loading. So set loading is going to set the loading state as true. Once you'll do that, now we are going to do what? So I'm just going to do await, and then I'm going to call this method sync user. Okay, so I'm just going to do sync my user information. Once this is done, then I'm going to get the user information here. So I'm just do const me, and I'll do await, and I'll do get me. Okay, so this is going to give you the user information, and once you'll get that, you're going to just set this to your me.user. That's it. And this is from where you're getting from this type, right? Not this one, this sync response and me response, right? So if we go here, this we have the user. So this is what you're setting here, simple. And if this is not the case, you're going to take a catch, and you're going to do error. So first I'm going to do const message, and I'm just going to do if error is instance of error. So I'm just going to do here error dot message, or else maybe let's do failed to load user. Okay, and then let's set this to our error message. So I'm just going to do, maybe let's do error message. That's it. So now I think this is done. So let's save this. So what we are also going to do, right, we also need to set the token, and to set the token, what you'll do, you're going to take one more use effect here, and let's take our get token. This is going to give you the token. And now what you can do, right, remember we created this set API token getter, and what you can do, you can take this method, and then I'm just going to take the token. So I'll do const token is will be await get token, and now I'm just going to return the token. So I'm going to return the token, or else this will be null. That's it. So this is going to set your token, right? and these token we have set here. So we have the set API token, which is going to set the token, right? This is a getter, so this is where we are storing the token. I hope this is clear. Once this is done, not yet completed, we need to now create 3 level of layout. Very important. One will be your public only layout. Public means anyone can access. Second will be protected layout. Protected layout means only customers can access, means if you're logged in, then only you can access. Third will be your role guard. Role guard means, let's say if you're admin, only admin related routes you can access. So let's see how we are going to create this 3 layout. But before that, let's do one thing. Let's go to our components, and in the component inside this auth folder, I'm going to create 3 files. So one will be my public only layout. If I want, I can keep this inside layout folder also, but keeping this one inside auth make much more sense. So I'm just going to do protected layout, and also we'll create one more, and this will be role guard layout maybe. So let's create this one in the next part. All right, so let's start with public only layout. Okay, so I'm just going to do export function, and here let's do maybe, no, let's give export function only, and then I'm just going to do public only layout. And first, what we need to take here, so first I'm going to take 2 things from use auth. Okay, and here I'm just going to take is loaded, second will be is signed in. Okay, and second I'm just going to take 2 things from my use auth store, and I'm just going to take is, sorry what I've done, is bootstrapped, and also let's take the status. So first I'm going to check if this is not loaded, so I'm just going to return null. If this is already signed in, right, and if not equal to is bootstrapped, or if the current status means bootstrap is not done, if the current status is loading, so in that case what you're going to do, we are also going to return null, right? Next, what you're going to do, right, if this is already signed in, means user is already authenticated user, so I'm just going to return in navigate. So I'm going to navigate the user to from React Router DOM, and let's navigate the user to, and I'm going to redirect to profile page maybe. For now I'm just going to keep, later if needed we are going to change this one. Okay, so now what we're going to do next step will be, and here we're going to also pass, let's pass the replace. If this is not the case, so we are only going to return the public only layout. So how we are going to return, we are going to return the outlet. Okay, so this will be your public only layout. So protected, so I think we can copy paste, right? We don't have to write, we have to change some of the things. So go here, paste it, and then I'm just going to do protected layout. So here also we need is loaded, sign in, bootstrap status, and also first of all let's do one by one. So first we need to check if this is not loaded, right, or if this is already signed in, if the user is already signed in, but if this is not bootstrapped, or maybe if the status is equal to loading, so you're going to return null. Okay, means either it is not loaded from the CLERK, so in that case also you're going to return null, or if the user is already signed in, means the CLERK work is done, but from our side if the bootstrap is not done, or if the status is still loading, so we're going to return null, or you have to return null. I hope this is clear. Now we can remove this, and now also you need to check that if the user is not signed in. Okay, if this user is not signed in, what you're going to do, you're going to redirect the user to the sign in page. Very important. So what will happen, let's say if the user is a not auth user and they try to access the cart page or checkout page of any user, so they should be redirected to the unauth page or sign in page. So here what I will do, we are going to do this one as, maybe let's do sign in. Let's do this one as sign in, and here replace, and maybe let's add a state, and so we can add a from property here, so in the state, and we can do from which place it's actually redirected from. So I'm just going to pass a location, and the location we can take from our React Router DOM. use location, right? So this will give you the location, or I think it's no, it will be only location. Let's take like this, and then we have to take location dot path name, correct? So do location dot path name right here, and also there can be a search param, so we can also add the location dot search. If the user is not logged in, means we are simply telling that now you redirect back to the sign in page because you are not a authenticated user, or else we are going to return the outlet, means that particular page. And next we are going to have our route guard. So here, sorry, role guard. So here I'm just going to do export function, and let's do role guard layout, and let's add allow props here, and maybe you can just add here. So I'm just going to do type, and let's do role guard layout props, and I'm just going to do allow, and I will import the user role that we have, right? And this will be array. So this will be user role, either user or admin, and here you can pass this role guard. See, all of you mentioned that to do this on a TypeScript, but you have to also try to understand and see that how practically we are implementing the TypeScript concept in a React project. I hope this is clear what I mean by this, right? So now what we can do, simply we can take, so I'll do use auth store, and I need the is bootstrapped, right? Is bootstrapped, and also we are going to take the status, and I'm going to take the user. So first I'm going to check that if this is not bootstrapped, or if the status is loading. So I'm just going to return, let's return like this, right? Return null, right? If not equal to user, if the user information is not present, so I'm just going to redirect or navigate the user to the sign in page. So I'll do 2, and you'll go to the sign in page. Let's do replace, right? What else? Very important. I think main part only we have not done. And I'll check if this current user role is actually not present in that role, means that if the user is not a, let's say if the user is not admin user, so in that case also we need to redirect the user to the, maybe let's say home page. So I'm just going to do, if this allow.includes not, means false, from where we are going to check? From this user, because this user is going to have what? This user is going to have the role, right? So this is going to tell that if the user is a normal user, or that is a maybe admin user. So I'll do navigate, and here we're going to pass the 2, so this will go to the maybe home page, and I'm just going to do replace. If this is not the case, that means this user has proper role, that the role that we need. So we are going to return what? We are going to return the outlet. Okay, so this is how we are going to implement. So these 3 layout that we need, now we have created almost everything. So what will be our next step? So next step will be, we need to create our router.tsx, which will be our main router, which will hold every router information. So let's go to router.tsx. So first let's create export const. So I'll do router, and I'm just going to do here create browser router, and this will be from React Router DOM. And inside this, now this is very important, so you have to understand that first you have to pass a path. So when I'll be in the home page, I want to pass the element. So this element will be what? Your customer cell or layout, not cell, layout that we have given. Now this is going to have your children, right? And these children will be your every children or every nested components that you are going to have. Simple, right? So for example, let's say now if I go to the pages, and let's go to the customer, and then I'm just going to create a home.tsx. So this will be your store front, right? This will be a main home page. So I'm just going to do export function. I'll do store home page, or whatever you want to give, and I want to return the div, and this will be my store home. So I'll use this Windows and Mac side by side. Sometimes I'll make mistakes with this Control-C and Control-V, all these keys. Those who use both, they will understand what I mean. So now this will be your home page. So this will come under this customer layout. So what I'll do, right here, you're going to pass an index. So this will be my index will be true, and for this particular route, whenever I'll be in this particular route, I want to render the element. So which element I want to render? I want to render the store home component. And then what you're going to do, right, after these, now this is important. So here now I want to tell that, okay, this element will be my public only page. So this is where I want to render the public only layout, right? So let me save this first. And now this is again is going to have nested children. So these all the pages will come under public only layout. So here now I'm going to have children again, and inside this I'm going to take the, I have to take the path, and here I'm just going to do that. This will be my sign in. So here let's use sign in /star, and here I'm just going to use the element, and this will be my sign in page, right? So we have the sign in page. Similarly, you're going to do for what? You're going to do for sign up. So this will be your sign up, and this will be your sign up page. I hope this is clear. So this will be your public only layout. Now close this. After this, what you're going to do, you're going to use the protected. Now here I'm just going to take one more element, and this will be now my protected layout. And now all the nested pages that comes under protected pages will come into this. Okay, so here in these children you're going to write, for example, let's see, if I go to customer and then I'm going to create account page, right? So account will be what? Sensitive information, right? So you're not going to show everyone. Maybe I can only see my own account page. So this account page or profile, maybe I'm thinking to give account or profile. Let me think. Account is better, okay, because we are also going to have other information. That's fine. So let's copy this and paste it here. So this will be my customer account, or profile is better, customer profile. Or let's keep profile only. Okay, so I'm just going to keep this one as customer profile. So now this customer profile will be what? This customer profile will be a sensitive route. So that sensitive route will come under protected layout. Means until unless you logged in, you can't access this. Simple. So here you're going to have the path. So now this will be my, let's say, profile page, and here I'm just going to pass the element, and this will be my customer profile. That's it. Okay, so this is how you're going to implement. So now I think this part is completed. So what will be our next step? We are also going to have our admin routes, but let's do this one later. So for now, let's save this. So this is not yet done. I already mentioned that we have to do a lot of steps. So now we need to use this router, right? So where we are going to use this router? So this router you are going to use in your main app.tsx file. So you go to app.tsx. Now if you go here, right, if I go to this page and refresh this, you're seeing this page. So now we are going to remove everything from here. Okay, and what you'll do, simply you're going to do export default function app, or maybe let's see, you want to keep like this only, function app, and then you're going to do export default app, whatever you want to do it. And then first of all, what you're going to return here, so you're going to return route provider from React router DOM, and then you have to pass a router. So what is actually holding your router information? This router, right? So this router has all of this, so you're going to pass the router. But very, very important, this is where you're going to do the, or use this particular hook that we have created, use bootstrap audit. So this is going to check or sync on page load that if this user is an authenticated user or not. So now I'm just going to use here use bootstrap auth. Okay, so now let's save this. Now you can see that you're getting home page, and before that we also need to remove this CSS. 1 minute, let me just go here, app.css. This we can remove, we don't need. And also I think something is there in this index.css maybe. See, all of this we need to remove. I don't need all of this. Let's see if we have anything else. So save this. Alright, so let's first go to the sign in page. Okay, so now let's click on continue with Google, and now maybe I'm just going to select this. So let's select this account, continue. Okay, it's giving 401, sync is 500. Publishable key is missing, but we have added the publishable key, right? No, this is the front and backend. We need to check backend. We have added. Oh, I think we have to remove this, man. Okay, so it should be CLERK publishable key if I'm not wrong. So let's go here. Maybe let's go to server.ts. Let's save this once again, and let's try one more time. So let's go to sign in first. So I think it's already logged in, so I'm going to clear the cookies, and then let's refresh this. So now let's try once again. So click. Okay, it's giving 200. So sync is working. Me is giving 404. That's fantastic. How come? So post is not coming. Maybe we have done something wrong. Let's see. So here we have to, oh, this is a GET request, man. So now what we'll do, so let's go to client side, source, go to features, auth, API, and this will be API GET, right? Now let's save this and let's refresh this once again. Okay, so now sync is working and it's giving 304, means not modified. If you go here, right, me is also not modified, right? But we need to check one very important point. Let's go to MongoDB. Okay, so you can see what is happening here, right? Let's see if this is getting saved or not multiple times. So that we need to check, because if the user is already added, so it should not add the user multiple times. Remember, we have added that logic. So you can see that only 2. Fantastic. And if I go here, let's see. So Sangam Mukherjee 2022 is admin. Why? Because in our backend we have added what? See, this is the admin email, so this is admin and this is our normal user. So that means this is working fine, right? So with this, I think we have completed. Now if you try to go to the sign in page, let's see what is happening here. So you'll be redirected to the profile page. Awesome. So with this, now we have successfully completed our authentication flow. Remember, we are using JWT. See, we are passing the token here, right, with the bearer token and everything. So this is completed. Now what will be our next step? Next step will be, we need to do some very important before we are going to implement or start working on the admin panel first, because admin panel we will be creating first. The reason is, until unless you're going to create the products, we are not going to start the customer view, right? But before we'll do that, we need to first implement our navbar. Why? Because we need to do log out and log in multiple times, right? Or else how we are going to do? Now we have to clear the token and like that. Once we'll implement the navbar, we'll go to the admin view. We need to implement our sidebar, right? We are going to have the sidebar and the main content. Once we'll implement all of this, then only we'll start working on the admin panel. All right, so first what we are going to do, right, as I already mentioned, that first we'll start with implementing the navbar. So on the customer side, we need to implement the navbar. Then we need to also implement the admin site layout. Until unless we can't start working on the product features that we need to implement. First we need to create the product level features on the admin side, then only we can move to the customer side. Okay, so first thing what we're going to do right now, for some time, let's close the server folder and let's go to the client side. First of all, let's go to the components, and inside customer, let's create a folder and let's give this one as common. Okay, and you'll see that how we are going to structure all the folders. So inside these, let's create two files for now. One will be, let's give this one as maybe navbar, right? Or let's give this one as desktop navbar.tsx, and also we'll create one more. Let's give this one as mobile navbar.tsx. Okay, so first let's start. Also before that, I wanted to mention very important, because I already actually mentioned this point multiple times, that here we are not going to write all the CSS and everything. So what I've done, right, I actually copied all the CSS in a constant, right, and also the types. So you can see that this is going to save a lot of time. The reason I want to explain one more time, before some of you are going to comment that okay, these or most of the CSS are copy paste. If I do all of this, right, this video will be at least like the length will be increased by 5 to 6 hours. I know this one very well, because these things take a lot of time, and some of you will 100% agree. in that 5 to 6 hours, whatever we are saving, I'm going to add extra features, right? That is going to actually help you, especially the backend side and the front end side both. So CSS classes, we are going to copy this like this whenever there will be so many CSS classes, and based on that we are going to use. So I wanted to repeat the same thing again and again before we'll start the UI. So first let's start with creating. So I'm just going to give this one as, let's do export function, and I'm just going to do customer neighbor. And here first what we need, right, let's take our two property from this hook. So first I'm going to get if this is signed in, and also I'm just going to take the sign out both. Okay, so here let's return. So I'm just going to return a header. And now what I will do, right, so let's go here. So we'll start with first one. So in the customer neighbor, so let me just copy, then we'll explain. So I'm going to copy this part. For you, what you can do, right, you can just directly copy from the my source code. So first let's import this Lucid icon. I think we need to import this one from, I'm not sure if we have already Lucid React. So let me see, maybe I think we already have this. So let me take this one from Lucid React. Okay, so we can import this one from Lucid React. So this will be a type. And also let's import this one from Lucid React also. So we are going to have a label href, like nothing much to explain, and there will be one icon if needed, right? And then we have added some of the classes, right, that those classes we are going to use. So let's start with creating the header. So here first of all I'm just going to give a class name, and let's give this this class name header class. Okay, so I'm just going to give this one as header class. Now after this I'm just going to take one more div, and let's give a class name, and this will be cell. And here let's take a link component from React Router DOM, and here you have to give it 2. So this will be our this will go to the home page, and let's give a class name. So class name will be brand wrap, and inside this I'm going to take a store icon. So let's import a store icon from Lucid React, and let's give a class name for this one. So I'll do height of 10, width of 10 maybe. And then I'm just going to take one more span here, and let's give this one as eSofify. Okay, and here I'll give a class name. So I'll do brand title. Okay, so for now this is fine. Let's save this. I think unused. Okay, this is fine. So first let's go to our layout, go to customer layout. So we need to import this. So I'm just going to import the customer neighbor. Save this. All right, fantastic. So this is coming fine. Now what you're going to do, right, so let's go here. So after this link we'll take one more div, and here I'll just give this one a class name, and let's give this one as desktop collection wrap. And inside this what we can do, right, so let's create a simple function here out of this, or you can directly also write there, but I think you can create one simple function. And I'm just going to do nav text link, right, and this is going to receive href as a prop. It's going to receive a label. Why? Because we have 3 properties, href, label, and the icon, right? And then we have the icon. So now here what are you going to do, right, so here you can take this one as icon, something like this. So what will be the types? So the href will become string. Then you have what? Okay, we have to take this. We have label. Label also will be string. And also the icon will be what? Icon will be Lucid icon. That's it. So now after this what we can do, right, simply let's return. So I'm just going to return, maybe let's return a link component only, and you have to give the 2. So 2 will be the href class name. I already have created the class name, so I'm just going to use text link, and inside this we are going to take the icon. So we are going to render the icon, and here what we are going to do, maybe let's take a class name here. So I'm just going to do height of 18px and width of 18px. And here you'll see you are going to get this kind of warning. So Tailwind is going to give that, okay, this one you can read, this can be written using this particular class name also. So if you, I think whenever you'll be doing that, try to use this class name. Okay, so for now I'm just going to keep it like this, and then I'm just going to take a span, and then I will render the label here. Okay, now these nav text link we are going to now use here. So first of all, what I'm going to do, right, let's give a no, here we have to take the nav text link, and what we can do, we can pass the href, and here I'm just going to use the collection page. So I have the collection page, this one. If you want to render more menus, what you can do, right, you can take this one as array of object and then just map it. I hope this is clear, right? So now, so we'll take collection page dot, so this will become href label, this will become collection page dot label, and then you are going to have the icon, which will be collection page dot icon. Okay, so save this. So you can see that you are getting this. Awesome. So now what will be the next step? Next step will be, we are going to take the nav. So I'll take a nav here, and let's give a class name. So I'll do a class name of desktop nav, and inside this I will render the same nav text link. And what we can do, first let's pass a href. So let's give this one a wishlist, and I'm just going to give a label. So let's give this one as wishlist, and also I'm just going to pass an icon. So let's pass a heart icon. Okay, so if you save this, you're going to get this one here. Okay, awesome. So now what will be our next step? Next step will be, we need to check if the user is already signed in user or not, right? And based on that, we need to render some of the properties. What properties or things we are going to render? We are going to render the maybe the account option drop down here, right? Until unless the user is logged in, we should not render that part. Before, let's go here, go to components, and we need the drop down menu. So let's go to and copy this, open the terminal. As I already mentioned that I'm going to do everything step by step, but the only thing which I am not doing that much, you can actually say, that is writing each and every CSS classes. I'm not going to cover much on the CSS because that seriously take a lot of time. And also for some of you, most of you have already commented that I should not add each and every CSS until unless that is a CSS course. So once I'll implement all the features, you'll understand at the end of this video that why I'm not writing all these CSS. Okay, so now this is done. So I'm just going to give a simple check that if the user is signed in, so I'm going to render a drop down menu, right? So I'm just going to do drop down menu. Remember one thing, very important, don't import from Radix UI, import from the components. Okay, so I'm going to import from my components, and here if this is not the case, so in that case what you are going to render, so I'm just going to render an app text link. Now you'll understand why I created this, because we don't have to write the same thing again and again. So here I'm going to give a href. So here this will go to the signing page. I'm going to give a label, so this will be login, and also let's give an icon. So here I'm just going to render a login icon from Lucid React. So if this is not the case, so in that case what you're going to render, so inside this I'm just going to take a drop down trigger. So I think this is drop down menu trigger. Okay, and here pass as child property, and inside this I'm just going to render a button component from my button that I have created. Here I'm going to pass a variant. So I want to pass a variant will be host, and here I'm going to give a class name. So class name I already created in the above class name, so I'm going to give drop down button. Okay, so now inside this I'm going to render, I think inside this button only you need to do. So inside this button we're going to render a user. Let's use a user icon, and let's give a class name. So I will do height of 18px, or let's do 4.5, and width of 4.5. Here I'm going to render an account, and what else? So let's save these, and after this we also need to render the drop down. Let's see, so you can see that we are getting this. We also need to render the drop down content. So I'm just going to do drop down content, this one, menu content, drop down menu content, and here you can pass two properties. So I'm going to do align. So here I think this will be start, and also you can pass the class name that I have created. So this will be account drop down content. Now inside this let's render a drop down menu item, and here pass as child, and inside this let's pass a link, and here what you can do, right, you can pass a user, same icon, and let's give a class name. So I'll do height of 4, width of 4, And what else? So also maybe let's render a span here. So I'm just going to render a span, and I'm just going to do my account, and here you have to give href. So no, href, no, sorry, 2 we need to give, my bad. So this will be account, and let's give a class name. So class name will be drop down item link. Save this. See, awesome. So this is looking nice. Now what else? Okay, we need to take one more menu item, right? So maybe after this only we can take. So I'll do drop down menu item, and here I'm just going to take logout, and here let's take a class name. So I'll do height of 4, width of 4, and let's take a span, and I'm just going to give this one as logout. And what on click we need to take? So we'll take on click, and on click will be, we just have to call that sign out method from CLERK. That's it. And then we are going to do class name, and I'll do drop down menu link, item link, sorry. So save this. Okay, fantastic. So if you do logout, so user is now logged out. Okay, so now let's do login. So it'll be in this page. So let's select this. Okay, so now this is now logged in, so this is working fine. So I think that is done. Now let's render also the not component, the link item. So what I can do, right, maybe after this we can take one more link, and I'll do a 2, and let's give this one as cart, and here I'll do a class name. So let's give this one as icon link, and inside this let's render one more icon. So I'm just going to do shopping cart, this one, and here let's give a class name. So I'm just going to do height of same, let's give same 4.5, width of 4.5, and inside this I'm just going to give a span, no sorry, after this I'm going to give a span, and here let's render 0 for now, and let's give a class name. So I'll do this one as cart badge. Okay, so this one, and this is working fine. So with this is done. Now we also need to implement our mobile number. So first let's close this, go to this component, and let's do export function, and I'm just going to do customer mobile nav, or let's do navbar, and let's return div, and copy this, and then we just have to render it here. So after this nav I'm just going to do customer mobile number, and we also need to pass some property, but for now we'll keep it like this. So with this, the first component is now created, right? So now in the next part let's create the mobile number. So with that, what will happen, this will be completed, right? Then we'll move to creating our admin layout. All right, so now let's start with customer mobile number. So first what we are going to do, right, as I already mentioned that we are going to receive one prop. Okay, so I'm just going to take this one as is, let's do is signed in. Okay, and here what we can do, right, either you can take a separate type, or let's take a separate one, because in case if you want to add more props, right, so it's always better to keep your types as a separate type. So here you can give something like customer mobile number props. Okay, and here what you have to pass this as boolean. As I already mentioned that we will focus more on functionality, that how you can write all these types and everything, so that you'll be able to create project by yourselves. And now what you have to pass, you have to pass here these as your types. So how you can pass the types directly here, you just have to add this. I hope this is clear. Now you will be getting this error. Why? Because we need to pass this is sign in prop. So this will be, so you already have the prop here, right, this one. So you're going to just pass it here, that's it, and this will be done. So now let's go here. Now if you don't pass this right here, what will happen, you're going to get error, because this can be also undefined. See, so that is the reason you have to pass this. So now what will be next step? So next step will be, so let's go here, and I'm just going to do const, and let's do this one as mobile account items, and this will be colon, and let's take our types here. So what we can do, right, I already created the types. I'm just going to again copy this, and maybe let's paste it here. and what we can do, we can just copy the Lucid React. So this will be the type. So let's copy this and paste it here, and let's remove all this. Okay, save this. And now what we can do, we can simply tell, so this will be of nav item of this array, and here I'm just going to do if the user is signed in, so I need to get all this as my menus. Okay, and if the user is not signed in, so in that case what I have to do, so I just have to render the login. So I'm just going to take the label, so label will become login, then I have href, which will be /signin, and then I'm just going to do icon will be login icon from Lucid React. And also you also need to import all of this. That's it. So these will be my mobile account items. If you want, you can add more in case you are adding more features. So now let's go here and let's copy the classes, and I'll just paste it here. Okay, so now let's start one by one. So first I'm going to remove this. So here I'm just going to take the class name, so this will be mobile wrap, and inside this now we are going to render our header. Header means this one. So just going to take a link, and here I'll do, oh no, maybe not header. So in that case what I will do, right, maybe let's remove this for now. We need to import the this sit component. So let's go here, let's install that component. So I'll go to components, and we have this component. So first let's install this. So copy this, and let's clear this and paste it here. Awesome. So identical override. Okay, this is fine. So now first we need to get this. So I'll just take this component, and here I'm just going to take sit trigger, and here pass as child, and inside this take a button component. Okay, so pass the variant will be ghost. Size we need to pass here. Okay, so size pass as icon, and also we need to pass a class name. I'm going to pass this one as menu button that I have created. Now inside this I'm going to just render a menu icon, and then let's take a class name. So I will do height of 5 maybe, or 4, whatever you want to take, and width of 5. So I think this is done. So this will do the trigger, but once the trigger is done, you also need to take the content. So to take the set content, and here you can pass a side. So in this case always give the side as left. You can give right also, but left looks good whenever we have this kind of e-commerce website. So now also you can going to take a class name. So I'm just going to do set content, and inside this first we're going to take a header. So let's give a class name. So I'll do SR only, and inside this I'm going to take a set title, and let's give this one as maybe menu, or whatever you want to give. Now after this I'm just going to take the, now we'll render the brand. So I'll do div, and here let's take a class name. So I'm just going to do brand block. Inside this I'll take a link, and here I'll take a 2, and then we'll pass a class name. So I'll do brand wrap, and here we can render the same thing whatever we have done there, right? So instead of rewriting, let's go here, this part. So copy this and let's paste it here. Store we can import from here. Okay, so save this. Now see if this is working or not, right? So now first go here, so you can see that we are getting this. Now let's go to inspect. So you can see that you're getting this, and click, you're getting this. Oh, I think what I can do, right, because this is looking little, so we can render the cart icon here. So what I can do, right, after these, maybe let's render the cart icon. So you can go here and let's copy this cart part, this part. So I'll copy this and then paste it here, and let's import the shopping cart. Save this, and then what will happen, right, you'll be getting this cart also, right? So it's looking nice. So now what we can do, let's go to this component, and after this how much we have done, link till this part. Okay, so after this we can do, maybe let's install one more component. We'll do one by one, right, instead of installing, so that we'll understand why actually we need all of this. Go to separator and let's add the separator component. So go here, right, and let's do clear and let's install this. You can see I used to do recording in Windows, right, and see now I got a new Mac and see how fast this is, right? It's crazy. So now we can do what? We can import a separator component, right? So let's open this one. We'll see what is happening here side by side, and also it's very smooth, right? You can see we are getting this. So now after this separator, okay, we need to create one more component here. Okay, so let's go here. We'll create a drawer component. So after this, let's create one function and let's do a drawer section. So here I'm going to take two prop. We'll do title and items. So title will be string and items will be this nav item we have, right, of array. Okay, and inside this what we can do, we can return. So let's return a section, or not here, we need to do section, and let's do class name. So I'll do here drawers section, and inside this I will take a p and let's render the title, and also let's give a class name. So I'm just going to do here drawer title. After this I'll take one more div. So I'll take a class name of these drawer items wrap, and here I'm just going to map this. So I'll do items dot map. So we'll do item, and here first I'll take the icon. Okay, so I'll do icon, and this will be item dot icon. Okay, so now after this what we can do, we can return. So let's return a link component, and let's pass a 2, and this 2 will be item. What happened? Oh, see, so this will be item dot href, and class will be drawer item link. Okay, and also let's give a key here, very important, don't miss to give the key. So I'm just going to do item dot label as key. Okay, and inside this let's render the icon. Icon means this icon, and let's give a class name of a height of 4.5, width of 4.5, and also we'll give a span, and then render the item dot label. Okay, so save this. Now this drawer section, what we'll do, right, we are going to use here. So after this separator, now call the drawer section. Okay, and then you have to pass two things. So I'm just going to pass a title, and I'm just going to do collections, and here I'll pass items, and items will be, and you can see that we already have this collections page. Okay, so this is what you're going to use. So I'm just going to pass the collection page here, right? So if you save this, you're going to get this. Fantastic. So this is your title, this is your menu, so you don't have to do multiple times. Now what you can do, right, just simply copy these. How much easier it is, right? So you don't have to write the same thing, paste it here, and then instead of this you just make this one as account, and here what you have to pass, you have to pass this mobile account items. So all these three things we are going to render. So I'm just going to do mobile account items. So if you save this, oh, this is already array, right? So save this, and if you open here, see, you're getting all of this, right? And this is working fine. This is very clean. We don't have to do a lot of things and spend time on writing JSX. A lot of things are left, but with this we have now completed our neighbor, which is the customer side, because it's very important, because we have to do the logout and login every time. So we have created this. So now what we're going to do, right, we'll go to the admin view. First let's see if we are able to access the, I think we don't have any admin pages, right? So let's go here. We don't have any admin pages. So first let's do one thing, let's create the admin pages, and we also need to go to router and need to add the admin routes here, or else we won't be able to access, right? Because currently what is happening, if I'm not wrong, let's go to the network tab, and let's go here. Let me remove this, refresh this. So if you go to me and you can see the role is actually user. Okay, so we need to change one role of that user to admin, then only we'll be able to see that whether we are able to access the admin pages or not. So let's do this one in the next part. All right, so now let's go to our pages. So first let's create some of the pages that we need, right? So how many pages we're going to create? So first let's start with creating inside these. So let's create a dashboard page. So these we're going to do later, okay, not now. So we'll do dashboard.tsx. so let's quickly create all the components. So I'm just going to do maybe let's do admin dashboard, and let's return here a div, and let's return this. Save. So now let's copy this and paste it here. Now rename this, and let's do this one as products. So this will be admin products. Okay, save this. Now copy and paste, rename, and let's do this one as maybe coupons, and I'll do admin coupons or promos, whatever you want to keep, it's up to you. What else? We also need the orders page. So let's maybe copy this, paste it here, rename this, and let's do orders. So this will be admin orders. Save this, copy and paste again, and this will be, let's give this one as settings. So this will be admin settings. All right, so I think this is done. So now what you're going to do, right, first we need to go to our router, and after this, so this will be our customer layout, all the protected and the public layout pages. So for admin we are going to create one more. So first what you need to do, right, so admin pages also has to be what, protected, right, or else you can't be able to access. So here also you're going to use protected layout. This is very, very important. Once this is done, now inside children what you need to do, right, so here now you have to use this particular component that we have created. So if you go to auth, you can see that we have the role guard layout, right, and here it is using this allow, that whenever you're going to use this component means only admin can access that particular pages. So how you're going to do that? So here also you have to pass an element, and now you're going to use that role guard layout, and you have to pass allow property. Now what you have to pass, so you have to tell that, okay, whether user can access these pages or admin. So only admin can access. Now these will be now protected. Now what you have to do, right, now inside these children again you have to take what, so now I'm just going to take my path. So here I'm just going to take a path. So this will be my home path, means admin path, and here I'm going to pass element, and here I'm just going to use the admin layout. So admin layout we have created, right, this admin layout, and here again you have to take one more children. So all are nested. And now what you're going to do, right, you're going to pass all the pages. So first we'll do index will be true, and here I'm just going to pass the element. So now this will become my admin dashboard page. Then copy this, comma, paste it here. So this will be now your path. So my path, this will become what, products. So this will be what, the admin products page, right? We have to give comma, copy this, then paste it here. So this will become coupons. So this will be admin coupons. Then again comma and paste, and then we'll do this one as orders. So this will become admin orders. Then last time we need to do one more time, and this will become settings, and this will become admin settings. Okay, I hope this is clear. Now this is not yet done. What we have to do, go to our DB, go to browse collection. Now so many of you actually asked me that how we are going to create admin users. I already mentioned this one, but multiple ways you can do that. You can write a script from your UI side and create. You can manually update in DB, which is absolutely fine, right? Or you can also have some kind of tool that you don't have to do it. Companies usually do it. They have different types of tools. They manage something like CCM or maybe some feature flags, and based on that they will update. But for now what we'll do, I'll go to this, go to our user collection, and I'm going to keep the Sangam Mukherjee 2022. Oh, this is already admin, so I think we have already have this one. So now what will happen, right? Now let's see, this is Sangam Mukherjee 1996, but this is a normal user. You can see what will happen if I try to access the admin page now. Let's see. See, you can't access, so it'll be redirect to this page, right? Means you don't have access. But what will happen if I just log out and then try to log in, but I'll log in with that user, this user. Okay, so now if I try to go to the admin page, and you can access the admin page. Fantastic. So this is done, right? And if you go to admin/products, let's see what is happening. So you are getting admin products. So this is working fine. So now what we are going to do, right? First we'll start with creating our layout. So layout means what we have to do, right? Go to our components, go to admin. So here we are going to create our one folder, and this will be common. And inside this we're going to create what? Sidebar. So I'm just going to give this on a sidebar.tsx. So this will be our admin sidebar, and we also need to change our admin layout because currently we don't have anything. Okay, so now let's see how we are going to do that in the next part. All right, so now let's start with creating the admin layout and the sidebar, right? So first let's create the components. I'll do export function, and I'm just going to do this one as admin sidebar. And now here what I'll done, right? So first let's copy this. So we have the type, the items, and some of the CSS that we need. So let's paste it here and also import all of these icons. So we'll do layout, dashboard, package, badge percentage, bar chart, and also settings. And also need to import the type. Okay, so I think this is done. So next will be first what I will do, right? So let's return. So here I'm just going to return a side component, and let's give a class name. So I'll do this one as sidebar root. Inside this let's create one more. So I'm just wanted to create, or maybe we can also paste it directly here, that is also fine. So let's take a div here, and I'm just going to do a class name. So we have the brand row, and inside this let's take a div, and here I'm just going to render the store from Lucid React. Let's give a class name, width of 10, height of 10, and maybe for this one also we'll take a class name. I think this class is not added, so let's take a flex, item center, and gap of 3. Now inside this I'm just going to take a span, and here let's take this one as eShopify. Okay, and here let's take a class name. So I'll do text of, maybe let's do 25px, font semi-bold, and also do text foreground. Okay, so save this. So now after this, so let's close this. So this will be our brand. So now after this, maybe let's take one more div, and here I'm just going to take a class name of flex of 1. Let's do overflow y auto. Okay, and inside this I'm going to create one component. So I'll do sidebar nav. So let's create this component. So I'll copy this and let's create it here only. So I'll do function sidebar nav. So here what we are going to do, right? So let's return a nav component. Let's take a class name. So I'll do nav. Oh, we need to take inside brackets. I'll do nav wrap. And here first what we will do, we already have the items, right? These items. So we can just map this. So I'll do items dot map. So I'll do item, and again the same thing that we have done. So do const icon, and this will be item dot icon, and we can return. So here we can what we will do, so let's return maybe okay, let's create one link here. So I'll do const, let's keep it clean. So I'll do link, and here let's do one thing. So we can also create maybe let's do a nav link from React Router DOM only we can use. And here what I'm going to do, I'm just going to render the icon. So icon means the icon, the type that we have, right? Not type, sorry, this icon we need to render. So here what I will do, let's give a class name. So I'm just going to do height of maybe let's do 18px and width of 18px, and after this let's take a span, and I'll render item dot level. Okay, so this is done. And here in this nav link we need to give some couple of properties. And also before that, let's do one thing. Let's render this link for now, and here I'm just going to give a key property. So key will be item dot label. Then we have to give a to property. To will be item dot href, right? And let's give a end property. End will be here item dot href is this is equal to /admin. And also I think for now we don't have any mobile related, right? So maybe let's do one thing. Let's take a class name, right? And here what we can do, right, we can simply check is active, and we can simply check that. So here what you can do, right, so you can simply check if this is active, so you're going to use that particular class name. But in case let's say you want to manage this one for mobile also, normally what will happen in the admin view, we don't have for the mobiles, right? Because you can do that, but normally it will be some kind of dashboard or those kind of things, so people normally use from desktop or larger devices. So for now I'm not creating this one for mobile, but here if you want you can clearly do that. So for now what I can do, so let's take a template literals, and I can simply give a check here that if this is active. So in that case I already have two classes. So we have the active item and the this idle item, so I can use this. Also you can see that I already have some classes for mobile also, so if you want you can use that. So here you can simply pass that if this is active, so pass the active item, or else I'm going to pass this one as idle item. Okay, so I think this is done. So now let's save this, and now this I think should render the sidebar. So here, but before that we also need to make change in our layout because we haven't created the layout. So go to our admin layout and let's remove this, and here we need to add some of the classes and the CSS. So first I'm just going to give a class name, so do mean height screen, and let's give a bg secondary divided by 45. Inside this I will take one more div, let's take a flex, and I'll do mean height screen, and here I'm going to render the admin sidebar. Okay, so if I save this, you can see that we are getting this. I think we have used some different class name or something is wrong in nav item desktop. Okay, let's use this. I think we also need to use, let me just see, nav item base. This one we need to use nav item base. No, I think we are doing something wrong here. Let me just see. Oh, we need to merge both, that's why it's coming. So first of all what we need to do right here, after these, first of all we need to pass the nav item desktop. So we need to pass this one here, right? And then if this is active, so you're going to pass active item or idle item. So now let's save this. See, so now this is fine. So okay, so now this is done. So now what we are going to do, right, if I go here, so first we have rendered the admin sidebar, and after this we are going to take one more div. So let's take a class name, so I'll do flex mean width of 0 maybe, and here I'm just going to do flex of 1, and flex will be column. And after this I'm just going to take a header component. Here what we are going to do, so let's take the header, and first of all we need to render the user button component. So user button will be, so let's take a first div here, and I'm just going to give a class name, so I'll do margin it will be auto. Let's give a flex, I'll do item center, and I'll do gap of 2. And here this user button we can use from CLERK, so it will automatically render the menu item. Okay, and for this class name we can take a class name here, so I'm just going to do this on a sticky. Top will be 0, z index let's take 30, flex height of 16, items center, gap of 4. Let's do a border bottom, border. You can see already it's taking how much time to write all these classes. And I'm going to do backdrop, let's do blur. No, backdrop blur directly we can take. And after this I'm just going to do large px of 6. Okay, so if I save this, and you can see that we'll be getting this. Fantastic. So we'll be getting the sign out here. If you want you can render this, but I think this is fine. So after this header what you're going to do is just going to take the main, and now you have to take a class name, very important, and the flex will be 1, and inside this you have to render the outlet component so that it will render all the child. So now you'll be getting admin products, admin dashboard, admin coupons, or 404 not found. some 404 page also we need to create. That is also another very important thing. admin/promos. Okay, I think we have to change the, okay, I got it now why this is happening, because we have to give admin.promos, but this will be admin.coupons, this will be orders, and this will be settings. So if I go here now, let's go. So I have admin coupons, admin orders, and admin settings, and this is working fine. Fantastic. So now if I just try to sign out, so we'll be sign out. Now try to access the admin page, and you can see that you'll be redirected to the sign in page. So try to access again. So any of the pages if you try to access, you'll be redirected to the sign in page, right? So this is what we already have implemented that logic. Okay, so I think this is working fine. So with that, now what will be next step? First of all, let's log in. Okay, so now before we will implement, so let's start with our admin products page. So that will be the first page that we are going to implement. Okay, because first we need to create the admin products, then only you'll be able to implement the customer side. So this is how we are going to implement. Okay, first we are going to create admin products, admin category, then we'll move to customer view. In the customer view we are going to render product listing page, product filter, product details, cart page, wish list page, checkout page, address page, orders page, and then we'll move to, before that we also need to implement the coupons page. Okay, so let me just recap once again so that it will be clear. So first we are going to implement the admin products page and the category page. Category means we are going to manage the category from this page only. Once we'll do that, then we'll move to the customer page. Okay, so there we are going to render the customer product listing page, product details page, cart page, wish list, address, okay, or user profile. Once we'll do that, then we'll come back and then we'll implement the admin coupons. Why? Because during checkout we need to have the coupons. Once we'll implement the coupons page, then again we'll go back to the customer view, we'll implement the checkout page, order details page, and then we'll come back again here, because admin will be able to update the status, right? So this will be the overall flow. So this will be our core workflow, right? Means this is at least we need to implement, and then only we'll move to the next or advanced features. So let's see now how we are going to do that in the next part. Alright, so now we will again start with our backend. So first we need to implement our product management functionality. So what I mean by this, so first in the admin view we should be able to do what? We should be able to manage our products, right, and the category. And before that, what you need to do, right, just log in with your credentials or whatever you want. So just log into Cloudinary, because you need three things. So first you need the Cloudinary cloud name, API secret, and the API key, these three things. Okay, why? Because now let me quickly explain. So what you're going to do, right, so we are going to not only store all our images to our local machine, right? Instead what you're going to do, right, so let's say this is our panel, or right, this is from where we are going to do what? We are going to store our images. So we are going to store all our images to our Cloudinary storage also, and then we'll be getting the URL. URL means what? URL of that particular image, and that image URLs means multiple images we should be able to add. So that features also we're going to implement, and that image URLs we're going to store in our DB. So this will be our logic, right? So we are not storing this in our local machine using Multer. So that means we need to install Multer. Definitely we need to install Cloudinary, but before that you need these three things. You need the cloud name, API secret, and the API key. Once we'll do that, then we'll start working on this. So I'm just going to copy paste the API secret. I'm not going to show here, and then we'll start implementing the functionality. All right, so first what will be our steps? So first let's start with, as usual, let's go to our model and let's create two more models that we need. So first we'll start with category. So we'll do category.ts, and also we need one more, which will be our product.ts, right? So in the category, first what we need, now we are going to keep this one also simple, right? Simple in the sense less fields. Simple doesn't mean that we are going to not implement all the functionality. We are going to do that. So here I'm just going to do const category schema, and this will be new schema, and here what are you going to pass? So for now we are only going to have the category name, and inside this we're going to pass a type. So type will be string, and here we are going to pass the required field. So required will be true, and also we're going to pass a trim field. So trim also will be true. That's it. And then here you just pass timestamps will be true. So now what we need to do, we'll do export const, and I'll do category, and this will be model, right? And let me just copy from here. So we're going to use this line. So copy this and paste it here. I think let's import. I think we can also import, or maybe let's do one thing. Let's import the mongoose, right? And here I'm just going to do mongoose.schema, and here this will be not user. So here I'm just going to make this one as dot category. Okay, and this will also become category, and here we're going to pass the category schema, and this is done. That's it. So this will be our first model that we need. Next, now we need to create couple of more properties in our products. So let's copy this, go here, paste, and then first let's start with, so I'm just going to do const and let's do product schema, and this will be new mongoose.schema. And now we need to understand that how many properties that we need. So first we need the product title, right? So here what we are going to do simply, so I'm just going to take title, and now I'm just going to take type. So type will become string, then we have required will be true, and also I'm just going to pass a trim will be true. So this will be the first property that we need. Now backend, while doing the backend, you all have to be very careful, means just pay more attention, right? Because backend is very important to understand that how we are building all of this and what are the properties that we are choosing, why we are choosing all this property, what else you can add. Maybe I'm not adding some of the properties, but you have some new idea you should be able to add. So this will be description. Now every product should have category linked, right? Maybe let's say this product is belongs to man, this product is belongs to woman, this is belongs to cloth, or maybe kids, something like that. So that means you should have a category also, right? So the should have a category linked, but how you are going to get the category linked? So you have to pass a type, and this type will be your this schema, right? This you have dot, and this will going to give you types, and here this will be your object ID, but you have to give a ref here. So your ref will be what? So your ref will be the this category model name. So copy this, or collection name here, and this will be category, and then you have to pass the required property, which will be true. So this will be our required. Then we also need a brand, so I'm going to copy this, pass it here. Let's make this one brand. What else we need? We also need a stock property, so I'm just going to make this one as stock. Type will become now number, because stock will be number, required will be true, and here I'm going to pass a minimum property now. So I'm going to do minimum will be 0. Okay, next what else we have? We also have a images properties, right? Images we need. This is also very important. So for images, what we will do, right, we are going to create another schema here. So I'm just going to do const, and let's do product image schema, and this will be new mongoose.schema, and here so we are going to have URL of that particular image. So this will be type string, required will be definitely true, and also you're going to have a trim property which will be true. What else you have? When we are going to have the cloudinary, right, this cloudinary we are going to have, in that time this cloudinary we are going to store. This cloudinary is going to give you a property that is called public ID. Why we need that? Because let's say if you want to delete any feature, or delete, or not feature, delete any product, you should be able to delete that image that you are storing in your cloudinary. It means you are not only going to delete that one from DB, you also delete that from your storage, whether you are using S3 or AWS or whatever, or Cloudinary or something else, right, or Cloudflare, you have to delete that. So in that case, this public ID we need, right? This public ID will help us to delete that particular image from Cloudinary or from that storage, whatever storage you are using. So here let's copy this and then paste it here. What else? We also need one more. So I'm just going to add one more property, whether this image will be a cover image or not. That's it. So okay, this will be boolean, and here I'm just going to do default will be false always. Okay, and here what we can do, right, for now, let's pass the ID property false. So here I'm just going to pass the ID and then pass this one as false. So save this. Not yet done because we have to use it here. So now we should be able to add multiple images. So what do you have to pass? You have to pass the product image schema, and very important, always pass the default property. So default will be your empty array. Okay, next you have colors. So your colors, so here I'm just going to pass the type. So type will be string, and here I'm just going to pass the default will be empty. Next we also have the sizes. So sizes, I'm just going to pass a type which also will be string. Then you have the default, I'm going to do this empty, and then I'm just going to also give enum. So we're going to have this s m, let's do a l, and maybe let's do a xl. That's it. What else? We also need to have the price. So price will be, type will be number, and required will be true. What else? We also need the sell percentage. You have to understand all of this, right? That why we need all of this. Sell percentage means whenever this particular product will be in sale, so we are going to use a percentage, right? Instead of a fixed number, we are going to do a percentage, right? And then whenever we are going to render it, what you can do, right? The actual price, let's say 100, and there is a 20% discount. We should be able to minus it, right? So 100 minus 20%, so it will become 80, something like that. So sell percentage will be what? Type will be number again, and here default will be, I'm going to do 0, right? And what else? We also need to have a status. So I'm just going to do status. Like these all are maybe optional, I'm keeping. If you want, you can keep all of this, or else not, it's up to you. Enum, let's give this one as maybe active, inactive, and default will be always what? Default will be active. That's it. And also we are going to have one more, that which user actually created. It's actually important, so let's keep a created by also. And here I'm just going to give a type. So again, this will become schema.types.object id, and ref, we have to give which collection, user, right? So this will be user, and here I'm just going to give a required property, and this will become true. That's it. And here you have to pass the timestamps will be true. Save this. So this will be our product schema that we need. So now let's go here, copy this line. Oh, we have to make this one as category man. So this will be category, and now let's copy this and I'll paste it here. So this will become product, and this will also become product, this will become product, and this will become product schema. Fantastic. So with this, now we have created all the models that we need. So for now we need only two models, right? Category model and the product model. So what will be our next? Next will be, now we'll start working on creating our routes, right? Now before we'll create the routes, you have to understand that, okay, how many route endpoints I need here, especially for the admin side. So how many you need? So one, you need to create a category, so that will be one will be to edit a category, one will be to list down all the categories, so that will be 3, right? Now remember, I'm not keeping category delete. If you want, you can keep it, right? Second, for products, it will be, again, to create a product you need one endpoint, to list down all the product you need one endpoint, to edit a product you need one endpoint, and we are not going to have the update. Okay, very, very important. We are not going to, sorry, not update, man, what I'm telling, we are not going to have the delete, because we are not keeping the delete functionality for now. And that is the reason what I've done, right? You can see we have kept this one as active, inactive. Why? Because let's say one user already bought one particular product and we have deleted that product from our DB. That is not a good practice for now, because we are not creating a real website or e-commerce website, right? We still have to understand all of this. So in that case, what you can do, right, maybe let's say one particular product you want to mark as inactive, so you should be able to do this on inactive, and then in the customer view you can filter based on status, something like that. So now what you're going to do, we'll be creating our routes. So let's go to our routes. We have the auth. Now what you're going to do, first we're going to go to and create one folder, and this will be admin, and inside this I'm going to create product.routes.ts. So but before that, we also need to create one more file, and that is go to utils and create one more here. So I'm just going to create a cloudinary.ts file, because here we are going to have the cloudinary related logic. And let's clear this. Maybe let's open one more. So I'll go to cd server, and here I'm just going to install cloudinary, and also you need to install multer. So these two things we need. Okay, so now what you're going to do, so let's start with creating the product routes functionality in the next part. Okay, so now we'll start writing our routes. The first thing what we can do, right, so let's import router from express, right? So we need from express. So what we need the router. Also let's import the types also, because we need the type of response. Sorry, first let's take the request, and then we need the type of response. Okay, so now after this, first let's create export const, and I'll do admin product router, and this will be my router. Okay, now what you're going to do, right, very important, because this will be admin router, means only admin can access this route. Means what we need to do, we need to give a protection, right? So that means we are going to do admin product router dot use, and what this is going to use, this is going to use the require admin, right? Because this is the middleware that we have created. So this will be our first step. Now we are going to write all the routes. So first I'll start with categories. So in the categories, first we need to fetch the list of categories, right? So we'll do admin product router dot get, and let's give this one as categories, then give comma, and here we're going to use our async handler. So here we'll do async. Now let's take request. So this will be our request, and then we are going to have the response, which will be our response. And now what we are going to simply do, so inside this, first we need to get the categories. Very simple. So categories will be added, and then we need the category model. So I'll do category from our model. So we need to import these from our model, and then you're simply going to do find. We don't have any filters, so you're going to pass empty object. Then just let's do a sort of, maybe no, let's do a sort here, and sort I'm just going to do with name of 1. Okay, so this is done, and then at the end what you're going to do, simply so we'll do res.json, and we have okay. So okay is the method that we have created, and we're going to pass our categories. Okay, that's it. So this will be to fetch all the categories. So this will be our first route. Second will be what? Second will be our post. Post means when you're going to create a category, right? So here maybe let's do one thing. Let's copy this. We're not going to rewrite the same thing. Let's change. So here I'm just going to make this one as post. So that will be the first step. Categories, this will be same because both are different, so you can keep same route. Now here what we need, right? So we need the request, and then we can remove this. So first what I'm going to do, I'm going to do const name, because we are going to store the category name. So I'm going to convert to string, and I'll do request dot body dot name. So this is what we're going to receive, or else this can be empty, and then I'm just going to do a trim. Okay, now I'm going to give a check. Now here what we're going to do, right, instead of rewriting the same thing again and again, this is where we're going to create a helpers file. Okay, so I'm just going to do helpers.ts. So first I'm going to create with the first function. Let's give this one as require text, and here we need a value. The type will be unknown. Let's take a message which will be string, and what else, let's take a status code also. So status code, I'm going to keep this one as 400 by default. Here I'm simply going to check that if this is not string, so I'm just going to do if this value, if this is not string or empty dot trim, so that means this is a false. So in that case what we can do, we can throw a new error or app error that we have created, and then we can pass two things, status code and the message. Okay, that's it. So now let's save this, and now what we can do, right, instead of rewriting the same logic, here we can simply give a check that require text, and you can pass the value. So value will be this name, and maybe here I'm just going to give category name is needed. I hope this is clear. Once we'll give this check, then we are going to do a category, and here I'm just going to have it. So we'll do category dot create, and we are going to simply pass the name. So it's going to create the category, and at the end we are going to do a res.status. It's very important you pass a 201, and then you are going to do a JSON, and I'm going to do okay, and here I'm just going to pass the category. So category is this category. That's it. So this will be our post, right? Next what we need one more very important. We also need to update the category, right? So we should be able to update the category. So for this one, let's copy this and then paste it here. So this will become now put. So we're going to keep the same. So here also we need the name, that is correct. But what we need right here, we also need to have, we need to have a dynamic value, because we need to understand that which category we want to update. So that is the reason we need a dynamic value, because we're going to get this one from our params, right? So I'm just going to do const, and I'm just going to do extract category ID from params. No, let's give extract category ID only. And here what I'll do, we'll do request.params.id. Now remember, here it is very important, you should give something like this. So this will be as string. Okay, now what you're going to do, right? So first we're going to keep the same check, and then we need to now see that if this category is actually present in your DB or not. Let's say there is a category MERN, and that MERN category is not present, but you are still trying to update that category. It should not happen, right? So we need to check if this is the existing category or not, and this will be added. So this will be category dot find by ID, and here this will be the category ID. So this, sorry, extract category ID, right? So now first of all we are going to check this, then I'm going to get, so I'll do const category, and here let's do one thing. We also need to have one more helper function, that if that is get found in DB or not, means if that category is actually present in our DB or not. So for this one I'm going to create a simple function, and I'm just going to do require found this, let's give it generic here, and here I'm just going to give a value. So value will be this t, or this will be null, or this can be also undefined. And here let's give a message which will be string, and status code I'm going to give 404 because this will be not found, right? Now here let's give a t, and what we are going to do, right, simply I'm just going to check if not equal to value. So in that case, what I will simply check, that I will check throw new app error, and I'm going to pass the status code and the message, and or else I'm just going to return, because you need to return the value. So value will be type of this, right? So this will be the return type. Okay, so this will be my require found one helper function. Now these we are going to use multiple times, right? So that is the reason I'm not creating this one. Sorry, not creating means not writing this in the route file. Instead we are going to use the same helper. So now what you're going to do, simply we'll do require found. So we'll do require found, right? And this require found is going to take that, okay, which value you want to check. So first of all I'm going to check this existing category, and then I'm simply going to do category not found. So if this category is already present, we are going to get the value, because at the end we are returning the value. If this is not present, we are going to return an error. So this is done, and now what you can do, simply you can simply do category dot name. So this category is going to give you name, and this is equal to the name that we have. This name is this name, okay, and this is done. And then I'm simply going to have it, and let's do category dot save. Okay, and at the end we are going to do res.json, and we are going to do okay category, and I think this is done. Okay, so this is what we need to update the category. So now I think this is completed. So what will be next step? Next step will be we are going to create all the product related routes. So let's how we're going to do that in the next part. All right, so now let's start with our product routes. So let's take products, and here I'm just going to do admin product router. So first we'll start with get, and let's give this one as products, and here let's take our async handler. So we're going to take async, so we'll do request will be request, then we're going to have response. And here, so first of all what we are going to do, right, we also let's implement some search features, right, so that admin will be able to search the product by its name or title, whatever you want to do the search. So I'm going to take a search, and here what I'll do, right, so first we're going to take string of request dot query dot search. So search means this is the query params that I wanted to pass from my front end, and always do the trim. And now what we will do, so first I'm going to create a query. This query will be a type of record of so here we are going to have the string. Let's give this one as unknown, and here I'm going to take an empty object. So first I'm going to simply check if the search is present. So in that case, so I'm just going to add a query dot title. So in the query I'm going to add a title, and here what we will do, right, I'm going to add a regex, and regex will be the search, and here I'm also going to pass options. So I think we have to do $options. So options of I, sorry, this will be inside inside in string. So then what we will do, right, so I'm just going to take the products, and this will be added. So we need to get the product model first, so we are going to import, and then I'm just going to do find. You're going to pass the query, and let's do a populate. So I want to populate the category here, that which category, because we have already linked the category with the model. And also let's render the name or get the name, and then I'm just going to do a sort. So here I'm just going to do a created at of -1. Okay, and then we are just going to return. So I'll do res.json and I'm going to return okay, and then pass the products. So this will be the first one, okay, to fetch all the products. So what will be the next one? Next one will be to fetch the list, individual product, because we need to do it whenever we are going to click on edit button. We need to fetch the product details, correct? Then only you'll be able to edit a product details. So let's copy this and paste it here. So here now this will become a dynamic route. Why? Because you need the which product you want to edit. I hope this is clear, right? Because who already know all this CRUD and MERN basics, they will understand what I mean by this. So first what we need to do, we need to get the product ID, right? That which product I wanted to edit. So I'll do request.params and let's take the ID. Oh, this will be my ID as string. Okay, and here what we will do, I think we don't need this now. Let's remove this, and also let's remove this. Let's remove this also. So I'm just going to take const, and this will be product. So this will have it. So we have the product model. So I'll do product dot, and here you can do find by ID. Pass the product ID, simple, and then just populate here. So what we are going to populate, we are going to populate the same thing what we are populating here, which is category and the name. So copy this and then paste it here. That's it. I think this is done. And also let's do a require text, and then I'm just going to do product, and then I'm just going to do product not found and pass F404, and then I'm simply going to pass the product here. Product means this product, the final result or the details. So this is done. Now we are going to create the main two method here, which will be, or route here, which will be to upload a particular product and to edit a product. But before that, we also need to implement what? We need to implement our Cloudinary helper. Okay, why? Because we need to store the images in our Cloudinary, then only we'll be able to get the URLs, right? And those URLs we are going to store in our DB. Very important. These flows are very important, right? And this is what we have discussed, that we are not going to store directly in our DB, and that is not a good practice. Always you are going to have any kind of cloud where you are going to store your assets, right? And then once you will store that asset, that asset particularly is going to give you some kind of URL, right? And that URL you are going to store in your DB. So whenever you are going to delete, you also need to delete from your cloud. That is also very important concept. So now to do this, what we are going to do, right? So let's go to Cloudinary. I think we have already created. So first I'm going to import something from, so we also need to I think we have already installed the Cloudinary, and here you are going to install this as version 2, but I'm going to just import this one as Cloudinary. Okay, and now also let's install Streamifier, because we also need the Streamifier. So let's clear this. So I'm going to do npm install this will be as Streamifier and install inside server folder. Okay, so I'm just going to also import this. I'm going to do install Streamifier, as Streamifier from Streamifier. Okay, so first what I think we need to we need to do this, man. Okay, so let's copy this. I think we also need to install the types for multer, so let's install that also. So I'm going to do @types/multer. Okay, so I think this is done. So first thing what we will do, right, we are going to take a type and let's give this one as Cloudinary upload result. Okay, and what we need, we are going to get the URL, which will be a string, right? So this will be a string, and also we are going to get the public ID. So public ID also will be string. Okay, these two things will be we are going to get. Now we are going to take the Cloudinary, and this will be config, and here we are going to pass the cloud name. So this will become process.env. So we have already Cloudinary underscore cloud underscore name, right? So copy this and let's paste it here, and this will become now API key. So this will be Cloudinary API key. This we have already added in our invis. If you don't added that, or you haven't added till now, so add that. And then we are going to have API secret, which will be Cloudinary API secret. Okay, so this will be our Cloudinary config. Now what we are going to do, right, we'll be creating two helper function, which will upload that buffer to Cloudinary, and then we also need to create one more function which is going to upload multiple buffers. Why? Because a particular product can have multiple images. Okay, I thought that first I'm going to only have one single image, but that will make very basic. So let's implement multiple images, upload multiple images. Okay, so first let us do in reverse way, so it will be easy to understand. So I'm just going to do a export async function, and let's do here upload many buffers to Cloudinary. Okay, so what you are going to receive? Files, right? Because we need multiple files. So this will be buffer, and then I'm also going to have a folder, that which folder I wanted to store this. So for now I'm just going to give this on a dummy folder, right? So I'm just going to do e-commerce monster course something, or whatever video you can give, /products. So this is the folder where it is going to store in our Cloudinary. And very important, you have to give a promise, and the type will be right here. So this will be your Cloudinary upload result. Now this is very important, and this will be array, because we are going to have multiple upload, right? Then what this is going to return, right? So it's going to return a promise.all, and what you're going to do, right, you're going to do files, because remember we are going to have multiple files and you need to do a map, and this is going to give you the single file. And now here what you're going to do, right, we will be creating the single. So I'm going to upload single buffer to Cloudinary, and here you are going to pass the file and the folder, right? So this is what I was talking about, that we are going to have two function. So now I'm just going to do export function. So this will be upload single buffer to Cloudinary. So this is going to receive two things. One, it's going to receive the file buffer. So what will be the type? This will be buffer, and then you're going to receive the folder, right? And this folder will be equal to, so let's give this one the same name, this one. All right, so now what we are going to do, very important, we need to pass this. So copy this, and we need to give the return type here, and this will become now not array, right? We are going to returning single. So I'm just going to return. So what you need to return, these all are normal JavaScript concept, because we have returned a promise. So we're going to return a new promise, right? So you're going to do a new promise. So promise is going to give you two things, resolve, reject. Now one thing I wanted to mention, that some of you might be getting like little worried that, okay, how I am doing all of this. Now remember one thing, it's not about like telling or maybe making you nervous, but all this I'm doing maybe last 8-9 years, right? Now let's say if you're in college, or more than that, maybe more than that, I've done multiple freelancing projects also. So for me, some of the things can be very easy, but some of the things I also need to see the official documentation. But in case if you're beginner, or let's say you just started your IT career, or maybe let's say you just join a product-based company, I will highly suggest that don't do all of this very fast. Okay, what you should do, right, you should always do more search, right? Maybe go to Stack Overflow, because most of the people now are not going to Stack Overflow, and it's almost dead because we have ChatGPT and all those things. But some of you actually comment in my videos, and that actually makes me happy, that I actually search on ChatGPT and then I follow your video side by side, because that is one of the best way you can learn all of this. So now you might be thinking that I'm not explaining that Cloudinary and everything. That is not possible. But what you should do right now, go to official documentation of Cloudinary and see how all these things working, and then you can come back and you will understand these things better, right? So these I wanted to mention. That, so if I sum up, right, if I sum up everything in a single line to this whole video, that don't do blindly what I'm doing in this video. I am doing because I need to record, and some of the things I've already created, I'm just taking the reference from there. But for you, what you need to do, right, sorry if you're getting any noise, so for you, what you need to do, you have to take this video as a reference, and then you have to do your own research, right, and then you have to complete this project. So if for me this video is taking 1 month or 2 months to create, you should take at least 2-3 months to complete this project. So, and then come back to this video, do multiple times, watch the video multiple times, and see, I can guarantee, do only one project like this following my advice, next time whenever you're going to create any project, right, creating all these folders, it will be like this. So you'll be able to understand very easily and you will be able to create by yourselves also. Okay, so I just wanted to mention all these things, that don't do blindly. Whoever, like whatever YouTubers that you are following, don't do whatever he is doing. You have to understand some of the things by yourself also. So here I'm just going to take upload stream, and what we need to do, okay, we have the Cloudinary and this is going to give this uploader, okay, and this has upload, but remember you have upload but we are uploading a stream. So here you have to take, we have to take upload stream, right? So these things are important. So you have to do upload stream, and what you have to pass, right, you have to pass that which folder you want to store, right? This is the first thing, and second will be you have to pass a resource type. So in our case resource type is either you can take auto, but I will suggest to keep image because we are not doing any video related thing. And here you're going to take first a callback, so we'll have a error and result. And first we have to check that if error is there, so what you need to do. Now these things no one will explain, and I'm hoping that you already know all of these things, because I already mentioned that when I'm going to create this video, I'm going to focus on backend thing, that how you can understand. So now if there is error, what you need to do if there is a process. So if you don't know all of this, right, you think that you should be worried because you can't learn everything from AI. Some of the things, for example, we are using a promise. If we have an error, so what we need to return, we need to reject that promise. So these concepts, right, these are basic concepts, so you have to know all of these things. So now, so you can note it down. For example, let's say you don't know this answer, that you are not able to give the answer, that okay, we need to reject. So that means you are behind. You have to understand all these points. So here this will be reject, and you have to reject with this error. Okay, if there is no result, right, so see how I'm giving extra condition, then also you have to give a reject here. So you have to return a reject, but how you're going to return, so you have to give a new error, and this will be that maybe whatever you want to give, that Cloudinary upload failed. Okay, now all the edge cases we have checked, or the error cases. So now what we need to do, we need to resolve. So what we are going to resolve, we are going to resolve two things. Now URL, so how we are going to get the URL, because we have a return type of Cloudinary upload result, and this is going to give you all the properties that we need, right? So here what you are going to do, right, so we have to take the result, this result, and this will give you this secure URL. Okay, and then you are going to have a public ID, and this will be also going to get from this. See, you have the public ID. So I hope this is clear. So now what you're going to do, right, let me just check. So you have this and this. So this is the upload stream. Now we are going to end that stream, or so here you can either you can end that, or you can use a streamifier, and then you can create a read stream. Wait, I think I'm doing in the wrong place. Okay, this will be after this here. So this will be upload stream dot create not upload. What I'm doing, we have to do streamifier dot create read stream, and you're going to pass the buffer of that file, and then you're going to do a pipe here, and then you're going to pass that upload stream. Okay, that's it, and this is done. So now what will happen, right, so this is going to upload that buffer or that image to your Cloudinary, and this is going to do the multiple, so you don't have to do multiple times, right? It's going to do the map because we are using a promise.all, right? So it's going to do the job. So this is one helper function that we need. So now what you're going to do, right, so now we will be actually implementing two more routes. One will be to add the product, and one will be to edit the product. So let's do this one in the next part. All right, so now before we'll do that, right, so let's create our, so we need to create our multer instance here. So I'm just going to take a variable, I'm going to do upload, and here first of all let's import, let's maybe do here after this. So we'll import multer from multer, and I'm just going to do a multer, and what we have to pass, first we are going to pass the we need to create the storage, and this will be multer, and this will give you the memory storage, right? And what we also need to pass, maybe let's pass a limits property also. So I'm just going to pass a file size, so let's do this one as 5 MB, maybe 1024 into 1024. Okay, and let's do a files of 10. That's it. So now what you're going to do, right, so let's go to our where we have created. Okay, we need to create. So I'm just going to maybe copy this from here. So let's copy this and then paste it here. So first of all, so this will become, so let's keep this on same, and this will become post, because that will be a post request. and let's remove all of this, okay, from here. All right, the first thing we have to pass the middleware, right? So we are going to use that upload, and we have to pass an array, and you're going to pass that, okay, these will be images, and then I'm just going to pass of 10 max count. So this will be the second step. So now what we need to do, right? We need to get each and every property. So first let's start with title one by one. Okay, so this will be string of, so we have request dot body, right, dot title or empty, and this always do trim, right? I always mention this. Now copy this and do the same for description. So in the meantime, maybe let's close all of this and let's open our model. So you can copy this side by side. So we have the description. Okay, next we have category. So we'll copy this again. So then we have category. So category, this also will be request.body.category or else empty.trim. Then we have brand, right? So we have brand, copy this, save this. Next we have price. So let's copy this. Now price will become number. So I'll do price and this will be number. So number of request.body.price, right? And we don't have need this, and also we don't need this. Next we have the sale percentage. So once again copy, paste, go here, and we have the sales percentage. So this will become sale percentage. Then we have stock also, right? So copy this, paste it, and this will become stock. Stock is also number. And what else? Also maybe let's give this one as or 0 stock. And then we also have the status. So let's copy. Now status will be string, right? So copy this, and here I'll paste it. So now this will become status. So request.body.status, or else I'm going to give this one as active. All right, then we are also going to have the colors and the sizes. So let's do here only look colors. So this will be request.body.colors, or else this will be empty array, and same will be for sizes, right? So copy this, paste it here, and this will be sizes. That's it. So now I think all of this is done. Now this is optional, but I want all of you to write all the helper method also. For example, here you'll give request text, pass the title, right? So let's start with title, and then you'll just give title is required, something like this, right? And you can do the same for all the other properties that you have. We have description, so we'll do description is needed. Then we have the category, so we'll do category is needed or required, whatever. Then we have brand, right? So we'll do brand is required. Then we have what we are going to have one more helper function, and that will be for number, right? Because for numbers also we need to check. Go to helpers and maybe copy this, paste it here. So this will now become require number. So value will be unknown. Status, let's give this on 400, same, and the check will now become like this. So this will be if number dot is nan of this value, that's it. And then you are going to return the same thing. So this will be your number check, because we need to check for number also, right? So number will be for price, sales percentage, and stock. So now I'm going to give require number, and this will become price, and let's do price is required. So copy this and let's paste 2 more times, and this will become sell percentage, and then we have the stock. Okay, what else? I think this is fine. So first what we need to check, right? We need to check if this is existing category or not, right? That is very, very important again. So the existing category, so have it, and then we are going to get from category dot find by id, and we are going to get from this category that we have. Okay, category means this category that we are getting. What is that? This category. So now what we're going to do first, so here we are also going to give one check that require text, and here we're going to pass the existing category, and then I'm just going to do category not found, and here let's pass this one as 404. So now what will be our next step? Next step will be, now we need to upload our images, right? So I'm just going to do const files, and this will be request.files, right? So we're going to get the files as, so this will be express, right? So this express, I think this will be express. I think express will have this type. I'm not able to, I think this will be express, or I think this will be multi.file. So this we need express, but this will be of this array, okay? And here you are going to pass or this array, okay? So this will be empty, so this will be initial, either this will be request.files or this will be empty array. Once this is done, very important, you need to give a check here that if files.length, if this is false, so maybe for this one I'm just going to do a throw new app error, and I'm just going to do 400, and I'm just going to do at least one image is needed, something like this, okay? I think this is done. Then I'm just going to do const uploaded images, and this will be await. Now what you're going to do, you're going to call upload many buffers to Cloudinary, because you're going to multiple, right? And now what you're going to pass, very important, you need to do files.map, right? So this will give you file, but remember that function is going to receive the buffer. So how you're going to do, so you're going to do file, and this will give you the buffer, see? So this buffer you're going to pass, so this is automatically is going to do the upload to Cloudinary. Once it will do that, now you're going to get the images, and then you'll do uploaded images, then you're going to do .map. So you're going to get the image, or maybe let's take image only, and let's do index. And now what you're going to pass, you're going to return the URL, and this URL will be this image dot, you see you have the URL, then you have the public ID. So public ID will be what? Image dot public ID, and here also you have this property is cover. So is cover will now become, so for now what I'm doing, right? So whenever you are going to create the image for the first time, let's keep the first one as a cover, okay? Alright, so this is done. So now what we need to do, right? We need to get the user information, that which user is actually creating this product, because we have this created by. How we are going to get that? So we go to middleware, we have the auth, and you can see that we have the get db user from request. So this we can call. So I'm just going to do const user, I'll do await, and I'll do get db user from request, and you have to pass the request. So this is going to give you the user information, and then you will create the product. I know this is a long process, but we don't have any other shortcut here. So I'll do product, and then you'll do create, and you have to pass everything here. So you'll do pass the title, description, then you're going to pass the category, and then you're going to pass the brand, then you're going to pass the images, right? So you have the images, then you're going to pass the colors, sizes, what else, we also have the sizes, we have the price, then we have the sell percentage, we have the stock, and also you have the status. And here you are also going to pass the created by. So let me copy this, and created by will be this user is going to give you the ID. So this is going to give you the ID, okay? So this is done. And now what you're going to do, right? So because we have the category ID here, so we need to populate the category name, and that is very easy to do. So I'm just going to do created product. So this is going to create the product, and it's going to store in our DB. So next what you can do, right? I'm just going to do await, and this product that we have, the model that we have, the product, and then I'm just going to do find by ID, and what you're going to pass. Now this is very important. So the point is, whatever product just now you have created, how you're going to get the ID, because this product it will be stored, right? So this product is going to give you the ID. So here I'm just going to do product dot ID. So this is going to give you the ID, okay? And then you're going to do what? Dot populate, and then you're going to just populate the category and the name. Category and the name. So it's going to populate the category of that particular product, and at the end this is done. So we're going to do res.status of 201.json, pass the OK, and pass the product, created product. So this is a long process, but this is how we are going to do it clean way, right? So we are getting all of this now. So we're uploading the files, uploading the images. We need to wait until unless the images are done, and then we are going to get the user information and create the product. That's it. So now what you're going to do, right, we will copy this and we are going to paste it here, but we need to make some changes because we also need to do one for edit. So this will be put, and here now this will become /id. Okay, now we need to keep some of the things same, but let's do this one in the next part, the edit part. Once we'll do that, now this part will be completed, then again we'll go back to our front end side and we'll start implementing the UI for this. Alright, so now let's do the edit one. Now remember, for the edit one we need to do quite a few features. Okay, so you have to understand each and everything. So first what we need to do, first we need to understand that which product we want to edit, right? So that means first we need the product ID. So understand all this process. Okay, so you need the product ID. So this will be request.params.id, and as I already mentioned, I'll do as string. Then let's go one by one. So first you need the title, description, category, correct. Then you have the brand, price, sales percentage, stock, status. Now here what you can do, right, you can also maybe let's give this one as and let's do this one as active, or this can be inactive, right? We have two. Then you have the colors, and then you have the sizes. Here what I'll do, right, I'm also going to pass, let's pass a cover image public ID, and you'll understand why. So cover image public ID, and this also will be, let's take this one as string. I'll do request.body.cover image public ID, or else this will be empty.trim. So till this part I hope this is clear. So now we will give all the checks that whatever we have. Then first we have the existing category, so which we are going to find based on the category that we are going to get here, this category. Let's give this one an existing category doc. And now what I will do, right, so I'll do const existing category. So I'll do existing category, and this will be require found, and here I'm just going to pass the existing category doc, and I'll do category not found, or you can use this also, both are fine. Category not found. Okay, so then we can remove this. Then what you're going to do, right, first you need to find that which product we want to edit. So that will be the first step, very first step. So how we are going to do that? So we have this public ID, product ID. So this will give me the product document. So I'll do const and I'll do product doc. Okay, and this will be await. So we have the product model dot find by ID, and you're going to pass the product ID. Okay, so this is going to give you that. Then I'm just going to do const product, and again I'm just going to use this. So I'll do require found, and here I'm just going to pass the product doc instead of this, and this will be my product not found. So I'll do product not found. I think we are using somehow this product, so let me just remove all of this, and we can remove all of this here also. Files I think we need. So we have the product doc and the product, so this is going to give me the actual product from our DB. Then we have the files. So files we need because while doing the editing I can upload more images, right, along with the existing images. So files, this is fine. First what we are going to do, right, whatever files I have here, this check is not needed, right, because it's not mandatory to add more files. I hope this is clear. So that check is not needed. So here I'm just going to do const new images, because whenever I'm going to edit I will be uploading new images, right? So I'm just going to await, and I'm going to upload many buffers to Cloudinary, and here I'm just going to do files dot map file, and this is going to give me file dot buffer. Okay, now what we are going to do, right, so first I'm going to do, let's do this one as uploaded images. So this one, then I will do const newly added images. So I'll do newly added images, and this will be uploaded images, or maybe let's give this one upload new images, right? So I'll upload new images dot map. So I'm just going to get the image, and here we are going to get the URL, which will be image dot URL. Then you have the public ID, which will be image dot public ID, and then first of all I'm just going to do is cover will be false. But this is not the end. Why? We also need to get the existing images. Existing images means the images that are already uploaded in our DB for this particular one. So I'm just going to do const existing images. Alright, here this equal to will be, so maybe let's do one thing, let's take one type here. So I'll take here only. So maybe here we'll do type and I'll do image, or I'll do uploaded image. And what we'll do, so what are the properties image will have? We have URL, public ID, so URL will be string, then we have the public ID, so this will be string, and then we have is cover, so this will be boolean. Okay, so now let's go here. So existing images will be uploaded image of this, and then what we are going to do, right, simply, so we're going to have our product. So product means this product, so this will be dot images dot map. So here what I will do, right, we're going to get image, so the type will be uploaded image. And now what we're going to do, right, so first we're going to get our existing images, so we'll do URL will be image dot URL, then we're going to have the public ID, which will be image dot public ID, and is cover will be image dot is cover. Okay, so these will be our existing images. So now what we need to do, we need to merge our newly added images and the existing images. So I'll do const and I'll do merged images. So type will be uploaded image, and here what we are going to do, we are going to get our existing images, and we are going to also add our upload new images, right? What is the name that we have? Newly added images. So this is what we need. That's it. So now what you're going to do, right, so this will give you all the images. Just give a small check that if merged images dot length, if this is false, so I'm just going to throw a new app error, and here I'm just going to do 400 and I'll do at least one image is needed. At least one image is needed. That's it. And then what we need to do, we will create our final images. So I'll do final images, which will be uploaded images of array. And here what I'm going to do, so I'll take the merged images dot map, so I'll take the image comma index, and let's give the type, so this will be uploaded image. And here what I'm going to do, so I'm going to return the URL, so which will be our image dot URL, public ID, this will be image dot public ID. And now we need to check is cover. So first we'll check that if this is cover image public ID that we have, if this is equal to first we'll check if the cover image is present, so I'm just going to check if the image dot public ID, if this is equal to same, so that means we are going to take it, or else I'm just going to make the first image as a cover image. Okay, that's it. So this is going to update the cover image, or else it's going to make the first image as a cover image. And I think this is done. So now after this we're going to update all our properties. So do product.title, and this will be now equal to title. Now this product.title is nothing but this title, all the properties that we need to update. So do product.description will be description, then we have the product.category, and this will be, we have the existing category, and this is going to give you the ID. Okay, then we have the product.brand, and this is will be equal to brand. Then we have the product.colors, so this is will be equal to colors. Next we have product dot what else we have, the sizes, so this will be sizes. We have product dot price, this will be equal to price. Product dot sale percentage will be equal to sale percentage. We also have the product dot stock, this will be equal to stock. Product dot status equal to status. And then I'm also going to do product dot set, and here I'm just going to pass the images, because that is the property we have. Let me just check images. So we have images, and then I'm just going to add the final images, and then I'm just simply going to do await. We have to do product dot save. Okay, so I think this is done. And then what we're going to do, right, I'm just going to take one more, so I'll do updated product, and this will be habit. So we have the product dot find by ID. So we have this product, so we're going to find by ID, and then we're going to populate category and the name, category comma name, and at the end we are going to pass rates.json. So we'll do OK, and then we are going to pass the updated product. So this will be the overall process to update. Now one thing I will suggest here, or maybe I'll give you homework. So in this part, right, you can also give a type for this product, but for now I think this is fine. So we are getting all of this, we're checking all the things, that if this is present or not, all the properties. We are uploading the newly added images, we are getting the existing images, we are merging all the images, creating final images, and then we are setting the images here along with other properties. So with this we have now completed this, but this is not yet completed. Remember to give the require admin middleware. This is very, very important. So now let's go to our server.ts, and what we need to do, right, so we have the auth routes, and I'm just going to now take here customer routes, maybe customer routes, and at the end we are going to have the admin routes. So here I'm just going to do app.use. So here let's do this one as slash admin, right, slash let's give this one as maybe products, or what else, maybe I'm thinking, I think let's keep slash admin only, slash admin, and then I'm just going to do admin product router. Okay, so but before we'll do that, let's see if we are getting any error or not. So I'm going to save this. Okay, there are no error, that means this is done. So now we have the admin product routes ready, okay, with all the categories and everything. So with this, now what we are going to start, we'll start working on the integrating this with our UI. Alright, so now it's time to start implementing our products page. Okay, so first let's go to client, source, and now what you're going to do, right, first we'll start with creating the features in the sense we are going to create all the API endpoints. And remember, I already mentioned that I'm going to show you that how we are going to create reusable hook, right, and without using any third-party library packages, and then we are going to keep the structure very clean, modular, and those hooks we are going to use in our components. And you are also going to see that how we are going to keep our components very, very clean. Okay, so first let's go to features, and in this admin, first let's create products, right, because products related features we are implementing. So here we need to create a couple of files. So first let's start with constant.ts. that I'm also going to create types. Then we are going to create our api.ts file, and then we are going to create two more hook. So one will be hook which is going to handle all kind of API calls, and second will be to handle our actual product form in the sense where we are going to create the product. So I'm going to create two more hook here. So one will be use admin products. Right now, from this particular part, please take more time and then implement, so that the concept of custom hook will be clear to you and you will be able to create by yourself. And here I'm just going to give use product, let's give form.ts. Okay, so let's start with the type constant. So I already created all of this. I already mentioned that I'm not going to write. So for now we are having all these blanks, and then we are also going to have some size, right? So we have S, M, L and XL as const. So I'm going to copy this and then paste it here. For now, what you can do, right, go to the source code and go to exact same like tree. So you have to go to features, admin, then products, and then you can also copy. But remember, copy only those parts that I'm mentioning in the video. Don't copy each and everything. Okay, copy, for example, the constant. You don't have to, no one is going to write all of this, right? So copy that part. Also we are going to copy the types, but for now let's do one by one. So for now what we are going to do, right, we are going to copy this type. So one will be category. I think you can already understand. So first let's copy this till this part, and then you'll understand that what actually we are doing here, right? So I'm going to copy this, and then let's go to types and paste it here. Okay, so first you can see that category is going to have ID. So this will be our document ID, category name, created at and updated at, both are optional. Okay, product image I think we have already done. So you have URL, string, public ID and is covered. Product category, again this will be ID and name I am taking. then we have the product status, active or inactive, and then the actual product. So we are going to have title, description, brand, category. Category will be of this product category, right? Images, product image of array, because we are going to have multiple images. Colors, string of array, sizes, price, sale percentage, stock, status, which will be either active or inactive, created at and updated at. There is nothing that much difficult to understand, right? And if I write all of these, it's going to take at least 10 minutes. So now let's save this. So this is done. So what will be our next step? So next step will be, first we are going to create all the APIs. Now here you have to be very careful that which APIs we need to create and how we are going to create. Okay, so let's start with first creating all the category related APIs. Category related APIs means we need to create 3 endpoints. One is to fetch the list of categories, one is to add a new category, and one is to update a existing category. So I'm just going to do export async function, and here I'm just going to do get or extract, whatever you want to give, extract get admin categories. Okay, and what we need to do, simply we are going to return. So I'm going to return API get from our utils that we have created, and here we are going to use the category type. So this is the category. So I'm just going to do category from our types, and this will be array, remember. And what we need to do, we have to go to our /admin/category. Remember, this is the, okay, let me just quickly check the endpoint once. Categories. Okay, so you have the categories, that's it. So this will be your first one, very simple. Second, you have to create a category. So I'm just going to do export async function, and this will be create admin category. So here you have to pass a body. Now remember, you have to pass a type here, that what actually we want to pass in our body. So for this one we have our second type, which will be export type create category. So we are only going to pass the category name. So copy this and then go to types and then just paste it here after this. Okay, and this will be my type. So I'm just going to do create category body, and what we are going to return, so this will be written, and this will be API post. Don't do these kind of mistakes. And in this API post we are going to pass, so if you hover here, what we need to pass here, T response, the response that what actually we are going to receive, and the body. So what we are going to receive, we are going to receive the category, right? So I'm just going to pass the category, and this will be create category body. Okay, so this will be your body format or body type, that this will be the structure. And here also this will be /admin/categories. That's it. And then what you have to pass here, you have to pass the body. So you have to pass the body here, right? Then only it will work. So now let's save this. So this will be our second one. Third one will be what? Update, right? So we need to do export async function, and this will be update admin category. So here also what you are going to receive, we are going to receive two things. One will be that which category we want to update, very important, right? Because then only this will be a dynamic route. And if you go to the your backend side, right, you have this. So you have the category /id. So this will be a dynamic route. So that means we need the current category ID. So I'm just going to take this one as category ID, which will be what? String. And then here we are going to also take the body, and body will be, let's copy the second one, which is also same, that we are only going to pass the name. Still I want to keep this one separate, so that this will be for create, this will be for update. Why? Now you might ask me why. In case, let's say in future you are going to do something else with the update, so you can add your own type here. So that's why we are keeping both distinct or separate. Save this, and this will be update category body. And here what you are going to return, so you're going to return API put, and what you have to pass same. So this will be category, and this will be update category body. And here very important, now we are going to pass /admin/categories, and here what you have to pass, you have to pass the category ID, right? So category ID, this will be dynamic value, and you also have to pass the body. That's it. So this will be our 3 category related API endpoints, API functions that we are going to call, that we need to get. Next we have the product related. So let's give this one here, that this is category related, and then we are going to have the products related or whatever. Let's keep only products. So here first let's start with getting all the products. So I'm just going to do function, and this will be get admin products, and here we also have the search, remember, which will be a string. And here first we are going to create the query. So query will be that if search dot trim. Remember, if you notice one thing, that I'm always giving this kind of check, and this kind of check I usually give in every project, in my previous projects also. So please try to make use of this or cover these edge cases always. And here you have to do admin, and you will do products, and how you're going to pass here. So you have to pass search equals, and take here you're going to do a encode URI component and just pass search, but you have to pass with trim. That's it. So this is the first thing. If search is not present, because we are not going to pass the search all the time, so in that case you're just simply going to pass /admin/products. That's it. And then what you're going to do, so you're going to return API get. So what we are going to receive, we are going to receive the product, right? So this will be the format. So here you're going to pass the product, and this will be array because you're going to get list of products. And remember, you have to pass the config, so you're going to pass the query here. I hope this is clear, right? So this is the first one we need. Now what else we have? We also have the get admin product by ID, means individual product, and that will be very, very simple. So what you can do, and maybe we can also copy this one. Which one, right? Maybe let's copy this. I'm going to change this one later. So I'm just going to do get admin product by ID. So I'll do product by ID, and this will be API get. So this also will be become a product, but this will be normal product with single product. And then we are going to do admin/products, and here you are going to do / and you'll be passing the product ID. Also we need to take the product ID here. So I'm just going to take product ID, which will be string, and you're going to pass the product ID here. That's it. Okay, so this will be in the to get the product by ID. Now we have very, very important. So what you're going to do, right, we need to have two more endpoints, which is going to actually create the product or which is going to update the product. So let's see how we are going to do that simpler way. So first I'm going to create a function. Okay, so I'll do export async function, and this will be, let's give this one as create admin product. And here what you have to pass, you have to pass the body, and this body will be the fields that we want to pass while creating a particular product. So for this one I already created this, so let's copy these both here, and I'm going to explain, or you'll also understand what actually we are doing here. So we have two types. One is to create a product body. So you have the title, that because while creating we need to pass the title, description, category, brand, colors, sizes, price, sell percentage, stock, and product status, right? All this while creating. And then we have update product body. In update you can see that we also have the existing images, and remember we have the cover image public ID. Okay, so now what we are going to do, right, when we are going to create this, so we are going to pass this body, and this will become now create product body, right? So you create product body, and here we are also going to receive the files. Files is nothing but our image file, which will be type of file of array. Okay, now what you are going to do, so here you have to create a form data. Okay, so you are going to create a form data, but for that we are going to create a helper function. So I'm just going to do a form data, and let's give this one as, maybe let's do build product form data. And here what we have to pass, I have to pass the body and the files. Okay, and then what I'll do, right, I'm going to return, so I'll do API post. So here I'm going to get the product, and I'm going to pass the form data that I have. So this will be type will be form data, because we are creating a form data right here. So here what we have to call, so to call /admin/products, but remember this will be API post, and what you have to pass, the type is form data, so you have to pass this form data, right? But what actually will be there in this form data? Now this is the important part here. So now let's create this. So I'm just going to copy this, and let's create the function. So this will be build form data, right? Here first of all what you're receiving a body. So here I'm going to receive the body. Now this will be create product body, comma, here I'm going to receive the files, which will be file of array. So first what we need to do, we need to create a form data. So I'll do form data, and this will be new form data. And how you're going to do that, so it's like it's kind of map, right? So you're going to append, right? So we are going to append the key and the value. So I'm just going to start one by one. So I'll do form data dot append. So first we have the title, so we'll do title, and then what you have to pass, you have to pass the body dot title. That's it. And then you have to do it continuously for all. So first let's do for this will be for description, and I'm going to copy this, paste it here, copy again. So you have the category, copy, paste, copy again. Then we have the brand, so brand, right, copy again. Then we have price. Now here what we have to do, right, so let's do this one. We need to convert to string because that will be number. So I'll do string of body dot price, and this will become price. Copy again. Then you have body dot sell percentage, right, so you're going to pass sell percentage. Then you have stock, so I'm just going to do stock. This also you need to convert to string because this is will also be a number. Okay, what else? We have status, so I'm just going to do string dot status. Okay, save this. So now till this part this is done, but this is not yet completed. Why? Because we need to also add our colors, sizes, and we also need to get our or send our images also. So I'm just going to do body, and now see colors, and now I'm just going to do for each. So I'm going to get the color, individual color, and then you're going to append here. So you'll do form data dot append, and you're going to pass colors. Remember you have the colors, and you pass the individual color here. I hope this is clear. Same thing you need to do for size also. So you're going to do body dot sizes. You're going to get the size, and this will become now sizes, and this will be size. Save this. So this is done. So now I think this is completed. So what will be your next step? Next step will be, now we need to append the images, right? So I'm just going to do files dot for each. So I'm going to get the file, and here I'm just going to do form data dot append, and here I'm just going to do images, and I'm just going to pass the file here. That's it. And then I'm just going to return the form data. This is done, but this is done while creating. But while updating, we need to make a small change, and you'll understand what change we need to do here. So this about the create, okay? Create admin product. Now we'll create one more. So I'll export async function, and this will be now update admin product. So what you're going to get here. Now remember, I'm repeating all of this. Maybe for some of you, I know that this might be little fast. Take it slowly, right? Take your time. But you need to understand that while doing updating a product, what properties or what are the things that I need to get here? Do I need body? I need to get the files, or what actually I'm missing here that we don't need in the create admin product? So you have to think, right? So for example, when I'm going to do an update, I also need the ID. So ID means ID of that particular product that I need to update, right? So this kind of thinking you should have. So many of you actually ask me that, okay, please Bhaiya, create some video that where you actually you will show us that how you think all of this, or how you're going to implement all of this from scratch. It's simply by practice that, okay, now I know that, okay, whenever I'm going to update a particular product, I need to understand which product I need to update. So these kind of thinking you will also have, but you need to do a lot of practice and your own thinking. If you just do everyone else is doing, go to any AI tools, please don't do it. So many YouTubers are creating this kind of, I'm not going to use the bad word, but it's like nasty kind of videos. They will do like this is dead, that is dead. Use AI tools. Should not use AI tools that much. You also need to understand, and I'm actually happy that whenever some of you, not some of you, actually most of you showed a lot of interest in full stack videos. So what I mean by this, whenever we are going to, I'm going to create long videos, right? I thought that, oh, now maybe students are not that much interested because of these AI tools, but actually you all are more interested in learning instead of giving attention to these AI tools, right? You should be like this. If you give attention, it is bad for you, it's not bad for us. Because if you see, right, for me, or maybe let's say 10 other YouTubers, they're already experienced. Some of them are having a lot of money. I'm giving you honest reality. If you follow them blindly, right, so they're maybe selling their courses and telling some bad, not bad means irrelevant things. You should not listen that much. For you, if you're starting your own career, right, you should be learning more than giving or learning from AI tools more. So it should be reverse, right? you have to learn yourself, then you can use AI tools. If you are fully dependent on AI tools, AI is going to take your job. That is the simple word. Okay, so I wanted to mention all of this because I know most of you are not try to learn by yourself, but some of you actually will use AI tools a lot. You should actually reduce until unless you are in a good position that okay, now I'm becoming a senior in a company, so my job is stable. Even seniors jobs are not stable, so I wanted to give this idea, right? So for example here only, so now I need a product ID, so this will be string and this body. So this body will now become what? So this will be now update product body, because we also need these two, right? So this will be now update product body, and also you need the files because we also need to get the files, right? So this will be file of this. So now what you're going to do, simply here also you need to copy this, right? And then you're going to return, so I'm going to return API put. So this will now become product, this will also become form data, and here you're going to pass what? So you're going to do /admin/products, and then you're going to pass the product ID, right? Because this should be a dynamic form data. But this is not yet completed. Can you guess why? Because we also handle existing images here. Remember, when we are going to do update, right, there is a possibility that we already have some images. So that logic we need to handle here. So how we are going to check it? So very, very simple. You will do if, and I'm just going to do existing images, existing, spelling is correct, right? We'll check later. Existing in, if this existing is already present in body, and body dot existing images. So in that case, what you will do, right, you're going to also append that. So we'll do form data, right, dot append, and you're going to do existing images, and here we'll do JSON dot stringify, and here you're going to do body dot existing images. That's it. And also we need to do here if, so also we need to check the cover image, right? So let me take the cover image public ID, because this one we have used in our, here we have used this, right, cover image public ID, because we need to check based on this. So now what we are going to do, right, we'll go here, so I'll do if cover image public ID is present in body, and we'll do body dot cover image public ID. So you're also going to append this, right? So we'll do form data dot append, and here we'll just copy this, and we'll do body dot cover image public ID. Okay, so I think this, okay, something we are doing wrong here. Okay, got it. So here what you need to do, right, this will be either create update body or update product body. Now I think you'll be not getting this. Okay, so now I think this is done. So if in case we have all of this, we are going to append all of this, or else we are going to append the rest of the properties that we have. Okay, so these will be all the APIs that we need. Okay, so now we are going to do what? So APIs we have done, constants we have done, types we have done, these two hooks we need to create, but we are going to do this one back and forth. So first let's create our components, because unless we're going to create the component, it will be difficult to understand. But till now, whatever necessary things that we need, we have created. So let's start creating the components. Okay, so first let's go to products, and I think we have admin, so we have the products page. So we'll start with this page now, close everything else, and let's start with this one in the next part. So now let's get started. So what I've done, right, I just already copied all the CSS that we are going to use for this admin products page. What you need to do, so download the source code. I'm repeating the same thing, and then instead of, either you can just copy paste if you already know CSS. If you don't, so just write it. Okay, so pause the video and write all the CSS. For me, we have a lot of things left. We can't write each and every CSS. We need to complete all the functionalities. So let's start with product landing page. So I'm just going to copy this and let's paste it here. Okay, so this will be the first thing. Also, you remember we haven't created in the features, right? We also need to create these two hooks. Okay, so one will be the use admin products, and the product form, the actual product form where we are going to create the products. So these also we need to create. All right, so first let's remove this and let's get started. So let's take a div, let's take a class name, and I'm just going to use here page wrap. Inside this, let's take a card component. Also side by side we also need to install the sad scene components. Okay, so here let's do npx sad cn @latest add, and then we are going to do card. So let's install. Awesome, so this is added. So now let's import this, and inside this we'll take a class name, and here I'm just going to take this one as card class. Okay, inside this let's take a card header, and here I'm just going to take a card title, and let's render something like products. Okay, so let's see what you're getting. You can see that we are getting this. Also let's give the class name, so I'm just going to use class name, and for card header I already have the card header class, and for card title I have the card title class. Okay, save this, and you can see that we are getting this. Awesome, so I think this is done. So now what we need to do, right, we are going to create our first component, which will be product toolbar. So what actually this product toolbar is going to do? Product toolbar is going to have the search, where you will be able to do the search, okay, on the products, and then on the right side we are going to have two buttons. One will be manage category and the add product, right? So as I already mentioned, that the idea of this video is that you need to understand that how we are creating all the components, how we are making using of the reusable hooks, how we are structuring all the folders, how we are creating the pages, components, and also the features, right? And how we are using those in our front end, just like we have done for the backend. So that is the main idea of this particular video. So first let's go to the components, go to admin, and now what you'll do, right, again you're going to create a products, right? So we'll start with our first component, which will be products. So let's do products, maybe products toolbar .tsx. Alright, so first thing let's do here, so I'll do export function, and I'm just going to do products toolbar, and here we need to get couple of props. Okay, so for now let's return here. In the meantime, let me just take the product toolbar. I think we have the product toolbar classes, so I'll copy this and then I'll just paste it here. So let's start with writing the component first. So I'll do div, so let's take a class name, and I'm just going to do this one as wrapper class, and inside this we'll take a div. Let's take a class name, and I'm just going to do here search wrapper class. Okay, and here let's take a search icon, so I'll do search from Lucid React, and here let's take a class name, so I'll do search icon class. We need to close this. Now inside this we are going to take input component. I think input also we need to install. Okay, so let's do one thing, let's install couple of components that we need at once. So we need input component, we need, let's take the text area also. Let's take select, let's take dialog. What else? Let's take badge component. What else? Let me just think. So we also going to have radio group also we needed. Maybe let's, I think separator we already have. Skeleton also we needed, right? So let's install the skeleton component also. What else? Table component also we need. We also, text tree I think we have done. Set component we have already done. Label let's install, and also badge I think we have already done. Drop down menu we have already done. What else? Radio group also need to do. So let me just check radio group name. So we have the radio group. Let's see, radio group. So this is what we need. So copy this. Okay, this will be radio group, right? So we'll do radio group. Okay, let's install all of this at once. So let's do. Okay, so this is done. So now what will be next step? So first let's import the input component. Okay, and here we need to take some values and those properties that we are going to take in a minute, but let's take the placeholder and just going to do search products, and also need to take a class name, and class name I'm just going to take this one as search input class. Okay, save this. So we'll go here, and maybe after this we need to import. So after card title we are going to import product toolbar. Save this, and let's go here, and you can see that we are getting product toolbar. Fantastic. So now what will be the next step? So let's render two buttons. So after this what we will do, so we'll just take one div, take a class name, and I'm just going to do action wrap class, and here I'm just going to render 2 button. Okay, so I'll render button 1, which will be manage category, right? Also, if you notice, right, previously I used to use Windows for recording. Now I'm using Mac, and it will be this recording and everything coding will be very smooth. So let me know what you think, right, in the comments. This will be plus icon, and then I'm just going to do class name, and I will do add icon class. That's it. And in this button, let's take okay, we also need to take some on click, but for now this is fine. Only just change this one. So let's use a variant of, maybe let's do outline. Okay, let's see how this is looking. Okay, oh, we need to add the text, so we'll do add product. Okay, and you can see that the UI is looking very clean. Okay, so I think this is done. So this is what we need. Now what we need to do, right, we need to pass couple of props in this product toolbar component. But before that, what we need to do, right, we need to start working on creating what, our hooks. So first let's go to our use admin products, because this is what first we need. And let's see how we are going to create the hook. So I'm just going to do export function, and let's do this one as use admin products. And here what we'll do, so we need to take a lot of steps. Okay, sorry, not steps, lot of state. Either you can also manage here using context, you can do that, but I'm just going to keep this one as state only. Okay, so I'll do search, set search, and this will be use state of empty. Okay, then also we need products, but let's do one thing for now. This is fine. What we can do, right, so let's return only for now, just return the search and the set search, and then after that, once this is done, right, so then only we are going to implement the other state and everything, whatever we needed. So now what we need to do, right, we need to go to products page and see how we are using this, right? So we need to just take it from our hook. So we'll use admin products, that's it. And then you are going to get search and set search. Okay, this is done. And now what you'll do, right, you'll go to products toolbar, and here you have to get couple of props that you need. So let's take a type here. So I'm just going to do type, and I'll do products toolbar props, and here first I'll get a search. So search will be string. What else? We also need on search change. This will be what? So you're going to get a value, right, the current search value, which will be a string, and this will be void. Sorry, this will be void. Then also we need on manage categories. So I'll do on manage categories. So this will be void, and also we need on add product. These 4 things we need, and this also will be same, right? And then you're going to just pass it here. Right now what we need to do, we need to get search, set search, sorry, on search change, on manage categories, and on add product. These 4 things. Now what we can do, we can simply pass this. So here, so in the input, sorry, not here, in the input we need to do what? We need to pass a value which will be search. Also we need to pass a on change. So we'll take a on change, take the event, and this will be what? On search change, and then you have to pass event dot target dot value. That's it. So this is done. In this button what you have to do, so in this button this will be manage category, so you have to do on click, and this will become on manage categories, and this will be your on add product. So I'll do on click, and this will be on add product. That's it. So this is done. Alright, so now next let's do one thing, because we need to pass all these props from our products page, right? Before that, let's go to hook and let's complete this hook, or else we have to do back and forth multiple times. So here let's understand that what all state that you need here. So first of all, you need one state to manage all your products, one for manage all your categories, one to manage your loading state, one to open the category dialog that we are going to open, and one is to open the product dialog, and one will be to do the editing, product editing, but that we are going to do later. So first let's take one by one. So I'm just going to do this one as products, and this will be set products, and this will be use state, and here we are going to get product. So this is from type, and here let's take this one as initial as empty. Okay, then we will take one for categories, and we'll do set categories, and this will be use state. So we already have the category in our type, so this also will be what, array, and then initially we'll take empty array. Okay, then let's take one for your loading, set loading, and this will be use state of, let's keep this one as true. What else? We also need one for our category dialog open. So I'm just going to do category dialog open, and let's do set category dialog open, and this will be use state of false. Okay, and also we'll take one for to product dialog open. So I'll do product dialog open, set product dialog open, and this will be use state of false. We also need one for editing product, but that let's take the state we are going to manage later. So one we need for editing product, I'll do set editing product, so that we'll have all the state ready. So here this will be either product that we have, or else this will be null, because we are not going to edit the product all the time. So initial value will be null, means it can be null also. Okay, initially we are taking this one as null. All right, so now what we'll do, right, open the api.ts. So first let's start with get admin categories, because this is what we need to fetch all the list of categories. So first I'm just going to create one method, and I'll do load categories, and you'll see how much easier I will explain. It will be very easy. Take a use callback here, and what you're going to do, right, in this, let's say async, because this will be async method, and let's take so just you can simply call this, right? So you'll do const data, and you'll just do await, and you'll just call get admin categories. That's it, you don't have to do anything else. And then what you'll do, simply you'll do set categories will be what, your data, or else this will be empty. That's it. Now these you have to give, right? Here you should always give this. These are good practices, right? Either it will be data, or else this will be empty. This is done. Next what we have to load the products. So I'll do similarly load products, and this will be, again we'll take use callback. And here, now remember, this is where I was talking about that we need to understand that how we are going to think, right, and to create a project. So here what actually you need to pass, you can't simply take like this. Remember, we have a search value because search is present. So you also need to understand, okay, I need to take a search value as an input here. And then after this, what we're going to do, so let's take, and then we can simply do what, first I'm just going to do set loading will be true. Okay, and then I'm just going to do here try, let's take a catch, and also let's take a finally. So finally I'm just going to do set loading will be false, and in the catch, so for now I'm just, let's log here that failed. Let's take a error here, maybe, no, I think let's log here simply that fetching failed. And then inside try, I'm just going to do const data, this will be await, and then if you go here we have what, get admin products, right? And also you can see it's passing the search. So to get admin products, and what you have to pass it, you have to pass the search. So this will be your search value, this one. Okay, and then you'll simply do set products will be data, or else this will be empty array. Okay, so this is the second method that we need. All right, so now after that we'll simply take use effect, and we'll just call these two methods, right? So here I'm just going to take the load categories, and then you can simply call load categories, or you can do like this void load categories. So it is going to call this, and then I'm just going to take one more use effect, and here we have to take two dependencies. One will be our search. Search is which search? This search, right? This search is the search value that we are going to put in this input. Then what we also have to pass, we also have to pass the load products. And here let's take a timer, simple. So I'll just do a timer, I'll do a set timeout. Okay, and 1 minute. Okay, so here I will simply just do void load products, pass the search, and then give, maybe let's give 250. Okay, so this is done. and then also we are going to do return, and I'm going to clear this. So I'll do clear timeout and pass the timer. So this is done. So for now we are going to return all of this in this. So I'm just going to return the products. I'm going to return the categories. Also we are going to return the loading. What else? We also need to return the category dialog open, set category dialog open. Let's return the product dialog open, set product dialog open. Also we also need to pass, I think this is done, right? Let's see, this we are going to do later, or maybe let's return this. So I'm just going to return the editing product for now, later we need it. So now let's save this. So what will be our next step? Next step will be, so first we need to go to our, let's go to the products page. Here we need to first pass all the props to this component. Before that we also need to take all the prop state value and the set state method from our hook, correct? So here what are the things that we need? First we are going to take the products, let's take the categories, let's take the loading, let's take the category dialog open, set category dialog open, product dialog open, set products dialog open. Also you have the editing product, maybe later we need, but for now let's keep it. Okay, so let's save this. I think we are not using all of this, so that's why you are getting this, which is fine. Now what we need to do, we need to pass our prop here. So I'm just going to pass the search. Search will be your search, this search that you're getting, correct? Then what we have to pass, we also have to pass the on search change, right? Which will be what? Which will be set search. Then we are also going to pass the on manage categories. So on manage categories is going to do what? So if I go here, if I click this, I'm going to open the dialog, correct? So on manage category is going to open the dialog. So in this case, I'm just going to do set dialog open, and this will become what? True. Next we have the on add product. On add product is going to do what? So here we also need to do, okay, let's do one thing. Maybe for this one what we can do, right? So let's quickly create one helper function in this hook. So let's go here, and what we can do, right? Maybe let's do here only. I'm just going to do function, and I'll do open add product. No, let's do open create dialog. And for this one, whenever I'm going to open, so I'm going to make the set editing product will be null. Why? Because every time I'm going to create a new product, I'm not editing a product, right? So in that case, set editing product will become null, and set product dialog will become true. Makes sense, right? So this will be the first thing. Also we need to take some one more method here, which will be open edit dialog whenever you are going to implement the edit functionality, but for now this is fine. And here also let's take one more, and let's do this one as close product dialog. So whenever you are going to do close, what you need to do, again you need to make the set editing product will become null. Also you need to do set let's first close this. So I'll do set product dialog will become false. So that means I'm closing this, right? And I need to pass it here. So I'm just going to pass open create dialog, and also I'm going to pass the, what is that, closed product dialog. Okay, so save this. So first let's get it here. So I'm just going to do open product dialog, and I'll do close product dialog, these two things. All right, so now what I need to do, whenever I'm going to on add product, I'm just going to call this open create product. Okay, I hope this is clear. So whenever I'm going to click on this button, I'm going to open the dialog, and also I'm going to make the set editing product will be null. I hope this is clear. So now see how we are doing step by step, right? So this will be the first thing. Second thing what we need to do, right, we need to render the product table, but before that it's very important. First we need to create the category and the product, because until unless we create a product, we should not be able to see the list, right? I hope this is clear. And also we won't be able to implement the edit functionality. So first in the next part, let's implement the manage category and add product, both the feature, and then we'll move to next part, which will be rendering the list of product. Because remember, this part is very important, or maybe this is one of the core features that you can't miss. Why? Because until unless you're going to create a product, you can't start with the customer view, because in the customer view, product listing page, details page, cart page, whatever you are going to implement, checkout, everything depend on the product creation. So product creation or product management is one of the core features that we need to finish. So let's start with this manage category and add product in the next part. Alright, so now let's start with creating the category dialog. Okay, so let's go to the components, admin, products, and then let's create category dialog component. Okay, so first let me just copy the CSS classes that we need. Okay, let's copy this and then I'm just going to paste it here. Alright, so first thing we are going to do export function, and this will be category dialog. Here also you need to get couple of props. Okay, but for now first let's implement the structure. So I'm just going to return, so I'll return a dialog component. Remember, import from the component, okay, in this path. And here we need to take a open. Okay, open will be the prop that we need to take. Before that, let's also take the dialog content. Dialog content. I think it should be dialog content only. Yes. Then we are going to take the class name, and class name will become the dialog content class that we have. Inside this, we'll take a dialog header, and then we are going to take a dialog title. So this is the format that we use. And here we just give manage categories. Alright. And now let's save this first. So first of all, we need to get couple of props. Okay, so what are the props that we need? So we need one to open the dialog. So let's take the types first. So I'm going to take a type. Let's do category dialog props. So here first you need to open, which will be boolean. Okay, next we have on open change. So this will be open, which will be boolean. And here you're going to get void. Then you're going to get the categories. So what is categories? A list of categories, right? Which will be category. So category is the type that we have, and this will be from this category type that we have already added. Remember, these types are the types that we have added here. Okay, I hope you have already copied this one, or you have written whatever you have done, but this type you have done. So download from the get it from the source code. See, I know I'm repeating the things because maybe some of you might get confused that okay, from where this is coming, so that's why I'm repeating the same thing. Also, I'm going to take on saved. So whenever I'm going to create a new category, so in that case what I have to do, so in that case I need to again fetch that API call, right, so that I will be getting the updated list of categories. So here I'm just going to do this one as promise, and let's take this one as void. I hope this is clear. So now we are going to take all of this here. Okay, so I'm just going to do category props, and here I need open. I'm going to get on open change. I'm also going to get categories, and I'm also going to get on saved, right? So these will be the 4 things that I'm going to receive, but I need to get it from my I need to pass it from my parent component, right, from this particular component. So now what you're going to do, right, I think after this product toolbar, maybe we also need to take the card content, right? So let's take, after this I'm just going to take a card content. For now I'll just not keep anything, so this will be my table. So let's save this. So here I'm going to render the table. All right, so now after this card, I'm just going to call that category dialog that we have created, this component, and here you have to pass the properties. So what will be the open? So open will be, now let's see if you can guess. So open will be your category dialog open, because this is going to open the category. So to category dialog open. Then you have on open change. So on open change will be your set category dialog open, correct? Then you have the categories. Categories will be your categories that we have. These categories is nothing but the categories, this one. And then we also need to take on saved. Right now for this one, what I'm going to do, right, so let's create one simple function in the hook that we need to add. So go to hook, use admin products, and then I'm just going to add one, maybe after the before use effect you can add. So here I just add const. I'm just going to do refresh all. Okay, I'll take a use callback, and here I'm just going to take async, and let's give some dependencies. Okay, so here I'm going to take the load categories, load products, and search, all 3 as a dependency. And what I'll do, right, notice, so I'm just going to do a promise dot all, and here I don't have to do anything. I just simply call the utility functions that we have, one to load the categories and one to load the product. So what actually this is going to do, this method is going to give you the list of updated details. So let's say I have a one category, I just added a new category, so it should be two categories, right? So this function is going to do that. So it's going to refresh. So I'm just going to save this and then simply pass it here, where we can do maybe after this refresh all, and then let's go to our products. First let's get it here. I need to get the refresh all, and then what we have to pass it, we just have to pass it here. On saved will be refresh all. I hope this is clear, right? So now what we need to do, so first we have to go to category dialog, and in this one you have to pass a property, and this property will be your open property, and this open property is your open, right? This open, and then this also will have a one open change, which will be your on open change, this one. Save this. So now let's see finally if this is working or not. So if I click here, that's it. So you're getting this, right? Fantastic. So now I think this is done. So after this dialog header, what we are going to do, I'm just going to take a div. Let's keep this one simple. Okay, so I'll just take this one as content wrap. Inside this I will take another div. I'll do a class name. I'll do this one as form row, and here I'm just going to take one input which I'm going to import, and let's take here. So I'm just going to give a placeholder, and I'll do enter category name you want to add, something like this, right? So save this. So you're getting this. Okay, now what we have to do, right, we also need to manage some state. Now if you notice carefully that we are going to not manage this state from our hook. Why? Because this state is component specific. Means what I mean by this, that whatever state now we are going to take, you can manage in that particular component only. Until unless we are reusing that particular state multiple times, we don't have to put it in a common state, right? This is a proper practice that you can follow. It's not like that you have to move every single state to a common hook. That will also increase the complexity, also it will increase the readability. So in this case, because now whatever I'm going to, so for example, let's say I need to manage this, right, this particular data here. So I can simply take a local state here. Okay, so I'm simply going to do const name set name. I'm doing little fast because you guys, believe me or not, there are a lot of things to do. Okay, it's like crazy big. So this will be used name set name. Also I'm just going to do one to edit, so I'll do editing category, and I'll do set editing category, and this will be use state of category, or this will be null, and this will be null. For you, I think what you should do, right, you should always take time instead of just doing for first. Pause the video and then do again by yourself. Then only you will not be replaced by AI. Okay, so or else if you're doing blindly, then it's very difficult. So now this is done. See, when I'm doing the recording, right, I just got the news that Oracle and other companies are doing layoff, like more than 10,000 12,000 people. So it's very difficult now, because you don't know what will happen. So it should always learn everything, right? Everything you have to know. Okay, so first what I'll do, I'm just going to pass a value here. I'm going to pass this one as name, and I'll just do on change, and this will be event, and just pass set name will be event dot target dot value. That's it. Save this. So this is done. So next what I can do, maybe let's render a simple button here, and here I'm just going to do here disable property, and I'll just do is saving. No, I think we have saving, right? We have saving, or else if the name that we have dot trim, if this is false. So in that case we're going to make this one as disabled. And here I'm just simply going to do, if this is editing category, so I'm just going to do update, or else I'm just going to do this one as add. Okay, so we're going to get this. Awesome. So now what will be the next step? Next step will be I think this is fine, so let's take a separator maybe after this. Let's see how this is looking. Okay, so I think this is done. So now we need to render the list of categories. So I'll do class name, and I'll do category list, and inside this what we need to do, we have the categories, we have to do map. So we're going to do the category. I'm typing as C or cat. Let's do cat. And here we are going to render. So I'll take a div. So let's take a key. So this will become the cat.id. So this will be your category. And then I'm just going to do a class name, which will be my category row, this one. Alright, and inside this, what we can do, maybe let's take one more div here. And then after this, I'm just going to, we have to close this. So inside this, I'm just going to take a tag, and then let's take a class name, and I'll just simply going to do category icon. And for this one, let's take a class name, and I'll do category info. And then let's render the name of the category. So I'll do category, so which will be cat.name. And in this span, let's take a class name, and this will be category name. Okay. So now before we'll do that, we also need to check that if this is working or not, right? So first let's go here. So in this button, that we have, which is going to add, so we need to take one click, and in this one click we are going to do what? We are going to pass the handle save. Handle save will be a method that we are going to create. So here let's quickly create this. I'll do const, maybe let's do no, we have to take this one as async. So async function, let's do handle save, and inside this I'm simply going to check that if the name dot trim, if this is false, so I'm just going to return, or else I'll take a try, and let's do here finally. So I'm just going to do set saving will become false, and in this try I'm simply going to do first set saving will be true. And then what we need to do, first I'm going to check that if editing category, if this is editing, so in that case I'm going to do something else. I'm going to do what? I'm going to do await, and then you go to your let's check the method, go to API, and then you have the create admin category. So you have to call this, so to create admin category. Okay, and here what you have to pass, so you have to pass the body, right? In the body you have to pass the name, and this name will be name dot trim. That's it, and this is done. So this name dot trim is this name that you have. All right, so now what we need to do, we need to call this from this button. So I'm just going to do here what? So I'll do handle save, and this is done. Okay, so now also we need to do one more thing. So let's go here. So once we'll create the category, okay, after this we need to make the set name as empty, set editing category will be null, and also very important, we need to take await, and I'm going to call this on saved. Why? Now what this on saved is going to do, if you go here in this component products, on save is going to do the refresh all, and refresh all is going to do what? It's going to again fetch the list of categories, so it's going to give you the updated data back. But let's see if finally this is working or not, right? So first let's go here, let's add a category. So maybe what we can add here, maybe let's do MERN category. Okay, so I'm just going to add, that's it. So this is working fine, fantastic. So now let's refresh this. So if we click here, you're getting this, awesome. So this is working fine, right? So that means functionality wise it is working fine. But one thing we need to add here, let's go to the category dialog, and after this tag span, maybe let's do after this, so we need to take a button here. Okay, and inside this let's take a pencil icon, and here I'm just going to take a class name, and I'm just going to do edit button class, and in this one let's take a type. So type will become button, size will become icon, variant will become ghost, and then I'm also going to take on click. So on click, what we need to do here, so now we need to manage, we need to create a function here. So let's quickly create a function. So I'm just going to do a function, and I'll do handle edit. So when I'm going to edit, so what we need to do, so whenever I'm going to edit, now if I go here, let's say I have a button, if I click here, I need to get the information of this particular category, because I'm currently editing this category, right? So I need to get the current category here. So I'll do current category, or maybe let's do get current category, whatever you want to take. and this the type will be the category. Type you need to give, okay, whenever you are working with TypeScript. So here you are going to pass the get current category. So what I'm simply telling that whenever I'm going to edit, I'm just storing that in this state. Simple. So this will be get current category, and then what you need to do, right, you have to do set name. Set name is nothing but the input value. So input value will become what? Get current category dot name. That's it, right? So this is what you need to do. So now okay, here, so now here what you need to do, simply I'm just going to call the handle edit, and what you have to pass, you have to pass the current category. Current category is this category that you have. Okay, so if you save here, now let's say if I click here, you can see this you're getting, right? Click here, you're getting this, right? Okay, this we need to change. So now what we need to do, right, very important, we also need to create one more method here, which will be function, and I'll do handle close, something like that. And here maybe let's take a next open, and I'll take a boolean, and I'm simply just going to do here that if not equal to next open, and I'm just going to make the set name will be empty, and I'll do set editing category will become null. Okay, and here what we need to do, right, we need to call this on open change, and I'm just going to pass that next open. Okay, so this is what we need to do, and these I think we have done a mistake. So this we're going to call on this handle close, not here. Okay, so if I save this, right, and let's say if I click here, so this will be add. Okay, and then if you open once again, this will be add again. So this is what we need to do. So now I think everything is almost completed. So edit should work. The only change we need to do, that when we are doing the editing, instead of calling the create admin category, we need to call the update category API. So if you go here, we have to call this, right? So where you are going to pass the category ID and the body, means let's say if I click here and change from man to woman, so I need to do that. So let's go here, and then I'm just going to do if editing category. So in this case I'm just going to have it, and I'm just going to now do update admin category, and here you have to pass two things. One will be your editing category dot ID, this you have to pass, and also you have to pass the body, which will be name, and name will be your name dot trim, and this is done. So save this. So if I go here, right, and let's say if I open this and go here, and I'll do man edited update, that's it. Okay, so now if you can see that this is pull request we are calling man edited, but I'm just going to change this one to man. That's it. So you can see that the UI is clean, everything is looking very good, and this is working fine. So let's add two more, right? So let's one more, let's add kids, that's it. Let's add electronics, and also maybe let's add what else, kitchen, no, not kitchen, what else you can add, electronics, clothings, or what, maybe I don't know, man, what to add. Let's add laptops. So I'll add images based on that. Okay, so this is done. So let's go here, come back, and if I click here, so you have the 5. Okay, change this one to laptop update, this is updated, so this is fine. Okay, so with that, so the first one is completed. Okay, because I already mentioned that first we need to implement these, then we need to implement the add product, and then we can render the this table component. So let's start working on the add product in the next part. Alright, so now let's start working on the add product dialog. Okay, so first what we need to do, we also need to create one more component here, and let's close everything else for now, and let's create one more component inside this, and let's give this one name as product dialog dot tsx. Okay, so let me minimize this one. So first so let's create the props that we need. So first I'm going to create a type. Let's give this one as product dialog props. So here I need a open property to open the dialog, that will be boolean. I need one on open change, this will be open, which will be boolean, and this will be void. Next what we need, we also need one to get our list of categories, which will be our category. So we have the category type, but it will be of array, right? Then we are also going to have the product. So I'm going to receive the single product that I'm going to discuss later. This will be my product type, or else this will be null. Okay, and then I'm also going to take onSaved, right? So onSaved, these will be similar, just like how we have used for the category dialog, because here also have taken the onSaved, if you remember, which will be this one, right? So it will be promise void. So copy this and then I'll just paste it here. Okay, so these all the props that we need. So now let's create the function. So I'm just going to do export function. Let's give this one as product dialog, and here I'm just going to give this one as product dialog props. Now let's return, and for now we need to return a dialog here. Okay, and this I'm going to import from my components. That's it. So here I'm going to get open on open change. Then I'm also going to receive the categories. Sorry, these will be categories. I'm also going to receive the product, and also I'm going to receive onSaved. Okay, so these 5 things. Save these. So now we just need to first call this from our parent component. So that will be the first step. So go to our pages, go to admin, go to products, and after this category dialog, I'm just going to import product dialog. Okay, so this we need to import, and then let's pass all the properties. So first this will be open. Now remember, we have already taken all of this. Open will be product dialog open. So here I'm just going to do this one as product dialog open. See, normally in YouTube videos what you will see, right, so people will do little fast because of time problem. Normally what will happen, once the video will cross 12 hours, right, it will be very difficult to upload on YouTube. Still I tried my best to explain all of this, but please consider this. Some of the things I can't explain. You also need to understand some of the things by yourself. If this is a Udemy course, maybe I'm going to explain more details. I hope you understand, right? So you should have basic knowledge. I can't explain each and everything like line by line. So here I'm going to take open, and this will be, so here I'm just going to do this one as, so first what I'll do, right, so first I'm just going to check that if not equal to open, if this is false, so I'm just going to call the close product dialog, and I'm just going to return. Okay, or else what I'll do, simply I'm just going to do set product dialog open, and this will become true. That's it. Okay, so this will be on open change. Then we are going to pass the categories. So categories, we have the categories, right? So these are going to pass, these categories is the categories that we have. Next we also need product, and this will be my editing product that we have, that we are going to need later. And then we have onSaved, which will be refresh all. Okay, so these all the things we are going to pass here. So this will be the first step. So first let's do one thing, let's start working on the product dialog. Before, as usual, what we will do, right, so let's go here, and I'm just going to, let me just take where I've taken the product dialog classes. So I'm just going to copy this, and let's go here, and then I'm just going to paste it, or maybe let's paste it on the top. Now let's keep it here only. Okay, so now first let's take the dialog. So dialog is going to have the open property, and this will be this open. Then you have the on open change, this will be on open change, and inside this I'm just going to take the dialog content. So you have the dialog content, and here I'm just going to take a class name, and this will be dialog content class. Inside this I'm just going to take a dialog header, and then I'm just going to take dialog title. So here I'm simply going to check. So for now what we can do, right, we need to, for now let's keep this on as add product. Later we are going to change this. So first I'm going to create the structure. So I'm just going to do add product. So let's save these. So now if I go here, right, and if I click this, you can see that we are getting add product. So this is for the manage, and this is for the add product. Now here we need to render quite a few things. Okay, so first let's do one thing. After this dialog header, give enter, and here I'm going to take a div and give a class name, and here I'm just going to use the content wrap class. You can see all the classes that I've already written. I'll take one more div. Here I'm just going to take a class name, and I'm just going to do 2 column grid class, and inside this let's take one more, and here I'm just going to take a class name, and I'm just going to do field group class. And here now we are going to take all the fields one by one. So I'm going to take label, this will become now title, and then after this I'm going to take a input, and here now this will become, so value and on change we are going to do later because we haven't started our form management yet, right? So I'm just going to do enter product title, or whatever you want to give. let's keep this on short, so I'm just going to keep this one as title. Save this, and if I open here, you're going to get this. Awesome. So this will be the first thing. Next we are going to do the same thing. So this will be our form group class. Copy this and paste it again, and this will become now brand. So here this will not be input, this will be a select. So I'm going to import the select from components, and inside this I'm just going to take a select trigger, and here you're going to pass a select value. So here what I'll do, right, so let's take a placeholder, and I'm just going to give this one as brand, and in the select trigger we don't have to take anything. Now what we need to do, we need to take select content, and inside this we need to get the brands. So if you go to the let's go to constant, you can see that I've added some brands here. So I'm just going to import this, right? So I'm just going to do brands dot map. So here I'm just going to do brand, and what you can do, right, because this will be a select item, so you can take a select item from SATCN only and then just enter the brand here. Okay, and you have to take two things. First, take the key, which is very important. Take this one as brand, and also take the value. So this value will be this value. Okay, now this value will be the brand value that we have, this brand. Alright, so now let's save this, and now let's close this one. So let's see what we are getting. So you can see that we are getting the brand. So now we can just close these two column grid, this particular div, and after this let's take the description. So I'm just going to take one more div. I'll take a class name, and I'll do this one as field group class. Inside this let's take the label, and I'll do this one as description, and here we are going to take a text area, right? So I'm just going to import the text area, and let's give some property here. So first I'm just going to give a rows, so let's give a rows of 5 maybe, and placeholder I'm just going to give this one as description only. Save this, and you can see that we are getting this. Awesome. So this is done. So now after this let's maybe here, after this let's take one more div, and I'll do a class name, and I'll do this one as 2 column grid class. Inside this let's take the same thing. So I'm just going to copy this part, paste it here, and then just change this one from description to category. Okay, so this will not be a text area. So category, how we are going to render the category? So category, we already have the categories, right? These categories, I mean the category that we have here. So now I'm just going to go here, remove this, and we need to take another select only, right? So I'm just going to take a select. So inside this, let's do little fast because we have a lot of things to do. I don't know, man, how I'm going to finish this because it's crazy big. Okay, so here let's take a placeholder, and then I'm just going to do, maybe let's give this one as category only for now. Okay, select, we are going to do this one later, and let's take a select content, and inside this I'm just going to render the category that we have. So categories.map, so I'll take a cat, and let's take a select item. Okay, so here what you're going to render, so you're going to render category, so look at dot, so it's going to have the name, but very important, please give the key always. Okay, so look at dot id, and here value you're going to do same, so look at dot id, or maybe let's do this one as category. This is little confusing, so let's change this one to category.id, category.name, category.id. Save this. So here you can see that you're getting kids, electronics, and all of these. I think we have added all of these right here. We have 5. So if I go here, select, so you have 5. Awesome. So now I think this is done. So after this, maybe let's close this here, and after this we will take one more. Now see, remember one thing I wanted to mention, this is how I usually teach. You don't have to follow the exact same UI that I'm doing. You can apply your own innovation, you can do a different way. I'm just showing you one way. It's not like you have to copy paste. Okay, so here let's do one more div, and I'm just going to do this one as class name, and let's do this one as field group class, and inside this let's take a label, and I'm just going to do this one as status, and inside this I'm going to take a radio group. So radio group, we also need to take the value and everything that we are going to do later. Now we can't take. So class name, let's give this one as status group class, and inside this I'm just going to take a div with a class name, and I'm just going to do this on a status item class. And here I'm just going to take a radio group item. So now what we need to do, right? So first of all, you need to give a value which is important. So this will be active, and here give ID also. So maybe let's give this one as product status active. And after this, you're going to take a label, and then very important, you have to give a HTML for. So HTML for will become this ID, right? And then what you have to do, just give this one as active. So if you save this, right, let's see what you're getting. You're going to get this. Okay, so now what you're going to do, simply let's do one thing. Okay, you need to take one more here, right? So I'm just going to copy this, I'll paste it here. For this one, let's do this one as inactive, and I'm just going to do this one as inactive. So this will become inactive, and this will be inactive. Save this, save active, inactive. Fantastic, awesome. So now I think this is done. So let's close this part here. No, I think we're maybe after this we can render, right? So let's close this one here. Alright, so after this, now we need to render the price. So let's take a div. So I'm just going to do a class name, and here I'm just going to use 3 column group class, and inside this I'll take a div with a class name. So here also same field group class. Let's take one more label, and let's do this one as price. And here this will be a simple input, but the only difference will be for this will become a type, which will be a number, and give a mean value of 0. Okay, now after this, what else? Maybe let's take a placeholder, and let's keep this one as 0, something like this. Save this, so you're going to get this. Awesome. So now after this, maybe let's take or copy this. Okay, let's not write everything, paste it here, and this will become, let's give this on a sale percentage. So we'll do sale percentage. Same, this also will be number, minimum 0, and this will be 0. Save this, so we're going to get sale percentage. Okay, what else? We also need to take one more, which will be stock. How many stock is there for this particular product? So I'm just going to do this on a stock. Okay, this also will be number. I think let's keep this on same only. So this will become stock. So price, sale percentage, and stock. So how many things are left? So now we need to implement our color picker, size selector, and image picker. That's it. So these 3 things we need to create. So first let's start with image picker. Let's start with the color picker first. Okay, so now I'll go here. Let's create one more component. So I'm just going to do color picker .tsx. Okay, so let's create export function, and I'm just going to do color picker. Now it's going to receive some of the properties that we need to handle, but for now let's first create the component. Okay, so I'm just going to return, and let's go here and let's copy the classes that we have. So I'm just going to copy this and then paste it here. So here first let's return. So I'll return a div. Let's give a class name, and I'm just going to give this one as wrapper class, and inside this I'm just going to do a class name. Let's give this one a header class, and let's render the h3, and I'm just going to do this one as colors, and here let's give a class name. So I'm just going to do this one as title class. So save this. So for now let's go back to the product dialog, and then what we can do, right? So let's close this 3 column class, grid class, and after this what we can do, right? Let's give another div, give a class name, and here I'm just going to do section grid class, and inside this I'm just going to import the color picker. Okay, so save this. Let's see what we are getting. So you can see that we are getting the colors. Fantastic. So now, so first of all, what we need to do, maybe I think let's keep this one. If you want, you can add one simple note here that, okay, pick a color or something like that. Okay, this is a color picker, but I'm not going to do that. This is fine. Let's keep this one simple. After this, simply take a div, take a class name, and I'm just going to do this one as action row class, and inside this will be input. Okay, so this will be input, and here what you're going to do, simply first give a type, and let's see what you're getting. You can see that we have a type color. Okay, and also let's give a class name, and class name I'm just going to do color input class, this one. That's it. So now also we need to take one more thing. Yeah, we also need to take a button component here. So let's take a button and let's keep this one as add color. Simple. And I'm just going to do a type. So let's do this one as type button, and variant I'm just going to do this one as secondary. Save this. So you can see that. Awesome, right? So you're getting add color. That's it. So this is what we need. Now what we need to do, right? We need to render every time the user is going to select the colors. So that also we need to manage. But for now we haven't implemented any of our form, so let's keep it like this. I hope this is clear. So now what we need to do, we also need to create one more component which will be size selector. So now let's go here and I'm just going to do selector.tsx. Let's copy this part from here and paste it, and this will now become size selector. And let's remove this part from here. And for classes we already have the classes, so let me just check. So product dialog, save the size selector. So copy this and then you can just paste it here. Okay, so you have the wrapper class. Till this part this is fine. Just change this on to sizes. Save these. First let's go to the product dialog. So let's go here and then simply first import it. So I'm just going to do size selector. Save this. So you're going to get the sizes. Okay, so here what we need first of all, so first we need to render all the sizes, right? So here I'm just going to take one div, take a class name and change this one, give this one grid class. And here if you go to the let's go to the features constant, you can see that we have the size options. So here what I'm going to do, simply I'm just going to take size options dot map. I'll do size item, and here what we are going to do, simply first let's return. So we need to return a button here only. So I'm just going to return a button and I'm going to render the size item. And what I will do, right, first let's take a key which is important. So I'm just going to do this on a size item. Type I'm just going to take this one as button, and also I need to take a variant. So variant for now I'm just going to keep this on as, let's keep outline. Later when we need to manage the active one, okay, so that we are going to manage later, but for now this is fine. So now let's save this and you can see that we have ASML and Excel. Fantastic. So this is done. So now what is left, so we need to also implement the image picker. Okay, so let's go here and let's do image picker.tsx. So let's create this component. So I'm going to do export function and I'll do image picker. So here first of all we also need to have couple of CSS, right? So I've already added that. So let me just take it from here. So this is the CSS all we need. Copy this and then I'm just going to paste it here. Alright, so let's start. So first let's return. So what I'll do, right, so we can use the same first initial part. So copy this and then paste it here and then remove this part. Okay, and here you can just simply give this one as images. Save this, and now what we can do, right, so let's go to product dialog. Maybe let's render it outside of this section grid. So after this, so I'm just going to import the image. What name we have given here? Let's see, image picker. So I'm just going to do image picker. Save this. You can see that we are getting images. Awesome. So now what we will do, right, so for now we need to get couple of props, but before that we also need to create our the input where we are going to click and then it will going to open the dialog to select our images, correct? So first let's go here and here let's give a label. Okay, and here I'm going to give a class name. So I'm just going to do this one as upload label class, and inside this let's take a image plus icon and let's give a class name of, so I'm just going to do this one as upload icon class, and let's take a span and I'm just going to do upload product images, and here let's give a class name and I'm just going to do this one as upload title class. Save this and you can see that we're getting this. Okay, so now what we need to do, right, we need to take input. So I'm going to take a normal input and here I'm just going to do this one as type. So this will be file, and here I'm just going to accept. So for now we are only accepting image, so this will be image. And also after this, let's take this one as multiple, because we can upload multiple images. And class name, I'm just going to give this one as hidden input. Sorry, this will be inside this. I'm just going to do this one as hidden input class. Okay, save this. So I think this is done. So now if I just click here, you can see that we are getting this, and maybe I just uploaded some of the images here. So you can see that these images I've uploaded, so this is what we are going to use. Okay, so now let's close this. So with this part is completed, but remember the main thing will be managing the state that we are going to do now, which will be creating our custom hook. So we're not going to use any third-party packages and everything, right? But this will be little advanced. You should know some of the concepts, okay, how we are going to manage the form. But before that, let's take one div here, and I'm just going to give a class name, and I will do this one as accent row class. All the classes are already added. Okay, so let's take a button and let's do this one as cancel. So when I'm going to cancel, so in that case, let's take a variant we need to take, and I'm just going to take the variant as, let's take outline, and on click, outline is fine, and let's take on click. And on click, what I will do, right, simply let's take on open change. On open change will be false. So what will happen, right, if you remember in our pages, so let me just quickly show you. So you are getting this, right? So based on that, we are going to close or open the dialog, right? So this is done. So this will give us a cancel button. Also we need to take one more, which will be our actual add button. So I'm just going to take button. So let's take this on click. So on click, I'm going to take this one as so for this one, maybe we need to create one method here. So maybe let's keep this one for now, remove this, because we need to create the hooks for it. So this is fine. What else we can do? Simply I'm just going to take maybe create product, something like this, create product, save this. So you're getting this, so close this. Awesome. So now only the UI is completed. Okay, means we need to now manage each and every form. So for this, what we are going to do, we will be creating a custom hook, and that custom hook I think we have already created, if I'm not wrong, which is use product form. So this is what we are going to use. So for this one, we are going to use some of the empty state and everything, so that I'm going to copy paste, and I'm going to explain the fields, because we need to write a lot of things and it's going to take quite a few time. The main thing what you need to focus, and that is the actual logic, that how we are actually managing each and every field here dynamically. Okay, so let's see how we are going to do that in the next part. Alright, so now what you're going to do, right, we'll be creating this custom hook, and for this one let's take more time, okay, to understand, because now we are actually implementing some feature, not just writing some CSS or JSX. So first of all, what are the props that we need? So here I'm just going to do type, and let's take use product form options, something like that. Okay, so here I'm going to need one open prop, which will be a boolean. Then I'm going to take the product prop. This product I'm going to discuss later why we need, or else this will be null. So let's just write it, or else if you do too much back and forth, right, it will be difficult for you to understand. So let's create all the hook at once, and then we are going to use this particular hook in all the components that we have created. Okay, and you see that it will be much more easier for you to understand. Then I'm just going to take a onset prop. So this will be a promise. So I'm just going to do this on promise of this will be void, and then I'm just going to do on close, and this will be simply void. Okay, so now let's create the hook here. So first I'm just going to do export function, and I'm just going to do this one as use product form, and let's take the use product form options. So first of all, let's take all the prop here. So we'll take open, on close, on saved, and the product. Save this. Alright, the first thing what we are going to do here. So first we need to have a form state which is going to hold the entire form state here, right, all the forms values here. So I'm just going to take simply a const. So this will be form, then I'll do set form, and this will be use state. And here what we are going to pass, we need to pass a type. Okay, first of all, so for type you can go to types, and now you'll see that we have created one type, which is I think we haven't created, right? Product form state. So we need to create one more type here. So let's go here and maybe let's give this one as product form state. So after this, I'm just going to do export type and I'll do product form state. And for this one, these will be almost similar. So we have the title we need, description we need, category we need, brand we need, colors, sizes, price, sell percentage, stock, right? So for this one, we're going to manage this one as a string, this is stock. Then we have the status, existing images. So till this part, copy this, okay? And then just paste it here. And this stock, I'm just going to do this one as string. This price, I'm just going to do this one as string because we are managing in the form. So all these properties will be string. We need the existing images, which will be product image. And let's remove this. Also, we need our new files. Okay, that what are the new images that we are uploading, and this will become file of array. And then we also need our cover. Let's give this one as image public ID, and this also will be string. Okay, so these all the form state we need. Now if you remember, or sorry, not remember, if you just recollect all the things that this is what we are actually taking. So we have the title, description, brand, category, colors, sizes, price to manage this one. Then we have the sell percentage also will be string. Okay, and then we have, okay, let's open this. We have the stock, status, existing images, because when I'm going to edit that time, there might be possibility that user already uploaded 2 images or 3 images or 5 images, right? New files, that the new files that I'm going to upload. So let's say we click here and I'm going to upload some new files. So in that case, that new files I'm going to store here, and the public image ID. So these all the form state that we need. So these will be my type here, right? So I'm just going to do here product form state. And now what I'm going to do, right, I need to give a initial value here. Okay, initial value will be my empty form. So for this one, I've already created one function. Okay, so copy this and then I'm just going to paste it here, right? And here you have to give a type. So let's give the type as product form state. Okay, so simply nothing, like whatever types just now we have done, right? You can understand what is happening here. And this is going to, so let's say if you just change this, it's going to give you error because this is not typed means it's only going to check that if the proper type is there or not, and this will be my initial value, that whenever I'm going to open this, all these values will be initially selected. So save this. So this is done, and here what you're going to do now, you're going to simply pass that get empty form. Okay, so this will be the first thing that we need. Also let's take const, and I'm just going to do this one as saving, set saving, and this will be use state of false. Okay, so I hope this is done. So now what we're going to do, right, first of all, we need to now handle each and every property. Okay, so very important. Now what are the properties that I mean here? Now properties in the sense, whenever I'm going to open this, each and every form field I need to manage, right? So whenever I'm going to type here, I need to get this value, something like that, right? Whenever I'm going to select a brand, I need to get the value. I hope this is clear. But before that, we also need to understand, whenever you'll be working on any kind of feature, let's say you're working as a front-end engineer in a company, you also need to think a little, maybe what I'll say in advanced level. Advanced level means little advanced, means whenever I'm going to add a product and I'm going to create a product. Now let's say that product I'm rendering here and I have an edit button here. Whenever I'm going to click on this edit button, I need to open the same dialog, but I need to pre-populate all the values. I hope this is clear. So if you see, I'm just thinking in future that okay, I need to also somehow edit and update the values. So whenever I'm going to edit, I need to somehow get the current product value and I need to populate here. So let's say I'm updating a particular product whose title is name as first product. So that first product will be automatically rendering or pre-populating here. So that is where we need this current product state. I hope this is clear, right? So now, first of all, what we're going to do, right? I'm going to give one check that, okay, whenever I'm going to click on edit, that we are going to do in future. The point is why I'm discussing this one before. It's very important. You need to understand, because if you see my previous e-commerce videos, like video that I have, right? I've done all of this, and then I'll do click on edit and I'm going to explain. But what I'm doing before, so I'm actually teaching you that how the thinking process should work. I hope this is clear, right? So it's not like blindly doing each and everything. So I can simply implement the add feature first, render the products, click on edit, and then I can explain. But I want all of you to think before. Okay, so before in the sense that you haven't implemented the add feature, but you also need to understand that, okay, once add feature is completed, how I am going to implement the update feature, right? Something like that. So here how I'm going to do that. So to do this one, we have the open prop. So I'm going to check that, okay, whenever I'm going to open this dialog, if the dialog is open, so that means I'm simply going to take that, okay, if I have a use effect here, and this use effect will have a open as a dependency, right? So that means open is true, and this has a product as a dependency. Means what? Means product value is already present. Means we are not creating a new product, we are updating a product. Very, very important concept, right? So whenever I have a product value here and I'm opening this dialog, so instead of creating a new product, I need to pre-populate all the values here, right? So this is what you're simply doing. So now to do this, first of all, what I'm going to do, I'm simply going to check that, oh, if the product value is already present and open is true, means the dialog is already open. So in that case, I need to set form. So I need to set the values, initial values, which will be product. So I'm just simply going to check if the product value is already present. So in that case, what I'm going to do, right, I already created one more method here. Okay, so I'm just simply going to create one more function, and this will be function, and I'll do map product values. No, map product to form, map product to form values, and this will be product. The type will be product, and then this will be the type will be product form state. Okay, and then I'm just going to return all these values. So I'm going to copy this and I'll paste it here. So simply we are simply telling that, okay, if the product title already has, so just set the title as product title. So now let's see if I have a product here and I'm clicking on edit button and the product name is first product. So whenever I'm going to click on the edit button and this dialog will open, instead of here this title, this will now become first product. So these values will be pre-populated. Simple. Okay, so this is how update feature you should it should work. Okay, now let's say if I open a particular product which I want to update and that product state is inactive, so whenever I'm going to open this dialog, this will be automatically selected. So this is what we are doing here. Okay, so now what I'm going to do, right, but here we need to get the public image ID, public image public ID, what I'm telling, cover image public ID. But how we are going to do that? So for this one, let's create a simple function here. Okay, so I'm just going to do here function and I'll do get cover image. So let's do this on export also, export function get cover image, and here I'm just going to do this on as images, and this will be product image from types, and let's take this one as empty. And what I'll do, right, simply I'm just going to do return images.find, right? So I'm going to get the image, the current image, and here I'm simply going to do if this image dot is cover, if this is there, so you are going to return me that the existing one, or else if it is not there, so you're going to simply give me images, these images of the first one. Okay, simple. And these we are going to just use here. So I'm just going to get the cover, so look const cover, and this will be get cover image, and here you have to pass the images. But how you're going to pass the images? So images will be your product, right? And if you go to the types, you can see that you are going to have the product images, right? Sorry, product is the this type, this one. So product images, this one. So you're going to pass the product dot images. That's it. So now this will give you the cover public ID if it is present. If it is not present, this will be simply empty. So now what you're going to do, right, so every time I'm going to edit, I'm going to check if the product value is already present. So I'm just going to use this map product to form values, and then I'm going to pass the product, and or else if this is not present, so every time I'm going to open, what will happen? So that means we're simply adding a new one, right? So I'm just going to render the empty form. See, no one is going to explain in YouTube like that, right? So you have to understand all of this, how these things are working. Now if you think that I'm just going to write all of this line by line, right, it's not feasible for me. I know for some of you it might be irritating, but you can comment it down, but most of you will agree that whatever I'm doing, this is to save time, because this video will be very long. So what I'm trying to explain, that if in case you are getting confused with the types and everything, right, take your time, pause the videos, try to do by yourself. Or what you can do, right, I will not suggest, but still I think some of you usually do that. You can just copy some of the part, not the whole code, and then go to ChatGPT and try to, maybe you can ask to explain the code and whatever if you want, but I will suggest not to do that, but try to learn by yourself. Okay, so this is done. So this will be the first thing that we need to do. Okay, now what we're going to do, right, we need to update our fields. Update our field means we need to now manage all the fields, all these fields. So first let's do one thing, or first let's do a different way. First let's manage the add color. So I'm just going to do a function. I'm just going to create add color, and this is going to receive the color which will be string, because every time I'm going to open this, select a color, and then I'm going to add color, I'm going to get the color, this color. And what you can do, right, simply you just do set form, take the previous form state, and what you will do, simply destructure the previous, take colors, and this color will become your previous dot colors. And then you're going to check that if this is already includes the color, if the color is already present, so you're not going to add it, right? So you're simply going to do previous dot color. If this is not present, so you're just going to add it. Very simple, not that much difficult. So you'll just take the color and add the current color, and this is done. Okay, so this is to manage your add color. So what will be your remove color? So let's take a remove color. So this is also will be color, which will be string, and here you're simply going to do this. So I'm just going to, let's take set form. So I'm going to take previous, and here we'll just simply take prev, and I'm going to take colors. So this will become my previous colors, and I just need to filter here. So filter, and this will become item, and I'll just do item is not equals this current color. So this is going to remove the color. Okay, what else we need? We also need to manage our or sorry, not manage, we are going to also toggle our the sizes. So if I select this and again unselect, so it will be unselected, something like that. So for this, maybe after this only, let's take function, and I'm just going to do toggle size. So I'm just going to take the current size. So I'm going to current size, let's take only size. So this will be string, and very simple. Okay, what I will do, simply copy this, paste it here. So instead of these colors, so this will become your sizes. So this will be a prev dot sizes include the current size. So if this is already present, because we are toggling, right, so we need to remove. So what you have to do, you have to do prev dot sizes dot filter, and then you're going to do item, and you'll do item not equal to size. And if this is already not present, so in that case you're just going to take the previous sizes and you're going to add the current one. That's it. So this will be a toggle size. Then we also need for our managing our files, right? So this one we have managed, this we have managed, all these we are going to manage. I'm going to show you that how we are going to manage properly, but first let's do the add files. I'm just going to do function add files. So here these will be files. So I'm just going to do this on a file list, and or else, okay, very important, we are going to take this one as null. So first you're going to check that if not equal to files dot length, so you're going to return. If this is not the case, so again the same thing. So you take set form previous, and you're going to just get the previous form state, and you're going to do files, sorry, new files, not files, and this will become previous dot new files. And here you're going to do array dot form, and you're going to pass the files that you have selected. Okay, so this is going to add the files. We also need to take two more. One will be, we are going to remove the existing image. Okay, so let's say if I select this and then I want to remove an image, so that also we are going to do. And second one will be, we also need one to change our cover ID. Okay, so that I'm going to show you later, that how we are going to do that. And then at the end we are going to have one main method, which will be our actual submit method, which is going to submit this particular to our backend, and it's going to store in our DB. Okay, but before that, very important, how you are going to manage all the other fields. Now there are multiple ways. Either you can create each and every function for each and every field. Let's say handle title, handle brand, handle description, handle category, but that is not a good practice. But how we are going to handle this on common way? So let's say I'm going to show you the best way that how you can do that. And also if you want, you can watch my previous videos, maybe last 1.5 years back React videos. There also I've actually showed you all these things, right? So here one thing is you have to understand that, okay, let's say how this is work. So I'm just going to update field. Okay, here what you have to do, right, you have to take the key. Now it's very important, so let's take this one as k, and this will be extends key of, this is important part. Okay, this key is actually present in our product form state. Okay, and now what you're going to do, right, simply you're going to take a key which will be this k, and you're going to take the value, right, the current value which will be your product form state of this what k. Okay, so you're going to get the value, sorry, this will be capital K. So now what you have to do is very simple. You'll do set form, so you're going to take the previous form, and then what you'll do, right, simply you're going to destructure the previous, and then what you have to do, right, so now let's say the key is title, so I'm going to take the dynamic key value here, and then I'm just going to pass the value. That's it, and this is done. So this is now going to handle all these fields. So you don't have to write it. The key part is, this is the key part here. Okay, this is the key part here, this whatever you have written here. Okay, sorry, this key will extend the key of the form state that we have created, this one. So I think this is done. So now what else is left? So we also need to take our actual maybe let's do one thing, or let's take the submit method also, because this is important. So let's create the main submit method. So I'm just going to take async function, and I'm just going to do this one as submit. So first of all, what I will do, right, I'm going to give couple of check here, that if not equal to form dot title dot trim, or maybe let's say I'm just going to check if not equal to form dot description dot trim, or I'll check if not equal to form dot category dot trim. So I'm just going to do return something like this, right? Save this. So after this, what I will do, simply I'm going to take a try, and here we also need to manage two things here. One will be to edit, one will be to actually create the product. So first let's take a finally. Okay, and then I'm just going to do set saving will become false here. Set saving is the this state that we have taken. So now here what I'm going to do, simply, so I'm just going to take try, let's do set saving will be now true. And then what I'm going to do, right, first I'm going to check, very important, I think by now you'll be able to understand that if the product value is already present, so this will be to edit product, and if it is not present, so this will be to create a product. Simple. So here what I'll do, so I'll go to the APIs, and you can see that we have create admin product. Okay, this is what we need. So now we'll go here, and I'm just going to do await, and we'll do create admin product, and here you have to now pass the body. Okay, so in the body what you have to pass, and also let's see what are the things you have to pass. You have to pass the body and the files. These files will be the new files. Okay, so this will be simply form.new files. Okay, so this is the first thing, but in this one you're going to pass the body. So in the body you have to pass the create product body. So create product body is going to give you all this. Okay, so here how we are going to do, so first I'm going to pass the title. So title will be my form.title.trim. Let's do description, so let's do form.description.trim. Then we have category, so we'll do form.category. Then we have the brand, so which will be form.brand. Then we have colors, this will be form.colors. Then we have sizes, so this will be form.sizes. Then we have price. So now we are going to convert this one to number. Okay, so I'll do form.price. Then you have sell percentage, so here you are going to do number of form.sell percentage, orders, this will be 0. Then you have the stock, which will be number of form.stock. And then we are going to have the status, which will be form.status. Okay, So these many things we need to pass. So this is going to create. Once this is create, now see how we are doing it. Okay, so till this part this is done. So maybe, okay, let me just check. Okay, so here we are going to do edit. So here we are going to do else. So maybe after this only we can do here. Yeah, after else only what I can do, right, I'm simply going to do await, and now I'm just going to call this on saved method. Okay, that this is now saved. So I'm just going to do on saved, and then once this is saved, so it's simply going to call this on closed. Okay, this method. So this will be on closed, and this is done. So now this will be to create. So how we are going to do the edit? Okay, so now edit will be almost similar. So here you are going to, instead of calling the create admin product, you are going to do update admin product. So this is the first thing. So here first you need the product ID, that which product you want to update. Now how you are going to get the product ID? Let's see if you can guess. So this product ID again you are going to get from this product, right? So if you go here, so you're going to pass the product, and this is going to give you the ID. So this is the first thing. And then also you're going to pass the form dot new files, and in between what you have to do, right, again the same thing whatever you have done here. So copy this and then paste it here. First of all, let's go one by one. So you have the title, description, category, brand, colors, sizes, price, sell percentage, stock, status. Now we also need to pass existing images. So this will be your form dot existing images that we have, and you also need to pass the cover image public ID. So this will be your form dot cover image public ID, or else this will be undefined. Okay, so now I think this is done. So you have now created all of this. Now remember, we need to create two more method here. One will be to remove our existing images and to change the cover image. So that we are going to do later. Okay, so first let's do one thing. At the end, remember, we also need to return all of this. So I'm going to return the form, I'm going to return the saving, I'm going to return is edit mode. Is edit mode will be this product is there. Very simple. Then we have the let's do this one as toggle size. We also have add color, we also have remove color, we also have add files, we also have the submit method, and also we need to pass one more, right, which is something I'm missing, update field, this one. So this will be update field. Now here remember, we also need to update field. We also need to take two more, which will be, I already mentioned that we are going to do later. So now this hook is now completed. Okay, so this is a little big because so many fields are there, right? So now we will start with managing all of this one by one in the next part. So let's see how we are going to do that. All right, so now let's go to the pages first, right? Now this page, I mean about the sorry, it will be the admin products page, right? So here we need to go, and then we need to go to the product dialog. So this is the component, and here now what we need to do, right, we are going to use that custom hook that we have created. Okay, so first I'm going to take, so we will do use product form, and this product form is going to receive these props, right? So here we are going to pass the open, so this is the open. Then I'm going to pass the on close, and also we are going to pass on saved, and let's pass one more, which will be the product, right? So here what I'll do, right, so let's do product, and for this on close, so let me just see that what we are doing here on the on close. So maybe let's do one thing. On close, I will just simply pass on open change will be false. Okay, so now what are the things that we are going to receive? So we'll be receiving the form, we are going to receive the saving, we are going to receive the ease edit mode, we're also going to receive the update field, toggle size, add color, remove color, add files. Then we have what else, submit, right? So these all the things we are going to receive. We also need to create two more that we are going to do later. So now let's pass all of these one by one. Okay, so first thing what we are going to do, right, so let's start with the so what will be the first step? So first will be the this title property. Okay, so first here we are going to pass the value. Now this value will become now form dot, now you can see that we are going to have the title. Okay, now you see how much easier it will be. Now you'll see on change, so you're going to get the event, and you're going to call the update field, and update field is going to receive the key. Remember, so key will be my title, right? And here you're going to pass the value. So what will be the value? Value will be event dot target dot value, value. That's it. So this is what actually we need. All right, same thing we need to do for all the other fields. So let's go to the next one. So here what are you going to do? So in this select, so first we are going to pass the value. So value will become now form dot brand, and here we need on value change. Okay, so here you're going to get the value. So I'm going to take this one as val, and here I'm just going to update field, and this will be brand, and then you're going to pass the val. So this is done. So now let's move on to the next one. Next one will be our description. So let's copy this from here. Instead of rewriting multiple times, I'm going to copy from here, and then I'll just paste it in the text area. So in the text area, so this, first save this. So this will be dot description, and this will be description, and this will be event dot target dot value. Okay, so this will be the same. Similarly, next what we have the category, right? So let's copy this. Let's go to the select. So this will be the category. So here also I'm going to paste this one. So this will become category, and this will be category, and this will be the value. Okay, so save this. This is done. Then we have statuses. So for statuses, now what you're going to do? So first in the radio group you need to pass the value. Okay, so you're going to pass the value. So this will become form dot status, and in the in the on value change, so here also you're going to get the value. Okay, and here what we will do, we are going to do update field. So you're going to pass the status, and here what you'll do, right, you're going to pass the value, and here see, this is important. This is where you need to know TypeScript concept. So you're going to do as, and then we have the type for the status. So you're going to do as product status. So basically we're simply telling that this will be either active or inactive. I hope this is clear, right? So these things are important. So this is done. So this about the radio button. What else? So let's see what we have. Okay, price and everything. So let's do one by one. So for price, here also we are going to do value. So this will be form dot price, and here also you're going to do on change. So this will become event, and for this one I'm going to do update field. So this will become price, and this will be event. Let's take this one small only, event dot target dot value. Save this, copy this from here, and I'm just going to paste it here. So this will become form dot sale percentage. This will be sale percentage, and this also will be value. Copy this again and then paste it here. So this will become stock. So form dot stock, and this will be stock. Okay, and this will be event dot target dot value. So all the things, normal fields are done. Now what will happen if I just go here, and if I just log these, the form, save this, see what is happening. Okay, so we'll see here. So first let's keep this on side. I'll go to console, and I'll open this, and I'm just going to do Sangam, and you can see you're getting title. This will be my brand, right? So here you're getting the brand, and if I change this one to inactive, so this will change to inactive. So working fine, right? Absolutely fine. So this is done. So now what you're going to do, right? So let's do one by one. Okay, I'm just going to close everything else. Let's start with the first component, which will be color picker. So I'm just going to open this color picker. And this color picker, now we need to get couple of props. Okay, so first let's start with taking the props. So here I'm just going to do type, and let's do this one as maybe color picker props. Color picker props. So first I need the colors, the list of colors, which will be string of array. Next I need on add property, so which is going to actually add it. So I'm going to take the color string, this will be void, and I'm going to take, this will be void, and also I'm going to take on remove. So here also I need the color, which will be string, and this will be void. So this is what we need. So I'm just going to take it here, and this will be colors, on remove, and on add. Let's keep the on add here after this. Save this. So first we'll go to product dialog, and we need to pass this, right? So let's go to our colored speaker component here. So first we need to pass the colors, right? So colors will be what? Your form dot colors, simple. On add, what will be on add? This will be add color, and then on remove, this will be remove color. Now you can see if you do back and forth, it will be difficult for you to understand. Now you can clearly understand that what is happening here. So now, so let's implement this component properly. Okay, so first let's see what we have done here. So we have the input. Okay, first type will be color. So first what I will do, right? So let's take a local state. Okay, so for this one you don't have to take a global state. Local state is fine. So I'm just going to do selected color, set selected color, and these will be, so I'm just going to do a use state, and maybe let's take a color. So I'll do 111. Okay, so this is color, this is one random color I'm taking, and what I will do, so I'm just going to take a value and I'm going to pass the selected color. So this will be initially selected. You can take any color you want, and I will take on change, which will be event, and here I will simply just do what I'm doing, man. So here this will be set selected color, this will be event dot target dot value. So this is done. Save it, and then what you will do in this button, you have to take two things. So first you have to take only one, which will be on click, and this will be, so you're going to call the on add property, and here you have to pass the selected color, because this is going to receive the current color as an argument. Okay, so this is done. Save this. Now what you're going to do, right? So after this, I'm just going to take one more div here. I'll take a class name, and I will just do this one as color list class, and inside this I'm just going to map the colors. So I'll do colors dot map, I'll do color item, and here I'm just going to take a button, and inside this let's render the span, and I'm just going to take a class name, and I'm just going to do color dot class, and style, I'm just going to take a style, and I'm just going to do background color will be this color item. Okay, and in this button, so let's take a key first, which will be color item, and I'm just going to take a type, which will be button. I'm also going to take a on click. So here what I'll do, right? So on click of this, we are going to remove that color. So I'm just going to take a on remove, and I'm going to pass that color item. Okay, and also let's take one more class name, which will be color chip class. That's it. And here let's do one thing. Let's take a X icon, and I'll just pass a class name, and I'm just going to do remove icon class. Save this. So we'll go here, and maybe let's say I'll just select one color, add this. So you can see that we are getting this. Change this one to something else, add here, you're getting this. Click here, it's getting removed, and if I just select any other color, add color, so this is working fine. Awesome. So that means the first one is completed. So now let's start with the second one, which will be your size selector. So go here, let's take the type here also. So I'm just going to take type. This will be size selector. I'll do props, and here I'm just going to take one will be selected size, which will be string of array, and I'm also going to take a toggle on toggle. Remember, we have implemented the toggle functionality. In case you are getting confused, you can go do back and forth. Back and forth means you can check the hook that we have done, and then you can come back here. For me, I already implemented this before just to teach you in a better way, so that's why I know what I'm doing here. But for some of you it can be a little tricky, so take your time in that case. So this is done. So now what are you going to do, right? So first let's pass the size selector props, and here you're going to take on toggle and the selected sizes. So first again we'll do the same thing. We'll go to product here, and then we are going to pass two things, right? So we have to pass selected sizes, which will be form dot sizes, and then you're going to take on toggle, this will be toggle size. That's it. Save this, and now if I go here, right, so we need to make some changes here because we haven't implemented everything. So first thing will be here we have the key type variant, so we have to take on click. So this will be the first thing, on click. And in this on click, I'm just going to do what? I'm just going to do on toggle, and I'm going to pass the current size. Okay, so you have to pass the current size. This is the first thing. And also let's take a class name, and here I'm just going to do size button class, and I think this is done. Also let's do one thing, maybe here I'm just going to take one active property. Okay, so I'm just going to take one active property. This active will be if the selected sizes includes the current size item, so this will be active. And if this is active, so in that case what you can do, right, maybe in this variant I'm going to change this one, that if this is active, so in that case make this one to default, or else keep this one as outline. So save it, and if I go here, right, select this, so you can see that, so it's working fine, right? Awesome. So this is done. So that means size selector is completed. Next will be, we need to implement the product sizes, this file. Now here we need to write some more code. So let's go to the image picker and let's see what are the props first we need. So you need to understand all of this properly. Okay, so first let's start with here. So I'm just going to take type and do image picker props. So first you need the existing images. Okay, so this will be the first thing. When you're going to do edit, there is a possibility that user already uploaded some images. So here you're going to pass this one as product image, right? This we already have, but this will be array. Next you need the new files, correct? The new files that are being added, which will be type of file, but it will be array. Then we need what? Cover image public ID. Cover image public ID. This will be string. Next what we need, I'll take one more here, that on files add, something like that, one method. Here I'm going to take the, I'm going to take the files, and the type will be file list, or else, very important, you are going to take this one as null, and this will be void. And then here I'm going to take two more. Okay, one will be on existing remove, means if I want to remove any existing image, and then if I want to change the cover image. Okay, but let's keep this one for now because we haven't implemented that logic. For now let's keep it like this, and then I'm just going to take this one here. So I'll do image picker props, I'll do existing images, new files, cover image, and then on files add. So I'll save this. So this is done. So now let's go back to again product dialog, and we need to pass this on here. So first let's start with existing images. This will be form dot existing images, simple. New files, form dot new files. Then you have cover image ID, which will be form dot cover image public ID, and then you have the on files add, and in this case this will be add files. Okay, and this is done. So these four things we need. Later we are going to add more. Once this is done, now we need to start implementing the features, right? Okay, so first of all let's go here, let's see first what we need to do. We have the label, we have the input, multiple class name. Here we are going to take first, which will be on change, very important. So on the on change we are going to get the event, and here I'm just going to do on files add, and what you have to pass, event dot target, but in this case you have to pass files, right, because you are adding files. So this will be the very first change you need. Now after this I'm just going to do if existing images dot length, if this is greater than 0, means if existing images are already present, so we need to render those images, right? So here I'm just going to do something. Okay, so do something here, that we are going to do something. If this is not the case, so in that case what we need to do, for now we don't have to do anything, we're going to do null. This will be the existing images part. Now what we're going to do, right, first of all let's do one thing, let's create the URLs from the files. So these files, the new files that I will be adding here on click of this. Okay, so first to create this, what you can do, right, simply you're going to do const, and I'm just going to do preview URLs, and let's take a use memo here, and what I will do, right, let's keep the new files as a dependency. Okay, and here what we can do, right, maybe we can remove this directly, you can take here. So here what I'll do, simply I'm just going to do that new files that we have dot map. So this is going to give me the current file, single file, and how you can create, right? So first what I will do, simply first I'm going to create the URLs, means I'm going to create the URL from which method? So we have a method called create object URL. Okay, so here what you can do, right, simply, so I'm just going to pass a file. Okay, so the current file I'm passing, and in the URL what I'll do, I'm simply take URL, and this is going to give you this create object URL. Okay, and then you just have to pass the file. So this is going to create the preview files. Okay, now what you can do, simply, so save these, and then I'm just going to take a use effect, and here you're going to pass the preview file as a dependency, and then you can simply just do that. Okay, return, and then you're going to do preview URLs dot for each, and here you're going to tell, let's take item, and what I'll do, right, I'm going to do URL dot revoke object URL. So this will be revoke, and you're going to pass the item, and this will give you this URL. Okay, so this is what we need. So copy this and let's log it here. So let's see what you're getting here. Okay, so I'm just going to go here, go to downloads, I'm going to select this, open, and you can see what you're getting. So you're getting a file, right, and the URL. Okay, so this is working fine. So now what you can do, right, you can simply log this. Let's remove this here. So I'm just going to log it here. So I'm just going to do preview URLs dot length, if this is greater than 0, or else this will be null. So here I'm just going to do div, and I'll take a class name. So here I'll simply just do section class, and inside this let's take a p, and I'm just going to do, this is new file uploads or new uploads. Okay, and here what you can do, you can pass a class name, and this will be section title class. So now after this I'll take one more div, and I'll do a class name, and here this will be grid class. Inside this let's log it. So I'll do preview URL, sorry, not log, map it. So I'll do preview item comma index, and here what I will do, simply let's return a div, and first let's take the key. Okay, because taking the key is very important, and how you can take the key, right, you have to take a unique key, or else you're going to get error. So you can take this preview item, you can do dot file, and this will give you the file name. Okay, this you can take, and then you can just append the index. That's it, instead of directly using the index as keys. So this is how you can create a unique key. Class name, you can simply pass the image card class that I've created already, and inside this you can take an image, and let's pass the source, which will be preview item dot URL, and here I'm just going to take an alt. So alt will be preview item dot file dot let's take the name, and class name will be image class. Okay, so this is done, and if you want you can also log the image file name here also if you want that. So this is optional, so I'll do file dot name, and here let's pass a class name, which will be file name class. So if you save here, you can see that you are getting this, and let's see if multiple we can add or not, right? So let's open these. Maybe I'm just going to add these 3. So open here, and this is working fine, fantastic, right? So that means this is working fine. Okay, so now what will be the next step? Next step will be, we need to also implement that if there are existing images, so in that case we need to render those images, and also user can be should be able to remove those images also, like if they want to remove the existing images, and they should be also able to change the cover image. Because if you remember, in our backend logic we have added that logic that whenever users are going to add a particular product first time, always the first image will be considered as a cover image, and if they want to change it later, they will be able to change it. But in that case, when they're going to edit it, so they should be able to change it, right? So that is the reason we need one more method. So let's see how we are going to do that in the next part. Once we'll do that, then we are going to test that if the create and update is working. Oh, see, this is one of the big feature that we need to create. Once we'll create this, right, we can move to the customer view. Without this we can't do anything here. Okay, so let's complete this whole thing, and also the rendering of the products in the next part. All right, so now let's go to the hook that we have created, right? So we need to create 2 more method here. So first let's start with removing an existing image. So I'm just going to do remove existing image, and here I'm just going to take the public ID, which will be string, and here what we'll do, right, simply take set form. So this will be prev state, and here first of all let's take our, so something like next images maybe we can take, and this will be prev dot existing images, and we need to filter. Simple. So what do we need to filter? So I'm just going to take the image, and here we are going to do this image dot public ID should not be not equal to the public ID that we are receiving as a input. A normal JavaScript concept, right? This filter and everything. So this will give me the next set of images. Then I'm going to take the next cover. So how I'm going to do that? So I'm just going to take that if the previous cover image public ID is already present and this is equal to the current public ID, if this is same equal to current public ID, because we are removing this, right? So in that case what we are going to do, right, I'm going to take the first images from this next images and set it to public ID, okay, which will be setting as our current cover image. I hope this is clear. So in this case what we will do, I'm going to take the next images of 0, and here I'm just going to do dot public ID if this is present, or else empty. If this is not the case, then I'm just going to keep our existing cover image public ID only. That's it. And then once this is done, right, so I'm just going to return. So always return the previous state. If you don't return, it will give you problem. So to return this, existing images will now become next images, and cover image ID will now become the next cover. If you want, you can do next cover image ID also. Okay, so this is one method we need, and second method we need will be function, and I'm just going to do change cover image, and this will be public ID, which will be string, and here I'm just going to do update field that we have, and I'm just going to set the cover public image ID will be the image ID, public ID that I'm receiving. Simple. And then we just have to return it here. Okay, so I'm just going to do remove existing image, and also I'm just going to return the change cover image. Okay, save these. Now let's go to product dialog, and I'm just going to take it here. So first I'm just going to do, so you need to get the remove existing image, and also need to get the change cover image. Okay, now next what will be the what step we need to do, and that is save these, go to image picker, and we need to add these in our props. So I'm just going to do here, let's do on existing image, no, on existing remove, let's take, and here I'm just going to take the public ID, which will be string, and this will be void, and also I'm just going to do on cover image change, maybe is it, let's take on cover image change, and here also I'm just going to take public ID, this will be string, and here I'm just going to return void. Okay, so these two more we need, and these we are going to pass from our product dialog. So go to our image picker, and we need to pass on existing remove, which will be what, remove existing image, just now we have created, and also we have the on cover image, which will be the change cover image. Save this. So now what we need to do, right, we need to, first of all we need to render the previous images, right, whatever existing images that we have. So let's go here. Okay, in this part do something. So I'm just going to remove this. So first of all let's take one div, and here I'm just going to take a class name. So first let's do this on a section class, and inside this let's render the same thing. Copy this, paste it here, and I'm just going to do existing images. Okay, save it. So now after this I'm just going to take div, and we'll take a class name. So I'm just going to do grid class, and inside this I will do existing images dot map, and I'll take the image. Let's take image. Okay, so first what we are going to do, right, so let's return, or else this is going to give error. So first let's return here. So first let's give a key. So key will be your image, and image is going to have the public ID. Very important. Also you need to see that, okay, currently which image is set as current cover image. So how you can check that? So I'm just going to do is cover image or is cover, and this will be equal to your cover image public ID should be what, equal to this image dot public ID. image.public id. Then it will be set as a cover image. So first we are going to take the key, and also let's take a class name, and this class name will be the image card class. Now first of all let's render the image here. So I'm just going to do here source, and source will become what? The image.url. Let's give alt, let's just give product, and I'm just going to give a class name, and this will be image class. Okay, so this is going to render the image if there are any existing image. Currently we don't have, which is fine. This is basically we need when we are going to do any editing. And then I'm just going to take a div, and here I'll take a class name, and I'll do image accent class, and here I'm just going to take a button. So first of all let's do one thing. Maybe I'm just going to take a start icon, and here I'll do a class name, and I'm just going to do this one as start icon class, and here I'll do is cover, and I'm just going to keep this one as cover, or I'm just going to do this one as set cover. Okay, and this button we need to change some properties. So I'm just going to take the type, which will be button. Size, I'm just going to keep this one as sm. Variant, so here let's take maybe that. Okay, maybe if this is cover, I'm just going to keep this one as default, or else I'm just going to do this one as secondary. And on click we also need to take, and in the on click this will be on cover, no, on change. What is that we have? Let me just check. On cover image change. So we'll do on cover. Why this is coming, man? This is what we have to take it here, that's why. On existing remove, and on cover image change. So we'll do on cover image change, and here we need to pass the image.public id. Okay, so this is going to remove. Now this is going to set the current cover image for that particular image. Then we are going to take one more button. Sorry, I think this will be for remove, right? So here we are going to take a X icon, and for this one I'll take a class name, and this will be remove icon class, and here I'm just going to take the type, which will be button. Size, this will be icon. Variant, this will be, let's take ghost, and on click here I'm just going to take the on existing remove, and this will be image.public id. So I'm going to remove the current image. So I think this is all we need to manage all the I told you, right, this will be crazy big. It's not that much simple. So now first of all go to product dialog and see what are the things that we are not using. So we have the saving is edit mode, submit, right? Now where you are going to use the submit, this is the first thing. So first let's go here in this button. So first we need to take a on click, right? So we'll take a on click, and this will be submit. And then I'm just going to take a disable, and disable will be when this will be disabled when the saving is true. And here now what we can do, right, simply remove this. So here I'm just going to take if saving, so I'm going to do something like saving, or else I'm just going to do is edit mode. So here you'll simply just do update product, or else you're going to do create product. Okay, so this is the first thing. And maybe if you want, you can do one simple change, and that is go to the top. Let's see here. Okay, so I'm just going to do here that if is edit mode, so I'm going to do update product, or else I'm going to do create product. Alright, so now I think almost everything is completed, so it's time to test that whether this is working or not. Okay, so first let's go here, and then what I'm going to do, right, go to network, let's click on add product, let's add a men's shirt, copy this, let's select a brand, give the same description, select category as men, I'll give 500, let's give a stock of 10, and let's add some colors. Maybe let's add this one, let's add some more 5 colors, and let's add this one. So let's select these 3, and then I'm going to select one image, open, and now let's see what is happening here. Let's do create product, Okay, so we are getting 400. Images are not getting sent. Colors. Oh, okay. I got it. So because we're sending form data, right? So maybe in the Axios we are sending headers as application/JSON, and that might be the reason. Go to API and see. So this we don't have to send. Okay, so browser will automatically send whenever you are going to work with form data. So now let's save this. I think this is the reason. Okay, so now let's add one more time. So let's give man's cert. So let's select brand, description, give a category. Let's give maybe 1000. Let's give stock of 5. Let's add again 5 colors maybe. Let's add this one, 2 more, and also this one. Select all 4, and maybe let's select this one. Now I think this should work. So now let's create product. Okay, so finally it's working. So you're getting 201. See, this is how it should be, right? So you're getting all the colors, sending all the colors. So finally we're getting the data back. That means this is working absolutely fine. Okay, and we are getting the products also. Why? Because remember we are calling refresh all, and refresh all is going to refresh the list of categories and the products. Fantastic. So that means this is working fine, and you are getting the updated list of products. So now what will be our next step? We just have to render this particular table here. So let's do this one in the next part. Alright, so now we'll start working on the creating the table component. Okay, so first let's go to the components, and let's do here, maybe let's do products table. So I'm just going to do products table dot tsx. Let's close everything else. So here also I think we need to get couple of props. So I'm just going to do type. Let's do products table props, and here let's maybe what we'll take, maybe okay, first of all we need to take the list of products. That is the first thing, and this will be type will be product of array. And also let's take on edit, because we need to edit the product. So where we are going to get the product, the type will be product, and here we are going to just simply do void. Okay, so we are going to keep this one simple. Let's copy the class names, right? So I think we already have the class name. Copy this product table, and then I'll just paste it here maybe. So now let's create the components. I'm just going to do export function products table, and here I'm just going to give product table props, and let's take our products and the on edit. Okay, so let's start working. So first of all I'm just going to take a div, we need to return. So I'm just going to take a div, and inside this let's take a class name, and I'm simply going to do this one as wrapper class. Here let's take a table component, and here I'm just going to take a table header, and inside this, okay, let's give it the class name. So I'll do class name, and I will do this one as table header class, and inside this I'm just going to do table row, and inside table row I think it will be table head. I think that will be the structure, table head. Okay, and here what we are going to do, right, let's render the image first. Give a class name, and I'll do image head class, and after this we need to render a couple of things, right? So I'm just going to do table head. So let's render the title, copy this, and let's render the brand, paste it. Let's render category, and let's render price. What else? Maybe render the stock and status, right? So I'll do status and the stock. Alright, and also we need to take one more, which will be our edit. So I'll do edit, and I'll do class name, and let's do this one as edit head class. Okay, save this for now. So first of all let's go to the page. Okay, page in the sense the pages. Go to admin, go to products, and what we need to do, right, here we are rendering the table. So first in this one let's give a class name. I think this class name will be already there, you can see. So I'll do card content class, and inside this I'm just going to do products table, and we need to pass two things. One will be the products, and these products, we are already receiving these products. So let's take the products, and also let's pass the on edit. So on edit will be open edit. I think we haven't created the open edit. Okay, so we need to actually create this. So this will be whenever you're going to click on the edit button, we need to do what? We also need to open the dialog, right? So let's do one thing. Maybe let's quickly check. Go to the features, product, use admin products, and open edit, open create dialog. We need to create one more here. So let's do function, and I'm just going to do this one as maybe open edit dialog. So let's take the product. So the type will be product, and first of all I'm just going to do set editing product will become this product, and I'm just going to do set product dialog open will become true. Simple. So I'm just setting the current product, and at the end just simply return it. Okay, save this, go here, take it. So we'll do edit, open edit dialog, and this one we just have to set it here, right? So we'll do open edit dialog. So save it, and I think this is done. So first save what you're getting. You can see that we're getting this looking awesome. So now what we need to do, we just need to render all the properties. So let's render one by one. Okay, so go to product table, after table row, take a table body, and inside this what we can do, right? Maybe okay, let's do one thing. Maybe let's take one more property here. I think that will be good. That is, let's take a loading property, and that will be boolean, and I'll simply take the loading also here. It will look nice. And this one I need to pass it. So this loading is already present. This loading will be the loading that we have, this one, this loading. And I think this is not needed, this error message class, this we can remove. Save it. So now what we can do, right, inside table body you can simply check that if loading is true. So in that case maybe let's render a table row. Inside this let's render a table cell, and let's give a column span of 8, and let's give a class name. So I'll do here state cell class, and inside this I'm simply going to do loading products. Okay, if this is not the case, let's say the products dot length, if this is equal to 0, that means there are no products. So in that case let's copy this, paste it here. So here what I'll do, keep this on same, and I'm just simply going to do no products found. Okay, if this is not the case, so in that case we are simply going to map the products. I'll do product.map, and I'll do product item, and here we are going to render it. Or maybe let's take curly bracket, and first I'm going to return. So let's return a table row, and here I'm just going to first take the key. So this will be table, sorry, what is that, product item dot id, and also let's take the cover. So I'll do const cover, and this will be, so I think we already created a get cover image, remember this one. So we are going to use this, and we are going to pass product item dot images. Now let's do this on product shortcut. Okay, so this is going to give you the cover, and then what you need to do is just have to take every single cell. So we'll do table cell, inside this take a div, and here what I will do, right, let's give the class name. So I'll do class name, and I'm just going to do image box class, and here I'm simply going to check if the cover is present. So I'll do cover is present. So you're going to render the image, or else this will be null. And here in this image I'm simply going to do source, which will be cover dot URL. Alt, let's give this one as product dot title, and let's give it class name, which will be image class. Save it. So you're getting this, the first image will be automatically selected, right, whenever you're going to create. So this is done. So the first table cell is done. Similarly you need to do for all other. So I'll do table cell. Alright, here let's render the title. So I'll just do product dot title. Now let's copy this, and paste it here. So let's do this one as brand. Then what else we have? We have the category, right? So we'll do product.category.name. Also let's render the product.price. Save this. Okay, why it's coming like this, man? Oh, this should be outside table header, table body. Let's cut it from here and let's paste it here. Okay, so I think this is fine. So this what else? So we also need to render the software. Let's see what we have. So category is done, price done, status. So let's render the status now. Okay, so here for status what you can do, right? So let's render a badge component we have already installed. So in this badge component, let's render the product.status, and I'll just give some variant here. So I'll just do a variant that if the product.status is equal to active, so in that case I'm just going to do default, or else I'm simply going to do secondary. Save it. Awesome. And then I'm simply going to render the stock. So just paste it here. So this will be product.stock, and at the end we are going to end with edit icon. So I'll just remove this. So here I'm just going to take div. Let's take a class name, and here I'm just going to do edit cell wrap class. Inside this, let's take a button, and here I'm just going to do a pencil icon, and class name, let's give this one as edit icon class. Okay, and here let's give a size. This should be icon. No, sorry, here this should be icon. And also we need to do a variant. Let's give this one ghost, and also let's do a on click. So on click we just have to call the on edit method. So on edit, and we're going to pass the current product. Current product is this product that we have. Save this. So you have this. I think this is fine. So now let's do this. If I click here, right, and you can see this is working fine. You have all the images. This is the cover image. Fantastic. So now first of all I want to check one very important thing, and that is, so let's go to network, and I want to upload some more here. So I'll add one more image here. So this is the new image. So let's update the product. Okay, so you can see that this is working fine. Now if I just edit here, so you can see that we are getting 2. So now let's set this one as cover and update the product. Open again. I can see that this is cover. Fantastic, this is working fine. Let's change this one to edited, change the brand to Adidas, uncheck this. Okay, update, edited, change to editors. This is unchecked. Now I'm going to remove once again, sort, change back to Nike, add select once again, and let's do this one as inactive. Update, this is inactive. Change this one to, oh, this we need to check. Why, man, this is coming? So if I do inactive, wait, something we have done wrong. Okay, so I clicked on add product. Sorry, my bad. So it is inactive. Okay, got it, right? So I think I've done the mistake. So I'll do update. So this is inactive. I just click on the add product. That's why I got this. I have to click on the edit product. So this is active. I change it again to inactive. Update product. Click again. So it's inactive only. So I'll change back to active. Update product, and this is working fine. So finally we have completed one feature, big feature I will say. So you can see that loading products also we are getting, and this is working fine. So now what will be the next step? Okay, now I wanted to explain a couple of things. Okay, from the next part, let's not do back and forth because we have huge features to build. So first what you're going to do, right, we'll build all the backend. So what I mean by this, please listen carefully what I'm going to say. Next section we are going to complete most of the backend. So first of all, let's say if I go to the customer view, right, I need to list all these product. So that means on the customer side, let's go to this. So whenever I'll go to this page, I need to list down all the products. So that will be the first. I have to go to the details page. That will be the another API. I need to go to account. I should be able to manage my addresses because addresses is needed while doing the checkout. So addresses API we are going to manage. Also we need to handle the promos. So let's go to admin view. If I go to coupons, we need to handle the coupons, right? And very important, we also going to handle the cart and the wish list. So what I mean by this, in the next section, first we are going to build the backend of coupons, both admin side, customer side. In the customer side, we are going to write APIs for products, product details, addresses, right, and cart and wish list. Once we'll complete the complete package of backend. So think yourself as a backend engineer. So normally when backend engineer works, they don't have that much exposure to their UI. So they are going to normally work as a backend engineer. They are going to write the APIs. They are going to understand the model. So we are going to complete the entire backend. Once we'll complete the backend, we are going to complete the entire front end. Once that is done, then next step will be we are going to implement the checkout, orders, order details, and the order status. So this page, okay. And then you can say that finally something is completed. So with this, now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so now as I already mentioned in the previous section, now this is the time that we are going to implement the backend logic of the customer view, and this will be a long section. Okay, so what I mean by this, we are not going to do back and forth, that we will do backend and then front end. Instead, we are going to implement, so let me just explain that what are the things that we will implement. Okay. So first we need to implement the customer view products feature, means products APIs. So we have the product list, product details. Then we are also going to do customer view. This will be the address, because before we are going to move to checkout, we need to have user addresses, right? So we need to handle the addresses or the profile page, and we are going to keep this one simple. So you're only going to manage addresses. Next, we are also going to have the customer view, cart, and wish list. Next, we are going to implement the admin view, promos. Why? Because we need to manage the promos so that in the checkout we will be able to apply the promo, and also there will be some rules, right? So there will be some rules that we need to manage. For example, let's unless the order value is 2000 rupees, you can't apply promos, something like that. And then we are also going to handle the customer views promo logic, because in the checkout page we need to implement this. So there are a lot of things, right? These all the backends first we are going to implement, right? Then we'll move to the front end and we are going to implement all the front end logic for the same. Once we'll do this, then we will move to checkout and orders. So these will be our core workflow that we need to complete. So let's start with the first one. And as I already mentioned, I already written all the types that we are going to use. I'm not going to write all the types because this will be a very big section, okay, and a lot of logics that we need to write. Before we'll move forward, so we need to first create all the models, okay? But before that, we already have created the category and the product model, if you remember, right? I'm just going to add some types in this. So what you can do, right, either if you already have the final source code, you will see that these types will be already present. If don't, so you just copy paste. So first let's start with the category. So I'm just adding that in this category we have the name created at and the updated at. I think these I just missed out while adding in the previously, so I need to just add this one. And then what we will do, right, I'm just going to create one type. So I'll do export type, and let's do this one as category, and let's do document, and this will be, so I'm just going to do hydrated document, and this I'm going to import from Mongoose, and I'm just going to pass this type, okay? So this is the first thing. And the second, if I just go here, right, so you can see that we are doing this mongoose.model, and here I'm just going to pass a type here. So this type will be this category that we have, okay? So this is one change that we need. Next, the same change we need to do for the products also. So in the products, you can see that what are the types we have. So we have the, let me just copy and then I will explain. So I'll copy these types and go to products and then just paste it here. So in the products we have the product image, product size, right, and the product status. And then I just created one simple type. Let's import these types from Mongoose. And then what I'll do, right, similarly I'll just create one more type here. So I'll do export type, and let's do this one as product document, and this will be hydrated document, and I'm just going to pass this product here, okay? So this is one change, and at the end I'm just going to pass this product type here, okay? So these two change we need. For now in the routes, I think we already have all the routes and everything. We don't have to make any changes. Okay, before we'll move to routes, now let's create all the other models that we need. So what are the models now we need to create? Okay, first of all, if you go to user, in the user we already have the addresses, right? So we don't have to manage this addresses schema is already there. So for now we need to manage two model. One will be for cart and one will be for wish list. So let's start with creating the cart model. Okay, so now let's think yourself as a backend engineer, and you have to decide that, okay, what are the features that my cart is going to have. So in your cart, what are the things that we are going to have? We are going to have the product, right? That which product I'm adding in the cart, the quantity, that how many quantities I want to buy, what will be the color, and what will be the size. Now I thought previously that I'm not going to include size and color, it will make things complex, but let's add it so that you'll get some idea. Okay, so first let's do one thing. Let's go here and let's create the type. So I'm just going to do export type, and I'm just going to do here cart item. So this will be my single cart item, and here I'll be having the product will be types dot object id. Then we are going to have the quantity will be number. Okay, then we are going to have the color. So I'm just going to take this one as optional in case that product don't have any color, so we won't be able to send. So that's why I'm just keeping this one as optional. Same, let's keep this one for product size also. And product size, I think we already have the product size, so let's import. So this is the size I'm talking about, this product size. Okay, so this will be the first one. So this will be my single cart item, and let's create one more type which will be my actual cart type. And here I'm just going to do this one as cart, and here this will be my user, which user is adding into the cart. So we need to do that. So this will be type.object id. Then all the items in that cart, this will be the cart item of array, this one. Okay, then what else we have? We also need, let's take a created at, which will be date, and let's take a updated at, and this also will be date. Okay, so this is done. Now let's create the cart document. So I'm just going to do here export type, and I'm just going to do cart document, and here I will do hydrated document, and I'm just going to pass the cart here. Okay, and now we need to create the schema. So what are the things that we need? So first of all, we need our cart item schema. Okay, so this will be new schema from Mongoose schema. So here we need to pass the type. So let's pass the cart item. This will be the type, and here what are the things that we're going to have? We'll be having the product. So this product will be what will be the type of this product? So the type will be your schema dot types dot object id. Okay, then we are going to have pass a ref. So ref will be the product. Okay, so this will be my product collection, this one. And then also we need to take, so let's take a required property, and this will be true. Okay, so now next copy this. Now let's write it here. So I'm just going to do quantity, type will be number, required will be true, and let's take a minimum value of 1. Okay, so this will be my quantity. Then we are going to have one color. So type will be what? String. Also let's take a trim property, and I'm just going to do this one as true. And next we have the size, which will be type will be string. What else we need? We also need to give a enum, right? So here I'm just going to do enum, and I will do this one as S, M, L, and XL. Okay, so these are all the things that we need, and here I'm just going to pass the ID will be false. So this is not the complete cart schema. Okay, what error we are getting here? Oh, this will be comma. So this will be the cart item schema. Now we need to create actual cart schema, right? So I'm just going to do here const. Now let's create cart schema, and this will be new schema, and here let's pass the type will be cart, and here first of all we are going to have the user, right? So user will be, so here I'm going to pass the type. So type will be schema dot types dot object id, and I'm going to pass the ref will be what? Your user collection, and then I'm just going to do required So required will be true, and here I'm just going to pass the unique will be true. Okay, so this is done, and then at the end we're going to pass the items. So here type will be this cart item schema. So here you're going to pass the cart item schema. This is done, and then also let's pass a default property empty array. Here you have to pass the timestamps. Okay, so you're going to pass the timestamps, no, timestamps you need to pass, and these will be true, and this is done. So now I think this is completed. So what I'll do, right, simply I'm just going to do export const, let's do cart. So this will be your mongoose dot models dot cart or model, and here you're going to do model of the type will be cart, and here you're going to pass the cart, the name of the collection, and this will be cart schema. Okay, so I think this is done. Something we are missing here, or is it? What is problem, man? Oh, again I have given this comma. Save this. So this will be the first schema, sorry, the first model, the cart model. So every cart item is going to have the product, quantity, color and size, optional, but these two is mandatory. Then in the cart one, you need the user, that which user is actually adding, and the items. Okay, so this will be the first one. Let's move on to the next one, which will be my wish list. So I'm just going to create one more, and this will be my wishlist.ts. So here first of all let's do, so wishlist we're going to keep this one simple. We'll not keep, we are not going to manage colors and size for this one. So we only need the user. So user will be types dot object id. Then I need the products, all the products that are added in the wish list, which will be types dot object id. And also I'm just going to take these two. So let's copy these two, created ad and updated ad. Okay, and then I'm just going to do export type. So this will be wishlist document, and this will be hydrated document, and here I'm just going to pass the wishlist, and then I'm just going to create the schema. So I'll do const, here I'll do wishlist schema. Let's keep this one small. So this will be new schema. So type will be here wishlist, and here we are going to pass. So first of all we need the user, right? So here I'll take the user. So the type will be again the same thing. So you have the schema dot types dot object id. Then ref will be again user. No, these will be caps. Also we need to pass required will be true, and we need to pass the unique, which also will be true. Okay, so this is done. Then we are going to have the products. So in the products, here I'm just going to take type. So type will be what? So this will be array and object. So here you are going to pass the type. So type will be again schema dot types dot object id, and here ref will be product. We are referencing to the product collection. Okay, so this is done, and then give comma, so not here, give comma, and then I'll do default, and default will be true. Oh sorry, what I'm doing, default will be empty array. And here what I will do, right, we need to pass the timestamp. So let's do here timestamps will be true. So this is done. Now let's save this, go here, copy this line, and then I'll just paste it here. So I'm just going to do this one as wish list. So import this. So this will become wish list. Import the model. This will become wish list. And here I'm just going to pass the wish list schema. Okay. Save this, and this is done. So for now we need to, whatever work we are going to do, means all this we are going to create, right, all these APIs and everything, products APIs, address, cart, wish list, and the promos. Okay, promo we need to add, correct. So promo we need to add it, sorry I missed out. So let's create one more, which will be promo.ts. Okay, so for promo, so let me just copy the types this is a little long, I don't want to write, and I'll explain that what types and everything we need here. So here first of all we need the promo code. Okay, this will be unique code. Then we need to give the percentage that, okay, for this particular promo what will be the percentage of discount that I'm giving, the count of that promo, how many promos are available, minimum order value. Okay, this is very interesting. So here we are going to basically tell that, okay, for this particular promo, if user actually buying at least 5,000 worth of product, then only we are going to apply this promo. Starts at, ends at, created at, and updated at. Okay, so now let's create the document, right? So I'm just going to do export type, and this will be promo document. So this will be hydrated document, and here you're going to pass the promo type. Okay, and now let's create the schema. So do const promo schema. So this will be new schema, and here you have to pass the type. So let's pass the type of promo, and let's pass all the properties here. So first we have code. So code will be, type will be string, required, let's do this one as true because this is needed. Unique, I'm just going to do this one as true. Trim, let's give this one as true, and also let's give uppercase will be true. Okay, so this will be the first one. Then we need the percentage. So percentage type will be number, required will be true, right? So let's copy this, and I'm just going to do mean will be 1 and max I will do 100. Okay, if you want you can change this one. Maybe let's say you want to give max as 50, you can just keep it. Next we have the count, right? So count also will be, type will be number, required will be true, and mean will be 1. So I'll copy these three and paste it here. Save this. So after count you have the minimum order value. These also will be same. Okay, let's do this one. Minimum will be 0 maybe. Okay, save this. Then we have the start set. So start set type will be date. Okay, and let's do a required. This will be true. Same for will be end set. Okay, so here I'm just going to do type. This will be date, and required will be true. And then at the end I'm just going to pass the timestamps will be true. I think we are doing all that. Let's see, code, percentage, count, minimum value, start. So you have 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Okay, this is fine. So now I'm just going to do export const. Let's do promo. Alright, so let me just copy from this line, paste it here. Let's import this. So this will become promo. This will be type will be promo, and I'm just going to do this one as promo, and also this will become promo schema, and this is done. Okay, so now we have created all the models. Remember, you have to remember all of these things, right? That how everything is working. Although we are doing a lot of things now, let's say once we'll cover all the routes, lot of routes you need to write, and once we'll go back and implement the front end, now that time you can't say, okay, now I'm not able to understand, we need to do back and forth. If you're thinking yourself as a backend engineer, let's say you're not working on front end, you have to work like this one. You have to first decide that, okay, these are the things I'm going to have, and this is how I'm going to manage, and then I'm going to write all my logic. Until unless your model is not clear, how you can write your business logic or controllers, right? I hope this is clear, right? So these things are very important. The creating of models is actually much more important, and how every model is going to interact. Okay, so for example, interact in the sense, if I go to cart, so you can see that I'm just taking the product which is referencing the product collection, right? If I go here, this user is referencing the user collection. So this is the connection what I'm talking about. So with this, all the models that you have completed, so what will be the first step that we need to do here? Okay, the first step that we are going to start with, let's close this now, go to routes, and I'm going to create the first folder which will be my customer folder. Okay, and in the customer folder we need to create quite a few files. So let's create all of these so that we can understand that, okay, these many things we need to create. So I'll do product.routes.ts. This is the first file. Second file will be, let's do address dot routes dot ts. This is to manage addresses. Then we have promo dot routes dot ts. Then we need to create cart dot routes dot ts, and also we need to create wishlist, right? Or maybe, or let's do one thing, let's manage cart and wishlist in one only. Let's keep both in one. So I'll do cart hyphen wishlist dot routes dot ts. Okay, 4 things we need. So address, cart, wishlist, products, and promos. In the admin view we have only one, right? So here also we need to manage the promo, because at the end your admin is going to create the promos, right? So we'll do promos.route.ts. okay, so these all the files now we are going to create. So first we'll start with creating the product routes. So let's do this one in the next part. All right, so now let's start writing the customer product routes. Okay, so first we'll start with importing router from Express. Also let's take the type, which will be response, and type request, right? Maybe let's keep this on left. Okay, request then response. All right, so first let's create the router. Okay, so I'm just going to do export const, and I'll just do this one as customer product router. Let's call this router. That's it. So how many routes we need here? So first we need 3 routes. One, to fetch all the categories that we have. Now you may ask me that why actually need the categories, because in the product listing page we are going to have the filters, right? So in the filters on the left side we need all the categories that user can apply the filter. Second route, we need to actually list down all the products that we have, right? And the third one will be to go to the details page. So whenever we are going to go to and visit the details page, we need to fetch the product details. So these 3 routes we need here. Okay, I hope this is clear. So let's start with the first one. So first one will be pretty simple, right? So I'm just going to do customer product router. You have to remember one more thing. I'm repeating this thing again and again because we are doing a big section on backend, right? So when we'll complete all of this section and go and start implementing the front end, that time you can't say, okay, I'm not able to understand what we are doing here. So what I mean basically is that when we are doing the backend, you have to focus more that how the actual logic is working, so that when we are going to implement the front end, you'll be able to understand very easily, okay, this is the route that we have already created while doing the backend, so it is easier. If you can't do this one seriously now, it will be very difficult for you when we are going to do the front end integration. Okay, I can easily do back and forth, but this is not, I will say, not good practice. I will not say good practice, but it's like very confusing, because last video also when I've done the same thing, so most of you actually commented that why I'm doing too much back and forth, like back and front end like that, and that also makes sense. So that is the reason I'm just creating one big section on backend. So let's say if you're only interested in backend, you don't want to work on the front end, you can only do this part. I hope this is clear, right? So now here I'm just going to do get, and then let's give this one as categories, right? So I'm just going to do categories, and here what I will do simply, so I'm going to take async handler, right? So here I'll take async, and let's take our request. So this will be my request, then we have the response, so this will be my response. And here what I will do, right, very simple. So I'm just going to get the categories from my category collection. So I'll do categories, and this will be await. We have category from model import, and then we are simply going to do find, and here I'll just do sort. Let's do dot sort, and maybe what we can do, maybe let's do sort of name. On name only we are going to do sort. That's it. Okay, and I think this is done. At the end you're just going to do res.json, no, we have to do here, man. So I'll do res.json, and here I'm just going to do okay. So import okay from our utils, and then I'm just going to pass the categories, and this is done. So now let's save this. Alright, so first one is completed. What will be the second one? Second one will be to actually fetch the list of products. Okay, so copy this and paste it 2 more times. Okay, this we are going to do later. So first one, this will be your products. So I'm just going to do products, and here first of all let's remove this. So first, how we are going to do this? Okay, now you have to think that, okay, how we are going to apply the filter. So when you are going to do the filter, user can usually do filter in multiple ways, filter and sort both. So here filter they can do based on category, they can filter based on brand, they can filter based on color, they can filter based on size, and they can also apply sort. And let's say they can also so basically what I mean by this is that we are going to keep this whole section very flexible. Now consider you are going to apply or add some more filters that I'm not showing in this video, but you want to do by yourself. So here you have to actually add that particular logic, and these will be very transparent, so that whenever we need to add a new filter, we just have to add the property and it will automatically do the filter based on that. But how we are going to do that? So for this one, first of all, let's create a type. Okay, so I'm going to show you the best way. So create a type, and here okay, two types we will create, right? So one I'm going to create for product sort. So I'm just going to do this one as recent, so based on recent, or I'm just going to do filter based on price low to high, and then let's do one more, let's do price high to low. Okay, these three, and then I'm just going to do type product query. Now this is important. Okay, so product filter product applied filter list query, something like this. Now here we need to add the properties that I can do filter. So for example, user can do filter based on category. Let's say user only want to see the products of men, or they want to see only kids product, or they only want to see the laptops. So based on that they can do. But here this is the interesting part, not interesting, but this is the trick. You have to keep all of this optional, because it's not mandatory that user is only going to filter based on category every time. Maybe let's say they only want to filter based on brand, so all the properties will be optional. Okay, so category will be optional, this will be string. Then they can do based on brand also, this will be string. They can do based on color also, this also will be string. They can do based on size also, this also will be string. And they can do also sort also will be, the type will be this product sort. So this will be the first query. Okay, this will be my query. This, based on this, I'm just going to do the filter. Now here what I'm going to do, right, so this will be my request. Now here in this request I'm going to now pass the type. Okay, now here you can actually pass the query. So what I'm going to do, right, I'm just going to keep this one empty, and then I'll just simply pass the product applied filter query. Now this is optional, you can pass this. So if you pass the type, it will be like much better or cleaner. So here now what I will do, right, simply I'm just going to do const category, and then I'll simply just do request dot query, and you can do category. So this category, all of these can be empty, and then you just do trim. Okay, so this you have to do for all. So copy this and paste it. So one will be for brand, one will be for color, size, and sort. Okay, and then we are going to change all of this. So one will be for brand, so this will be request.brand. One will be for color, and one will be for size, and then we also have for sort, but here this will be product sort. And what you'll do, right, simply I'm just going to do request dot query dot sort. So if sort is present, or else I'm just going to do this one as recent always. Okay, so this will be the first thing that we need to do. Okay, so basically we're telling that, okay, in my query there can be category, there can be brand, there can be color, there can be size, or there can be sort, but all are not mandatory. It can be anything, any combination. Once this is done, then we are going to create the query. Okay, so I'm just going to do a query. This query will be, type will be a record, record of, and I'm just going to do string, and let's pass this one as unknown. And here I'll simply do status, and I want to only get the active products, right? I don't want to render the inactive products in my listing page, the customer view page, because admin can see all the active inactive products, but customers should not be able to see the inactive products. And then here what I will do that, okay, I'll check if the category is present, then only I'm just going to add it. So I'll do query.category, and this will be this category that we have, this one. Okay, and same thing you have to do for all. Okay, so copy paste, let's do it quickly. So one will be for brand, one will be for color, size. So these four, let's do it. So I'm just going to do this one as for brand, So query.brand will become the brand, then we'll have color, so query.color will be color, and then we have size, query.size will be this size. Okay, so now I'm just going to create the for sort. So let's do I'll do sort option, and here what I'll do, right, let's do take a record of string. So this will be string, and I'm just going to do either it will be 1 or -1, and here I will simply going to do a created at of -1. Now I'm simply going to check that if sort, this sort that we have, this sort, if this is equal to price low, so in that case I'm simply going to do sort option. Now sort option will be what, go to your product model product, so you have the price, right? So price, this is the property that you need to filter. So let's say you have two product, one is of $100, one is $200. So you're going to first render the $100, then the $200, because you're doing price low to high, right? So you're going to do what, sort option will be what, so this will be the price, because you are going to filter, sort based on price property, and this will be what. Sorry if you got any noise, I just got a call. Okay, so here you just have to do sort option, price will be 1. Then if sort is, let's say if the sort is equal to price, let's do high, so in that case this will be -1, opposite. Okay, so price will be now -1. Okay, so these two things. Now what you're going to do, right, I'm simply going to do const products, and then you are going to query your collection. So I'm just going to do await, I'm going to import the product model, and then I'm going to do find. Now but you can't pass like this, you have to pass the query, because you have to do the filter. So this will be your query. So here you are going to pass the query, so I'm going to filter based on my query, and then I'm also going to populate. So I'm going to populate the category, so here I'm going to populate the category, and then let's populate the category name. Why? Because if you go to products, you can see that we have a category with the category linked with the category collection, right? So it will be able to populate that particular category information, and then you have to do sort, not some, sort, and then you have to pass the sort option. That's it. So this is going to do the filter and sort based on the properties that you're going to send from your front end. And I think this is done. So now what you're going to do, right after this, I'm simply going to do res.json, and you're going to pass OK, and you're going to pass the products, and this is done. Okay, so this will be the first route that you need. So now let's close this. Next will be what, the details. Okay, so details will be to fetch one particular product details. So here what I will do, simply let's change this one to, first of all, this will be products, and now this will be a dynamic route, so it will be ID. Okay, let's remove this. So here this will be request response. So first I'm going to get the product ID, so I'm just going to do product ID, and this will be request.params.id. and now what I'll do, right, simply I'm just going to get the product. So I'll do const product, and here I'll do await product.find1, and you have to pass the ID. So I'm just going to pass the ID. So ID will be what, ID will be the product ID. So based on this ID I'm going to filter, right, this will be the ID, and then I'm also going to filter based on the active products. That's it. And then I'm just going to populate the category and the name, same thing, and this is done. So now what you can do, maybe, so let's quickly give one check, that const found product, and here you can just do require, let's call that require found, and then I'm just going to pass the product, and then we'll pass a message that product not found, and I'll do a 404, and then what I'll do, right, simply I'll do res.json, and here you're going to do OK, and maybe let's pass the product, which will be your found product, and this is done. So this is all about what you need. Also you can do one thing, you can also add a logic if you want to get the related products, okay, that how many related products are present for this particular product. So maybe let's add that logic also, simpler. So I'm just going to do const, and this will be related products. So how you can do that? Simply again you have to do await. So we'll do product dot find. So you have to filter based on what? So first of all you have to filter, will give a ID, okay, and I'm just going to give, sorry, this will be inside this, and first of all I need to give the found product dot ID. So here I have to pass the ID, and then I'm just going to filter based on the category, that okay, if this product is of man category, so I wanted to get all the related products for that particular product, okay, just like how normally e-commerce website works. So in this one you just have to pass the found product dot category. I think this is fine. Also let's pass the status, which will be active. So this is done, and then I'm just going to also populate the category and name. And what else? Maybe let's do a sort, and here I'll do a created at of -1, and if you want you can also give a limit. Let's give a limit of 4 maybe, and then you can just pass it here, related products along with this. And I think this is done. But main important thing that you have to understand from here, that how the filter and sort is working, because this is the logic that you need to understand, or else the other things are actually simpler. So these all the routes that we need for the customer view products page, okay, that whenever we are going to list the products and whenever we will be go to the product details page. So now let's go to server, and then I'm just going to now add my customer routes here, okay. So I'm just going to do app.use, and I'm just simply going to do customer, and I'll just do customer product router. Save this, and let's see if we are getting any error or anything. Okay, so no error, and I think this is done. So with this the first route file is completed. So maybe in the next one let's do one thing. Let's create the address or promos, and at the end we are going to do cart and wishlist. Because why? Because this will be bigger, okay, a lot of routes we need to create. First let's complete the address, promo both, then we'll move to the cart and wishlist. Alright, so now we'll start with our customer address routes, okay. So first let's again import, so let's import router from Express. So we need a router, I need the type of request and type of response, okay. So let's create the router, okay. So first I'll simply do export const, and let's do customer address router, and this will be equal to router, and then let's start with the first route. Now this will be simpler. So first I'm just going to do customer router dot use, and we need the require auth middleware, and then I'm just going to do customer address router dot get, and let's give this one as addresses, okay. And here we'll take our async handler, so I'll do async handler, and here I'll do async, so I'll do request, then we have response, and here first let's do one thing, let's save this and let's copy it, okay, because we need to do one for post, and so let's do this one as post, one will be for our edit and one will be for delete. So this we are going to do later. So let's start with the first one. Now these all are normal CRUD calculation or logic that we need to write, okay. So first for this one what we need to do, right, first we need to get the current user. So I'm just going to do db user, and I'm just going to do await get db user from request, and we're going to pass the request here, right. Then I'll simply do const user, and this will be, so I'll do await, so we'll get the user model, and I'm just going to do find by id, and I'll simply pass db user dot id here, okay. So this is going to give you the user, and then just give a small check, so I'll do found user, and this will be equal to require found, and here I'm just going to do user, and let's give this one as user not found, and I'll do 404. Then what we will do, we'll simply get the addresses, so I'll do const addresses, and this will be, so this found user is going to have the addresses, right. So I think if we go to user, we have this addresses property. So this is what we need. So I'll do addresses, or else this will be empty, and here I'm just going to pass one type. So let me just quickly take the type here. I've already written. So this will be for addresses, so we need this one, so this will be the type. So let's paste it here. So we have the ID, full name, address, city. So let me just check one second. Okay, so we have the full name, address, state. I think city we don't have, right? Full name, address, state, postal code. Full name, address, state, postal code. City we don't need, and I think that's it. We also don't have the country. Full name, address, state, and postal code. Save this, and this will be as, so here I'm just going to give a bracket, and I'll simply going to do that this will be as address item. Then I'm simply going to do const item. So let's destructure these addresses, and what we'll do, right, simply, so maybe we also need to have the is default property, right? So I'm just going to give a small sort. So let's take a comma b, and I'm simply going to do number of b dot is default minus number of a dot is default. And here, so let's do a map, and I'm simply going to create a function here, small function, helper function. So maybe let's do this one as function, and I'll do map address, I'll do item, and this will be my address item. And here I'm simply going to return this. So copy this, and I'll paste it here. So we don't need the city and the country, so this is what we need, and I'm simply going to pass here map address. Okay, so this is going to give me the final output, and at the end we are just going to do res.json, import the OK, and then pass the items. So let's pass like this, items. So this will be the first one to get the addresses. Okay, so now next will be our post. So in the post, first of all, once again we need our DB user, the current user, right? So I'm just going to do the same thing. So first let's copy this and let's paste it here. So here we need all the properties, right? So I'm just going to do const full name, and this will be equal to string. I'll do request dot body, and I'll do full name, or else this will be empty, and I'll do dot trim. And let's do for all the other properties. So we have full name, then what else we have? We have the address, copy this, then we have state, right? So we have state, so same, save this. What else we have? State, postal code. So let's copy again, once again, one more time. So this will be my postal code. What else? I think full name, address, state, and postal code. I think this is fine. And then just give a small check here that I'm going to do require text. So I'll pass full name, and I'll do full name is required. Copy and do for the same, right? So we have 4 times. So I'll do for address, state, and postal code. So let's do address is required, state is required, and postal code is required. Okay, so this is done. Next, what I will do, simply let's copy this line. So we need the user and the found user, these two, same thing. And here also we need this one. So let's copy this. Let's copy this 3 line, and then I'll simply paste it here. Save this. So now what I'm going to do, right? So first I'm going to check that whether I need to mark the current user as default user or not, right? Whenever I'm going to create a new user. So I'm simply going to do const should mark as default, and this will be, so we can simply check it. So what I can do, right, simply I'm just going to do if the request dot body dot is default, if this is equal to true, or else we need to also give one more condition, that if the current addresses that we have, these addresses dot length If this is 0 means if there are no address, we need to mark that one as default, right? So here I'm just going to do should mark as default. So I'm simply going to do first I'll do addresses dot for each. So I'm going to get the item, and first of all I'm going to make all the item dot is default as false. So this will be the first step I need to do if this is true. Once that is done, then I'm going to add the new address. To add the new address, what I need to do, I need to push in this particular array. So I'm just going to do addresses dot push, and here you're going to simply add the full name, address, state. We also have the postal code, right? And also you need to do is default, which will be should mark as default. Simple, right? If you already created some project, for some of you I can say that okay, this might be let's say little fast that I'm doing, but if you've already done some project, you can clearly understand that what we are doing. Okay, here simply we will do now await, and I'll do found user dot save, and then I'm simply going to do the same thing. So let's return the new list of addresses, right? New list of addresses means let's say I have a 2 address already added. I'm going to add a new address in this post request, so I'll be having now 3 addresses, right? So I'm going to return all those addresses. So I'm going to do the same thing here. Copy this, and then we'll just simply paste it here. Okay, so we have these addresses here, and then you're going to simply return that. So this will be your to add a new address. So now we have to do for edit. Now for edit, what you're going to do, you need to do patch. Okay, so this will be patch, but this will be dynamic. So here you're going to do this one as address ID, right? Now what we will do, simply we'll do some copy paste again. So first we need the DB user. So I'm just going to copy this, paste it here. Also we need the current address ID, that okay, which address you want to edit. So I'm just going to do address ID, and this will be, so let's do string of request dot params dot address ID or else empty dot tree. Then I'm simply going to do required text. I'll pass the address ID, and let's do address ID is required. Just give one check. Save this. So this is done. Now what actually we need? Now we need all the properties that user want to update, because you don't know that user want to update the full name, or they want to update the address, or they want to update the city, or they want to update the postal code, right? So now what we need to do, right? So let's go here. So first of all, we need to again get all of these things, right? Because these things we are going to get from our body only during whenever we are going to do edit. So first we need this, all the things, copy these, and then I'm just going to paste it here. Okay, so this will be the next step. Once that is done, now what I will do, again I need the current user from my DB, and then I'm just going to give a small check. Okay, and then I'm also going to get the addresses, same thing. So just copy this one and then paste it here. After this, save this, and this is done. Now what you need to do, because let's say user already have 3 addresses, now user want to update a particular address, right? So you need to get that address, that which address user want to update. Is it first one, second one, or third one? But how you are going to do that? So you'll be doing based on this address ID, right? So in this address array, you are going to do what? You're going to find. So I'm just going to do const get address the user want to edit. I'm giving this name intentionally so that you can understand. So what you need to do, simply you will get addresses, you'll do find, so you'll get the current address, right? You'll do the current address, and then simply what you'll do string of current address dot ID, and this will be equal to your address ID that you have. If there is a match, means this is the address you want to update. If this get current address user want to edit, if this is not there, so let's throw a new app error, and maybe let's pass a 404, and I'll just do address not found. And after this, what I will do, simply again we need to do that you want to make this particular address default or not. Okay, same logic. To do this one, let's copy this, let's not write each and everything. So we need to copy this, and then we'll go here, and then after this I'm just going to paste it, that if I want to update this or not. Once this is done, now what I need to do, whatever address that I want to edit, I need to update the details. Means let's say the username is Sangam Mukherjee and he wants to change from Sangam to John, right? So that value I need to set. So how I'm going to set? So this I'm going to set in this, right? So this get address dot full name will become which full name? The full name that you are receiving from the body, right? I hope this is clear. So this will become your full name. Similarly, you are going to do get address dot edit dot address will become the address. Then you have get address dot what else we have, state will become the state. Then you have get address user want to edit dot postal code, and this will become the postal code. So these all the things we want to update. And then I'm simply going to check that if should mark as default. If this is true, then I'm going to do get address dot is default will become what? True. So I'm marking that one as my current default address. Once it is done, this is done, then I'm just going to do await found user dot save. So this will save, and then we'll do the exact same thing. We're just going to get the items from my addresses, right? So here you can just simply, let's do one thing, maybe we can copy till this part, and then we have to just pass it here. After this, just paste it, and here what we can do, right, instead of passing the addresses, because what we have done, right, we just updated a new address. So what we can do, we can take the updated addresses from this found user. So from this found user we are going to get the addresses, right, and this I'm just going to do as address item of array, and then I'm just going to map it, and then at the end I'm going to return the updated addresses to the front end. So this is done, and at the end we are going to have the delete. So I'm just going to do this one as delete, and this also will be the dynamic one, right? So I'll do address ID. So first of all, once again same thing. So let's take our db user and the address ID, because address ID we need, because we need to understand that okay, which address I want to delete. So I'm just going to copy this and then paste it here. Okay, so this is the first thing, and also let's give the same check that we have given. Alright, so now what will be the next step? Next step will be we need to get the user from our DB. Same step again, it's repetitive. We are going to give a check, and then we are going to get the user addresses. Once we get the user addresses, then we need to find that okay, if that user is present, that the user if that address is present, that address I want to delete. So for that, let's go here. We need this. So we need the user, we need the we'll give a check, and then I'm going to get the addresses. Okay, so copy this 3 line, and then you'll just paste it here. Now what I'll do, I'm simply get the address that I want to delete. I'll do address, maybe let's do address to be deleted index. Okay, and here you're going to do addresses dot find index, and you're going to get the current address. So I'll do current address, and what you will do, right, so you'll do string of this current address dot id should be equal to address id. So you'll get the id, the index of that address that you want to delete. If this address to be deleted index is less than 0, that means that is not present. So I'm just going to do a throw, let's do new app error, and here I'm simply going to do 404, and I'll do address not found. And then after this, I need to check that if that address that I'm deleting, if this address was selected as a default address. If that is the case, then I need to change it. I hope this is clear, right, what I mean. So I'm just going to do if const was default, something like this, and I'm just going to do addresses of this address to be deleted index dot is default. Okay, so now what I'll do, simply I'm just going to do addresses dot splice, and here I need to pass the index. So this will be address to be deleted comma 1. Okay, so I'm going to remove that. So now what I need to do first I'm going to check if this was default, if this was true, right, and addresses dot length is still greater than 0, because I've already deleted that address, right? And can you guess what else we need to give check here? See, these all are the very important things that you need to understand if you want to become a good backend engineer. So here one edge case will be, first one is if this is true, and let's say there are 3 addresses added. Now, I already deleted 1 address, so now I have 2 addresses. So this is what I'm checking, that okay, if the address length is greater than 0, so that means this is true. Then I need to check that okay, for these addresses, if any of the addresses are not marked as default, right? So I'm simply going to do if not addresses dot sum, and here I'm just going to do, let's do address, and I'll do address dot is default. If this is not the case, then I'm going to mark the first address as a default. So I'll do address of 0, okay, new one dot default will become true. I hope this is clear. And then I'm just going to do await found user dot save. And now what I will do, simply again the same thing, let's go to the top, and then I'll just copy this and let's paste it here. Okay, so I'm just going to return the updated addresses after delete. So this will be our delete, this will be all the routes that we need to create address, because this is very important. Without this we can't proceed to the checkout. Okay, so now let's go to the server and then just copy this, paste it here, and I'm just going to do customer address router. Okay, and let's see what is happening. Save this. Okay, so now this is working fine. So with this, now we have created the addresses route also. Okay, if there are any error while doing the integration, that time we are going to see, but mostly this is going to work. So now before we move to the cart and wish list, we need to complete the promo route, because again in the checkout we are going to have the promo logic and the rules. So until unless admin is going to create a promo, we will not be able to apply that promo, right? So we need to do 2 routes that we need to create. One will be for admin promo routes and one will be the customer promo routes. Okay, so I'm just going to remove everything else and let's start with these admin promo routes in the next part. Alright, so now let's start with our admin promo routes. Okay, so first what I'll do, right, so let's import once again router from Express. Also let's import the type of request and type of response, and let's create it. So I'll do export const admin promo router. Okay, so first what we need to do, first we need to give admin promo router dot use, and this will be require admin, right? So this will be the first step. So now let's start with the first one. So first one will be what? To get all the promos. So I'll do admin promo router. Again, if you see, right, each and everything is actually normal CRUD, right? So create, update, CRUD means create, read, update and delete, right? So all of these. So here we have, so let's do this one as promos, and I'm just going to do async handler. So I'll do async. So we have request and response, right? And let's first save this and let's copy it. So we need 4, 2, 3, 4. So one will be delete, and here I'm just going to do, one will be post and one will be put, right? So let's do this on patch. So now I think this is done. So let's start with the first one, to get all the promos. So for now what I'll do, right, let's keep this one simple. So I'll do res.json, and here what I'll do, I'm just going to pass the items and I'm just going to do await. Let's create a helper function. So here I'm just going to create small helper function. I'll do async function and I'll do get all promos, and here I'll simply do const promos, and this will be await promo from model dot find, and I'll do a sort, and let's do maybe created at -1. Okay, and then what I'll do, right, simply I'll do return. So I'll do promos dot map, and here let's take the item, and what we'll do, right, maybe let's create a small function. So for before that, let's copy the this type that we need. Okay, this type. So copy this and I'll paste it here. So this is the promo DB item, and we have the ID, code, percentage, count, minimum order value, starts at, ends at, and created at. This is all the models that we already have. You can check in the model also, right? And then I'm just going to simply create one small function. So I'll do function map promo, and here what I'll do, right, so I'm just going to do item. So this will be promo item, promo DB item, and I'm simply going to return all of this. So this is just simply doing the mapping, right? So I'm just going to return the ID, code, percentage, count, minimum order value, and all the properties. And then here what I'll do, simply I'm just simply going to call this. So I'll do map promo, and here I'm just going to do item that we have. So this item, and I'm simply going to do item dot to object. Okay, that's it, and this is done. So now let's save this, and here what we'll do, simply I'm just going to call the get all promos, and this is done. Also this we need to import from utils. So this will be the first one to fetch all the promos. Okay, now what will be the next one? Next one will be post. Now first of all, what we need to do to post, we need to get the payload, right? Now before we need to get the payload for both while doing the or adding a new promo, or when we are going to update an existing promo. So for this one, maybe let's create a helper function. So here I'm just going to simply create. So let's give this one maybe name as function, and I'm just going to do parse promo payload. Okay, now this is important. Now here you see what we are going to do. So I'm going to do request, which will be request. So first I'm just going to do const. So what are the things that we need to get? First we need to get the promo code. So I'm just going to do code. Here I'll do string of request dot body dot code. All of this will be empty, and then I'll do dot trim. And then remember, if you go to the model, you'll see that we have uppercase equal to true. So I'm just going to do dot to uppercase. Okay, so this will be the first thing. Then we need the percentage. So I'm just going to do const percentage, and this will be equal to number of request dot body dot percentage. Next we have the count. Again, this also will be what? Number. Copy this and paste it here, and this will be count. Then we have the minimum order value. So I'll do const minimum order value. This also will be number of request dot body dot minimum order value. Then we have the const starts at. So this will be new date of request dot body dot starts at. The same thing we need to do for ends. So I'll do ends at, and this will be request dot body dot ends at. Okay, so these all the things that we are going to receive. So now what I'll do, right, simply I'm going to give the check here. So first I'm just going to do require text, and let's do this one code, and I'm just going to do promo code is needed or required. Next what we need to do, so first I need to give the percentage that I'm going to receive. These must be between 1 to 100, right? It can't be below 1 or more than 100. So I'm simply going to do if number dot is nan of this percentage, okay, or if percentage is less than 1, or if percentage is greater than 100. So we need to give a condition here. So I'm just going to do throw new app error, and I'm just going to do 400, and let's give percentage must be between 1 and 100. So this is the first check we need to give. Next what we will do, I'm just going to do if not equals number dot is integer of count, okay, or if the count is less than 1. So in that case, what the promo count that we have, that must be at least 1 or more than 1, right? So again, let's copy this and paste it here. So I'm just going to do promo code, no, not promo code, promo count. Promo count must be at least 1. Okay, so I think this is done. Save this. What else we need to give? We also need to give for minimum value. So let's copy this, paste it here. So I'll do number dot is nan of minimum order value, okay, and if the minimum order value is less than 0, then also you're going to return. So I'll simply going to do minimum order value must be 0, right? Minimum order value at least 0 or more. what else, let's give for times also. So I'm just going to do if number.isNan of starts at dot get time. So in that case I'm just going to give a valid error, so I'll do throw new app error, and I'll do 400 comma, I'll do valid start time is required, and the same thing we'll do for the ends also. Okay, so here I'm going to do ends at, and let's do valid end time. Also see, these all are the edge cases. We need to check that if ends at, if less than or equal to starts at, then also we need to give, right? So copy this and then paste it here. So we need to give that end date must be after start time, right? Or end time should be after start time. So all the checks we need to give. Once this is done, save this, return. So we're going to return the code percentage count minimum order value starts at, and also you need to return the ends at. So all this property we need to return, 6 properties. Okay, so now what you can do, right? So this is a helper function that we have created. Now we are going to use this here. So when we are going to post, first of all what I will do, simply I'm just going to do const payload, and this will be now parse promo payload, and we need to pass the request. Okay, now what we need to check, very important. So first we need to check if the promo code that we have already written, if that is already present or not. Okay, so I'm just going to do, so const, let's do this one as existing promo, and this will be await. So promo model dot find one, and I'm simply going to do code, and this will be payload dot code. If this is the case, so again you need to give a check here. So throw new app error, and here I'm going to do 400 comma, and we'll do promo code already exist. Okay, so this is one check we need to give. Then we simply do await. So the promo dot create, and here we are going to pass the payload, and then we are going to simply return it. So we'll do res.json, and maybe let's do OK and return the items. So we'll do items, and this will be await, and then we can call this which method that we created, get all promos. Okay, so here I'm just going to do get all promos, and this is done. So this will be your post, okay, whenever you are going to create a new promo. So now what we need to do, we need to do for update. So when you are going to do update, again this will be dynamic. So I'll do promo id. Alright, so now what I will do, right? So first what we need to get, we need to get that which promo that I want to edit, right? So you need to get the promo id, and this will be string of request.params.promo id, okay, or else empty dot trim. So this is the first thing that we need to check. Then let's give a small check that required text. So I'm going to pass the promo id, and I'll do promo id is needed here. Now what else? So first we need to get the payload. So I'll do payload, and this will be parse promo payload, and then pass the request. Now what we need to do, right? So first of all we need to find that the promo that I want to edit. So how we are going to do that? So I'm just going to do const promo, and this will be await. So we have the promo model, and then I'll do find by id, and then we are going to pass the promo id. Okay, now I'll do const found promo. I'm not discussing all of this or explaining because we have done the same thing multiple times. So we'll do require found and pass the promo, and I'll give promo not found, and I'll simply pass 404. Okay, and then we need to first check. So let's do one thing. First of all, we need to check that if this is the existing promo in 2 ways. So first we need to check based on the code and also the ID. So I'm simply going to give one more extra check, that I'm just going to do existing promo, and here I'll simply do await, and I'll do promo dot find one, and here I think you can directly use this also instead of doing this. or maybe let's keep it like this, means these two are not needed. We can directly check like this. We'll pass the code, and this code will be the payload.code that we are going to get, and then based on the ID also. So based on the ID also, I'm just going to give one check. Okay, so I'll just do here. So this will become the found promo.id. okay, so if this is not present, or sorry, if this is true, so in that case I'm simply going to do throw, let's do new app error, and I'll simply going to do a 400, and I'll do promo code already exist. Means if that promo code is already exist, so you can't use the same promo code again. Okay, so this is why we need this particular check. If this is not the case, then we're simply going to do found promo.code, and this will be the payload that we have .code, and we need to do for all other properties. So I'll do %, this will be payload .%, then we have the found promo.count, and this will be payload .count, sorry, this will be count. Then we have found promo.minimum order value, this will be payload .minimum order value. Then we have found code .starts at, so this will be starts at, so this will be payload .starts at, and then we will do the same for our end date, payload.ends at. okay, then I'm simply going to do await found promo.save, and then I'm simply going to pass it. So I'll do res.json, I'll do OK, and let's pass the items. So I'll do items, and this will be await, and I can get all promos. Okay, now this is one actually important check that you need to check here. So this is all about the edit. Now once this is done, then we have one more, which will be delete. This also will be a dynamic, so I'll just take the ID, that which promo that you want to delete, and then here first of all we need to get the promo ID. So let's copy this line, right? Also we need to get this also, right? This is also we need. So maybe let's do one thing, let's copy these two first, and then I'll paste it here. So first we need to get the promo ID, then we need to find the promo. So I'll just copy this line. So we're going to find the promo, and then we'll simply just give one check that okay, require found promo. I'll do promo not found, and I'll do 404, and then I'll simply do await. So if the promo dot found, sorry, find by ID, find by ID, and delete, and here I'm just going to pass the promo ID, and then we'll just simply do again the same thing, res.json, okay, pass the items, and this will be await get all promos, and this is done. Okay, so these all the routes that we need. This is about the admin promos. So now next let's go to the server first, and then I'm just going to use it here. So the app.use, and this will become now admin promo router. So we don't have any error, you can see below. So this is done. Now we need to add one for our customer side also, right? And this customer side will be that whenever we are going to apply the promo. Now these we can do later, but let's do now only. Okay, so now let's copy some of the things. Okay, so we have little time, and this is, I'm actually worried at this point, because this is I think almost 8 hours at this point, and we still have a lot of things to do. Okay, so let's do, for me I think I have to do little first. So I'll do customer promo router, and here this will be our router, and this will be right. So we are going to make this on auth. So I'll do customer promo router dot use, and I'm simply going to pass require auth. Okay, and we need only one. So I'll do customer promo router dot post, and this will be /promos/apply. Okay, and here I'll simply going to do async handler, and I'll do async. So this will be request response. And here first of all what we need to do, so we need to apply the code, right? So we need to get the code, the promo code, okay, and also we need to get the order value. So first I'm just going to do const code. So I'm just going to do string of request dot body dot code or else empty dot trim, and also you need to do dot to uppercase. So this is the first thing we need. So now next thing what we need, we also need the order value. Now remember, we haven't implemented the order logic yet, but that is fine. It's very easy to understand, because whenever you're going to add any product to the cart, let's say I added 2 shirt, I want to buy 2 pants, and the value is 1000. So that value I need to get here, because I will be having some rules here, okay? So I'm just going to do const order value, or val, whatever you want to take. I'll just do number, and I'll do request dot body dot, and I'll do order value, okay? Orders, this will be 0. So this is what I need. Then first let's give a check that required text. I'm going to do code, and I'll do promo code is required. So this is the first thing. Now I'm simply going to check if number dot is none of this order value, or if this order value, let's make this an order value only. So, and if this order value is less than 0, so we'll simply throw a new app error, and I'll do 400. Let's do this one as valid order value is required, okay? So this is one check we need to do. Now we need to find the promo based on the code. So I'm simply going to do const promo, and this will be equal to avid. So I'll do promo from model, and then you're going to do find one, and you're going to pass the code, right? So the based on the code we need to find. If the promo is not found, so let's give one, let's give f, so this will be 404, and I'll do promo not found, something like that. Okay, what else we need to check? Also we need to check that if the current promo that we have, so first let's take the current time. So we'll do now, I'll do new date. So first what we need to check, that if the current time is less than, so this promo is going to have the starts at, right? This is the property that it will have. If this is the case, then what we need to do, that promo code is not active yet, because the current time is actually less than the promo start, means promo start time is in the future, okay? So I'm just going to do throw new app error, and this will be 400, and I'll do promo code is not activated, something like this, okay? Also we need to check if now is greater than promo dot ends at. So in that case what you need to do, promo code already expired. So I will throw one more, and this will be promo code is expired, okay? Next we need to check that if the promo dot count is less than 1, that means what? Means promo code, all the limit is already exceeded. So I'll simply do promo code limit is already exceeded, okay? So this is what we need. And also we need to give very important condition, that first we need to check if the order value is less than promo dot minimum order value. So that means what? That means you need to add more products, or else you can't apply this promo. So if let's say user added 1000 worth of product, but the promo minimum value is 2000, so they won't be able to add. So I'll do throw new app error, and I'll do 400, and let's do minimum order value for this promo is, and then we're going to pass the promo dot minimum order value. All right, so I think this is done. And then what we are going to do, right, simply, so let's just return it, right, because we need to just give all this condition. And then I'm just going to do So let's return the code, which will be the promo that we have dot code, and we're going to return the percentage, which will be promo dot percentage. Then we have the count, which will be promo dot count, and also I'm just going to do minimum order value, which will be promo dot minimum order value. Okay, so this is what we need to do. Okay, so this is all about the check, the rules that we are applying. Now here you can add 10 rules, 100 rules, whatever. We can't do all of this in a video, but I'm giving you all the ideas that you can do, right? Based on that you can write all the logic, and then you just add these customer promo router here. So just add one more, and this will become now customer promo router. Okay, save this. You can see that we don't have any error. Okay, so this is all about the promo router is completed, product routes is also completed, address route is completed, and admin side promo route is also completed. So now let's move on to the cart and wish list. Now here we need to do quite a few logic. I'm going to copy paste some of the helper function. Okay, now please don't think that I'm just copy pasting. All of you need to understand that still we have crazy amount of things that are left. Okay, crazy. So if I give you the list, right, see, we haven't started the UI yet. UI means we need to create all these pages. We need to implement the checkout logic. We need to implement order details page. We also need to implement the order update status. We need to implement the home page. We have admin side dashboard. Okay, if we are implementing some advanced feature like order return logic, all those things I will decide. So we need to implement all those logic also. So there are a lot of things are left. So from this time what we'll do, right, we need to copy paste some of the helper function. Okay, what you need to do, right, whenever you have the source code, don't copy paste, try to write by yourself, or you can copy paste and then try to understand some of the things, not everything, but some of the things we are going to copy paste, especially the types that we are already doing, and also some of the helper function. Okay, so let's move on to the next one, which will be cart and wish list. Once this is done, then only we can implement couple of pages in the UI side. So what are the pages that we can do? We can implement the product listing page, listing page on the customer side, product details page, cart page, wish list page, and the profile page. You can see, right, how many things are left. Once we'll complete all of this, we need to implement the checkout page also. Once we'll implement checkout, then only we can implement or move on to the orders logic. Okay, so let's move on to the next one. Alright, so now let's start with our cart and wish list. Both routes we are going to create. Okay, and this will be a little big because we have multiple routes that we need to create. So let's start with importing the router from Express. So you're going to get the router. Also let's get the type of request and the type of response. Okay, and let's quickly create the route. So I'll do export const, let's do customer cart wish list router, and this will be equal to our router. Okay, so this is the first step. So first of all, what we need to do, right, so we need to understand that how many routes that we actually need. And before that also, let's do one thing. Let's do customer router dot use, and let's pass the require let's do require auth. Okay, so let's first copy these three types that we need. So I'm just going to copy these and then I'll paste it here. Okay, so let's see what actually we have. So first of all, we have the product review. Okay, sorry, product preview. So in the product, I think you already know that we have the title of the product that we need, the brand, we already have price, sell percentage, and these are the images. Okay, this will be the cart preview item. So for every cart we are going to have the product, quantity, the color, and the size. And for this one, let's import this from product, and same will be to sync our cart item. And this I'm going to discuss later, that why actually you need all of this. Before that, let's start with creating all the routes. Okay, so I'll do customer cart wish list router dot get, and let's start with /cart. Okay, so this will be the first one to get the cart, and here I'm just going to do async handler. So I'll do async, and here we need request response, and here, so let's do one thing. First of all, before we are going to do this, let's copy all of this. So let's say how many routes that we need. So first of all, one we need to get all the cart, one we need to post, that this we are going to do later. one we need to patch, where we are going to actually, we will be able to increase the quantity of any product. So let's say user already added one product and user want to add one more quantity for that particular product. So this will be for that. We are going to change this one later. We need one more patch to decrease the quantity. I hope this is clear. Then what we need, right? So let's do maybe one more to delete a cart item. So we need one for delete, right? What else we need? So I think for cart this is fine, and then we need one more, and that will be for post, and these post will be to sync our cart. Okay, so for this one this will be like something like this. So this will be to sync. What else we need? I think for cart, I think this will be more than enough. Then we need one for our wish list, to get the wish list, that we are going to do later. One will be to post for wish list, so we are going to add products to wish list, and one will be to delete. Okay, let's say we want to delete a particular product from wish list, so this will be for that. So these many routes that we need. Okay, now it's very important to understand that why actually we need all of this, so that we can start writing. So now let's start with the first one. So this will be to fetch the cart items. So here what I will do simply, so first I need to get the user, right? So I'm just going to do db user, let's do await, and I'll do get db user from request, and we're going to pass the user, and here I'm simply going to do res.json. We need, okay, and here I'm just going to create a helper function, simple helper function. So I'm just going to do await, and let's import this. So I'm just going to do await, and here let's do get cart response. So we're going to create this function, and here I'm just going to pass the dbuser.id. So first let's quickly create this helper function. Okay, so here why actually we're creating this, so that we don't have to write the same thing again and again. So I'm just going to do async function, and let's do this one. Remember everyone, I'm repeating the same thing multiple times. Okay, I'm now not going to repeat the same thing again and again. I'm creating a video, I'm copy pasting some of the things because I take all these things very seriously. You will see that normally other creators don't take YouTube videos that much seriously. Okay, let's say if they want to create a video of 12 hours or 20 hours, they can create it, but I can also do the same. Why I'm mentioning this thing again and again? For me, a lot of things matter. I need to upload a video. There can be a problem if I want to upload a video more than 12 hours long. For you, whenever you want to learn, right, it's your responsibility. You don't have to finish this video in 12 hours. I hope you're getting right what I mean. You have 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. If you want to understand these things properly and want to become a good developer, you have to give a lot of time. You have to spend more time learning all these things. For example, let's say I can quickly just do copy pasting all these types. What you need to do, right? Okay, you have to understand why Sangam is taking this particular type, because for every cart item we have all these properties. So that is the reason I'm taking this type. So these points I'm actually mentioning, that what you need to do, right, whenever you're going to create any project, you don't have to blindly follow the video that he is doing. That you have to understand that why actually I'm doing it. You have to think yourself, and then you have to do the project. Okay, there can be confusion or maybe issues. It's not like whenever I created this project I also got multiple issues, but I can't show you all of this here, then this video will become 50 hours long, right? So you already have the project created and I'm explaining you the flow. For you have to understand why I'm mentioning all of this, because now you know, right, everyone's job is in like danger because of this AI and everything. If you don't know the concepts of these, right, surviving in a company is very, very difficult. Okay, so that is what I'm mentioning. It's not about creating a fancy project. It's about creating one project, or let's say 5 projects, and understand all the project responsibilities properly. If you can do it, I can guarantee like you will become a good developer, and also your job also will be safe, even though in this AI era, right? So all these things are very, very important. All right, so enough talk. So now here, first of all, I'm just going to get the user ID, and this will be string. So first of all, I need to get the cart, right? So I will simply just do cart, and here I need to do await, and I need to get the cart model. Okay, simple. And then I'm just going to do find one, and I need to find one based on user, because I have the user, and this user will now become the user ID. So based on this, I will get that particular cart. And here what I'll do, right, so I need to populate the product. Okay, whenever I will be getting the cart, so I need to populate the product information for that particular cart. Why? Because if you go to cart, right, so you can see that we have this product, and this product has a reference of product. So this is why we will be able to fetch the product information very easily. So what we need to do, right, because these two models are related, so we need to do what I'm just simply going to do items, and this items dot product is going to give me the product information. And now I can simply tell that, okay, these all the properties you need to give me. You give me the product title, product brand, product price, right? Let's we have sell percentage, copy this, and also images. So these 5 things I need from the product, and also images. That's it. And then what we're going to do, right, I'm simply going to do const cart items, and this will be, so first I'm just going to do if this cart dot items, if this is present or else empty, and then I'm simply going to do as cart preview item. Okay, so now what I'll do, right, simply I'm just going to create the final item. So I'll do here cart items dot flat map, and here I'll get the item or cart item, whatever you want to take, right? So first of all, I'm just going to do if item, sorry, cart item dot product, if this is not present, I'm just going to return empty, or else what I'll do, right, I'm simply going to return array, and inside this, right, so let's create one more helper function here maybe. So let's create here, so I'm just going to do function, and I'll do format product. So here I'm just going to get the product type will be product preview, and here first I need to get the image. So what I'll do, right, I'm simply going to do the product dot images dot find. So here I'm just going to do item, so I'll do if item dot is cover, if this is present. So what I need to do, right, I need to get the URL, or if this is not present, so I'm going to take the first image URL. So I'm just going to do product dot images of 0th element dot URL. If this is also not present, then we don't have an image, so you return empty. Simple. Also, we need to create a final price. Why? Because if there is a sell percentage, we need to minus that sell percentage from the actual product price. So let's say the product price is 100 rupees, so we need to minus 20% sell percentage, so it will become 80, something like that. Okay, so here what I can do, simply I'm just going to do if this product sell percentage is present, so I'll simply do math dot round off. So take the product dot price, you do minus of product dot price into product dot sell percentage divided by 100. Okay, if this is not present, so simply return the actual price. So I'll do product dot price, and this is done. And at the end, I'm just going to return product ID. So let's return product ID, which will be string of product dot ID. Then I'm just going to return the title, which will be product dot title. Let's return the brand, which will be product dot brand. Also return the image, and also let's return the final price. Okay, so this will be a simple function that we need. Now what I can do, right, when I'm going to return this from here, I will simply return format product, pass the item, sorry, cart item dot product, and here we'll pass the quantity. So quantity will become now cart item dot quantity. Then we'll return the color and size both. So let's start with color. So I'll do cart item dot color, and I'll do size. This will become cart item dot size. Okay, so this is done. So this what we need. Now what we'll do, right, simply, so this is going to create the item format. Now I'm just going to create a total quantity. So let's do total quantity, and this will be item. This item that we have, simply you can apply reduce. So I'll do sum, let's take item, and here I'm simply going to do sum plus, so we have the item, right? So item is going to have what? The quantity. That's it. And let's take initial value of 0. And then at the end, I'm simply going to return this item and the total quantity. So I'll return the items and the total quantity. So this is done. So now what we need to do, right, we are going to use the same method everywhere. So I'm simply going to do what? So whenever I'm going to fetch the cart, so this is going to return me the cart response from that helper function, and I'm just passing that particular user ID, because this is important, because you can't return each and every user card. You need to return the user card based on that user ID. So this is about the first one. Okay, so now next will be to post a cart, right? So here what you're going to do simply, so whenever a user is going to add a particular item, so here this will be post request, and let's change this on to item. Oh sorry, let's do items only. Yeah, so first what we need here, one second, so copy this, we need the db user. And now what are the things that we need whenever we need to create a cart? We need the product ID, that which product I'm adding. We need the quantity, that how many quantity I'm adding. We need the color value and the size value. Simple. So let's start with const, and I'll do product ID, and this will be string of request dot body dot product ID, or else empty dot trim. Okay, now let's copy this and paste it 4 times. So this will become, let's do this one as quantity, so res.body.quantity. So this will become, let's do maybe color value, so this will be res.body.color, and I'm just going to do this one as size value, so this will become size. Okay, so now what I will do, right, simply I'm just going to give require text, and I'll do product ID, and I'll do product ID is required. Okay, so now what we need to do, right, here we need to give some check. Okay, so first of all, let's give a very small check, that if this number dot is nan of this quantity, and or not and, if the quantity is less than 1, so I'm just going to throw new app error. So let's do 400, and I'll do quantity must be at least 1, something like this. Okay, so this is one check that we need to give. So now what we need to do here, okay, now here you have to understand. Okay, so first, why you're getting this one, this will be number, sorry, my bad. So here first of all I need to get the product, that okay, which product that we are creating. Also we don't need this, change this on to 1, and we have to remove this also. Okay, so here we need to get the product based on the product ID. So I'm just going to do product, and I'll do avid get the product model, and we'll do find 1, and what we're going to do, right, so let's pass the ID, which will be the product ID, and what else we can do, let's give the status, which will be active. Okay, so this will give me that current product, the product that I want to add. Okay, so now let's do the same logic that we are doing here. I'm just going to do found product, and I'm just going to do require found, pass the product, and give the message that product not present or not found, whatever you want to give, and pass a 404. So now what we're going to do, right, we will be getting, I will create a helper function. Why actually need the helper function? Because very important, for every product I'm going to have a size and color combination. So now let's say one user, there are 2 users, one user is adding same product, both the user are adding same product, but one user is adding size M and color is red, the other user is adding size S, the color is white. So that color combination I need to get. I hope this is clear, right? So for this one, what we can do, right, so let's create one more simple function maybe after this. So I'm just going to do here function, and I'll do get selected variant. Okay, so what are the things that we need here? So first of all I need the product here, and this product I will get the colors, which will be string of array. Also I'm just going to get the sizes, and I'm just going to do here product size of array. Next also need the current color value, this color value that I'm going to select from my UI. Same, we have the size value, which also will be string. Okay, so now what we need to do first, so first I'm just going to do let color equal to string or undefined, and I'll do let size colon product size or undefined. So now first of all let's give a small check, that if this product that we have dot colors dot length, if this is greater than 0, then only I want to check that if this color value is present or not. Okay, so I'm just going to do if this color value is not present, so it's false. So I'm just simply going to give one simple message, copy this and paste it here, and I'm just going to do color value is needed, so I'll do color is required. Okay, so this is the first check. Next, what we need to check, these all what I'm talking about, these edge cases that you need to understand. So whatever color that I'm going to choose, now I need to check that whether that color is actually present in that product colors or not. So what I mean is, if this is not equal to product.colors dot include this color value, that means this color is actually not present. So in that case also I need to give an error. So here what I'll do, right, app error, and this time this will be selected color is invalid. Although there is a possibility that it will not happen, still it's actually good to add this condition. If this is not the case, then I'm simply going to set the color value will be the color will become the color value, this color. Okay, the color value that I'm going to get here, and the exact same thing we need to do for size also. Copy this and paste it here. So I'm just going to do this will be sizes dot length, and I'm just going to leave the size value, then I'll do size is required, and here I'll do if the size dot includes, and this will become now size value. But here this is where you need the TypeScript or TS knowledge. So what you have to give here, you have to give as product size. Okay, then only this will, the error will gone, or else it is going to give error, because you already have mentioned that size will be only these, so you can't give any string value. So that is the reason whenever you're going to remove this, you're going to get error, right, warning. And then you're going to do selected size is invalid, and then we are just going to do size will be, now if you do size value, right, again you're going to get error here. Why? Because you have to give here as product size. Okay, so this is done, and then you're going to return the color and the size. Let's return the color and the size. So this will give me the current selected variant. So now what you're going to do, right, so first of all what you can do, so let's get these two, right. So first I'm going to do const, and I'm going to call this, I'll do get selected variant. So first I need to pass the product product color value and size value. So product will be this found product. Next we have the color and the size, right. So we have the color value and the size value that we're going to get from the body. So one will be the color value and one will be the size value. Okay, and what I'm going to receive here, I'm going to receive the color and the size. Okay, so this is done. Next we need to give one more check that, okay, if the quantity that we have, if this is greater than found product dot, and here we are going to get the stock, right, and this stock means if this is already more, so in that case what we need to do, we need to give that requested quantity is actually more than the stock. So quantity is more than the stock of this product. Okay, so this is one more check we need to give, and then I'm just going to do let cart, and this will be await cart dot find one, and here I'm just going to do user, and this will be db user dot id. Okay, so first of all we need to check that if this cart is not present, so we need to create a new cart. Okay, so to create a new cart we need to take this cart, so take this cart, and this will be await. You're going to take the cart model, and then you're going to apply the create method, and here now what we're going to pass, we're going to pass the user, which will be db user dot id, and items will be empty for the first time. Okay, so I'm creating an empty cart first. So now what we're going to do, right, first of all we need to check, okay, now this is actually important. Here we need to give one more condition, and we need to check that the item that we are adding is the item is of the same cart or not, or basically it is same cart item or not. So we need to create one more helper function here. Okay, so let's go to the top, and then maybe I'm just going to add it here, and you'll understand what actually you're doing here. So first I'm going to do function is same cart item. Okay, so here I'm going to first get the item, the type will be cart item. I think this cart item is the type that we have, right, this product quantity size. Then we need the product ID, which will be string. Also I need the color, which will be string, and also I need the size, and these will be also stream. So simply what I will check, right, I'm simply going to do return, and I'll check that okay, stream of this item that we have dot product ID, sorry, the product, if this is equal to the product ID that we have, means it is the same product, and if the color is also same, so I'll do item dot color or empty is equal to the color that we have, this is also same, okay, or else let's take this one as empty, and the same thing we need to do for size also. So that means what actually this is doing, this is actually a same combination that we are adding again, okay. So this is going to give me that whether this is the same cart item that I am adding or not. Very simple. If this is the case, then what we are going to do, so first of all let's get the index. Now as already mentioned, right, this will not be a simple one, right, you have to understand a lot of concepts here. So I'm just going to get the item index, and I'll do cart dot items, and I'll do find index. And here what I'm going to do, right, so first I'm going to get the item, so this will be cart item, we need to take like this, inside this we need to take, so I'll do cart item, and here what I will do, right, simply I'm just going to check that is same cart item, and then I'm just going to pass the item, then we need to pass the product ID, which will be found product dot ID. We also need to pass the color and the size, okay, so this color and the size that we have. So this will give me that if this product is already added or not. If this product is already added, means we are adding a same product again. What we need to do, can you guess? We need to increase the quantity. We can't add the same combination product multiple times, so we need to increase the quantity. So what I will do, will simply do if this item index is greater than 0, so I'm simply going to do const next quantity, and this will be what, so you have the cart dot items of this item index dot quantity, and this will be plus the quantity that I'm adding here, and this quantity we will be getting here, okay. So we need to increase the next quantity. Again we need to give one more check, if the next quantity is greater than found product dot stock, so that then also you need to give the same check, right, this one. So save this. So this is done. So now what you're going to do, right, so after this, so we need to do cart dot items, and here we are going to do item index dot quantity, and this will be equal to our next quantity that we have, okay. So if this is the case, right, if the index is greater than 0, if this index is not greater than 0, that means we are adding the item for the first time. So if this is the case, then we just need to push that item in our empty cart, okay, empty cart, or maybe let's say that present already, cart items are already present. So I'm just going to do items dot push, and here I'm simply going to do product, so this will be our found product dot ID. We need to add the quantity, we are going to add the color, and also we're going to add the size, okay. So this is what we need to do. Once this is done, so I'm just going to do await cart dot save, and then I'm simply going to return this. So I'll do res.json of, okay, and here I'm just going to do await get cart response, and here you're going to do string of dbuser.id, okay. So this will be to add cart, right, so cart will be little complex, so we need to do all of this, right. So now next what we need to do, next will be we need to now manage that whenever we are going to increase the quantity of any product. So that means we need to add two patch, one will be to increase the current product quantity, one will be to decrease. So what will be the route here, so this will be /cart /items, and here I'm just going to give this on a dynamic because we need the product ID, which product that I'm adding, and then I'm just going to do this one as increase, and for this one this will be decrease. So I'm just going to do this one as decrease. Alright, so let's start working on these two in the next part. Alright, so now let's start with the increase route, okay. So first of all what we need, right, so here we can copy paste some of the things. So first we need the DB user. So let's copy this one and paste it. We also need three things. We need the product ID, that which product we want to increase. We also need the color value, and also we need the size value. We don't need the quantity because every time we are going to click on the plus icon, we need to increase by 1. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this 4. Okay, maybe let's do one thing. Let's copy this full, and then I'm just going to paste it here and then remove the quantity. Okay, so this is the first thing. Next, again we need to do the same thing. So first we need to get the cart, right? So what we can do, right, we can take this, let's copy this and let's paste it here. So first I'm just going to do this on a const. So this will be cart dot find one user, and then I'm just going to do const found cart, and this will be, let's do a require found, and here I'm just going to pass the cart. Let's do cart not found, and also I'm just going to do this one as 404. And then also we need to get the product. So let's copy from here only. So first we need to get the product, we need to get the found product, we also need to get the color and the size. Okay, and also we need this same cart item also, but for now let's copy this. First we need the product, then we need the found product, and these three. So copy this, and then after this I'm going to paste it. Okay, so now what we're going to do, right, so first I need to get the item index, that which product quantity I want to increase. So let's copy it again, this one, and then I'm just going to paste it here. So now I'm simply going to do if this item index is less than 0, that means this product is not being added. So that means this product we can't increase, right? So we need to add this product, then only we can increase. So here this will be 400, and you're just simply going to do cart item, sorry, let's do cart item not found here. Okay, so this is one, or this will be number. So this is one check we need to give. Also we need to do that check also, which will be this one, right? Let me just quickly check. This is what we need. So I'm just going to copy this, and then I'll just paste it here. So here we just have to check that if the found cart that we have, these found cart dot items of that item index that we have dot quantity. Okay, if this plus 1, because we need to increase by 1, if this is greater than found product dot stock, so that means we are simply going to do that this quantity is more than the stock of the product. Okay, so this is one more check we need to give. Once this is done, then simply I'm just going to do found cart dot items of that item index dot quantity, and I'm simply going to do plus equals 1. Okay, and I'll do await found cart dot save, and we'll just simply return the items back. Copy this, and then I'm simply going to paste it here. Okay, so this will be about what? This will be about the increasing the quantity. Now for decreasing, it will be exact similar, we just have to decrease. Okay, so what are you going to do, simply let's copy. So till this part we can copy, so we can copy all this, and even I think we can copy till item index, and also this one till this part we can copy this, and let's go here. So you have the decrease, and here let's paste it. Okay, so here what you're going to do, simply I'm just going to do found cart dot items of that item index dot quantity, this will be minus equals 1. Okay, and also we need to give one more check here, that I need to check that if this found cart, okay, dot items of that item index, okay, this item index dot quantity, if this by chance less than or equals 0, so in that case I'm just going to splice that item. So I'm just going to do found cart dot items dot splice, and I'm just going to give the item index comma 1. Okay, if the quantity is less than or equal to 0, then I'm simply going to have it. So I'll do found cart dot save, and here I'm simply going to return the item. So I'll do res dot json. Okay, and here I'll do await get cart response, and then pass the db user dot id. Okay, so this is what we need. Alright, so now moving to the next one, which will be delete, right? So here what we'll do, right? So I'm just going to do items, and now we need the product ID that we want to delete, which will be a dynamic value, right? Or param. Here, first of all, let's do one thing. Let's use some of the things that we need. So we need the DB user, product ID, color value, and the size. These. Now so let's copy till this part. Copy these, and then I'll paste it here. So first of all, I need to get the cart. So I'll do cart, and this will be avid. So the cart dot find one, and here I'm simply going to get based on the user, which will be db user dot id. So now I'll simply check that if this cart is not present, so in that case, so simply just return arrays.json. Okay, and here I'm simply going to do items will be empty, and I'll simply return a total quantity will be 0. Okay, if there are no cart also, okay, we also need to return here, right? So now what will be our next step? So first we need to get the product, that which product we want to delete. So I'll do product, and this will be equals avid. So we have the product dot find one. So here I need the ID, which will be my product ID, and also I'll be getting the status should be active. Okay, so now first of all, let's as usual do the same thing. So I'm just going to do found product, and this will be require found. So I'm going to pass the product, and I'll do product not found, and this will be 404. Okay, so now again let's do the same thing. We need to get the size and the color of that product. So I'll copy this, and let's paste it here after this. Okay, so I need to get this one. So now what I can do, simply I'll simply do cart.items that we have, so which will be cart.items.filter, and here I'll simply do item, and this item will be the type will be the cart item that we have, and I'm simply just going to do is not equal is same cart item. I'm going to pass the item, product ID, color, and the size. Okay, so now this is going to delete that particular item from that cart. Once that is done, I'm just going to do avid cart dot save, and then we are going to simply return the response back. Okay, so this is about the delete a particular cart item. Next, we need to do the cart sync. Now, why actually we need this cart sync? Because when, let's say, user is not logged in and they try to add any cart, so what we're going to do, we're going to store those cart items in our local storage, and then once the user will log in, we need to sync those items. I hope this is clear, so that those items will be now added for that particular user in the DB. Okay, so that is the reason we need this cart sync. Also, one more thing, I wanted to mention one thing, right? That here whatever code that we are writing, right, I'm trying my best to give the type in the sense I mean the TypeScript types for all of these as much as possible, but there can be some scenarios where I'm not giving each and every type. So what I will suggest, right, one thing I can do, so I can upload one more source code. Okay, but that will take some time. I can't give you like immediately. So the source code that you already have, okay, so that you can download and do the job. What you can do, right, if you already have some idea, see that which places we can do some kind of improvement, means we can give some more types. For example, here I'm giving the type here already, but if you see for this cart, if I go here, we don't have any type, right? And the reason is very simple. Now you might ask me that why I'm doing this. The idea is that to give you the knowledge that okay, this is one way you can do this. If I try to write type for each and everything, okay, let's say every type that we need to type for both backend and frontend, this video will be at least 30 to 40 hours long. I can guarantee, even with the CSS writing, right? That's absolutely not possible for me. Like, I still don't know that how I'm going to upload this video, right? Because this is almost, I think, more than 8 hours long, almost 9 hours, and we have still a lot of things to do. So what I mean by this, if I sum up in one sentence, that I'm giving the type where the type is absolutely needed. For example, here, if I remove this, it's going to give you error that this has any type. I hope this is clear, right? In case you already have some idea, try to give the types where it is needed. For example, in which places I'm not giving the type. Okay, if you are not able to do that, I'm going to upload one more source code which will be updated one that you can upload that you can download from my website. So I just wanted to mention this point. Alright, so now next what we need to do, right, for this cart sync. So first let's get the DB user, and then I'll simply paste it here. Okay, first we need to do, right, we need to get the incoming items that we have. Okay, this will be the first thing. Incoming items means the items that we are going to store in our local storage. And first I'm going to give a check because I don't know the types. I'll do if this is an array, and I'm just going to do request.body.items if this is an array. So in that case what I'm going to do right now, here I'm going to give a type that, okay, this request.body.items, and this will be as sync cart item, okay, cart input, sorry, and this will be of array. If this is not the case, this will be empty. Okay, so just given one type here. So this will be the type of this sync cart input. This is what, so we need the product ID, quantity, color and size. So now what we need to do, right, so first of all I will be so let's do one thing, because when we're going to sync, right, first we need to see that for that particular user if there is already a cart present or not. So I'm just going to take a cart and I'll do await, and I'll do cart dot find one, and here I need to do user, and this will be db user dot id. Okay, so this will be the first thing. If the cart is not present, so we need to do what, we need to first create an empty cart. So I'll do await, sorry, cart equal to await, and I'll do cart dot create, and here I'm going to create a cart here. So let's give a user which will be db user dot id, and I'm just going to do items will be empty because we're creating an empty cart. Once this is done, so now what we need to do, right, we need to add all of these incoming items into this cart. So for to do that logic, what you can do, you can take a for loop here. I'll do const item, or let's do this one as raw item of incoming items, and here we're simply going to get the product ID, right? Or let's do one thing, I'm just going to take this. So we need the product ID, color value and the size. So copy this and I'll paste it here. Okay, so this will be raw item dot product ID, right? So with the raw item dot product ID, this will be raw item dot color, and this will be raw item dot size. Okay, also we need to take one more, which will be the quantity, and but quantity will be number. Okay, so here this will be quantity, and this will be raw item number of raw item dot quantity, and here I'll take this one, trim is not needed, and let's take a default will be 0. Okay, so first we need these 4 things from that raw items. Now here I'm just going to give a small check that if not equal to product ID or number dot is nan of this quantity, or quantity is less than 1, so here I'm just going to do continue. Okay, so now what we need to do here, right, so first of all we need to get the product. Okay, the product means the product that I'm trying to adding, that we are going to get from this product ID, right? So for do this one, so let's do this logic. I'm just going to copy this and then I'll simply paste it here. So product will be product.find1, this will be the product ID, status will be active. Then you can give one more check that if this is not equal to product, or if the product dot stock less than 1, so in that case also I'm just going to do continue. Save this. So now what we need to do, right, so first of all we need to get the color and size for that particular product. So for this product, so here I'm just going to do a try, and now let's do one thing, and in the catch what you can do, right, catch you can simply do continue. So in the try what you're going to do simply, so first I'm going to get the color and size, so I'll do get selected variant, and here you're going to pass the product color value and the size value. Okay, and we'll be getting the color and the size of that product. Once we get these, now what we need to do, now we need to get the item index. Okay, If the item index means what, that cart item is already present in that user cart. So in that case we need to increase the quantity. Normal logic, like these all are logic that you have to understand. I'm not talking about any technical terms. These all are the edge cases that you need to understand. Let's say I'm a user, okay, and now I'm a logged in user. Yesterday I added a particular product in my cart and I logged out from that website. Then today I'm not logged in, I'm adding the same item, and that item is now stored in the local storage. Now next time when I'm going to log in, so this cart.sync is going to do what? It's going to check, oh, this particular combination is already present, so I'm not going to add the same product again, right? Instead I need to increase the quantity. I hope this is clear. If the item is not present, so in that case I need to add that. So that is the reason we need the item index here. So item index is going to do what? So I'll do cart.items.find index. Here what I'll do, right, simply, so I'll do item, and this item will be the cart item, and I'm simply going to check that if this is a same cart item or not. So I'll do is same cart item. So this will be item string of product dot id. Here we'll get the color and the size. Okay, if this if this item index is greater than or equal 0, so in that case what I'm going to do simply, right, so I will simply increase the quantity of that particular item. So look const, and let's do next quantity, and this will be cart dot items of that item index dot quantity, and plus the quantity that we are getting, which will be this quantity, this one. So I'll do plus quantity, and then I'm simply going to do cart dot items of that item index dot quantity, and here I'm simply going to do, this we need to remove, so I'll do math dot mean of next quantity, comma, the product that we have dot stock. That's it. So this is the first logic. If this is not greater than or equal 0, that means we need to add that product. So I'll simply do cart dot items dot push, and here I'm simply going to do product. So product will be my product dot id. Then we need to add the quantity. So quantity will be again math dot mean of quantity, comma, product dot stock. Then we need to pass the color and the size. So color and size that we already have, this color and size that we need to pass. Okay, and this is done. Now what we can do, right, we can close this. So after this we just need to do what? We just need to do await cart dot save, and then simply return it. So I'll do res.json of okay, and here we are going to simply do await get cart response, and here I'm just going to do a string of dbuser.id. Okay, so this is what we need to do whenever we are going to sync. So with this, all the cart related routes are done. So next we need to move to the so this is the sync one. We need to do the wish list. So for wish list, one will be to get the wish list. So let's do this one as wish list. One will be to get the wish list. One will be to get the wish list. That is correct. One will be to post the wish list item, means whenever we are going to add a wish list item. So this will be wish list / items, and one will be what else? One will be to delete. So I'll simply going to do delete, and this will be wish list / items, and here I'm just going to take the product ID, the product that I want to delete from the wish list. So let's start working on this in the next part. So once we complete these three, right, the cart will be completed, means cart and wish list routes will be completed. Alright, so now let's start with creating the wish list routes. Okay, now first one will be to fetch all the wish list for a particular user. So what we're going to do, and one more thing for wish list, what will happen, right, only auth user can add the products to the wish list. So for now we don't have, like, let's say if you're an unauth user, you won't be able to add any product to wish list. Only you will be able to products added to the cart, which is normal, right? So here we'll do db user, and then we'll do await get db user from request. And now what I'll do, right, I'll simply do res.json okay, and here again let's create one more helper function. Okay, and this will be just like we have created for get cart response, we are going to create one more, which will be to get our wishlist response. So let me just close all of these. I think we have this one, get cart response. So maybe after this I'm just going to do async function and I'll do get wishlist response. Here we are going to get the user ID, which will be string, and what I will do, right, so I'm going to get the wishlist and this will be await. So let's import the wishlist model. Once again we're going to do find one, and we have the user, so which will be user ID, and then I'm just going to do dot this will be dot, let's give enter, and this will be populate, and I want to populate the product information, so I will be referring to the products collection. Let's I need the title, brand, take the price, sell percentage, and also let's take the images. Okay, so these all the things that we need. Then I'm simply going to do const products, and this will be if this wishlist dot products, if this present, or this will be empty, and then I'm just simply going to do as array of, so we have the product preview, this is the type that we have created, or else this will be null. Now what I can do, simply you can create the final items. So I'll do products dot flat map, so let's take this one as maybe product doc, or item, let's take item, and here what I'll do, simply first I'm just going to do if not equal to product item, so I'm just going to return empty, or else I'm simply going to return, so we have the format product helper function, right, and I'm simply going to pass the product item here. That's it, and at the end we just have to return these items here, so I'm just going to do return, and let's return the items. So this is what we need. Okay, so now let's go down. So what we are going to do, simply, so I'm just going to call this method here, so I'll just do await and I'll do get wishlist response, and here what we have to pass, you have to pass the user ID, so I'll do db user dot id. Okay, so this is the first one. Now what will be the second one? Second one will be to add the products or items to the wish list. So for that also we need the db user, so let's take this one, and also here now we need the product. Okay, which product I want to add, right, so I need the product ID, so I'll do const, and let's do this one as product ID, and this will be string of request dot body dot product ID, or else empty, and this will be dot trim. So now after this, first of all, once again let's not copy the let's copy this, not right, so we need to find the product, and also we are going to do this, right, so we need to get the product. We'll just give a small check if the product is not present, so let's copy this, and also I'll just paste it here, so I'll paste it here. Also let's save this, let's go to the top, I'll just add one more condition, this is for the product ID, so here let's, after this we'll paste it. Okay, so first I'm just going to give one check for the product ID, if this is not present, so I'll just return product ID is required. Then we are going to find the product from the product collection, and then I'll give one more check here. Now what I'm going to do, so let's create the wish list, right, so I'm just going to do here let wish list. This will be similar to how we have done for the cart, so I'll do wishlist dot find one, so I'm simply going to check that whether for this particular user already wishlist is present or not. So I'm just going to do db user dot id. If the wishlist is not present, so I'm just going to simply create one, so I'll do wishlist, and this will be await, so I'll do wishlist dot create, and here I'm simply going to give the user, which will be db user dot id, and also I'm just going to do this one as products, which will be empty, because if you go to the wish list, and you can see that we have the products, right, so you have the user and the products, so this will be my empty wish list. Now I'm simply going to check that if any of the products are already exist or not, so I'm just going to do exist, and here I'll do wishlist dot products dot sum, and I'll simply going to do here, so this will be my item, and this will be types dot object ID, and I'm simply going to check that if this string of this item, right, this item is equal to what we need to check, we need to check the found product dot id, means if this item is already present or not. Okay, if this is not present, so in that case only we are only going to push that item to this particular wish list collection, right? So this is the empty wish list. So here I'm just going to check that if in this wish list product the item is already present, which item? This found product. So this found product from where we'll be getting? From the product ID, and this product ID we are going to get from the front end. These all are linked with each other. So I'm simply going to check, let me close this, and I'm simply going to give this on a string of found product dot id. Okay, if this is not exist, right, if this is false, then only I'm just going to do wishlist dot products, and then I'm simply going to do push, and I'll just add the found product dot id. That's it. And then I'm simply going to have it wishlist dot save. So I'll just simply save this, and at the end we are going to just return it the updated wishlist response after this. So this is about the adding the products to the wishlist. Alright, so in case you are getting any confusion that okay, what is happening here, we are doing a lot of things, right? Because I can understand like this is a big project, and in the backend side also a lot of things. When we haven't completed a lot of things yet, like more things to come. Take your time and then try to understand. You will not find that much difficulty. As I already mentioned, I'm going to repeat once again, there are some places where we should have added more types. I'm not adding because of only where it is absolutely needed, there only I'm adding. For example, let's see if I just remove this, you are going to get error here, right? So it has a type, any type, but in some places, for example, let's say this wishlist.products here, so here also you can give a type, right? So I'm not adding, so I'm just going to add those final types, complete source code, not immediately, okay, because or else most of you are going to comment it, don't give me the source code. Already there will be source code added. In case you are not able to do, or let's say you're not able to add the types for every place, so you can comment it down. I'm going to add one more source code, the final one, but for now whatever places, types and everything that we are using, that is more than enough. So now will be our delete. So for delete, what we are going to do, first of all, once again, let's get the let's do one thing. We need to take these three. So first let's copy this. To delete, first we need to get right which product we want to delete, and then I'm just going to get the wish list again. If this wish list is not present, so I'm just going to copy this and paste it here. So first I'm going to find the wish list. If wish list is not present, so in that case what we'll do, right, I'm just going to do res.json, okay, and here I'm simply going to pass items will be empty, and let's return, means we don't have any wish list. All right, then what I'm going to do, simply I'll do wishlist dot products, and this will be wishlist dot products, and here I'm simply going to do filter, and here I'll do item, which will be types dot object id, and here I'll do string of this item should not be equal to the product id that we are passing here. So this is normal filter logic, that whatever product we want to remove, I'm just filtering that, right, not equals to that product ID, and this is going to remove that. And then you're simply going to save this wish list, and then what you need to do, right, you're going to return the response. I'll do res.json, okay, and here you're going to do avid get wishlist response, and then a string of dbuser.id. So this is about the all the routes that we need for cart and wishlist. So now let's go to server.ts, and then I'm just going to, in the customer route, I'm just going to add it one more route here. So I'll do customer cart and wishlist router. Before I'm going to save this, let me just run it here. I'll do npm run dev, so this will be npm run dev, and so now I'm just going to save it, and we'll see, okay, there are some error we are getting. Cannot override cart model once compiled. So we are getting in wish list. Okay, let's go here. Oh man, this will be wish list, see. So now let's save this. Now I think it should not give. Let's go here and save this one. Alright, so now we don't have any error. I think this part we have missed. This will be wish list. Alright, so I think with this we have completed the cart and the wish list. So what will be the next step? So next step will be, now let's do one thing. Let's create all the front-end pages, okay, for these whatever we have done so far. Then we need to come back, and then we need to write the rest of the backend routes. Okay, rest of the backend routes will be we have the checkout, orders, and some admin settings, admin dashboard, customer homepage. These things will be left. And also I'm thinking that I will also going to implement the basic order return flow. Okay, so I'm going to show you that how you can handle that. Will be very basic. Okay, we'll not go into much complicated details, but I'm going to show you that the basic order return flow. So you're going to keep a 7-day window, and within 7 days, once the order will be delivered, customer will be able to place a return for that particular order. Okay, so let's do all of this in the next part. Alright, so now it's time to start implementing the checkout, orders, and all the rest of the backend logic. Okay, so before that we are going to use Razorpay for our payment integration, and I hope that you already have the Razorpay account. And one thing you have to make sure that you should be using the test mode, okay, not the live mode, because if you want to use live mode, I think you have to do a lot of process. You can see that I have to complete the onboarding and everything, but for our testing, the test mode is more than enough. So first what you need to do, you have to go to account and settings, and you have to get the API keys, right? So you have to get the API keys from here. And it's very important, everyone, that you should not share the secret key, especially for the payments, right, to anyone. Now I'm not going to show you the secret key for sure, but I'm going to show you that what actually we need. So let's go here, and you can see that we need the Razorpay key ID and the Razorpay key secret. These two things you have to add in the env. If you miss to add, your payment is not going to work. So I'm just wanted to mention these two things. Okay, I already have this one. After this, I'm going to add this key ID and the secret here, and also the this I just moved it because some of you actually used this one previously, so that is the reason I just removed this. I'm just going to undo this Cloudinary API secret later, but for now just focus on Razorpay key secret and Razorpay keys ID. These two things you need. Okay, so now let's go to the whiteboard and let me explain that what actually we need to do here. Okay, first of all, you see that we are going to have a checkout. Okay, now once user is going to click on checkout, so how the flow will work. So we are going to we will be having a two flow, right? So first we are going to do what, we are going to create a session. Okay, so this create session is going to basically first create the payment instance and everything. Okay, and then, so if I want to explain in a simpler way, so we are simply telling that, okay, now user is planning to buy some products, and for that one we need to actually create a session, and this session is going to hold each and every information. For example, let's say what kind of what all the products that user is buying, what promo code that user actually applied, and based on that we need to actually use Razorpay order creates method. Okay, and then we are simply going to tell that, okay, this is the amount, this is the currency that we are going to use, and based on that she is going to create the order. Once it will create the order, we are going to return the Razorpay key ID, because key ID we can return, and then based on that we will be returning a response back. Once that is done, then we are going to do what, we are going to create one more route which will be to confirm. So this will be checkout CC, means checkout confirm. So checkout confirm is now is going to verify the Razorpay signature. So for this one we are going to create a Razorpay payment signature, and in our env we already have the Razorpay key secret, and based on that secret it's going to verify. If there is a mismatch, that means the payment is actually failed. Okay, this is a simpler one. I thought I'm going to implement a webhook, but let's see if you're because I know, right, that this video will be seen by maybe, let's say you have experience, or let's say you are currently in college, so it will be difficult for college student to understand each and everything. So for now these two is more than enough. Once that is done, then we are going to create our orders routes. So what are the things we are going to have for orders routes? So for now we are going to have two. Okay, one more very important thing I wanted to mention. Now for in this case, right, for our orders, I'm going to keep the orders very simpler. So you're not going to have an orders details page. For now we are going to have an order list page, and you'll understand why. Because I thought that I'm going to implement the order details page also, so that you will be able to see what kind of products that user bought, that you can do by yourself also. You just have to create an order details dialog. The reason is because instead of creating order details page, I have decided that, okay, let's try something else. So let's create an order returns flow. Because normally in other YouTube videos, if you see, right, you'll see that not most of the people is going to implement order list page and then order details page, that's it. So that's why I'm not going to follow the other videos that you can easily find. So let's understand the orders return flow. So in the order returns flow, what will happen, right? There will be a 7-day window. Okay, so once user will place the order, and from the admin dashboard, admin is going to update the order as placed, right? So it's delivered. So from that time there will be a 7-day window, and within that window user will be able to click on return, or they can return the order. Okay, for now we are not going to go into like individual product return, but user will be able to return the complete order. Once user will return the complete order, what we're going to do, right? So order will be returned, right? So we're not going to very complicated, like we're not creating Amazon or Flipkart here, but I'm going to give you the idea. Once user will return, so what we'll do, right, the amount that user paid, that amount we are going to add to our user points. I hope you're getting right. So let's see, user will be having the points, right? Go to models and see in the user you have the points, if I'm not wrong. See these points. So what will happen, right? I'm going to, let's say user paid 2000 rupees for that particular order, and that 2000 rupees will be added to this user points. So this will be the return flow. From the admin point of view, we are going to have the order list page, right? And then we'll be having one more, which will be to update the order status. So there will be, let's say, 4, one will be placed, shipped, delivered, or returned, right? So this will be, and then we need to create some more routes also. So one route will be for our admin settings page. So from our admin settings page, we should be able to do what? We should be able to upload the banner images, and that banner images we are going to display in our customer view. So this is one more thing we need to implement, and then we need to implement 2 more routes. One will be for our admin dashboard, so that will be very simpler one, and then we are going to have our customer dashboard. So customer dashboard means in our customer homepage. So these many things we need to create. Okay, so first let's complete all these routes. Then what will happen, right? Our core workflow will be completed. So core workflow means what I mean. These things are important. So for now we have a login flow, we have admin products, admin will be able to create products. Customer flow, we have the customer product list page, product details page, cart page, wish list page, account page, checkout page, orders page, order return flow, admin update, admin order update status flow, admin dashboard, admin settings, customer homepage. So that means something we have done. Okay, then we'll see that if we can add some more features. So I just wanted to explain this point. Okay, so now with this, now let's create all the files. Okay, first, and remember, I'm not going to repeat once again, this you need to add. If you forget to add this, it's not going to work. Okay, so please add your Razorpay key ID and key secret. In case you're using something else, maybe let's say you don't have access to Razorpay, then I can't show each and everything. Then based on that you have to implement the payment flow. But remember, in every case, let's say if you're using Stripe also, let's say you're using PayU or you're using PayPal, the flow will be same. So you're going to create a checkout session and checkout verify. Session is going to create the payment session, verify is going to verify that payment session. We are not using webhook here. Okay, so with this, now let's create all the first of all, let's create all the files. So first we need one for our order.ts. Now you'll see that it will be very easier for you to understand that, okay, we need all these things or all the models, because we have already discussed this, right? So we have the order.ts. Then I'm also going to create one for banner.ts. What this banner.ts is going to do, this will be for our admin. When admin is going to upload the images, those images we are going to render in our customer homepage. Okay, so this is one we need. Now let's go to routes, go to customer, and then we have to create checkout.routes.ts. then we'll create one for orders, order, or maybe orders. Now let's keep orders only, routes.ts. We also need one for our homepage, right? In the customer homepage also we are going to have some logic. So I'm going to do home.routes.ts. now go to the admin flow. In admin we are going to have orders.routes.ts, and also I'm going to create one for, this will be settings.routes.ts. So these many files now we need to create. Okay, now let's start with the first one, which will be orders. And I think you already know what I'm going to say, and that is I already have all the types and everything ready. We are not going to write each and everything. Okay, so first of all, let's understand that how our order model will look like. Now in this order model, still I tried my best to keep things simple. Okay, so first let's copy this and let's understand. So I'm just going to copy all the types and then I'll just paste it here. Okay, and then paste it here. Oh, sorry. So let's see what we are doing here first of all. So first, let's go one by one, because this is a very important flow. Payment status, we have pending, paid, and failed. Order status we have placed, shipped, delivered and returned. Okay, these 4. Here you can take multiple. I'm trying to make the things simpler so that we can finish this within proper time. In the order item, I'm only taking the product and image. Now this is what I was talking about, that I'm not rendering the product, image, product, title, product, color, product, size. Okay, this will be more code. I hope you understand what I mean. More code means you have to write more code on the front end side also, means more JSX. So our idea is to understand the flow. So here we are going to have the product and quantity. What will be the actual order? So actual order will be which user is placing the order, customer name, customer email. These things are important. Orders, in the orders we are going to have the product and the quantity. That's it. Total items. Okay, delivery name, delivery address. That's it. We are not taking everything, address, city and everything. So we are just giving simple delivery name and delivery address. Promo code, this is important. Discount amount, total amount, payment status. Payment status will be the payment status. Order status will be the order status. Reserve a payment order ID. This is very important. If you are using Stripe, change this on to Stripe order ID or PayU order ID, whatever, or PayPal order ID. This is the payment ID. Paid at, what time user paid, delivered at. Okay, so this admin is going to update the status and this will be updated. And returned at, returned will be within the return window, user will be able to return the order. And then you have the created at and updated at. Okay, I hope this is clear. So first let's import this from Mongoose, and now let's create all the documents. Okay, so first let's start with export type. So I'll do order document, and this will be hydrated document, and I'm just going to pass order here. So now I'm just going to create the order items schema. So this will be new schema, and here I'm just going to give the order item type that we have, this order item, and then we are going to give, so I'll simply going to give here. So this is going to have the product, so this will have the product. So this will be type will be schema dot types dot object ID. Ref will be product collection, and here I'm just going to do required will be true. Okay, then we have the quantity. So let's copy this, paste it here. So this will be quantity. Oh, this will be type, man, not typed. Sorry, this is wrong. And here I'm simply going to make this one as number. Ref we don't need. Required will be true, and also let's pass the minimum. So I'll just do a min of 1, and then save this. What I'll do, right, simply I'm going to pass here ID will be false. Save this. So this is our order item schema. Now we need to create the actual order schema. Okay, actual order schema is nothing but this order schema that we have. So many things we have to add. Okay, so let's add here. So we'll do const order schema. So this will be a new schema, and here we are going to pass the order. And so let's start with the first one. So first we have, so I'm just going to copy this, paste it here. So this will be user. User will be type same, but ref will be user. Okay, and also I think we have to change this onto, oh, this will be capital P. Okay, product. So first we have the user. Okay, then we have the customer name. So customer name will be, type will be string, default let's give empty, and I'm just going to do trim will be true. Copy and paste. So this will be customer email. Okay, then we have the items. So I'll do items. So here we are going to have the type. So this will be our order item schema that we have created, and here I'm just going to give a default which will be empty array. Next what we have, we also have the total items. Total items. So total items type will be number, required will be true, and also I'm just going to give a min of 1. Okay, next we have the delivery name. So delivery name, let's copy this, paste it here. So this will be delivery name, type will be string, required will be, okay, let's do this one, required will be true. So for this one let's do required will be true, and trim will be true. Okay, then copy, save this, let's copy this. Then you have to do the same for delivery address. Okay, so if the delivery address type will be string, required will be true, trim will be true. Then we have the promo code, so paste it. So I'll do promo code, type will be string, right? Let's give a default value here for this one, so default will be empty, and this one trim will be true. Oh, one more thing, we have to do this one as uppercase, right? So uppercase will be true for this one. So this will be promo code. Okay, then we have the discounted amount. Discounted amount will be numbered, so let's copy this one, paste it here. So I'll do discounted amount, type will be number, default will be true. Let's do default will be 0 and minimum will be 0. Okay, then we have the total amount. So let's save this, copy this, paste it here. So this will be total amount, this is important. Type will be number, required will be true, and here I'm just going to do min will be 0. Then we have the payment status. So here I'm just going to do type, so type will be string. Enum, I'm just going to do payment status, we have, right, these three. So copy this and I'll just paste it here. Okay, so this will be pending, paid or failed, and default will be what? Pending. Next, what we have? Next we have the order status. So type also will be string, enum will be, so let's again copy this and paste it here. I will paste this one. Then we have the default will be placed. Alright, now we have the Razorpay payment ID. Now Razorpay payment ID will be string, so let me just copy one of the string here. Let's copy this one. So here I'll paste this. So I'll do Razorpay payment order ID, type will be string, required will be true, trim will be true. Okay, then we have the payment ID. So I'll do payment ID, payment will be, type will be string, let's give a default, so default will be empty and trim will be true. Next, save this, I'll do paid at. So paid at, type will be date and default will be, let's do null. Then we have the delivered at and the returned at. So I'll do delivered at and the returned at. Alright, so this menu we need, and then I'm simply going to add timestamps will be true. Save this. So now I think this is done, and let's just do export const order, and this will be mongoose dot models dot order orders. So I'm just going to import model from mongoose, give the type which will be order, and here I'm going to pass the collection name, and this will be my order schema. Okay, also let's add some index here. So I'm just going to do a order schema dot index, and let's add the user. I'll do 1, and let's do created at, let's do this one as -1. Copy this, and let's do maybe one for order status. So I'll do order status. So we have the order status, right? So we have the order status created at -1. This is same, and let's do one for payment status, this one, these 3 index. So save this, and I think this is done. Now this is a big one, but we need to create this. So these many properties that we need. Okay, so this is the important part here. Now if I want, right, I know that you will not going to believe, but I can make this model 300 lines. So what I mean by this, I can make this one way more complicated than you can even think. The point is not that. For example, let's say in this order only, in this product only, we can add so many things. In the order also you can add lot of things here, so many things, but it's not feasible. Whatever we are doing, it's actually even more, I'm thinking. But try to understand that what are the things that we have here. Okay, this is the important part in this ordered schema. So with this, now let's create the banner one in the next part. So banner will be simpler one. So banner will be what? So here we are going to have the image URL, image public ID, that's it. And the created at means anyways admin is going to create the banner, but still we need to handle that which user is actually creating the banner. Why? Let's say in case you have multiple admins, so in that case you have to understand, right? So let's do this one in the next part. All right, so you created the order model, so let's create the banner one. Okay, so for this one, let me just quickly take the banner type that we need. So let's copy this and then I'll paste it here. So first of all, we need the image public ID created by, right? So I already mentioned this one, so let's import this and let's create the so let's first do export type banner document, and this will be hydrated document of this banner item. And here now I'll do const, so let's do banner schema, so I'll do new schema. Here I'll just do the banner item. Oh sorry, so this will be banner item, and here let's start with, so first we have the image URL, so I'll do image URL, so type will be string, required will be true, and we have to do trim which will be true. So let's copy this and then I'm just going to paste it here. So this will be now image public ID, type will be string, required will be true, trim will be true. Next we have the created by will be type will be schema dot types dot object ID. The ref will be what? User, because we need the user information, right? And required will be true. This is what we need. Okay, and here you are going to pass the timestamps will be true. So now let's save this, and now I'll simply create this. So I'll just do export, let's do const banner, and this will be, so I'll just do here, so or maybe let's copy it from here directly. Okay, so I'll change this one to banner. So let's import this first, import the model, and this will become banner, this will be banner item, this also will be banner, and this will be banner schema. Okay, so save this, and I think this is done. So this is what we need for this particular schema. Now with this, right, for now all the models that we have almost created, right? So with the user, product, cart, wish list, promo, order, category, and the banner. I don't think we need anything for now in case we are adding more features later, but for now let's close this. So now we need to start creating the checkout. Before we'll create the checkout, first we need to do this. So let's open the terminal, delete this one, we only work with a backend now. Go to server folder and let's install Razorpay. Okay, all right, so I think this is added. So now let's minimize this. So here in the utils, or you can create a lib folder also, whatever you want to create. So I'm just going to do razorpay.ts. okay, and this will be pretty simple. So first I'm going to import Razorpay from Razorpay, and then I'll just give a small check function, and this will be check env, something like this. And here I'm just going to get the name, this will be string, and the return type will be string. So I'll simply just do const value, or I'll do extract value, whatever you want to do. Extract value, let's skip, and I'm just going to do process.env of that name, and I'll simply check that if this extract value is not present, so I'll just throw a new error. So I'll do throw new error, and I'll do missing env, and then we'll pass the name. If this is not the case, you simply return the extract value. Okay, now what I will do simply, so I'm just going to create the instance. So I'm just going to do Razorpay, and this will be new Razorpay, and here you have to pass the key ID and the key secret. Okay, so this will be check env, and this will be my Razorpay key ID. So I'll do Razorpay underscore key, check the name that you have given. If you've given different name here, you have to change this one. Copy this, paste it here, and this will be key secret. So this will become key secret. Save this. So this is done. So this is what we need for now. Okay, if we need more helpers, So you're going to add it later. So first let's go to our checkout routes. Okay, now here we have to do, or not we have to do a lot of things. You have to understand that why we are doing quite a few things. Okay, and this will be pretty big. Alright, so you have to understand each and everything. So let's go to checkout routes. Okay, and let's close everything else. So first what I'll do, right, I already have created some types, so let me just copy. I have the checkout routes, so copy all these. Alright, so first let's paste it. So let's see what are the things that we have. First let's import this one. So we have the user address, so these all are the user information. This is our checkout user row. Okay, then we have the cart row, and then we have the product row and the promo row. Now for now you forget everything. First you have to understand when you're going to write the route for create session, you have to understand each and every step, that why actually you're doing that and how we are going to relate all those types in that particular context instead of explaining just now. So first let's import this. I think we have the product size and I think this is fine. So first let's finally create this, right? So first also let's do one thing. Let's import our router as usual. So I'm just going to do router from Express. Also let's import the type request, and then I'll do type response. Okay, so first let's create the so we'll do export const, and I'll do customer checkout router. So this will be my router, and here we need customer checkout router dot use, and I'm simply going to do require auth. So now first let's create our first one, which will be post, and this will be, so I'm just going to do checkout slash, and this will be create session. And now I'm simply going to use our async handler. So we'll do async, so we'll do request, which will be request, response, which will be response. And then first of all what we need to do here, okay, let's understand each and every step. First we need to get the DB user, right, which user is actually doing the checkout. So first I'm just going to do await get DB from request, and I'm going to pass the request. Okay, then we need to get the two things. Okay, first I need to get the address ID that user is actually, okay, so first for this one what we have multiple user addresses added, right, in the user profile, but one of the user will be added as a default user, and that default user, or maybe whatever address, not default user, man, what I'm talking about, the default address, sorry, that default address is going to be considered as a shipping address. Consider that ID I need to get here, right, so that I can relate that, okay, this particular order is related to this particular address. Okay, so I need to get the address ID here. So I'm going to get the address ID, and this will be, so I'm just going to do a string of request.body.address ID or else empty, and then I'll do dot trim. So this is the first thing we need to get. Second, we need to get the promo code for sure, right, because in case we have the promo code, so we need to get the promo code. So I'm just going to do request.body.promo code, or else this can be empty for sure, because user is not going to apply promo code all the time, but remember you have to do this one to uppercase. Save this. Okay, so this is the first two things we need. So now what will be the next step? So first let's give a small check. Okay, so I'm just going to do a require text of this address ID, and I'm going to do address is required, something like this. So this is the first thing. Now what I'm going to do, right, I need to get the user and the cart information. But how I'm going to get the cart information? See, that is the reason you don't have to get everything from your request body. Why? Because we already have the reference, right? From this DB user ID, I will be able to get the user information, and if I get the user information, I will be able to get the cart information also. Very, very simple. And to do this, what you can do, right, so I'm just going to do, so let's do here user, so we'll do get user and cart information, right, so you're going to do that. So I'm just going to do const, so I'll do user cart, these two things I'm going to get, and this will be await, so I'll do promise. See carefully what we are doing, right, so you're going to do promise.all, and here what I'm going to do, right, so first I need to get the user information. So I'm going to get the user model, and I'm just going to do find by ID, find by ID is fine, and I'm going to pass the db user.id. So this is going to give me the user information. Then I'm simply going to do dot select, and now I'll simply get the username and user addresses. I think we have the addresses, right? Let me just quickly check here. So we'll go to user and then we have addresses. So you'll get the addresses, right? These three things I wanted to get for that particular user. And then what I'll do, right, simply give enter and I'll do dot lean, and here what I'm going to do, I have the checkout user row, the type we have created. Checkout user row. So you have the ID, name, email and addresses. Now you can relate, right, why we need this, right? And for every address you have all these properties, right? Oh, I don't think we have the city and state, right? Let me quickly check. Maybe this one I make mistake. Go to user and see what we have here. Full name, address, state, postal code. So the full name, address, state, postal code, city we don't have, and I think country also we don't have. Okay, so these two we don't need. Okay, so this was my mistake. So we have the full name, address, state and postal code. Full name, address, state and postal code. Fine. So these things we need. And now what I'm going to do, right, simply, so I'm just going to do lean, and here I'm just going to pass the checkout user row. Sorry, this will be lean. What I'm doing wrong? Oh man, what I'm doing here. Sorry. We have to give the type, not here. We have to give the type here. So I'll do checkout user row. So this will be checkout user row, or this will be null. Okay. So this is the first thing that we need. So this is going to give me the user information. So it will find the user by this ID. It is going to select all these properties from that user collection, and it's going to lean in this particular type, right? So type means this is the ID, name, email and addresses. Similar way we need to do for cart also. So I'm going to get the cart model. Again I'm going to do find one. So I have the user. So this will be dbuser.id, and then what I'll do, simply I'm going to select items for that cart. So you can verify, you can go to cart and you'll see that you have the items, right? So this is going to give you the cart items. Very simple. Again you are going to do a lean, and you have to give the cart row that we have. Cart row I created here. So cart row will be, you have the items, product, quantity, color and size. And then what you have to do here, or else this will be null, and this is going to give you the cart information. So this is the first thing that we need. So I'm getting the user information and the cart information. Then I'll just give a simple check. So I'll do const, I'll do found user. So this will be require found, and I'm just going to pass the user. I'll do user not found, and let's give 404. Similarly I'm going to do for the cart also. So here I'm going to pass cart, and this will be cart not found. Okay, so this is one check, and let's give one more check here, that if not equal to found cart dot items dot length, then in that case also I'm just going to throw a new app error, and in this case I'm going to do 400, and let's give simply cart is empty, something like this. Okay, so this is first thing we need. So now what we are going to do, simply I'm going to get the selected address. Okay, so how we are going to get the selected address, because we will be getting the addresses from this, right? This will give me the addresses, this user. So here you can simply very easily you can get the selected address. So you're going to do selected address. So selected address will be your found user is going to have the addresses, and these addresses is going to have find. And now what you can do, simply you can do item, and you're going to do string of item dot id. Now see, here only I have taken the type intentionally, because in some other previous routes I haven't taken the routes. I already mentioned that part, right, that there is a possibility that I'm not going to take the type every time, but here actually I've taken in some places so that you can understand. And this will be equal to the address ID that we have. Okay, so this is going to give you the selected addresses. Sorry, selected address, not addresses. So if this is matching, means user has selected that particular address. Now simply give one more check, that maybe I'll just copy this and paste it here, and I'll do if not equal to selected address. So I'll do 404, and maybe let's do address not found, something like this. Okay, so this is done. So now what we are going to do, simply I need to get the product information. Now how I'm going to get the product information? Now this is where you have to understand, or maybe let's say if you don't have any much idea on the MongoDB and everything, how all these things works, the lesson. If you go to cart, now listen carefully, every cart schema will have the product, right? So now if I already have a cart information, I will be able to get the product information from this cart also very easily. How? So this is what we need to do. First I'm going to do const, and let's say I'm going to get the products. This product will be, I'll do avid, and I'm going to get the product model first, and I'm going to do find, and now see what we are doing simply. So I'm going to pass the ID of that particular, because we need to find based on the ID. And now I'm simply going to do if this in, so what we are going to find, we have the found cut is going to have the items, and I'm going to do the map, right? And here map, and then I'm just going to take the item, and this item is going to have what? Item dot, you have the product ID, sorry, item dot product, not product ID. So this is going to have the, if I go here, right, let me just quickly show you. So this product is nothing but your product ID. If you go to cart, this product is what? Your product ID, which is referring to the product collection. Sorry, so that means simply what I'm telling, that okay, I will be able to find the product if I have the cart information. So from my cart items, I'm getting the product based on the product ID. So this is going to give me the products information, and then what I can do, right, simply, so this is going to give me the IDs, and then I can do a select. And now let's say I need the product price, I need the product sale percentage, I need the product stock, and I need the product status. That's it. And then I'm simply going to do a len, and len of, let's do product row of array, because this will be array. That's it. So this is going to give you the product information. Okay, because you don't have to pass everything from the front end, you will be able to do every logic in the back end only, right? Now what I can do, simply I'm just going to do const product map, and I'm simply going to do a new map of products that we have dot map, and here I'm simply going to do item, and let's add the item ID. So I'm just going to do a string, so I'm just adding a map here, simply key and value. So I'll do item dot ID, and then I'm simply going to give a comma, and this will be the current item. Okay, so I'm just going to create a product map here. So now let's do one thing, let's go to the orders here, and you can see that we also have the total, what is that, total items. So this is what we need. So I'm going to copy these, and let's do let total items, and this will be equal to 0, and I'm also going to do let subtotal will be equal to 0. Okay, so now what I need to do here, now we need to do a couple of things here. Okay, so first of all, in my found cart means what? The cart, I have the items, right? So from that items, what I can do, right, I'll be able to get the product information that I've already shown. So from there, what I can do, right, I can easily see how many total items or how many items are present in that particular cart. And second thing, how I will be able to create the subtotal. So subtotal I will be able to create if I have the final price. How I will be able to create the final price? Now a lot of things are there. Final price you'll be able to create from your product sale percentage and the product price. So that is going to give you the final price. And then what you need to do, right, you need to multiply the final price into the cart item quantity. So that is going to give you, so let's see if the final price is 100 and that product is added 5 times in that particular cart, so the total subtotal will become what, 500, something like that. So this is what we need to create. So let's see how we are going to do that. Okay, let's do this one slowly. So I'm going to do items. So now found cart is going to give you the items, right? And let's do this on map, and I'm just going to do this one as cart item. Okay, and now let's see what we are doing here outside. So first I'm going to get the product here. So I'm going to get the product. So this product map is going to give you what? So I have get, because this is key value, right? So I'll be able to use get. So I have the string, and then I'm simply going to do this cart item will be having the product ID, and this is going to give me the product information, these item details. Okay, so this product is going to hold every single information, for example product price, product sale price, etc. So now what I'm going to do, simply I'm just going to give a small check that if the product is not present, or maybe let's do product dot status is not equal to active, right? So in that case what I'll do, maybe I'll do a throw new app error, and here I'm simply going to do this one as 400, and let's do what I can do here, maybe one or more cart items are not available, something like this. So this is one check. And also very important, I'll just give a small check that if the product.stock is less than the cart item that we have dot quantity, if this is more, so that means the product is out of stock. So I'll just do one more here, paste it, and I'll do maybe, let's do cart items out of stock. Alright, so this is what we need. Now we can create the final price. So I'm going to do final price. Now see what we're doing. This product is going to have the sale percentage, simple. If this is present, so you're going to do math dot what, round, and you have the product dot price, and then you have to minus what, product dot price into product dot sale percentage, normal mathematics. Okay, so nothing to explain here, divided by 100. So if the sale percentage is present, so I'm going to minus that from my product price. If the sale percentage is not present, I'm going to take the actual product price. Okay, this is done. Now what I can do, simply first of all I'm going to do the total items. So total items will be plus equals cart item dot quantity, and then I'm going to get that subtotal. So I'll do subtotal will be what, plus equals final price that we have, final price that we have into the cart item dot quantity. So this is going to give me the subtotal, and then I'm just going to return. So let's return here, and here what we can do, maybe let's return the product. So product will be cart item dot product, and also let's return the quantity, and this will be cart item dot quantity. Okay, so this is one part that we have completed. Now let's close this. So now what we need to do, now we need to check that if the user actually applied any promo code or not. Why? Because if user already applied promo code, so in that case what we need to do, we need to minus that particular amount from my subtotal, right? And that will be my discounted amount. I hope this is clear. Once we'll do that, then only we'll be able to do what, we'll be able to create the final amount. Final amount will be your subtotal. If let's say subtotal is 100 and discounted amount is 20, so you need to minus that, and we need to create the max amount, math.max. So that is going to give me the total amount, and that total amount we are going to use here because we have the total amount, right, that we need to take here. Total amount, we have this promo code, we have the see, this is what we need, discounted amount and the total amount. Okay, so let's see how we are going to do that. I'm going to pause this and then I'll start again. For you it won't be paused, but I'm going to pause here. Okay, so that will be one thing is left. So we need to do the promo code logic here. We need to calculate the total amount. Once we'll do that, right, then we'll be able to create the reserve order, because almost everything is completed, and then only this part will be completed, only the create session, and then we need to verify. So let's see how we're going to do that in the next part. Alright, so now after this we will take what, so I'm just going to take two. So one will be applied promo code, so let's keep this one as empty, and also let's discount amount, and this will be 0. So first I'm going to check that if the promo code that we are going to receive, if this is present. So first I need to find the promo, and this will be await. So we have the promo dot find one, and here you are going to pass the code, which will be your promo code. So this is the first step. So now what I'm going to do, right, also let's do one select, because we need to get couple of properties. I need the code, I need the percentage of that particular promo, I also need the count. Let's take the minimum order value, right? So we have the minimum order value. So let's copy these. Also we'll take the start set and the end set. So copy and paste it here, and also we need the end set. Okay, so this is done, and then let's do a lean, and I'm just going to do this one as promo row or else null, and then we need the promo, so we'll get the promo information from this. So this is the first step. Then let's give a const, and I'll do found promo, and this will be require found, and here I'll get the promo, and I'm just going to do promo code not found, promo not found, and let's keep this one as 404. Okay, so now I'm just going to do const take the current date, so I'll do date dot now, and then we need to do a couple of checks, right? So I'm just going to do if now is less than the found promo dot starts at, or if now is greater than found promo dot ends at, or if the found promo dot count, if this is less than 1. So in that case means this is invalid, right? So promo code will not be active. So I'm just going to do throw new app error, and in this case I'm simply going to do, so let's do a 400, and I'll do promo code is not active. Okay, so this is the first thing that we need to do. So now what will be the next? Why are you getting error here? Number and date RAR, this will be new date. Okay, so save this. So this is done. So now I'm simply going to check if the subtotal that we have is less than the found cut dot minimum order value, sorry, not found cut, found promo dot minimum order value. That means the minimum threshold is not crossed, right? So you need to give one more app error. So I'm simply going to do 400, and I'll just do minimum order value is minimum order value minimum order for this minimum order value for this promo is not at the threshold, or whatever you want to keep, say here, just change this one. Okay, so this is one thing we need to do. If this is not the case, I'm simply going to do applied promo code will be the found promo dot code, and then I'm simply going to create the discounted amount. So discounted amount will be your math dot round, and here you have subtotal, you have to do into found promo that we have dot percentage, and now I'm simply going to do here divided by 100. So I think we have done some mistake here. Oh, this will be one more bracket, take one more bracket here, divided by 100. Okay, so this is what we need. So now let's save this. So this will be your discounted amount. So now what we can do, simply we can simply create the total amount. So I'll do total amount, and this will be your math dot max of, you have the subtotal minus, you have to give the discounted amount and take 0. So whatever is max, that will be your total amount. Okay, so now we have all the information ready. So what I can do, right, I'm simply going to do razor pay. So let's do razor pay order, and this will be await. So we have the razor pay that we need to import, and this is going to give you orders, and also you have the create. And what you have to pass, right, first you have to pass amount, which is important. And let's do one thing, maybe what we can do, right, let's go to the razor pay here, right. So we have, and let's create one more simple util function. So I'm just going to do export function, and I'll do to sub units, something like this, and here I'm going to get the amount. Let's take amount, which will be number, and here I'm simply going to return math dot round of amount into 100. So this is what we need. So now what we can do, right, simply we can pass here 2 sub units of the total amount that we have just now created. We have to pass a currency, so let's do this one as INR, and also let's do a receipt. So let's do this one as order, and I'll just append the current date. So I'm just going to do date dot now. That's it. So this will be a razor pay order. Now what we need to do, right, we need to create the delivery address. So if you go here, right, we have the delivery address here. So let's do const, and I'll do delivery address, and this will be, if you go to the top, let's go here, where is that? Okay, here, selected address. So selected address we have, this is going to give you the address. Then you have the selected address dot state, then you have the selected address dot postal code, then also you have the selected address dot I think how many we have, country you don't have, selected address, state, and postal code. I think these 3 is fine. So now let's take these 3, and then I'm just going to do dot filter of boolean, and then I'm just going to do join with comma. Okay, save this. So this will give me the delivered address or delivery address. Now finally I'm going to create the order. So this will be now await. Now we are going to import the order model that we have, and then I'm just going to do create. And here what we need to do is need to pass a user, right? So this user will be your DB user that you have .id. Then you have the customer name. Okay, let's copy all of these. So you have a lot of things, right? So you have the customer name. So customer name will be the found user that we have .name, or you can also get it from your selected address .full name. From here also you'll be able to get it. Then you have the customer email. Copy this, paste it here. So this will be your found user .email, or else this will be empty. Then what else we have? We have the items that we need to pass, right? So here you have the items. These items will be the items that we have created here, these items. Then also we have the total items. Then you have the delivery name. So let's see what is the property. So you have the delivery name. Okay, so this delivery name will be your selected address .full name. Then we have the delivery address. We have the promo code. So let me just check. So with the promo code, and this will be your applied promo code that we have. Then we have the discount amount. Then we have the total amount. These all we have already created all of this here, okay, on the above. So we have the total amount. Now we have the payment status. So with the payment status, which will be pending. Okay, then we have the order status. Order status will not be paid, it will be only placed, okay, because we haven't verified the order yet. And then we have very important, we have the Razorpay payment ID. So Razorpay payment ID will be, you have the Razorpay order, and this is going to give you the ID. So this will be your Razorpay payment ID. Okay, so these all the things we need. And now what we can do, right, we can simply do res.json, and here you are going to now return. So let's return a Razorpay property here, and inside this I'm just going to return, so import this. So I'll just return the key ID. Okay, so I'll do return the key ID. Key ID will be process .env dot, so you have the Razorpay key ID. Then we have the order ID. So this will be Razorpay order dot ID. Then we have the amount. This will be Razorpay order dot amount. Also you have the currency, which will be Razorpay order dot currency. So this will be all the Razorpay related information we need whenever we are going to verify the order. Then we have the order related information. So first I'm going to pass the ID, order ID, very important. So this will be my string. I just created the order, right, this order. So this order is going to give me the ID. Okay, so next so this will be my ID, and here I'm just going to return the total items. Also let's return the discount amount maybe, and also let's return the total amount. Okay, discount amount. Okay, so this is done. So these will be the overall method that we need to create the session. Okay, so I already mentioned this will be pretty big. So now we have all the information that we need, right? So now next will be, we need to do what? We need to now confirm this. Okay, so let's create now, because it will be easier for you to understand now. So first, this also will be a post request only. Now what you'll do, right, you'll simply do checkout, and then I'm just going to do confirm. And here also we'll do async handler, async. So we'll do request, which will be request, response, which will be response. And first of all, what are the things that we need here? So we need the DB user, we need the order ID, we need the Razorpay payment ID, Razorpay order ID, and Razorpay signature. Okay, these things we need. So first of all, this order ID, see, we are already passing the order ID, right, that we are going to get here, because whenever you are going to create the session, we are returning these responses back. So first of all, what we need to do, so let's go to the top, copy this, and then first we need the DB user. So then next we need the order ID. I'm simply going to do order ID. Let's keep the OS small. So we'll do order ID, and this will be string of request dot body, and here I will get the order ID, or else empty dot trim. So this is the first thing that we need. Next, what we need to get the Razorpay payment ID. So I'm just going to do Razorpay payment ID. So this also will be string of request dot body dot, we are going to get like this. We'll do Razorpay payment underscore ID, or else this will be empty dot trim. Then copy this and then I'll just paste it here. So here let's take the Razorpay order ID. So this I'm just going to change this one to Razorpay order ID. Next we have the Razorpay signature. So I'm just going to do Razorpay signature, and let's do this one as Razorpay signature. Okay, so these things we need. Now let's do some check here. So I'll do require text of order ID, and I'll do order ID is needed. Copy this, paste it maybe 4 times, and let's do for Razorpay payment ID, Razorpay order ID, Razorpay signature ID. Okay, copy this, paste it here, copy and paste. So this will be one small check that we need to give. Now first of all we need to find the current order, the order that we want to verify, and that will be able to verify from the order ID, right? This order ID, and then from the user ID, because one particular order is belongs to one user, right? So I'll do const order, and this will be added. So you have the order dot find one. So here you have to pass the ID, and this ID will be your order ID that you have, and you have the user, which will be dv user dot ID. So this is going to give you the order. Okay, and then I once again, just like how we are doing, so I'm just going to do found order, and I'll do require found. So let's pass the order, and I'll do order not found, and let's give this one as 404. Okay, so now what we need to do first, so first we need to check that if the payment status of that particular order is already paid. So in that case we are going to simply return it, right? We don't have to do anything. So first I'll do payment order, found order dot payment status if this is equal to already paid. So in that case I'm simply going to do res.json. Okay, and let's pass here ID, and ID will be my string of the found order that we have dot ID. Okay, and then I'm simply going to return. So we don't have to do anything if it is already paid. Okay, now we need to check that if the found order is going to have a Razorpay order ID, right? It's going to have a Razorpay order ID that we already have saved. If this is not equal to the Razorpay order ID that we are getting, that means the order ID mismatch. There is some problem. Okay, so now I'm simply going to do if found order dot Razorpay order ID. So let's take this Razorpay order ID, and if you are getting confused, so this is the order ID I'm talking about. So let's see here. So you have the Razorpay order ID. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. So you have the Razorpay order ID. If this is not equal to Razorpay order ID that we are going to receive here, so that means there is a problem. So in this case I need to do throw new app error, and I'll simply do 400, and I'll do order ID mismatch. Okay, so this is one. Now what we're going to do is simply create a signature. Okay, so I'm just going to do signature, and this will be crypto. So we need to get the crypto from our crypto. So let's maybe what we can do, that simply just import this. So I'll do import, and here I'll do crypto from crypto. So let's go here. So first of all, okay, why actually need this signature? Because this signature we are going to get whenever we are going to verify, right? So let's say user will go to the Razorpay page, and they're going to pay the payment, and then we need to verify, right? Or else you won't be able to verify that if there is a mismatch or not. How you are going to verify? You're going to verify based on the Razorpay key secret that we have added in the env. So here I'm just going to do crypto dot create. Here let's give this one a sh256, and now we need to give here what? So we need to give here process dot env dot Razorpay key secret. Okay, based on this we are going to validate, or else this will be empty. Okay, so this is going to do what? Now I'm just going to do dot update. and here what we need to do, we need to give the Razorpay payment order ID that we have, Razorpay order ID, and then I'm just going to give this, and then I'm going to pass the Razorpay payment ID. So I'll do Razorpay payment ID, okay, and then I'll simply just do dot digest and we'll pass a hex. So this is going to create the signature. So now I'm simply going to do what? I'm simply going to do, if this signature is not equal to Razorpay signature that we are going to receive, so in that case invalid payment signature. So copy this, and this will be invalid payment signature. Okay, so this is done. So now what we are going to do simply, so first I'm just going to do a for and do const item of found order dot items, because in the order we are going to have the items, right? If you go here, right, we are going to have the items. So we are going to do a for loop, and then first of all we need to do a couple of things, right? So first what we need to do here, we need to decrease the stock for that particular product, because user already purchased, right? So let's say if there are 10 products and user already purchased 2 products, so we need to decrease that. Then also we need to decrease the count of the promo code in case user already applied some promo code, so that also you need to do. And then what you need to do, we need to empty the cart of that particular user. So cart will be automatically empty, right, if the user already purchased. This is how it usually happens. So these things we need to do. So first I'm just going to do update. These are normal concept, right? So if you already know some of the MongoDB database concepts, right, you will be able to do it. In case not, so you can anyways research all of this, and then based on that you can do. So what you're going to do, right, we are going to update. So first I'm going to do the ID. So I'm going to do pass the ID, and here first of all I'm going to get the item.product. So this will be the ID, and then I'm just going to do the stock, and here I'm just going to do a operator here, and we are simply going to pass the item.quantity. Then what we're going to do, right, simply I'm just going to do this. So as I already mentioned, we need to do what? We need to take the stock, and I'm just going to do minus item.quantity. Okay, so this is what we need to do. This is the first step. So now after this we'll simply do if. So we'll do if not equal to updated dot matched count. So I'm just going to throw one error. So I'll do throw new app error, and let's give this one as 400, and I'll do one or more cart items are out of stock. Okay, so this is one check. So this is what we need to do to update the stock. Then I'm simply going to do if the found order has the promo code that the user used. So in that case what I need to do here, so I need to do it. I have the promo model, and I'm just going to do update 1. So once again what we need to do, first we need to find. So I'm going to do code, and this code will be the found order dot promo code that we have. Alright, and here I'm simply just going to take one more count. So this I'll take one operator, and then what we need to do, again we need to update the count. So I'll take here, so this will be, so first we have the count which will be -1, because we need to update the count, right? So count will be -1. So this is what we need to do. Okay, so to update the promo count. So if there are 10 promo counts, 10 promo for that particular promo code, and then user already used one promo code, so we have to decrease that count. Okay, so this is what we need to do. And next also we need to make the cart empty. So I'll have it, and I'll do have it cart dot update 1, and we need to first find the cart from the db user dot id, and then what we need to do, right, I'm simply going to do a set. We need to do a set. What we need to set, we are going to set the items as empty. That's it. So all the items will be automatically empty, so cart will be empty. And then I'm simply going to do found order dot payment status will become paid. Very important, because this actually we need. Then we have the found order dot payment id. Okay, now we have the payment id. We also have the payment id here. If you see, we have the payment id that we need to set. So payment id will be the Razorpay payment id. Okay, then we have the found order dot pay date, and this pay date will be the current date. and then we also need to do await found order dot save, and this is done, and at the end you're going to simply return it. So we'll do OK, and then you'll simply return the ID, which will be what, string of your found order dot ID. So this is what we need to do. Okay, this will be to confirm your payment, and this will be to create the payment session, and this is what we need for the checkout part. So now let's go to the server, and then I'll just add one more here. So this will become customer checkout router, and let's see if we are getting any error or not. Let's wait. Okay, so this is done. So this is what we need to do. So with this, now next will be, we need to now work on the order routes, right? So let's open this. We also need to work on the admin order routes. We need to work on the admin settings route when we're going to add all the banners, and then we need to work on the admin order settings, home order routes for the customer view, and admin dashboard also. Admin dashboard I think we haven't created, right? We also need to create one more ban. We need to create a dashboard also. So I'm just going to do a dashboard dot routes dot ts, because we also need to create a simple admin dashboard route also, where we are going to just render some of the information. So these 5 we are going to implement in the next part. Alright, so now let's start with the order routes. Okay, and this will be for the customer view, and then we also need to do for the admin view. So first what we will do, right, once again, okay, first let me just run this. So let's copy some of the types that we need. So you have the customer order routes. Okay, so you only need one type. Copy this, and then I'll just paste it here. Okay, so let's see what are the things that we need. So this will be the order row or the data format that I need. Okay, so we'll be having the ID, total items, total amount, and these all the properties that we have already taken during the implementation of the checkout, so you can understand. So first let's import these types. Let's import the payment status and the order status. Okay, so first here we are going to have 2 routes here. Before that, let me just quickly import the router. So I'll do import router from express. Let's import the type response and type request. Okay, and let's create the route. So I'll do export const and do customer order router, and this will be equal to router. And here also we need to do, we need to do what? So customer order router will use require auth middleware. So this is the first thing, same thing that we have done already multiple times. Now first we need to do what? We need to get all the orders, right? So I'm just going to do a get, and this will be, let's do orders. Let's create our async handler. So this will be async. So you have the request, which will be request, response, this will be response, and then we'll start writing. And also we need one more, which will be for the return flow. Remember, I already mentioned that we are going to implement a return flow instead of having a as usual order details page. Now you can implement order details page, and I thought I'm going to implement, but again, see, this is just going to increase a lot of unnecessary code, which is at the end of the day simple CRUD. CRUD means like create, read, all this, right? So I think we are doing already multiple times. So instead of implementing a details page, right, which needs a lot of JSX and all the dialogues we need to create, let's implement the order flow, return flow, right? Return flow will be newer, so you will learn a new concept, basically what I mean. So first let's do one thing. Let's get the DB user. So I'm just going to do DB user, and this will have it DB user from request, and pass the request here. So first I need to get the orders. This will be simpler, so I'll do await. So I'm just going to get the order from model, and I'll do find, and what we need to do, we're going to pass the user, which will be DB user dot ID, and here what I will do, simply I'm just going to select some of the properties. Okay, so let's do one thing. Let's go to the model that we have. So we have the order model. So here what are the properties that we need? So first let's take the total items. Okay, so let's go to the top. So I need the total items. Let's take the total amount also. So total amount also I need. What else? We'll do the payment status, order status, both, because this is important, right? We need to understand payment status, and then we need the order status. What else? We'll do paid at, right, delivered at, and the returned at. These 3 also we need, delivered at, and also I'm just going to do this one as returned at, and also let's return the created at. So these are all the properties that we need. Now I'm just going to do a sort. So let's do a sort of created at of -1, and I'm just going to do a dot len, and let's pass the type that we have copied, right? So this is the type customer order flow. So I'm just going to pass here customer order flow, sorry, customer order row, not flow, which will be array. That's it. So this is going to give you the order information, and then at the end what you will do, right, simply you're going to return all the information. So I'm going to import OK, and here what are the things that we need. Okay, so first of all I'm just going to return items, because these will be the order items, multiple orders that we are going to have. So I'm just going to do order item, and here what we are going to do simply, so I'm just going to return all the properties. So we'll start with id. So id will be string of order item dot id. Then we are going to return the code, and you can see that we have all the properties and everything, right? So this code will be your order.id. So I'm just going to take this one as string of order item.id. Let's do a slice of maybe -8, and I'm simply going to do this one as 2 uppercase. Also let's return the total items, which will be order item dot total items. Let's return the total amount. So copy this, and this will be order item dot total amount. Also let's return the payment status. So let's copy this. So we'll do payment status, order status, paid at, delivered at, returned at, and created at. Okay, so we'll do payment status. Next we have order status. I see, we have done misstatement. This will be payment status, this will be order status, then we have paid at, so this will be paid at, then this will be delivered at, then this will be returned at, and then I'm simply going to do here created at. Okay, so this is what we need. That's it. So this is going to give me the enough information that we are going to render in our order list page. So you can see that how many total items, what is the amount. The important part is that what is the status of that particular order, right? Payment status and the order status, both we can see, and this is more than enough. So now next will be our return flow. So here this will be a patch, and what we're going to do, right? So this will be a individual order that we want to return, right? So this will be id, so you need to get a dynamic value, and here I'm just going to do this one as return. Although we have a very like simple flow, but still you will learn quite a few things. Okay, so first let's take the db user. So this is the first thing, and then we need to get the order id, this order id, what we need. So I'm simply going to do const order id, and this will be a string of request.params dot order id, or else empty, and then I'm just going to trim, and let's pass a required text, pass the order id, and I'll do order id is required. I'll do order id is required. Okay, so this is what we need. Now next what we need to do, right? First we need to get the order. So simply we can simply get the order from our order model. So I'll do await order dot find one, and what we need to do, we need to pass the id, which will be order id. Also we need to pass the user, because for particular user we are going to have the order, which will be dbuser.id. Okay, and then I'll simply do found order, and we're going to do require found, and what we can do, simply we're going to pass the order. I'll do order not found, and also we need to pass what, so we're going to pass 404. That's it. So now I'm simply going to check that if the found order that we have dot order status, if this is not equal to delivered, right? So let me just check. So we'll have here delivered. If this is not delivered, okay, or if not equal to found order dot delivered at, so in that case what we need to do, only delivered orders can be returned, right? So I'm just going to throw new app error, and I'll simply pass a 400, and I'll do only delivered orders can be returned. Okay, so this is the first check we need to give. Now I'm going to give a 7 days time frame, means within 7 days. Now you can change this one, you can change this one to 15 days, 30 days, whatever you want. I'm just going to keep this one as 7 days time frame. So I'm going to do 7 days time frame. No, let's do 7 days return window, right? Maybe return window time, something like this, whatever. So here I'll do 7 into, so it will be 24 into 60 into 60 into 1000. Okay, so this will be a 7-day window. Then I'm simply going to do if the date dot now, which is current time, minus I'll do new date of, so here you're going to get what, found order dot delivered at. Okay, and here what we need to do, we need to do get time. So do get time, and if this greater than the 7 order window, so in that case what will happen, the return window is already expired. It's very simple concept, right? So that means we are simply taking, oh, this will be, we need to invoke this. So here we just have to do that return window is expired. So we'll paste it, and you can just do return window is expired, return window expired. So this is the first. So now what we need to do, so if this is not the case, so that means we can return the order. But once we return the order, we need to do quite a few things. First one is that the order that I already have some items, right, for that particular order, I need to increase the quantity. That is the first thing. Second, very important, whatever amount that user already paid for that particular order, let's say 1000 rupees, what we are going to do, we don't have that much advanced level of things, right, that we are going to deposit to the user bank and those kind of things. So what we'll do, right, so that is the reason if you go to the user, you see that we have these points. So what we'll do, we'll add that amount in user points. Okay, so this is what we are going to do. So first what I'll do, simply I'm just going to do for, and I'll do const item of found order dot item. So this is going to have the items. So I'm simply going to have it. I'll get the product model, and here what we need to do, we need to update 1. Okay, because we are doing a for loop here. And here first of all I'm going to get the ID, and this will be item dot product. Okay, and then we need to just increment that, right? So here what we will do, simply I'm going to increase the stock based on the item dot quantity. If there are 2 quantity for that particular item, so we are going to increase that quantity. So this is the first thing we need to do. Once that is done, then I'm just going to do await. So I'll get the user model, and I'm just going to do here update 1. And here also first of all we need to get the ID, and this will be db user dot id. And here also we need to do what, we need to do increment, and we need to increment the points because that is the property that we have. And what will be the points? The points will be a found order dot total amount. So total amount we are going to add to that user point. That's it. And then I'm simply going to do found order dot order status, and this will become now returned. And also we need to do found order dot returned at, okay, this one. So this will be your new date, and then you're simply going to do await found order dot save, and I'm simply going to do res dot JSON. And what we need to return, so let's return the following things. So I'm just going to return the ID, which will be string of found order dot ID. Then we are going to return the order status, which will be found order dot order status. And then I'm also going to return the return at, which will be found order dot returned at. Okay, so this is what I need to do. Okay, so this is going to do the return logic for us, and you'll see that once we're going to return, that points or that money will be added as a point to the user account. Okay, it's like a gift card, so you'll be able to pay using points also. So this is what I need. So now let's go here and let's add this. So I'm just going to copy this, paste it here, and let's do this one as customer order router. Save this. Let's see we have any error or not. I think we don't have, and this is done. So this is the first thing that we need to do. Now what we need to do, right, we need to add one more route here, and that is we will be able to do the checkout based on points also. Okay, but that I'm not going to add it here, because you can add it here. It will be just copy paste of this file only, almost similar. I'm going to show you that what actually we need to do, but let's do one thing. Let's create one more here. Okay, and maybe what I can do, right, I'm simply going to do here checkout with points dot routes dot ts. Okay, so now let's open, okay, let's close this, close everything else, and let's open this too, because it will be simply copy paste. Okay, we don't have to do much. All right, so first let's go here and let's copy all these types that we have here. So let's do one thing, let's copy till this, now let's copy till here, and let's paste all the types, and I'm just going to do checkout, maybe let's do with points router. So we need to import the router from Express, and also we need the type request and type response. Import the types. What else? We also import the product size, and let's copy this, paste it here, and this will be our middleware. Okay, so this is the first thing. So now the first one will be what we need to first check, that whether that particular user has the points or not. Okay, so that is the first thing we need to do. Now you can do this one directly from the user points also. I think that also you can do, but let's create a different way. So let's create a route only, so that we can directly check in the checkout page. So what I'll do, right, simply I'm just going to do this one as checkout slash points. Okay, and then here you can do async handler. So I'll do async request response, and here, so let's copy this because we need to write one more logic. So two routes we need to do, and here first of all what we need to get the db user, right? So I'm just going to do db user, and I'll do get db from request and pass the request here. So now what I'll do, simply I'll get the user, this user will be have it, so we'll get the user model, and I'll do find by id, and what we need to do, we need to pass the db user dot id, and here I'm just going to select the points property because we have the points, right? Go to the user, we have the points, so this is what we need, and then I'm simply going to do a len. So len, what you can do, so this is number, right? So you simply do points, and points will become what, this will be a number, or else this will be null. That's it. So this is the format that we need, and I'm simply going to give a small check, found user, and this will be require found. So here we are going to pass the user, and this will be user not found, although it will not happen, but still let's give it. So I'll do 404, and at the end I'm simply going to do res.json, import the OK, and then I'm simply going to pass points, which will be found user dot points. Okay, so this is going to give you the points, that whether that particular user has available points or not. So this is the first thing. Now here also I'm just going to keep this on as checkout, but this will be now pay with points. Okay, and this will be a post request. Now what we need to do, right, see, this will be exact similar how we have done in the checkout routes. Okay, checkout route means in the create session, so it will be almost similar. So let's do one by one, so that I'm not going to write each and everything because it's going to take a lot of time. So first I'm going to get the db user, I need to get the address id, it will be exactly same. We can do the same here also, but let's keep the razor pay your or credit card or whatever payment logic and the points payment logic separate, and then you get the promo code, and then I'm going to give the same check. So I'm just going to copy from here and paste it. Okay, let's import the required text. Now once this is done, so what will be our next step? Next step, again we need to get our user and the cart info. So I'm just going to get this found user and found cart. Okay, then once we'll get the found user, means the user information, and the cart, we need to check if the cart is empty or not. If this is not empty, we need to get the cart, so we need to return the error. Then what we need to do, we need to get the selected address, right? This we have already done. If the selected address is not present, again do the same thing. Then also we are going to get the products, create the product map, exactly same. Okay, total items, subtotal, and then we are going to create the items, right? So this logic, what we need to do, also this also it will be same. So applied promo code discounted, if promo code is available, it will be the exact same logic that whatever we have discussed. Okay, so you don't have to do any changes here. So till this part, till this total amount, this will be same. Now because we are not using razor pay in this logic, right, so from this point it will change little bit. So what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to copy this entire thing. Let's go to the top. So till this part, get and cart user info, copy this, and then you'll just paste it here. Okay, Now we need to import couple of things, so let's go here, go to the top. So let's import the cart first from model, then we have the app error, then I'm going to import the product model. What else? Let's see here. So we need to import the promo model also, and I think this is done. So now what we need to do right here, now we need to give a check that if the total amount that we have, if this is greater than the found user, that whatever user already has the point, so in that case also we need to throw a new app error. Okay, so here what we need to do, I'm just going to give that not enough points for this order. So this is the first thing. And now what we need to do, let's do this one as deducted user points. We're getting this error. Okay, we need to add this. So let's go to the checkout user row and let's add the points here, which will be number. So now what I need to do here, so I'm just going to do const deduct user points. So this will be avid, and I'll do user model dot update 1, and here I'm simply going to get the ID, which will be the db user dot ID, and here I'm just going to take the points. Let's take so this will be the total amount, right? So the total amount, and then what we need to do, we need to take an increment here, and we need to deduct that from that point, from the points. I'll do points, and this will be equal to minus total amount. Okay, so this is what we need to do. So this is going to deduct that amount, that much a point. Now I'm simply going to do here what I can do, right? Let's give a small check that if not equal to deduct user point dot matched count, so then also I'm just going to give the same, that not enough points for this order. Once this is done, so now I'm just going to do a try, and what we can do here, so okay, let me just think. Okay, first of all let's take a catch here. I'm just going to do error, and here I'm just going to do await, and I'll do user.update1. In case any error happens, I need to keep the same points for that particular user. So I'll do db user.id, and here what I'll do, right? So I'm just going to take one increment here, and I'm just going to do points, and this will be total amount. But in the try, first what we need to do, first we need to update the items. So let's go here, items, in the sense we need to deduct that item. I think that we are doing in the confirm here. So this is what we need, right? So we need to update the items. So first I'm just going to copy this, okay, and then I'll just inside this try, so let's paste it, and we need to do this one as items. So we already have the items, right? These items, if I go to the top, we have these items. So let's take these items. So here what I need to do, updated will be, so we need to update, so we get the ID based on the item.product, okay, and then we just have to decrease that item.quantity, how much user is actually buying, and this is not matched count. So in that case I'm simply going to do the same error, the one or more items are out of stock. Okay, so this is the first thing that we need to do. So after this, here also I'm just going to give that if applied promo code is true. I think that also we are doing here. Let me just check. See, this is also need to do. So I'll copy this, and then we just have to deduct that amount, that much, and this will be our applied promo code. So this will be applied promo code. Okay, so this is another thing we need to do. Once this is done, then what we need to do, save this. I think we already have the applied promo code here, right? Okay, we already have this. So now what I will do, simply after this I'm just going to update the cart and make this one empty. Copy this and make the cart as empty. Okay, so this is what you need to do. Now if you go here, right, what you are doing, you are having a payment ID, but in this case we are not using Razorpay. So what I can do, simply you can simply create a normal payment ID, right? So what I'll do, right, this is how I'm going to do it. So I'm just going to do const, and this will be points payment ID, something like this, and this will be, let's do this one as points, and let's do here pass the date dot now, and then I'm going to do what, I'm going to create the delivered address, because we also need to have the address here, right? And that we can just use this one. So I'll copy this and paste it here. So this is going to give me the delivered address, and then we need to create the order. So what I mean by this, we need to create this order. Okay, so let's copy this, and then I'm just going to paste it here. Now we need to make some changes here. First of all, let's import the order. So we have the user first, customer name, found user dot name, selected address dot full name, either it will take. Customer email, same, found user dot email. Items, we already have the items. Then we have the total items. Delivery name will be selected address will have the full name. Okay, then we have the delivery address, this will be same. Promo code will become applied promo code, this is fine. Discounted amount we already have on the above if you go here. And then also you have the total amount. Payment status will be what? This will be paid, because this is using points, right? Order status will be placed, and here instead of result ID you have to pass the points payment ID. Okay, and then also let's pass the payment ID, because we have the payment ID, right? If you go here, let's go here and let's see, we have payment ID also. So payment ID will now become same, points payment ID, because we are not using razor pay. And also you need to pass the paid at, which will be new date. Okay, so this is what we need to do. And now what we are going to simply do here, so let's update the user. So I'm just going to do const, and I'm just going to do updated user, and this will be await user dot find by id, pass the db user dot id, and I'm simply going to do select. I just wanted to return the points, so I'm just going to select the points, and here I'm simply going to do len. So this will be points, which will be number, or else this will be null. And now what I'll do, simply I'm just going to return res.json. So we'll do OK, and here I'm just going to return the ID, which will be string of order.id, and let's return the total points, and this will be updated user dot points, or else this will be 0. Okay, so this is what we need to do here, these many things. Also let's do one thing. Oh, see, we need to do one more thing here. Here we need to throw the error also, so I'll do throw error. Okay, so this is exactly similar, but it's like a lot of steps. If you have understood this part correctly, right, you will be able to understand exactly whatever you have done here, nothing different. So now let's go to server, and then I'm just going to copy this and let's paste it after here, and I'm just going to do customer checkout with points router. Save this, let's see, we don't have any error. So now we have the checkout and orders flow is done, but this is only for the customer view. Okay, so now let's close this. So we need to do this. So now we need to work on the admin orders, we need to work on the admin settings, where we are going to upload the banners. We need to work on the admin dashboard. This will be a simpler one. We are going to just get some of the overview, for example, how many total orders, how many total products, how many returned orders, something like that. We're not going to graph and those kind of things for now. And then in the customer view we have the home customer page, right, which is our main landing page. So these 4 we need to complete. So now almost all the backend is completed, until unless we're going to implement something advanced later. Okay, so for now our main flow will be completed, workflow. So let's start working on the orders admin part in the next part. Alright, so now let's start working on the admin side order. Now this will be 2 route we need to create. One will be to fetch all the orders, and one will be to update the order status. So let's go here, and then I'm just going to copy the types, and copy this, and then I'll paste it here. So we have the some status. I think you already know all the status. So let's import this type, the payment status, and also the order status. Okay, also let's go to any other and let's copy this. Okay, so now first of all let's create. So I'll do export const, I'll do admin order router. So this will be router, and this will be admin order router dot use. So this will be require admin. Now what I will do simply, so I'm just going to do admin order router dot get. So we need to do what? We need to get all the orders, right? So I'm just going to do orders. So let's take our async handler. So we'll do async request response. And now so let's copy this. So we need one more, right? But here what we need to do, right, let's go to the customer orders. And so first of all we need all these items, sorry, we need to return all these properties here. Okay, so first I'm just going to do what, so I'm just going to copy this. So let's go here and then first let's paste it. So first let's get the order, and here we don't have to give anything, just simply pass it here. So now this will be admin order row, but we need to add some more here, right? So first let's get let me just go to the order route. I need to get the what actually, so customer name and customer email. So these also I need, so I'm just going to take the customer name and also let's take the customer email. So customer name, customer email, total item, total amount, payment status, order status, paid at, delivered, return, and created at. That's it. So save this and then I'm simply going to return, right? So let's go here, the order routes, and then I need to just copy this. Okay, and then just paste it here. So first let's import the OK, and also here we need to return the customer name also, right? So I'm just going to return the customer name. So customer name will be the order item dot customer name, and then we have the customer email, right? So I'll do customer email, which will be order item dot customer email, right? So rest all the properties will be same. So this is first route that we need, and the second one will be, this will be a patch, because we need to only update the status, right? So order / order ID, and then we need to update the status. Okay, so first what we need to do here, so first we need to get two things. One is the order ID, that which order I wanted to update the status, and second I need to get the ordered status of that particular order. Okay, so first let's do one thing, let's remove this, and here first I'm just going to get the order ID. Okay, so I'll do order ID. So this will be a string of request dot params dot order ID, orders this will be empty dot trim. Now here first of all let's get the ordered status. Okay, so I'll do order status. Order status will be, so let's take this one from body only. So I'm just going to do request dot body dot order status, orders this will be empty, and here I'm simply going to do dot trim as admin order status. So this is what we have, right? This is the admin order status. I think we haven't used this admin order row. Let me just check what we've done. I've done some mistake, right? Maybe I just copied that one. I'll be like blind. Okay, let me just copy this and I'll just undo from here. Sorry man, I need to undo from here, and I was doing that, it was there already. See, maybe I made the mistake. Okay, so let's do this one, let's keep this one get only, and let's remove this, and okay, this is first one we need. Save this, and then we need to paste it here. So I'll paste it here. So this will be ordered status. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, now next what I need to do, right? So first once we get the ordered status, so let's give a small check, right? So I'm just going to do require text. So here I'm just going to give order ID, and I'll do order ID is required. Copy this, paste it here, and this will be ordered status, and this will be ordered status is required. So this is the simple to check. So first I'm going to just give a small check that if not equal to allowed ordered status dot includes the current ordered status, so that means there is a invalid order status. So I'm just going to pass here. So this will be throw new app error, and I'm just simply going to do this one as 400, and I'll do invalid order status. Okay, if this is not the case, now I'm going to get the order. So I'll get the order from my order model. So I'll do await get the order dot find by ID and pass the order ID. Okay, so this is the first thing, and then as usual same thing. So I'll do found order. So I'll do require found, and here I'm just going to pass the order, and this will be order not found, and here I'm just going to pass 404. Okay, so now what we need to do here, So first of all, we need to check that if the current order status is returned and the found order, this order, okay, so if the current order status is returned and the found order dot order status is not returned, so in that case we need to increase the quantity. Now here there is a trick, okay, I just wanted to mention one thing. Two things you can do here. Either you can only allow customer to return the order, you can't allow admin to return the order. So in that case what you need to do, right, you need to disable the returned property or the return drop down option from your UI. I hope you're getting what I mean. So two things you can do here. Let's say you want that, okay, admin also can return a particular order. So if that is the case, right, so in that case you need to enable the drop down option from the UI whenever admin is going to click on return. And let's say you only want customer can return the order, so in that case you have to disable. So but for now what we'll do, right, so maybe let's say admin can also return an order, something like that. So in that case also what we need to do, right, there is a trick. So in that case we also need to, if let's say admin is returning a particular order, so in that case we need to also add that particular amount to that user account. I hope you are getting what I mean, right? So we need to also do that, okay? So now this will become little tricky, but for now let's do one thing. Let's keep this one only simple, that I'm just going to update ordered status as delivered. Let's do the this return logic later. For now I'm just going to keep a placeholder. But so basically what I mean, right, so let's say if admin is returning an order, admin can return order. So in that case what will happen, right, you need to increase the product quantity, right? This can also happen, you have to do that. Also you have to update the returned add property. Also you need to add the points to that user points, okay, this also you need to do, okay. But for now let's do this one later, because I already shown you the logic while doing the customer view. For now what I will do, right, I'm just going to keep this one simple. So I'll do if the order status is equal to returned, or no sorry, and if the found order dot order status, if this is not equal to returned, so in that case what we need to do here, right, we are getting error. Oh, so here what we need to do simply, so I'm just going to do for const item of found order dot items, because every order is going to have the items, and here I need to take the product model and I'll do update 1. And what we need to do here, right, so first I'm going to get the item dot product, which will give me the product ID, and then I just need to increase the stock, okay. So this will be the stock because that is the property, and this will be item dot quantity. So this is first thing what we need to do, okay. So now what will be the next step? Next step will be now what we need to do here, right, so first I need to check, not here, I have to go to the outside. So I'm just going to check if the order status that we have, if this is equal to delivered, right, so that means admin is updating the delivered status, and if not equal to found order dot delivered at, if this is not present, so now I'm going to update the found order dot delivered at will be new date, the current date, okay. And then also I'm just going to do found order dot order status, and this will become the order status, this one, the order status that we are getting, and then we just have to save this. So now I'm just going to do res.json, and here what we'll do, right, simply maybe let's return the ID. So this will be string of found order dot ID. We also return the order status, and this will be found order dot order status. We also return the delivered at. This will be found order dot delivered at, okay. And let's also return the returned at, right, so we have the returned at, which will be found order dot returned at. But this will decide later, okay, if we have time, right, so in that case I'm just going to do this logic more properly, but for now I'm just giving you the idea. But whatever the main idea was to update the delivered status, that is actually done, okay. So now the main thing you have to understand that, let's say now you admin is updating the order status to shipped, or maybe let's say something else in processing. So that line is going to do here. If the order status is delivered, then only we are going to update the delivered at. Okay, so this also you have to understand. So with this is also done, so we don't need any more route here. So go to server.ts, and then I'm just going to add one more. So this will be my admin order router. Okay, so this is done. Now what will be the next one? Next one will be, we need to create the settings order. So settings is going to do what? Settings is going to update and upload your banner images to your Cloudinary. Those images we are going to render in our homepage. Homepage means in our main admin customer homepage. Okay, so main customer homepage means here we are going to render. So now what we're going to do, right, simply, so let's go to close this, go here, and I've already written the types also, admin settings. Okay, so this is what we need. So I'm just going to copy this. So we have the banner item here. Okay, and then we also have the banner document also. We need to, I think banner document we have already created if I'm not wrong. Yeah, in the banner only we have this banner document. Okay, so now first of all what we need in this banner item, we're going to have the image URL, image public ID, which we're going to get from Cloudinary ID and the created at. Simple. So first what I'll do, right, so let's create the route here. Okay, let's go to order. I'm going to copy this, paste it here, and let's give this one name as export const admin settings router. This will be equal to router, and I'll do admin settings router dot use. This will be, I'm not explaining all of this. Okay, I think we have multiple times we have done the same thing. By this time you should be able to do all of this. So only admin can upload all these images. This is what first thing we need to see. So now what we're going to do, right, first of all I'm just going to do admin settings router dot get, and this will be simply, so we'll do settings / banners. And now what I'll do, simply as usual, take the async handler. We'll do async request, we'll do response, and then here we'll copy this, and we need one more which will be a post, right, which will upload the images. So for this one what we'll do, simply I'm just going to do const items, and this will be avid. So you have the banner model dot find. I'm going to get all the banners, and then maybe let's do a sort here, and I'll do a created at with -1, and here I'm simply going to do res.json, get the OK, and here maybe let's return the items, and this will be items dot map, and here I'm just going to do map banner. Okay, so it's simply going to return in this particular format. So this is what we need first of all. So now what we need to do, right, we already have the Cloudinary helper. You don't have to do anything here, right? So we already have this. So whatever we are going to use, upload many buffers to Cloudinary. So let's say we are going to use this. So now first of all let's do one thing. Let's go here, let's create one folder, right? So I'll just maybe we can do here, we can do here. So I'll do const, I'll do banner folder, and let's do this one as e-commerce, or what we are using here, e-commerce monster video / let's give this one as banners. Okay, so this is where we are going to store this, and also I'm just not going to write it here for now. Let's go to product. Now let's go to admin products, and we already have this upload instance that we need from Malter. Copy this, and then let's paste it here, and also I'm just going to import the Malter. So let's paste it here. So this is what I need. So now what we are going to do, simply first of all this will be a post, and here I'm just going to do upload.array. Let's give this will be images, and then max 10. Okay, so the field name and the images. So first of all what I will do, so first I'm going to get the db user. So let's take the db user. So this will be avid get db user from request, and here first of all I'm going to get the files. I'll do files. So this will be request.files, or else this will be empty, and you have to give a type here. So type will be express.types, express.multer.file. Okay, so this will be the type. So now let's give a small check that if the files dot length, if this is not present, so I'm simply going to throw new app error and I'll do 400 and let's give at least one image is required. Okay, so this is the first thing. Then I'm simply going to do const uploaded images and this will be await. So I already have created this, right? So I'll upload many buffer to Cloudinary. Now this is going to receive two things. First, it's going to receive the file and the folder where you're going to store. So I'll do files.map. This will be my file, and what you have to pass? You have to pass the buffer, right? The file buffer. And next, this will be your banner folder that you created. That's it. So this is going to upload the images. Now what I can do, right? Simply I'm just going to do const create final banners, and this will be await. So I'll do banners. So banner is the model and we have to add multiple, right? So we'll do insert many, and what you're going to do, simply I'm going to do uploaded images dot map. So this will give me the item, and what I can do, simply I'm just going to return. So let's see what are the properties that we have. So the image URL, image public ID and created at these three we need. Copy these, paste it here. So this will be image URL, which will be item. So this is going to give you the URL. This will be item dot public ID, and also this will be the db user dot id. And this is done, and at the end we are going to simply pass it. So this will be items, which will be create final banners dot map, and pass the helper function that we have, map banner. Okay, so this is what we need. That's it. So one is going to fetch all the banners, one is going to upload the banners. So now let's go to the server.ts and then I'll paste it here. So this will be admin settings router. Save this, and I think this is done. So now with this, settings is also done. So we have only two are left. One will be to dashboard, where we are going to get all the overview on the admin view, and one will be for the customer home route. So let's implement these two in the next part. Once we'll implement these two, right, then we will move to the front end code, because we need to implement all the front end pages. So let's see how we are going to do that. Alright, so now let's create the dashboard routes, and also let's complete with our customer home routes. Okay, so first, so what I will do, right, so let's go to the order routes and let's copy some of the things. So let's copy this and let's create export const, and I'll do admin dashboard router, and this will be equal to router. So first of all, what you need to do, so this will be only admin can access, right? So we need to do require admin. So now let me just quickly get, I think for this one we don't have the, okay, let's do one thing. I think we need only one route, which will be to get, and this I'm just going to give this one as slash dashboard, and let's give this one slash light. Okay, and let's do async handler. So this will be async. So we'll do request response. Okay, so first of all, what are the things that we need right here? So here we are going to get how many total products we have, how many total categories we have, how many total orders we have, how many return ordered, and how many delivered orders we have. Okay, so I'm just returning some of the summaries so that we can render in the admin dashboard. Now this will be very simple. You can add more. So I think, see, you already know all the models, right? That what are the things that we have. For example, you can return a lot of things here, that how many pending orders we have, how many placed order we have. Okay, all these things. You can also render the recent products, but for me, right, I'm not going to do all of this, because this is just simply, it's simply fetching data and then rendering, right? It's just take a lot of time. In that time we are going to implement some maybe AI features, so that is going to help you. I hope you understand what I mean. So for now, let's return very basic. Okay, so what I'll do, right, so I'm just going to do const. First let's take the total products. Okay, and these total products, so for this one, what I'll do, right, so this will be await, and I'm just going to take a promise dot all, and what we will do, so let's take the product model that we have, and I'm simply just going to do count documents. So this is going to give me total products. Okay, similarly we are going to do for category dot count documents. So this is going to give me the total categories, how many categories we have. Maybe let's do this one as total categories. Okay, also let's render, oh sorry, let's return how many orders we have. So I'll do order dot count documents. So I'm just going to do total orders. Okay, what else? Maybe let's return some of the delivered orders or returned orders. So let's render only return orders for now. So I'll do order dot count documents, and I'm just going to return order status, and this will be returned, right? So let me just quickly take the return status. Okay, so this is what we need, and this will be total return orders. So I'll do total returned orders. What else? Maybe let's return some of the so let's return total sale also. Okay, so for this one let's take a quickly one type. So I'm just going to do a type, and I'll do total sale row, and here I'm just going to take ID. So let's take this one as null, and I'm just going to do a total sales, which will be number. Okay, number. So this is fine. So now what I'll do, right, simply, so I'm going to use the order dot aggregate, and here I'm just going to pass the total sales row and how we can get the total orders. So simply what we need to do right here, I'm going to, so okay, this will be match, and I need to match that. Okay, how many payment status are paid. Okay, so I'm just going to do payment status. Let me just copy the property. So I'll do payment status. So if the payment status is paid, and also we need to, let's take one group here. So I'm just going to do a group. So I'm just going to do ID, this will be null, and also I'm just going to do total sales, and total sales, so I'm just going to do a sum, and sum of the total amount, because we have the total amount here, right? So this is the total amount that we need. Okay, and for this one I just have to pass the total amount. Now this is going to give me the total sales. Okay, so it's simply getting that how many total paid payment status orders are there, and based on that we are grouping, and then we are just creating the total sale based on the total amount. And I think this is done, right? So I don't think we did anything else. And here let's return this one as sales row, something like that, sales details row. No, let's do sales row, sales rows. That's it. And then we just have to return this, right? So I'm just going to return it here. So I'm just going to do raise, sorry, I think I'm doing in the wrong place. Here I have to do it. So raise.json, and this will be okay. And inside this I'm simply going to return the total products, total categories. Let's return total sales. So this will be the sales rows that we have of 0th, and this is going to give me the total sales orders. This will be 0. Then I'm just going to return total orders and the total returned orders. Okay, that's it. We don't want to do anything else here. Okay, and I think this is done. So what I can do, simply let's add this one here. Let's go to the server, and then I'm just going to add it here. So this will be admin dashboard router. Save this, and I think this is done. Next thing what we need to do, now we need to create our home page route also. Now what I mean by home page route, means where in the customer view we are going to render the banners. We're also going to render the coupons, that some of the latest coupons that you can use, and then maybe let's render some of the categories, and also we're going to render some of the recent products. Okay, so this will be our overall home page. So first let's do one thing. I already have all the types here, so let me just copy this, and let's go to the, I'll just close this, go to the home routes. So this will be inside customer, then we have home routes, and first let's import the types, and also let's copy the let's go to the, maybe let's go any, and I just wanted to copy this. So first let's create the router. So I'll do const, and this will be customer home router. Okay, so this will be router, and here I'm just going to create one single route. So this will be customer home router dot get, and let's do this one as /home. And here what we are going to do, we'll take the async handler. Now this will not be require auth. Why? Because in this case, right, any user will be able to access the home page, right, whether the user is a auth user or that user is an unauth user. Okay, so here I'm just going to do request. So this will be request, we'll do response, this will be response, And now let's see what are the things that we need. Okay, so first of all, here I'm just going to, again we'll do the same thing, right? I'm just going to do promise.all, and here what we need to do first, let's get all the banners. Okay, so I'm just going to do banners, and to get the banners simply we can just do banner. So we have the banner model. I'm just going to do find, let's do a sort, and here let's do a sort by created at :-1, and also I'm just going to do a limit. Maybe let's do a limit of, let's do maybe 10, maybe 10, let's do it, and or 6 is also fine. I think let's do 6. So let's do 6, and then I'm just going to lean off. So I think we already have the type is, I think, banner row that I've created, id image URL and created it. So let's take the banner row. Okay, so this is the first thing. So first this will give me all the banners. Next I need all the categories. So again I'm going to take the category. So I'll do find, and then I'll do again sort. So sort with, maybe for category we have the name, right? So let's do with name, and I'm just going to do a lean. Sorry, what I'm doing, man. So this will be lean, and here why this pop-up is very irritating. So I'm just going to do category row. Okay, and this will be array. So this will give me the categories, and also let's take the categories. So I'm just going to do this one as categories. What else we need? Maybe let's take the okay, let's render some of the recent products. Okay, so I'm just going to render some of the recent products. So recent products will be simply, you just have to get the product is going to give you find, and here you have to pass the status of active. Now this is basic, right? You need the active products first. So now what you're going to do, simply now let's do a select, and I need some of the properties here. Okay, so maybe let's take the product title, band, price. We also have the sale percentage, I think. Okay, sale percentage, this is we need. What else? Let's take the images. I think we have the images here, and also let's take the created at. Okay, created at. So this is what we need. Let's do a sort of created at -1, and then I'm just going to do a limit. So let's do a limit of 4 only. Okay, only 4 products we want to render, and then I'm just going to lean, and lean off we have the product row type. So we'll do product row, this will be array, and that's it. This is going to give me the list of recent products, and also I want to return some of the promos or coupons, whatever you want to give. Let's do this one as promos only, and here I just need to get the promos, right? So I'll do promo dot find, and what we need to do here is, first of all, let's do here, oh, this is actually important. Okay, here you have to see that whether the promo starts at today and the ends will be greater than now. Okay, so here what we need to do, right? So first of all, we need to see, we should not show any kind of expired promo in our home page. I hope this is clear. Also the promo count should be greater than 0. So let's say there are no coupons available for a particular coupon code, no point of rendering that coupon in the home page, right? User will not be able to apply that coupon. So to do this one, what you need to do, first of all, let's go to the promo, and we have the starts at, right? So we need the starts at. All right, so here what we'll do, right, we'll simply just do that these fields should be less than or equals the current time. And for the current time, maybe let's do one thing. Let's quickly take one. So I'll do const now, and this will be new date. Okay, and here I'm just going to pass the now. Next, also we need to do the end set, right? So this should be greater than current time. So here I'm just going to do GTE, and this will be now. Also the count should be greater than 1. So here this will be count should be greater than, not 1, greater than 0. Okay, so now here what we will do, simply I'll do a sort. So let's pass a created at, and let's do a limit. Here also I'm just going to do 4, and then I'll do a lean, and here we have the promo row, right? Promo row, this will be also array, and this is going to give me the promos. Okay, so now we will get the banners, categories, recent products, and promos, and then we just have to return all of this. So I'm just going to do okay, and inside this let's start with banners. So this will be banners dot map. So we'll do banner item, and let's return. So first let's return the ID. So this will be string of item, banner item dot id. Then we have the image URL, which will be banner item dot image URL. This also you need to import, right? Why this is saying banners item? But we have given the type right here. Why this is coming like this? This will be array, man. See? Okay, so this will be right now. I think this would work. Image URL. Alright. And then we have the created at. So to created at, which will be banner item dot created at dot, let's do 2 ISO string. Okay, so this is going to give me the banners. Next I need to get the categories. So I'll take the categories, and now what I'll do, simply I'll do categories dot map. So let's do here category item, and what we can do, we can simply return the ID, which will be string of category item dot ID, and also need to return the name, which will be category item dot name. Then let's return the recent products, right? So we have the recent products. So recent products will be recent products dot map. So I'm just going to do recent product item, and here now what we need to do, right? So first of all we need to get the images, right? So first I'm going to do const image. Let's create the image here, and this will be, so we have the recent product item, and this is going to give you the images. And here I'm just going to do find, and I'll do item, and I'm simply going to do that this item dot is cover, because this will have the cover, right? So let's do this one as is cover. Okay, let's take the dot URL, because we need to get the URL if this is not present. So I'm just going to do item, sorry, this will be the not item, or something I'm doing wrong. Recent product, oh, recent product, not item, recent product dot images, first element, and then I'm going to take the URL. Okay, or else this will be empty. So I'm going to get the image. Also let's do one thing, let's render the final price also. Let's keep this on correct only. So here I'm simply going to do if the recent product item dot, this has sell percentage. So what we need to do, I think we have already done. So I'll do math dot round. So I'll do recent product item dot price, and we need to do minus. So I'll take the recent product item dot price into recent product item dot sell percentage divided by 100. And if this is not present, so I'm just going to take the actual price, which will be recent product item dot price, and then I'm simply going to return. So I'll do ID, which will be string of recent product item dot ID. Then we have the title. Okay, then we have the brand. What else? We also need to return the image. Let's return the price. So this will be recent product item dot price. Let's return the final price. Let's return the sell percentage, which will be recent product item dot sell percentage. And also it's actually important to return the created at also. So let's copy this and let's return here, and this will be recent product item. Okay, so this will give me all the products, recent products, and at the end let's return the promos, or let's do coupons. Let's do coupons, and here I'm just going to do promos dot map. So I'll do promo item. We are using too many promos, let's use coupon one time. So string, so let's copy this, and this will be promo item. Let's return the code, which will be promo item dot code. Also we have the percentage, which will be promo item dot percentage. Let's return the count, which will be promo item dot count. What else? Okay, let's return the minimum order value also we have, right? So let's take the property minimum order value. This is also written, and maybe let's return what else we can. Okay, let's return ends at. Why? Because then customer will be curious that okay, I need to use the coupon before this particular time. Okay, so I'll just do promo item dot ends at, and let's do this one as to ISO string. So this is what we need to return. And with this, now we have completed this. So basically, see, it's simple. We are just returning all the recent products, banners, categories, and the promos that we want to render in the home page. So now let's go to the server, and now you can see that we have done crazy amount of so many things. And here I'm just going to use this one as customer home router. Save this. Let's see, we don't have any error. And with this, I think now we have almost completed all the backend routes. Okay, so now let's start working on the front-end integration from the next part. All right, so now we have completed all the backend, right? So let's see what are the pages that we need to do and in which order. So we need to understand, right? So till now we only have the products page where we have created some products. Okay, I've just added some more products here. So first of all, so what we need to do, right? So we need to create a couple of pages here. So we are going to do in this particular order. So I'm just going to create the admin promo page. Then we'll create the admin settings page to upload the banner. Then we'll go to the customer view. In the customer view, so first we are going to start with customer. So we'll do product listing page. So this will be first, then details, then we are going to do cart. So I just wanted to explain wishlist. Then we have profile page where we are going to manage the address. Then we are going to have the checkout. Then we'll create the orders. Once we create the orders, then we need to create the admin orders page, right? And then we will implement the admin dashboard, which will be very, very simple. And at the end, we are going to have our customer homepage. So these many pages we need to create, okay? And this will be the order. So first, and see, I forgot the first one only, and that is before this only we need to implement what we have done, man. So you have the product listing and everything. Okay, so I think I have added the admin promo. Okay, admin promo is there. So admin promo page we will start with. So this is the page first we are going to start working. Okay, but before that we need to do one small change, not change, but we need to create a component which will be a common loader component that we are going to create. Okay, so let's do one thing before we'll even start anything, right? So let's close this and go to clients, go to source, go to components, and then what you will do, right, in the components, maybe what we can do, so we will create, let's go to the, or maybe what I'm thinking, so let's create a common component here because that is common for all pages, right? So let's not create it under admin or customer, we'll create a common folder, and here I'm just going to create a loader component. Okay, so I'll do loader dot tsx. So let me just quickly pause this, and then I'm just going to copy the CSS classes, and then we will start implementing this component first. Once we'll implement this, right, then what we need to do, right, we need to use this component in some of the pages, and then we'll start implementing this coupons page. Alright, so I just copy pasted 3 classes that we are going to use. So let's quickly create this component, and before that let's create a type. Okay, so I'm just going to create type here. So I'm just going to do this one as type. Let's do this one as common loader props. So what are the things we'll receive? We'll receive a text which will be optional. If this is coming, this will be a string. Then I'm just going to receive one more class name which also will be string, and then let's add one more icon class name which will be also string. Okay, optional. So this is the props that we need, and then quickly create these components. I'll do export function, I'll do common loader, and these will be the types. So I'll do common loader props. So I'm just going to receive the text, icon class name, sorry, let's take the class name first, and then I'll do icon class name. And then what I'll do, right, simply I'm just going to return div. Okay, what I'm doing here, man, save this, this is correct only, right? Okay, this is coming because it's not used. So here what I'll do, right, I'm just going to use a class name, and let's use the cn from our utils, and then I'm just going to merge the wrap class that we have here, and along with this I'm just going to add the class name in case we are passing any class name from the parent components. So this will merge. Then I'm just going to take one more div. Let's take a class name, and this will be my content class, and inside this let's import the loader2 component. And here I'm also going to take the class name, so I'll take the cn, and here we will take the icon class, and in case we are passing any icon class name, so that also we are going to render here. After this, let's simply render the text. Okay, also let's take a default text as loading, so that in case we are not passing, so we are going to render this. So this is what we need. All right, now what we need to do, right, we need to use this in some of the layout. So which layout we need to use? We need to use in the auth pages. So let's start with the protected layout. So what we'll do, right, so whenever this is not loaded, and if it is signed in is true and status is loading, so instead of returning null, so it's simply going to return that common loader component. So this will be the first change. Next thing what we need to do, we need to do the same thing in our public only layout also. So I'll copy this, go here. So where actually you need to do this, we need to do this that if this is signed in but the status is loading, so instead of returning null, I'm just going to return the common loader, and let's import this. And then also we will do the same thing in the role guard layout also. So here also you can see that we have, if the status is loading, we're returning null. So instead of this, I'm just going to do return common loader and then just import this. So for now, these three pages we need to do. So now if I just go here, right, let's refresh this, you can see that we are getting this loading, and then we are going to get this. So this is looking fine. Okay, so this is one small change we need to do. So now what we will do, right, we'll start working with our admin coupons page. Okay, now I want all of you to focus each and every thing that we are going to do, not on the JSX or CSS. I already mentioned maybe 500 times in this video. It's not about doing that CSS or how your page will look. It's about understanding the concept, that how we are going to now create the custom hook and how we are going to integrate our backend API with our frontend. Okay, your UI can look whatever you like. You can change the UI, you can add more improvements. Maybe this UI is not looking that good, you can add whatever you want to add, right? But the point what I'm trying to understand, that whatever backend logic we have done so far, we have done a huge chunk of code, right? A lot of things. So now we need to integrate each and everything step by step. So first let's do one thing, let's close everything. Okay, I'm going to close everything, go to the features. So first we'll start with features, and in the features we have a products, right? So what I'll do, right, simply let's create a promo folder. Okay, so this will be the first step, and we are going to use exact same folder structure that we are doing for all the pages. Okay, so inside this we are going to have first types.ts, we are also going to have the api.ts, and also I'm going to create one hook which will be use admin promo, which is going to do all the logic and everything. Okay, so this will be the overall structure that we are going to use. So first of all, also let's go to the pages and let's open admin, and then we have the coupons page, right? Coupons or promo, whatever you've given, doesn't matter. So first let's go to the, so now we need to do back and forth. Okay, so we'll go to the server, because we have done this logic long back, right? Maybe by this time you have already forgotten that whatever we have written for this promo. So we need to just see this, whatever we have done, right? Go to routes, go to your, so you have admin, and then we have the promo, right? So we have what? So we have the four things we have to do. So first is to get all the promos, then we have the post, patch, and delete. Okay, so it's like simple CRUD. So first what I've done, right, I already created the types. Okay, so I'm just going to copy these, and then let's go here and then let's paste it. So this is the first thing. So for promo, I think you can also do one thing, right? Even if I'm not showing, right, it's not possible for me to show each and everything. In case you're getting confused, go to your backend, go to your models, go to the model that we are doing, let's say promo, and see that whatever all the fields that we have here or not. Okay, this is what I have done here. I just have taken all the fields that this promo is going to have and that I added here. So promo is going to have the code, percentage count, minimum order value, start set, end set, and created it, right? This is what actually you have done. Then we have admin promo response, which will be items. I'm taking this as promo of array because we're going to have multiple promo, and this will be the promo form value. So this is where we're going to handle our form, right? So let's say if I go to products, we have this form. Similarly in the coupons, we are going to have the form. So this is why we need this. So now let's save this. I'm actually explaining for only one. From next time, whenever you are going to implement the other pages, I'm not going to explain each and everything. So let's start with the API. So first I'm just going to do export async function, and this will be, so let's do get admin promos, and here what we need to do, simply I'm just going to return API get. Inside this we are going to have admin promo response, right? And here what we need to do, so we need to go to /admin/promos. okay, save this. So this is the first one that we need. So this will be to fetch all the promos. Now copy this and paste it 4 times. So first one, second one will be what? Create admin promo. Then this will be our update admin promo, and then this will be delete admin promo. Okay, you can keep delete, or maybe you want to inactive, whatever you want to do. So for this one, for creating this will be what? API post, and let's remove this. So API post, and here this will be admin promo response, and this will be the promo form values that we have, right? So this will be the body format that we want to pass, and here this will go to /admin/promos, and then you have to pass the body, and this body we are going to receive our input here. This will be our form body, which will be type will be promo form values. Okay, so this will be our create admin promo. Similarly for update, there will be only one change, because when you are going to update, we need to get the current promo ID, right? That which promo we want to update. So I'm just going to take the promo ID as input, right, which will be string, and also I'm just going to take the body, which will be promo form values, and this will be now API patch. So I'll do API, I think we need to add one more here. So let's go here. I think we don't have the API patch, so let's go to the lib API, and I don't think we have API post, API put. See, we don't have the API patch. So let's do one thing. Maybe I'm just going to copy the API put, copy this one here, paste it. So first I'm just going to make this one as API patch. Okay, so in the API patch, this also we are going to receive a response, and this will be our t body. We are going to receive the URL, body, t body, config, all are same. The difference will be response will become API dot, this will become patch. This will be API envelope of t response, same. Okay, and then we are going to simply what I can do, right, we are simply going to return the same thing, response.data.data, and if there are any error, we are going to simply get error message. So no changes, only change will be in the, this will become API dot patch. Okay, so now we'll go here, and then I'm simply going to do API patch, and here we are going to receive admin promo response, promo form values, and here what we need to do, right, so now this will be template literal, so we'll do admin/promos, and here we need to do promo ID, because we need to pass the dynamic value that which promo I wanted to edit. So this will be body. Okay, so this is done, and then at the end we are going to have the API delete. I don't think we have the API delete also. Let me just check. So we'll do API delete. I think we don't have. So let's create the API delete also. So we'll go here and let's quickly create this. I'll do export function, and this will become API delete, and here this will be t response. Okay, oh, sorry, what I'm doing, man. This will be the type, which will be t response, and here I'm simply going to first get the URL, which will be string, and also we're going to get a config, which will be Axios request config. Now what I'll do, simply I'll do try catch. Okay, so here we'll get the error, and let's throw the new error, and in this try we'll simply do const response, and this will be await. So I'll do API dot delete, and here this will be API envelope of t response, and what we need to pass, we need to pass the URL, and also if there are any config we need to do that. Okay, and then what we can do, right, maybe let's do one thing. I think we can do the same thing, we can simply return this. So let's do one thing, we can do the same thing here. So we can copy this and just paste it here. Okay, this is what we need to do. Why this? Oh, we have to do this one as async. Okay, so this is what we need, right? So now we need to simply call this. So I'll do API delete, and here what you have to pass, you have to pass the response. Response will be what? Admin promo response. This is the type, but here you have to also take the /admin/promos, and here you have to pass the promo ID. So this will be promo ID, which I need to take here as the input. Okay, so this will be your promo ID. Alright, so this is all the APIs that we need. Okay, so now what we need to do, so let me just close this. So I can close the types, close the APIs. This is what we need. So we need to start working on the use admin promos. Okay, and here first of all we need to see that how many state that actually we need here. So first of all we need mainly I will say that couple of state we need. One will be to save all our promos in a state, to manage one loading state, to manage the dialog that we are going to open whenever we are going to add a new promo. So we need to have one more. We also need to have to manage our editing state. Let's take one saving state and also the deleting one, because we have the deleting functionality also for promo. So let's see how we are going to do that in the next part. First we are going to implement all the hooks, right? I'm sure that it won't be that much difficult because we've already done a couple of hooks before, and then only we are going to start implementing the pages. Okay, we will not do too much back and forth because I know that for some of you it might get very confusing. So let's do one by one. So we'll create the types, we'll create the APIs, we'll integrate the APIs here, and then we are going to integrate those APIs in our pages. So let's see how we are going to do that in the next part. Alright, so now let's create the hook. Okay, so I'll simply do export function. Let's do use admin promos, and here let's understand that what all state we need. So first of all we need one to store all our promos, and this will be set promos, and this will be use state of. So we have the promo type that we have created, promo from our types, and this will be of array, and the initial value will be empty array. Okay, then we need one for loading state, and set loading, and this will be use state of, let's do true. What else we need? So let's take one to open our dialog. So I'll do promo dialog open, set promo dialog open, and this will be use state of false. Alright, what else we need? We need one state to handle our editing promo, that which promo we want to edit, and then we need one more to check that okay which promo we want to delete. Okay, so one will be for editing, so I'm just going to do editing promo. This is the same thing we have done in the products page also. Set editing promo, and this will be either use state, so this will be either type will be promo or this will be null, and by default I'm going to take this one as null. Okay, copy this and paste it here. So this will be let's do this one as maybe deleting promo ID. Okay, and I'll do set deleting promo ID, and this also will be for this one. Okay, this will be empty array, sorry, empty string here. All right, also let's take one more, maybe this will help, that if this is saving, set saving, and this will be equal to use state of false. All right, so all these state that we need. Okay, so first what we need to do here, so first of all what I'll do, right, so whenever I'm going to go to this particular page, I need to render the list of promos, right? That will be the first step. But before that, let's do one thing. As I already mentioned that I'm not going to create the component, and first I'm going to create the hook. But let's do this. Let's create the very basic skeleton structure, so that you'll understand that why actually we need all of this. So let's go to the coupons page. Okay, and you will go to the components, go to admin, and create one more, and this will be promos. Okay, and here what I'm going to do, right, so let's create three components that we need. One will be promo dialog.tsx, one will be promos table.tsx, and let's create one more which will be promo toolbar.tsx. okay, so let's create, so I'm just going to do this one as promo toolbar, and let's return here. So I'm just going to return a div, and I'll just paste it here, save this, copy this and paste it here. So this will be promo table, copy paste, and this will be promo dialog. Alright, so these three components that we need. So now let's go to the main promo, coupons promo. And this is confusing. Okay, maybe let's do one thing. Okay, I think this might be confusing for all of you. Let's change this one to promos. Okay, and yeah, I think we need to update, so let's do always, and let's save this. So you're going to get this. Okay, let's do this one as admin promos only. Okay, and we also, I think this is fine, save this. Okay, so what I'll do, right, I'm going to remove this. So let's create this component. Okay, before that, let's do one thing. Let's go here, and I already created the classes. We are not going to write the classes, man, it will take a lot of time. So I'll just copy this. Let's copy this all, whatever we need, we are going to use those. Okay, so first let's remove this. So I'm just going to take a div, give a class name. So let's do this one as page wrap class. Inside this I'm going to import a card component, and here I'm just going to do a class name, and this will be card class, and here I'm going to take the card header and then render the card title. Right, this is the structure that we follow, and this will be promos. So save this. Okay, so you're getting this, and here let's give a class name. So this will be card header class, and class name, this will be card title class. Okay, so this is the first thing that we need. All right, so now what will be the next step? Next step will be, so after card header, maybe let's do one thing. So let's take the card content, and here I'm going to render the promo table. Okay, this component that we have created, this promo table. So I'm just going to import the promo table. Okay, so you're going to get the promo table. So this is the first thing. Then what we need to do, right, we also need to import the promo dialog here. So I'm just going to do promo dialog. So this we are going to do later. So for now, let's keep it like this. And also we need to import, oh sorry, I forgot, we need to import the promo to promos toolbar also, promo toolbar. Right, let's keep toolbar only. No, not table, toolbar. So this is what we need. So we have the promo toolbar, promo table, and promo dialog. Okay, now let's start with the promo toolbar first, because this will be the simple one. So what I do, right, simply we will be having a search here, and then on the right side there will be a button, add promo, something like that. So here let's go to the promo toolbar, and I'm just going to take couple of let's take couple of type or props that we are going to receive. So I'm just going to do promo toolbar props, and here I'm going to get one search, which will be string. Also let's do on search change. So this will be value, which will be string, and this is going to return void. And I'll do on add promo. So whenever you're going to click on the add button, we need to open the dialog, which will be void. Okay, so these three things we need. So now let's go here, or you can take from the source code also, copy the promo toolbar classes, and then I'll just paste it here. Okay, let's create the structure first. So here I'm just going to give this one a class name, and I'll do this one as wrap class. Inside this let's take one more class name, and here I'm just going to do search wrap class, and here I'm just going to import one search from Lucid React, and let's give a class name of search. Let's do search icon class, this one. All right, and here I'm just going to import the input component. So first what I'll do, right, we need to take, so let's take the placeholder for now, and I'll do search promos. Okay, I think this is fine. Also let's give a class name here, we need to give a class name, and I'll do search input class. All right, so this is what we need. And then after this div, we'll simply take one more button here, and this is going to simply add. So let's take a plus icon, give a class name of add button icon class, and here I'm just going to take add promo, and here I'll take a class name, and this will be add button class. Okay, so save this. So we're going to have this add promo. Okay, so this is the first thing that we need. This will be search, and on click of this we need to open the dialog. All right, so now let's go back to the hook, and then first let's take one more state, I think, that we missed, and that is we need to take one for to handle the search. Okay, so on top only I'm just going to take it. So I'm just going to do here const search set search, and this will be use state of empty. So now what we'll do, right, simply, so let's implement the methods that we need. So what are the methods that we need here? So first of all, one, we need to open the dialog. One will be to open the edit dialog whenever you are going to click on edit. One will be to close the dialog. One method will be to save the promo whenever you are going to submit or create a promo. Either it will be creating a new promo or it will be editing an existing promo, right? Also same will be for remove, so there will be edit delete button, right? So delete functionality also we need to do. So these many things we need to do here. So first what I'll do, right, so let's take a use effect. First of all, we need to get the list of promos, right, on page load. So this will be the first thing. And here if you notice that nothing much to explain. I think if you already know React, you'll understand what you're doing. You might tell me that okay, unless you're going to open the dialog, we'll create the promo, how we are going to get the list. But if I do so many back and forth, right, this will just increase the time, and also it will confuse a lot, most of you actually. And I think some of you actually don't like doing back and forth, and most of you actually commented multiple times. So create all the method at once, and let's understand that why actually you're creating everything, and then we are going to use those methods in our component. And I believe that is a cleaner approach that you will be able to learn very easily. Then you take your time and then try to implement by your own, something like that. So here what I'll do, right, I'm just going to create a simple function which will be something like refresh all, or whatever name you want to give. Let's take a void refresh all, and I'm just going to give async function. So this will be refresh all, and what I'll do, right, I'm simply going to do try. Let's take a finally, and I'm just going to do set loading will be false. Okay, and here I'm just going to take set loading will be true, and what I'll do, simply I'll do const response, right, and this will be await, and we created get admin promos. So this is what actually you need, and this is going to give me the promos back. Then I'm simply going to do set promos. So what I'll do, right, all right, so here what actually this get promo is going to return, it's going to return the items. Okay, so if you go here, let's see what is it's doing here. It's the admin promo response, and it's going to return me the items. So items can be empty also, right? So you have to give a condition here. So what I mean by this, so if you, let's see, if you do response dot item, something like this will work, but this is not the best approach. What you should do right here, you have to do like this. You'll do response, all right, or else you can take the items can be empty, right, and then what you need to do, right, then you can take here dot items, something like this. Okay, and then what you can do, I think this should be fine, right? So this is what you need. So I think we don't have to do anything else. So we'll simply get the promos, and then we are going to make the set loading as false once this is done. So this is the first thing we need. Next, let's do one thing. Let's create one more method here, which will be filtered promos. So whenever we are going to do search here, okay, so here we are going to do filtered promos, and let's take a use memo here. And what I will do, right, simply, so I'm just going to take the promos and the search as a dependency. Okay, so first I'm just going to do const query, and this will be search dot trim, and here I'm just going to do two lowercase. Okay, and I'm simply going to do if query is not present, so I'll simply do return promos, or else simply you're going to return promos dot filter. So we're going to have the promo here, and we'll do the promo dot code dot two lowercase, and this includes the query. That's it, normal logic. So I'm just going to return the filtered promos here. So this is one more method we need. Okay, next what we need, whenever I'm going to click on this button, I need to open the dialog, right, this dialog that I have. So I'm just going to create one more method here, which will be function, and this will be open create dialog. So what we need to do here, first of all, I'm just going to do, whenever I'm going to open, I'm going to make the set editing promo as null, and I'm just going to do set promo dialog open will be true. That's it. Now we need one for close. So I'll do close dialog open, or no, close promo dialog. Let's do close promo dialog, and in this case also set editing promo will become null, and set promo dialog open will become false. So this is what I need. Also we need one more to whenever you are going to click on edit. So if I go here, whenever I'm clicking on edit, I need to open the dialog here also, right? So this is what I'm talking about. These all things we have already done previously also. So here we are going to do open edit dialog, but in this case you are going to get what? You are going to get the promo, the current promo. Current promo means if I just click here, I'm getting the current product. Similarly, whenever I'm going to click on promo, I need to get the current promo. So here I'm going to get the promo, the type will be promo, and here what you need to do, so I'm just going to set the current editing promo as this promo, and also I'm just going to do set promo dialog will be true because we need to open the dialog. Okay, so this is what we need. Now I'm also going to create two more. One will be to save the promo, that we're going to do later. So I'm just going to do async function. Let's do save promo. Here I'm going to get the values that we're going to do later, and these will be the promo form values that we have. And then I'm also going to take one more, which will be async function, and I'll do remove promo, but this we need to do later, not now. Okay, so I'm just going to do promo id, which will be string, and this we are going to do later. And at the end we need to return all of these. So what are the things that we need to return? So let's do one by one. We need to return search, set search, we need to return promos. Now remember, these promos will now become what? The filtered promos. Okay, so if there are no queries, you're returning all the promos. If there are queries, you're returning the filtered promos. Okay, so these promos I'm just going to return as filtered promos. Return the loading here. We need to return the set promo dialog open, set promo dialog open. We also need to return the editing promo. Let's return the open create dialog, close promo dialog, refresh all. What else? We also have the save promo, remove promo, and also you have the saving. So we have the saving state, right? So this is also we need to do. Oh, we also need to return the deleting promo id, that which promo you want to delete. So all the things we are going to return, and these two we are going to manage later, not now. Whenever you are going to implement this open edit dialog, we need to also return, man. Open edit dialog we are not returning. Okay, this also we need to return open edit dialog. Okay, so now this is done. So what will be the next step? Now we can implement the dialog. So let's see what is happening here. So we'll go here. Now on click of this, I'm going to open the dialog. First let's render all the form values. We are going to save. Then once we'll save, we are going to render here, and based on that we'll implement the edit and delete. But now I'm thinking by this time there should be API call should happen here. Let's see what is happening. Okay, nothing is happening. Oh, we need to call this. Okay, I got it. So we need to do this implementation in the page whenever we are going to implement the promo page here. This one, let's go. I'm also getting confused, man. Too many things. So in this one we need to use those hooks that we have created. So let's do this one in the next part. Then only you can check that if the API call is happening and if we are getting the values or not. But before doing that, we need to first let's create the dialog only first, because until unless you're going to create a promo, we won't be able to check or test it that if it is actually working or not. So let's implement the dialog in the next part first. Alright, so now we have created the hook, right? So let's do one thing. Let's close everything else, go to the promo page, and we need to first get all the properties or all the state from that hook. So I'm just going to do here use admin promos. Okay, so let's go to that hook. So we'll go to the features, use admin promos, and I need all these properties for now. Okay, and then let's paste it here. All right, save this. So first what we need to do, right? So as I already mentioned, right, so let's start working with the promo dialog component first, because it is important. Until unless you're going to create the promo, we won't be able to test it. Okay, so for this one first, as usual, I already created the classes, so let me just take it. So I'm just going to take this promo dialog, I'll copy this and I'll just paste it here. So let's go to the component, so with the promo dialog, and then I'll just paste it here. Yeah, see this thing, right, the CSS classes is saving a lot of time, or else this video will be very long. So let's understand that how many props that actually we need here. So I'm just going to do here promo dialog props, and this will be first you need to open property. This is to open the dialog. This is the first thing. Then we have on open change. This is the same that how we have done for the products page. Open which will be boolean, and this will be void. Then we also need the promo, the actual promo, whenever we need to do this one for our edit, or else this will be null. We also need the saving property, which will be boolean, and we also need one more, which will be onSaved. Now this onSaved we haven't implemented yet, that we are going to do later. Okay, so for now let's keep it like this. So now what we need to do first, so first let's create the default values. Okay, so I'm just going to do here default form values. Maybe let's do default form values, and this will be equal to, let's keep this on caps, and this will be equal to your promo form values. Okay, so these many properties that we need. So you have the code, which will be empty, we have the percentage, this will be empty, then we have the count, which also will be empty, then we have the minimum order value, which will be also empty, then we have the start set, and also you have the end set. So these many properties that we need. Okay, so now let's start creating the component. Okay, so first of all, what I'll do, right, we need to take a local state here, because we need to only manage the form in this component, so no need to take the global state in the hook. So local state is absolutely fine. So I'm simply going to do, this will be use state, and here I'm just going to pass this one as promo form values, and I'm just going to pass the default form. Let's give this one as default form. Default form is fine, so change this one to default form. Okay, also I think this is fine. So now let's do one thing. First I'm going to just take the form. So form means the fields that we need. So first let's do one thing. Let's take here dialog. Oh sorry man, one thing we need to do, I think I'm doing little, not mistake, but the flow is little different I'm doing. So what I mean by this, let's go to the promo toolbar. Okay, now in this promo toolbar, so first let's do one thing. Let's implement this. On click of this, first we need to open the dialog, right? Then only you can see that if the form fields are rendering or not. So let's quickly implement this, right? And if you notice, right, this is the back and forth that I don't usually like. I try to keep this one in a flow so that you can understand that what actually we're doing here. So I'm just going to do promo toolbar props, and here I'm simply going to, first I'm going to take the search. So search will be a string. I'm also going to do as on search change. So this will be what? So you're going to get the value, and this will be string, and this will be void. And then I'm also going to do one more, which will be on add promo, and this will be, let's do this one as void. Okay, so I'm going to receive this here. So this will be promo toolbar props. So I'm going to get the search, I'm going to get the on search change, and I'll do on add promo. Okay, these three things we need to get. So now what we need to do, right? So first let's go to our promo component, and here we have the promo toolbar, so we need to pass the property. So I'll do search. So search will be our search that we have. So we need to pass the search, we need to pass the set search, and also need to pass the open create dialog. You see we have the open create dialog. So these three things. So I'm just going to do here search. So this will be search. Then we have the on search change. So this will be set search. And then also I'm going to have the on add promo, and this will be open create dialog. Okay, so these three things we need to pass. So now let's go here, and then first of all what we're going to do, simply not here in the promo toolbar. So first let's take the input. So in the input we have to pass the value. So value will become what? Search. Then we have the on change. So this will be event, and here what we need to do, we need to do on search change. So this will become event.target.value. What else? I think this is fine. Save this, and in this button we just need to take a on click, and I'm just going to do here on add promo. Okay, and I think this is done. Oh, I think I've already taken this one here. Let's remove this. So this is what we need. Okay, so on click of this, now it should open the dialog that we need to do here, because we haven't passed the dialog open property here. So we need to pass the open property, then only this dialog will open. But now we can implement the dialog component. Okay, so first what we need to do here, right, remove this, and then I'm just going to take a dialog component. So let's import the dialog component, and here we need to pass the open. So open will be open, and then you have the on open change, which will be on open change. I think we have the on open change, this one. So we need to take this here also. So I'm just going to do promo dialog props. So I'm going to take the open, on open change. What else we have? We also have the promo and the saving. So I'll do promo and the saving. So first I'm going to pass the open here, and this will become now on open change. Okay, and inside this, let's do one thing. Let's take a dialog content, and here I'm going to pass a class name. So this will become dialog content class. Okay, and let's do here hello. First let's do this. So first what we need to do, again we need to go to our promo component and we need to pass this in our promo dialog component now here. So first I need to pass the open. So what will be open? Open will be your promo dialog open. Okay, then you have the on open change. So on open change is going to do what? So if you see, right, it is going to take open as the input. So I'm just going to take open. So I'll simply check that if this is not equal to open, so I'm just going to do close open dialog, sorry, close promo dialog, and I'm going to return. If this is not the case, I'm simply going to do what? So I'll do set promo dialog open will become true. So I'm going to open the dialog. Alright, so next we need to pass the promo. So this promo will be our editing promo, and also you need to have to pass the saving, which will be saving. Okay, so these all the properties we need to pass. So now if I go here, you can see that we are already getting on click of this, the dialog is opening. Okay, awesome. So this is working fine. So now let's create the form components that we need to create. So I'm just going to remove this, and here I'll take a dialog header, and inside this will take a dialog title, and let's do this one. So what I'll do, right, so let's create one more here. So I'll do is edit mode, and edit mode will be so if we have the promo, so in that case edit mode will be true. That's it. So I'm just going to do if edit mode is true. So in that case maybe what we can render, so we'll simply do edit promo, maybe edit promo or coupon, whatever you want to give, or else I'm just going to do add promo. Okay, so I think this is done. So now let's save this. Okay, so getting add promo, what else? So after a dialog header, now let's do one thing. I'm just going to do let's remove this. So I'll do div, and here I'll take a class name. So now we need to take a lot of classes, man. Layout class, and inside this I'm just going to do one more div. So do a class name, and let's do first row class, and now we are just going to do all the fields. So I'll do class name, and let's do field wrap class, and here let's do first one, which will be label, and I'm just going to do this one as promo code, and here we will render the input component. And what we need to do, right, so first I'm just going to do a class name. So class name will be input class, type will be text, value will be, so we have the form, right, so form dot code. Now on change we need to handle. For now let's give this one placeholder, so something like summer 10, right, whatever you want to give. Save this, and you can see that we are getting this. Awesome. Now similar way we need to do for next one also. So let's copy this till this part, and then I'm just going to paste it here. So this will become, now let's do discount percentage. So we'll do discount percentage. So this also will be, no, this will be number, my bad. Min will be 1, and let's do a max of 100, and this will be form dot percentage, and let's give this one as 10, something like this. Awesome. So I think this is done. Next what we need to do, right, so let's close the first one, first row class, close this. After this I'm just going to take one more div, class name, and I'll do this one as second row class. Inside this, once again we need to take this, so I'll copy this field wrap class, and then inside this I'll paste it here. So now we have the promo count, so I'll do promo count. So this will be same, this will become number, min will be, let's do 1, and max can be anything, right. Here I'm just going to do this one as count, and let's give here maybe 100 or whatever you want to give. Save this, so you'll get the promo count. So after promo count, let's render the minimum order value. Okay, so I'll just copy this, paste it here. So this will be minimum order value. Now this is important because based on this we have the rules added, right. So I'll do minimum order value, and here what we have to do, this is fine, minimum, let's do this one as 0, and this will be minimum order value, let's do 999, something like this. Awesome. What else? I think this is done. Let's close the second row class, and after this I'm just going to take one more div, and I'll do class name, and I'll do third row class, and inside this what we will do, so we need to render one will be the start from or valid from, and the ends valid till, these two. So what I'll do, let's copy this only field wrap class, and here I'll paste it. So what I'll do, maybe let's do this one as valid from. So this will be input, so type will be here, what I'll do, right, so I'll do date time local, okay, and this will become now start set, and here we don't have to give any placeholder, this is fine. On change we need to handle, so save this. So we're going to get it here and copy this, and then we'll just paste it one more time, and let's do valid till, okay, and this will become end set. All right, I think this is done, and we are getting this. Awesome. So now what we need to do, right, so we'll close this, the third row class, and after this I'm just going to do one more div, and here I'll do a class name, and I'll do this one as footer class, and inside this let's render two buttons. So one will be cancel and one will be, so let's do save. So cancel and save. So here I'm just going to do that if saving is there, so I'm just going to do this one as saving, or else if edit mode is true, I'm just going to do editing, or maybe let's do update promo, not editing, or else I'm just going to do create promo. Okay, so let's give this, and here I'm just going to do a class name, so I'll do primary button class, and for this one let's do outline button class, and I think this is done. And for this one what we need to do, right, so whenever I'm going to click, so I'm just going to do on open change we have, right, and this we need to make this one as false because we need to close this. Save this. This is oh, but why this is outline button class is giving the same color, man. Let's see what we are using here. Outline button class, maybe let's do here, so let's do this one as type. I'll do, no, not type, variant we need to give, right, so we'll do variant, and I'm just going to give this one as, let's do secondary. Okay, so I think this is fine, and that will be the primary. So if I cancel, so it will open, close, and then this is working fine. So now what we need to do, right, we need to create some methods. Okay, so let's start with the first one. So what we're going to do, right, let's go here, and first we need to do one function to update the fields. Okay, and this will be, this also I've discussed this part, so this will be k extend key of the promo form values. Okay, and then you're going to get the key, which will be this type will be k, and also you're going to get the value, which will be this promo form values of k. All right, and then what you're going to do, simply you're going to do set form, so you'll get the current value, so you'll do current or whatever you want to take, and then simply you need to do, so we'll destructure current, and then we'll do key will become the value. This is what we need to do. So now for every field, so whatever field that we have created, so let's start with the first one, right, so we have the this one, so I'll do on change, and here we'll take the event, and now you can just do update field, and you have to pass the code, and this will be e.target.value. That's it. Copy this, and you have to do for all. All right, so let's paste it here. And for this one what we need to do, so this will be percentage, and this will be same e.target.value. Now let's go to the third one, which will be the promo code. Sorry, this will be count, man. Okay, this we need to change to count, and this will be count. Save this. Then we have the minimum order value, again same, so this will become minimum order value. Save, and let's go to the third one, which will be started. Okay, now for this one what we need to do, right, we will do the same thing, and this will be, let's go here, starts at, and also need to do for ends at. So let's do ends at. Okay, so this is all the values that we need to handle. So now this is done. So what will be the next step? Next step will be, now we need to go here to this button, which is submit button, right, or create button, and here I'm just going to do on click, and on click I'm just going to do this one as submit. So I'm just going to create this, and also we're going to take a disable property, so whenever saving will be there, so it will be disabled. Now we need to create this submit method. Okay, so let's go here, and what I'll do, right, simply I'm just going to do async function submit, and let's give some check. Okay, so I'm simply going to do if the form dot code dot trim, if this is false, or let's do for all, right, so we need to do for percentage also, or then we are going to do for code count minimum order value starts at and ends at. So this will be percentage, this will be count, this will be minimum order value, this will be starts at, and this will be ends at. This we don't need. So if this is the case, so what I'm going to do, right, simply let's return here. Okay, if you want, you can also handle some form error state also, that please fill all the fields or whatever you want to give. Here first of all I want to take a try catch. Alright, so let's log the error, and here in this try, so now what we need to do, we need to create one more method, and that method we need to create in our so where we need to do this, right, so let's go to our hook, because in the hook I mentioned that we need to create one more, which will be the save one, right, this one. So this is where you are going to now get the values. These values is nothing but the values of all these values. So now what I'll do, right, simply I'm just going to do try, and let's do finally, and here I'm going to do set saving will be false, and here set saving will become true, and also I'm just going to do const response, and this will be if the editing promo is present, so we need to edit, so I'm going to do await, and we need to call update admin promo. This is the method that we have created. So this is going to take the promo ID and the values, so this will be editing promo dot ID, and then values will be the values that we have. If this is not the case, then we need to create it, so I'll do create admin promo, and here we have to pass the values. So that's it. So now what I need to do, right, also, so let's do one thing now, let's do set promos will be, so here we have the response. Okay, let's do the same thing, we'll do response that we have, or else we have items, which can be empty dot items, and then we are going to simply close the dialog. Okay, so this is what we need to do when we are going to save. This save promo, I think we are passing here, right, this one here. So what I'll do, right, so first let's go to our promos. So we have the save promo, right, let's search here, save promo we already have. So this save promo we need to pass where, so we need to pass in this component. So let's go to promo dialog. First let's go to the types, and we need to add one more, which will be on saved, something like this, and here you're going to get the values, which will be what, the promo form values, and here you have to return promise. Okay, so this will be a promise of void, because we're working with async, and these we need to pass from our promos, this component. So here we need to pass what, so we need to pass on saved, and this will be what, save promo. This is what just now we have created here, this save promo component, function. Okay, so this will be on saved. Now what we need to do, right, whenever we are going to submit here, we need to use this. So how we are going to use this? So first of all, whenever we are going to save, first we need to do what, so first let's go here, first we need to do await, we need to call on saved, oh, we need to take the on saved here in the here we need to take on saved. So here we need to take on saved, and we need to pass all the values, right. So what values we need to pass? First we have to pass the code, so code will become what, form dot code dot trim, and if you remember we have these two uppercase, and you can check it from your backend also. So go to the backend, go to promo, and you can see that we have uppercase equal to true. I remember everything. Okay, so this we have this one, so we have to do uppercase, and then we have the percentage, which will be form dot percentage, then we have the count, which will be form dot count, then we have the minimum order value, which will be form dot minimum order value, then we have the starts at, so this will be new date of form dot starts at, and I'll do 2 ISO string, and same we need to do for end set. So copy this, paste it here. So you have to do end set. Okay, so these all the values we need to pass. That's it. Okay, so these should now save the newly created promo to our DB. Okay, so this is all the steps that we need to do. Now one more thing we need to do here, and that is very, very important. So what actually need to do, whenever I'm going to edit a particular promo, I'm doing what? I'm passing a current promo value here. So I need to see that if this promo value is present or not. If that is the case, I need to pre-populate the values with that promo value. So what I mean by this, if I go to products, if I click on this product, I'm pre-populating these values, right? So this is what we need to do. Okay, so if I go here, we need to do the same. How we can do that? So you have to take a use effect here, and then you have to keep a dependency. So what dependency you need to keep? We need to keep the open dependency. Open means if the promo dialog is open, so you need to do that, and also the promo. So I'm simply going to check that if it is not open. So first of all, I'm simply going to do set form will become the default form, and then I'm simply going to return. If this is not the case, then I'm simply going to check that, okay, if the promo is present, that means now we are editing. Okay, so what I need to do, we need to do set form, and we need to set the values. So your code will become the promo.code, your percentage will become your promo.percentage, your count will become, so we'll do string of promo.count. Also we need to do this on to string. Okay, then we also have the minimum order value. So this will be string of promo.minimum order value. Also we need to do starts at. So for this one, let's do one thing. We need to convert this one to a function, right? So maybe let's create one function. So I'll do function, and I'm just going to do to date time, maybe let's do local, and here I'm just going to get the value, and this will be string. And what I'll do, right, simply is I'm just going to do if the value is not present, return empty, or else I'm simply going to do const date, and this will be new date of this value that I'm going to pass here. So now first of all I can do year. So this will be date dot get full year. Then what we can do, right, so we need to get the month, day, hours and minutes. Now remember, these whatever I'm doing, that these all are normal JavaScript logic and functionality that we are doing. If in case you're not able to understand, you have to do your own research and you have to learn all these things, right? For example, let's say how we can get the month here. So I can't explain each and everything. For example, let's say here you just have to do date dot get month, and you'll get the month. I've used this one multiple times, so many times, that's why I'm able to do it. So in case you're not able to understand, so you have to do your own research. Go to ChatGPT. In this case, this is fine. You can do little bit of research, and then again you can come back here, and then you have to do +1. And here what I'll do, right, I'll do pad start, and I'm just simply going to do 2,0. Similarly, we need to do the day. Okay, so here I'm simply going to do get the day, and this will be again, so we'll do date dot you have get. So for day you have to do get date. Okay, and here also I'm just going to do after this pad start, and I'm going to do 2,0. Then also you need to get the hours and minutes. So hours is also date dot get hours, so there will be get hours. Okay, so this is what you have to do, and same thing. And then you have to do minutes. So minutes will be there will be date, there will be date dot get minutes, and then you have to just do the same thing here. That's it. And then what you can do, right, I'm just going to return. So I'll return the year hyphen, let's return the month hyphen, let's return the day. So this will be day. And then what I'll do, right, so let's return t, and then I'm simply going to return the hours colon, and then I'm just going to return the minutes. Okay, so this is what I'm going to return. And then what I'll do, right, we'll go here, and in the start date I'm just going to do to local date local, and then I'm just simply going to do promo dot starts at, and I'm just going to do end set. Similarly, same thing, to local, to date time local, and I'll do promo dot end set. Okay, so this is done. And then what you need to do, if this is the case, then you are going to return. So now what I'm going to do, if this is not the case, if the promo is not present, so I'll do set form will be default form, and I think that's it. So now let's save this, and I think for now this part is completed. Alright, so now let's test it. Okay, so let's see if this is working or not. So I'm just going to give this one a summer 10. Let's give 5. Now let's do summer 10, means let's give 10 only. So I'll do 10 here. Let's do 999. Let's select today's time, and let's select maybe some future time here, and let's do create. Oh, we are getting 400. End time should start with, okay, what are you doing? End start. Oh, both we are sending same. Okay, so that means let's go here. Let's see how this will be end set. So save this. So now let's try once again. So I'm just going to do summer 10. Let's do 10. Let's do 10. Let's do 999. Let's select today's time, and also let's select maybe some future time. Okay, let's do create. Awesome. So now this is working fine. That means data is success. We are getting the items back, and this is working fine. Awesome. So now that means we are able to add promos, right? So what we need to do, so what will be our next step? Next step will be we need to create our promos table component. So this component, I think it is done. Okay, this is done, right? So first let's implement the promos table component, and then we'll implement the we'll test the edit and the search feature. Before that, let's go here, let's copy the classes, and then I'll simply paste it here. Okay, so for this one, so what are the props that we need, right? So for this one we need this many props. So first we need the list of promos. So I'm just going to do promo table props. So here I need the promos, so type will be promo of array. Then we need the loading, so let's do this one as boolean. What we need, we also need we need the deleting promo ID. So deleting promo ID will be string, that which you want to delete. Also we need two more methods. One will be to edit, so we'll do on edit, and here we are going to pass the promo, this will be, we are going to pass the current promo, the type will be promo, and this will be void. And also we need to pass one more, which will be on delete. So on delete we need to pass the promo ID. So I'm just going to take the promo ID, which will be string, and this will be return promise void. Okay, so these many things we need. So first of all, let's go here and let's take these props, and then we need, so what are the properties that we have? We have the promos, we have the loading, we have on edit, on delete, and also you have one more, right, deleting promo ID. That's it. So first of all, let's remove this, and I'm just going to take one div. So let's take a class name. So I'm just going to take the app class here, and inside this we will take a table component. Okay, so table component we already have. Inside this we are going to have the table header. Let's give the class name. So I'm simply going to do table header class, and inside this we are going to have the table row, and then we are going to have the table head. So I'll do table head. Okay, so let's do code, copy this. So we'll do discount, one will be count, one will be minimum order, valid from, valid till. Okay, so let's do a code, let's do discount. What else? Let's do count, let's do minimum order, let's do valid from, and also let's do valid till. And we need two more. One will be, right, one will be the edit button and the icon and the delete. So let's keep edit only for now, and one will be the delete. And for this one, let's take a class name. So I'm simply going to, let's take inline only. So I'm just going to do width as let's do 80px, and I'll do text as right. Okay, copy this and do the same thing here. So save this. So we're going to get this. Awesome. So you're getting this, right? This is looking very nice also. So one is edit and delete and all the properties. Awesome. So now let's not do the same mistake we have done. So let's do after table header. Okay, and here you're going to do table body. And first of all, what we need to check? We need to check if the loading is true. So here I'm just going to render that loading promos or something like that. So I'm just going to take a table row, and inside this let's take a table cell and let's do loading promos, something like that. And here I'm just going to do a column span of 9. Now let's do 8. How many? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. And also I'm just going to do a class name of loading cell class, something like this. Okay, so this will be the first one. So after this, what we can do simply, let's wrap this, and here I'm just going to do or if the promos dot length, if this is 0, so in that case also we are going to render one more. So I'm just going to copy this, paste it here, and in this case I'll do no promos found, something like this, no promos found. Okay, or else if this is also not the case, then we are going to simply map it. So I'll do dot map, so I'll do promo, and here we are going to simply do what? So we're going to return the JSX. So here let's return, so let's return a table row, and inside this, okay, first we need to take the key, which will be the promo.id, and inside this we'll take the table cell, and here I'm simply going to first pass the promo dot code. Okay, so save this if you're getting anything or not. Cannot read property of reading undefined dot length. Okay, so here we are getting error, so this part we need to check, man. But why we are getting error? Oh, okay, sorry, I got it. So we need to pass this also here in this from our parent component. So let's go to the promo table. So first let's pass the promos, which will be the promos. I think we have the promos, right? We are getting promos or not? Oh, I think we haven't passed the promos property yet, is it? Let's see here. So we are passing these promos, right? This one we have. What we are doing wrong then here? Oh, we need to get the promos, that's why we're doing. Okay, so now we need to pass the promos. Okay, this is the first thing. Next, what we need to pass here, next let's pass the loading. So loading will be loading. Then we have the deleting promo id, right? So this will be the deleting promo id. Then we have the on edit. So on edit we need to do open edit dialog, and also on delete we need to do remove promo, right? So we'll do on delete, we need to do remove promo. So these are the properties we need to pass. So save this. Now you can see that we are getting this. That's what I'm thinking, that why it's not coming. So now I think this is done. So let's go to the promo table component once again. So here we are rendering the first one, which is the promo code. Let's give the class name. So I'm just going to do this one as code cell class. Awesome. Then after this, let's render the all the other properties. I'll just copy and let's do here only. I'll do table cell, and I'm just going to do promo dot percentage. Let's give 1% here. Save this, getting percentage. Then copy this, render the count. So we'll do count. Copy this. What else we have? We have the minimum order value, right? So we'll do minimum order value. Save it. Save the minimum order value. What else? We'll do table cell, and here I'm just going to do starts at. We need to format this. Okay, let's render first, and then I'm just going to format. So this is done. Now we have the edit and this one. So I'll just paste it 2 more time. Remove this, and inside this I'm just going to take one div. So here I'm just going to do class name. So let's do this one as right wrap class, and inside this I'm just going to take a button, and let's render a pencil icon. So let's give a class name. So let's give height of 4, width of 4, and inside this I'm simply going to take a size, which will be icon. Variant will be host. What else? Let's give a class name. So I'll do icon button class, and here we need to do on click. So whenever I'll on click, so I need to call the on edit, and I need to pass the current promo. So this promo, so I'm going to pass the promo here. So this is the first one we need, this one. and next we have the delete. So copy this, and no, I think we have to do, okay, let's copy it till this part, copy this, and then I'll just paste it here inside this. Okay, and this will be trash 2, so I'll do trash 2. Okay, and this will be, alright, so here we need to do on delete, but we have to pass the ID, so we have to do ID. Also let's take a disable property. Disable property will be if the deleting promo ID that we have is equal to promo.id. okay, and this will be delete button class. Save this. Alright, so this is fine. So now what we need to do here, oh, maybe let's do one thing. I think what we can do, maybe let's do, I think we haven't implemented that logic yet, so let's go to the hook first, because we need to implement the remove promo also, this one. So whenever we are going to get the promo ID, right, so let's do one thing. First I'm going to do a const confirmed, and I'm just going to open a window.confirm, something like are you want to delete this promo, something like this, right? If not equal to confirmed, so I'm just going to return, and then I'm simply going to take try and finally. So in the finally I'll make the set deleting promo ID will become empty, and here set deleting promo ID will become what? The promo ID that I'm going to receive, this one. And then what we need to do, right, I'm just going to do const response, so I'll do await, and then we need to get the delete admin promo, and here you have to pass promo ID, so promo ID will be the promo ID that you have. This is done, and then you're simply going to set the promos, which will be response or else, so this will be items of empty dot items. So if you save this, right, and let's say if I just click here, you are getting this cancel. Okay, so let's go here, come here, so you're getting this, refresh this page. Okay, and if I search here, you're not getting. If I do summer 10, you can see it's coming 1 0 see. Okay, so this is working fine. So first let's do one thing, let's quickly format these two dates. Okay, so let's go to the promo table, and what I'll do, right, so let's create one function here. So I'm just going to do function, so I'll do format date time. So let's take the value, which will be string, and here I'm just going to do return new date of this value, and I'm just going to do here two local date string. Okay, and then just simply pass it here. So I'm just going to pass it here, and also will pass it here. Save this, so you're getting this. Alright, so now let's do edit. Okay, so if I do, okay, let's open the inspect, and here first of all if I click here, so you can see that all, oh, these two are not populating. Okay, let's go to the promo dialog. So if promo is available, we are showing this. So let's see what we are getting in the form, right? So I'm just going to do here, let's do two date string of promo dot start at. Oh, okay, I got it. So remove this. So here we have to invoke this. Okay, this is the reason. So if I save here, alright, so we are getting this. So now if I edit, let's go to network, and then maybe I'm just going to do 100, and let's do update. So you can see that this is updated. Open this, and maybe change this one to, let's say, 8, and I'll update. So this is updated. Edit, let's change this one to maybe 9999. Update, so it's working fine. If I just delete, so it's deleted. Refresh this once again. Now let's add one more. Right, so I'll just do summer 10, this will be 10, let's do 999, let's give to today's date, and let's do here 30. Okay, and let's create. Fantastic. So with this, now we have completed our UI integration for promos. Now what I'll suggest, right, I wanted to mention one thing. You notice that we have done the backend quite a long back, right, I'm pretty sure that in some places you might be confused that okay, how this is linked and how I'm doing it very fast. Very simple. I'm doing, see, normally people are not going to explain all of this in a YouTube video. I'm explaining because I want all of you to understand that when I'm doing the recording, right, recording and learning both are very different. When you will be learning, you have to do what? You have to always do back and forth in the sense, I'm not talking about like you'll do back and front end, not like that. Whenever you do the back end all at once, this is how normal backend engineer will work. They will not work on the front end, right? Backend engineer will work on the back end. When you'll do the full stack or front end integration, open the backend code and then you try to relate, okay, that okay, we have these fields we need to integrate. I hope you're getting. And the same thing you have to do for all the next pages that we are going to create. For example, same for coupons, same for orders, same for settings, each and every page that we are going to create. So with this, now let's move to the next one. In the next one, you're going to implement the admin settings page where you will be able to upload the banners. So let's see how you're going to do that in the next part. Alright, so now next what we're going to do will be start implementing the settings page, because why we need to do this? We're going to upload the banners and those banners we need to render in the customer view. So let's close everything. And once again, let's start with the features and inside admin. So let's create one more folder and I'm going to do settings. And here let's create 3 files. So one will be api.ts, one will be the types.ts, and let's create one more, that use admin settings.ts. okay, so for types, what actually we need, so I already created the type. So we need to handle the admin banner, and one will be to, when you're going to upload the banners, we need to have the type for the response. So these two things we need. It's simpler only, that's it. And then go to the API. So here we are going to get 2 APIs. One will be to fetch all the banners and one will be to upload the banners. Okay, so simply let's create export async function and let's do this one as get admin banners, and this will be a return. So I'll do API get, and here we are going to give the type. So I'll do admin banner response, and here we are simply going to do /admin/settings, and let's do banners. Okay, and then what also we need one for our upload. So I'll do export async function, and this will be upload admin banners. Okay, and here we'll take this one as form data. So this will be form data, and here what we will do, simply we are going to return. So this will be API post, and here we are going to take admin banner response. So I'll take this one as form data, and here we're simply going to call the API. So I'll do /admin/settings/banners, and here we are simply going to do form data. That's it. So now next, let's go to our hooks and let's quickly create this. So I'm just going to do export function, and this will be use admin settings. So what are the things that we need here? Okay, so first of all, we need one to save our items. So I'll do set items, and this will be use state of admin banner that we have. This will be array. Let's take this one as empty array. Then let's take one to handle our files. So I'll do files comma set files, and this will be use state, and what will be the type? So type will be, this will be a file, right, of array, and then this will be empty array. That's it. Then I'm simply going to do const loading set loading, and this will be use state of false. What else we need? So let's take one more. So maybe this we are going to do whenever you're going to upload the banner. So we'll take one more, which will be uploading and set uploading, and this will be equal to use state, and also I'm just going to take this one as false. That's it. So this is what we need. Okay, now first of all, I think because you have already done 2 or 3 hooks, so you already created, right? So by this time the structure we are using same, right, throughout this particular code. So you'll be able to understand that what actually you're doing. So instead of again doing back and forth like creating the pages components, let's complete the hooks at once. Okay, so first, whenever we'll do page load, so we need to first get the list of banners as usual. Okay, so here just like we are creating, so let's do void, and I'll do refresh all. So this will be helper function will create, and this we are simply going to create it. So I'll do async function, and this will be refresh all. And here what we'll do, simply we'll take try. Finally, so we'll do set loading will become false, and here first I'll do set loading, so this will be true, and here I'll just do const response, so this will be await, and I'll do get admin banners. Okay, so we need to fetch all the admin banners, and then what we are going to simply do, I'll do set items that we have, so I'll do response dot items orders, this will be empty. So this is what we need, that's it. Okay, save this, and this is done. Next, what we need to do, we need to have one more method where we are going to handle the upload. Okay, whenever we are going to upload any banner, so I'm just going to do const, no, let's take this one as async function, and I'll do handle upload. So what we are going to receive here, so first of all we already have the files, right? So these files we need. So first I'm just going to take try, so let's take this one as catch, and for now let's do one thing, let's log this error, and here also we need to give the type here. So for now, oh no, I think we are doing mistake here, we can do this one for now, and then let's take this one as finally, and let's take the set uploading will be false, and here this will be true, set uploading will be true. So first what we are going to do here, first let's give one check. I'm just going to do if the files that we have, if the length is not there, so we're going to return. Okay, we are not going to do anything. And now I'm just going to create the form data. It's like as usual, same thing. So I'll do form data, so this will be new form data. Okay, and then we need to just do files dot for each, so this will give me single file, and what we need to do, we need to append. So I'll do form data dot append, and here we have to give the name, so you're using images in the backend, and then you have to pass a single file, that's it. And then we'll do const response, and this will be await, and we'll do upload admin banners, and you just have to pass the form data, and this is done. Okay, and then you simply do set items will become response dot items orders, this will be empty. And also you need to do one more thing, we need to make the set files as empty, because once the upload is done we need to empty that particular state. And I think this is done. Also, maybe if you want, you can also take that how many, so let's do one thing, let's create one more. So I'm just going to do file count level, I'll create one more, and here I'll take a use memo, and let's take the files as a dependency, just give a helper function here, simple. So I'm just going to do if not equal to files dot length, so here I'll do return, I'll do no files selected. Okay, and I'll do if the files dot length, if this is equal to 1, so I'm simply going to do return, so I'll do files of 0th, and this is going to give you name, right? And if this is not the case, in that case default I'm simply going to do this many files are selected, so I'll do files dot length, and I'll do files selected. Okay, so this is done, and now I'm just going to return, so I'll return the items files set files. We also need to return this file upload, sorry, file count level. Let's return the loading set loading, and what else, we also have the refresh. Let's change this one to refresh banners, right? Maybe refresh all, so let's do refresh banners. Okay, and then you have to return this, and also you have to return the handle upload, and these will be simpler hooks, and I think I don't have to explain much here. Also let's return the uploading, right? Uploading also you need to return. So now we can start working on creating the page, right? So first let's do one thing, so let's go to the pages first. Okay, so we have the settings, so this is where we are going to start working. First let's copy the classes that we have for this page, and then I'll just first paste it here. Alright, so let's create the structure first. Okay, so first of all what I'll do, right, so I'm just going to take a div, so I'll do class name, and here first let's take this one as page wrap class, and inside this I will take one more div. I'll take a class name, and here I'm just going to do content container class. Okay, so now here, so first let's render, okay, let's create the upload panel first. So left side we are going to create the upload panel, and the right side we are going to render the banner, something like that. So I'm just going to do div, and here I'll do a class name, and I'll do upload panel class. So we have the upload panel class, and inside this let's take a card component, and here I'll do a class name. So I'll do card class, and let's take the card header and card title. Okay, and inside this I'm simply going to do banner settings, and let's take the class name. So this will be card title class. Save this, so you can see that we are getting this. Awesome. So I think this is done. So after this, what we'll do, we'll take the card content. So I'll do card content, and here we'll take a class name. So I'll simply going to do card content class, and inside this we'll take a div. So let's take a class name of upload box class, and inside this let's take a div, and then I'm just going to take a icon. So I'll do image plus, so we'll do a class name of upload icon class, and also for this div let's give a class name. I think we'll do upload box. I think we have already taken that, right? Now let's take this one as upload box, no, upload icon wrap class. This is what we need. Okay, so this is done. So now after this, what we will do, simply just give a simple text. So I'll do div class name, I'll do upload text wrap class, and here I'm simply going to do something like upload homepage banners, and give a class name of upload heading class. Okay, that's it. We'll not do anything else here. And after this div, let's give this one as, maybe what we'll do, right, we'll create one, let's create one input, simple input. I'm just going to take the input, and here I'm simply going to do type. So type will become what? File. Then we'll take multiple, also we'll take accept. So this is going to accept only image, right? So it have to take only image. Then I'm also going to take a class name, and this will be file input class, and also need to take an on change. Okay, but before that, also let's do one thing. Let's go here and take all the properties that we have from the hook. So I'm just going to get the hook here. So I'll do use admin settings, right? This is what we need. So now let's go to that hook, and then let's copy all the things that we need. So I'm just going to copy all of this, and I'll paste it here. Okay, so this is first we need. Now here what we need to do, first we need to take the on change. So I'm just going to do on change. So this is will give me event, and I'm simply going to do set files. So we need to pass what? We need to pass all the files, right? Multiple files we need to pass here. To do this, we're simply going to do array.form, and I'll do event.target.files, or else this will be empty. Okay, so this is what we need to pass. Also after this, just simply render the count. So we have the file upload count, sorry, file count level, my bad, file count level. This is what we need. Let's give a class name, and I'll do file count class. Alright, so let's say if I select here, you can see that this is coming, and I think I have uploaded some images, right? So let's select this, and you can see that we are getting this multiple. Also you can do 4 files selected. Awesome. So this is working well. This is what actually we need. So now what we need to do, let's take a button after this. Okay, so I'm simply going to take a button, and inside this let's take that if uploading. So in that case I'm simply going to do uploading, or else this will be upload banners. And here I'll take, so I'll do class name. So this will be full button class. Disable will become when we are going to upload, that time this will be disabled. Also need to take what? We need to take on click, and I'm simply going to call the handle upload. That's it. So this is what we need to do. Okay, so now what we are going to do, simply on the right side we are going to render the images that we have. So after this card, let's take one more card here, and I'll simply do one more card class. Okay, and let's take a card header, and this time I will do a class name of table header class, and let's take card title, and then let's do this one as current banners. Let's do current homepage banners, and here we'll do a class name, and let's do this one as card title class. So on the right side we'll be getting this. Alright, so what we need here, so let's take one more button here. Okay, so I'm just going to do button, and this will be refresh, something like this, and here I'm simply going to do on click. So on click will be, this is going to call the refresh banners method. Also let's do one thing, let's take a class name, and I'm simply going to do this one as button class. Alright, so you're getting this. Fantastic. So I think this is done. Now what else we are going to do, we need to render the images, sorry, not images, we need to render the banners here. But before that, let me just quickly pause this for 1 minute. I'm going to upload 2 or 3 banners, or maybe I'm going to create using ChatGPT some banner images, because we are going to use those, and then we'll start. Okay, alright, so I've already downloaded some banners. 2 banners have downloaded, so created the image, so we are going to use the same. And so after this, let's take card content, and here I'm simply going to do class name. So let's do this one as card content class, and inside this, so first of all, let's take, if the loading is there, so I'm just going to render null. Okay, or else if the items that we have dot length, if this is not false, so in that case what we're going to do, not false means if this is false, so in that case what we need to do, we need to render that there are no banners that are uploaded yet. So what I'm going to do, simply I'm just going to take a div, and I'm going to do no banners uploaded yet. Okay, so this is what we need. Now next, okay, let's take the class name here. So I'm just going to, let me check, so we'll do empty state class. If this is not the case, so we need to create one component. Okay, so now let's go to the components, close these features, go to admin, and create one more folder here. This will be settings, and let's give this one as admin settings banner table.tsx. okay, so here I'll do admin settings banners table, and let's return this here. Okay, and then we are going to use it here. So I'll do admin settings banner table. Okay, save this, and this is done. So currently we don't have any banners. Fantastic. So now let's go here and let's see if this is working or not. Okay, so I'll just go here, and then let's select. So I'm just downloaded 2 banners. So this is what, and this is one. Okay, so I'm just going to click on open, and let's see what is happening. Let's do upload. And you can see that. Fantastic. So we are already getting the result here. Also it's coming, and in the preview you can see that we are getting the data. So that means this is successfully uploaded in this particular folder. Okay, in case you are not able to recollect, please go back and see the backend code, that whatever you have written. But I'm pretty sure if you already worked or familiar with writing backend at once and then doing the front end, this will not be an issue. I hope you're getting that what I mean. So there are 2, not 2, I'll say 3. There are multiple ways people like to learn or they like to develop. For example, one I think which is based on that, first you create the complete backend. So already have the backend idea, and then you integrate with the front end. This is what actually we are doing here. Then you have one like you create backend, do front end, backend, front end, back and forth. That is also fine, but you can do that. And third one is you create the front end first with dummy data, then you create the backend, and then again you can come back and do the front end. Now that is actually good for learning. Let's say we want to learn front end more, but I will suggest, see, I don't want to get into these kind of things. I'm just giving you idea that different people has different way of learning things, right, or doing things. So in case you're not getting idea that okay, whatever I've done in the backend I just forgot, so what you can do, always you can go back to the server folder, see, and based on that you can integrate. Okay, Now these things are very important, right? I usually take these things very seriously, that you have to understand all of this, that what actually you are doing here. So now let's go to this admin tables. I already have the CSS. Let me quickly copy this. Now you might be thinking that how much time it will take if I just write each and every CSS class. It's crazy big, right? So many things we still have to do. So first of all, let's do one thing. So I'm just going to do here, so what we'll get, right? So I'm just going to get items here, and these items will be, so we have the admin banner of array. Okay, so this is what we are going to receive. So let's remove this, and I'm just going to take a div. Let's take a class name, and I'm just going to do here table wrap class. Inside this we'll take a table component, and also let's one thing I wanted to mention, don't make these kind of mistakes. Let's say you import the table from Lucid React instead of importing from the SADCN component. So notice these small things, and here I'm just going to do this on as table header, and inside this let's do table head, and then let's do this on as preview. And what else, what we want to render, maybe let's render the public ID and also the created at. So I'll do public ID, and also I'm just going to do this on as created at. So these three things we need. Okay, here, awesome. So I think this is done. Next, after this I'm just going to take the table body, and inside this let's take items dot map. So we'll take the item, and here what will return, so this will return a table row. So first of all we need to give the key. Okay, so we'll give item dot id. So this is the first thing. Inside this let's take the table cell, and here I'm simply going to take a div. Now what we're going to do, simply let's take the class name, and I'll do preview wrap class, and inside this let's take the image. So we'll do source, and here I'm just going to do item dot image URL. Alt, let's give this one as banner, and class name I'm simply going to do image class. Save this. Okay, we are getting item dot map is undefined. Okay, why is that? Oh, I think we need to pass it here, man. So we need to pass the items here. These will be items that we have. So save this. So we're should get the preview here. Fantastic. So this is done. So now let's go here. Also let's render the, what else we can render? We can render the public ID and the created at. So I'll take one more table cell. Here let's take P, and let's do render the item dot public ID. Take the class name, and I'm simply going to do public ID text class. Okay, and then one more we'll take, and this will be created at. And this either you can do format date, or I think this is also fine. Let's close it. Okay, maybe I think we have created a format date, right, if I'm not wrong. So let's find in folder, and I will do format date. So this is what we need. Copy this, and let's paste it here, and I'm simply going to use this. Okay, so save this, and this is what you're getting. Awesome. And if you refresh this, you should be getting this. Now let's run upload one more. So let's upload this one. So let's upload. So this is uploaded, and if I refresh this, you should be getting two. Now there are two things you can do, right? So whenever, if you go here, let's go to the hook. Okay, so let's go to features and admin, and then let's go to settings. So what you're doing, right, whenever you're doing the handle upload, once the response is done, what you can do, right, you can immediately call this here. Okay, that if response.item is present, so in that case I'm just going to do again, but that is not needed. Why? Means I'll not say needed, but it's up to you, because we already have a refresh button. If we have a refresh button, so you can always click here and it will give you the updated banners. So now we have the banners ready, coupons is ready, product is ready. So that means we will be able to start working on the customer view pages, okay, because creating these three things is very important, or else again you have to do back and forth. So with this, now let's start working on the customer view. So you have to create a lot of pages, so let's create all the pages one by one. Alright, so first step will be what we need to do, right? So first we'll start working with our collections page, okay. So we need to create quite a few customer site pages because we haven't created all the pages, right? So first let's go to the pages, customer, and then here we are going to create, let's do product, maybe collections.tsx, okay. And let's close everything else and let's create this. I'll do collections. So now let's return this. For now let's return a simple div, save this, and then we'll go to our router. Alright, so now let's use this particular page in this router component. Now one thing I wanted to mention, that any user can visit the collections page. So what we need to do, right, we need to keep this one under the public only layout. So here let's copy this and then I'll just paste it here, and let's make this one as maybe collections, and I'm simply going to do collections, okay. So let's save this. So now if I go here and let's say try to go to the okay, I got it. So what we need to do, right, so let's go to our component auth and public only layout. Now if you notice that what logic that we have given here, that if the user is signed in, okay, so in that case it will always navigate to the profile page, okay. I think this is what it's happening here. And what we need to do, right, we need to give a check that if the user is signed in and if the current location is sign in or sign up, then only user will be able to redirect. For all other pages they will be able to visit. So what you can do, right, we already have the, okay, let's do one thing, let's take the location. So I'm just going to do this one as location, and this will be use location from React Router DOM, and I'm simply going to just give this check that, okay, if the location dot path name, if this is equal to sign in, or we need to give that if the location dot path name is sign up, so then only user will be redirect to this page, okay. So now if I try to go to this page, so you can see that you are getting this. Awesome. So this is the first thing we need to do. Okay, so now we can start working on the creating the APIs and everything, right? So let's start with the features as usual. So go to features, go to inside features, go to customer view, and we have to create our first folder, which will be products, okay. And inside this let's create all the components. So first we need api.ts, so this will be the first one we need. We also need one more types.ts. I'm also going to create one more file, so this is going to hold some of the constant data. So let's do product list.shared.ts. Also we need to create our hook, right? So I'm just going to do this one as use customer, let's do collections.ts, okay. So this is what we need. So let's go to the types first. Let's close everything else, and I already have the types and everything created here, okay. So for now let's copy this, the types. You can just copy from the source code also, and let's see what we have. So we have the product sort, product size, right, product category, we are going to have the ID and name, product image, going to have the URL, public ID is covered, and this will be our customer product, okay. And I can see we have all the properties and everything here, right, you can see here. And alright, so here I wanted to mention that these actually we need when we need to implement the filter functionality in this page, right. So we need to have the params. So let's go to the backend once, and let's go to routes and go to customer, and if I go to the product routes, so you can see that we have the category, brand, color and size, right. So you have the category, brand, size, color and size, and the sort. I hope this is clear, right. So all these things we have in the types. So now next will be in the product list shared. So here what we have, right, we are going to have some of the brand options, okay, some of the size options, color map, and there are some other properties that we are going to use later. So let's copy this, no point of writing everything here. So I'll copy this and then I'll paste it here, okay. So this is what we need, and we can remove this one, this is not needed. So now we'll start working on creating the APIs, okay. So how many APIs we need? First we need to fetch the list of products, second will be to fetch the list of categories, and third will be to fetch the product details, Okay, so we have to go to the product details page, right? So let's start with the first one, which will be export async function, and I'm simply going to do get customer categories, and here we are simply going to return API get, and here I'm just going to give the product category from the types. You can see all the types I've already written, and then I'm simply going to take this, will go to customer / categories. Also, let's open the routes also, so that you can see that whatever you're doing, that is correct. So you have the product / categories. Okay, so this is the first one. Second one will be, so let's create one more. So I'll do export async function, and this will be get customer products or collection, whatever you want to give, and here this is going to receive the params. Now these params will be the filter params. Okay, and this will be get customer product params type. So first I'm just going to create the search params, and this will be new URL search params, and then I'm simply going to check that if this param has category. So I'm just going to do what? I'm just going to set that in my search param. So I'm going to do search param.set, and I'm going to pass the property which will be category, and here I have to do what? I have to take the params.category, and the same thing you have to do for all others. Copy this, paste here, and let's do for brand. So this will be brand, and also this will be brand. Then copy this. Next we have the color, we have the size, and we have the sort. So we have the color, this will be color, don't forget to change this one, and this will be size, and this will be sort. Alright, so this is done. So now what we need to do, just have to create a query string, right? We have to pass as a query. So do query string, so you just have to do search param.toString. Okay, that's it. And then what you have to do, just create the URL. So do URL, and this will be the query string is present, so you have to append that, right? So if we go here, we have what? /products. So this will go to /customer /products, right? And then what you have to do, sorry, question mark, and then you have to pass the query string here. Okay, if this is not the case, so you're simply going to call this. So I'm just going to call this part, and this is done. So this is what we need to do, and then I'm just going to do API get. So this will be my customer product of, and then here we have to pass the URL. So this will be the URL, and this is done. Okay, so this will be the second one, when we are going to do the filter, and then we are going to fetch the list of products, and the last one will be to fetch the product details, which is also very simple. So I'm simply going to do export async function, and I'm just going to do get customer product details, and here we need to get the product ID, which will be what? String, and here I'm simply going to do return API get. So this will be customer product detail response, and then you have to just call it. So these will be, so if I go here, right, we have the product /ID. So this will be what? /customer /products, and then you have to pass the ID, product ID, and this is done. So these all the APIs that we need. Okay, so now next what we are going to do, right? So see, one thing I wanted to mention, now here you will be able to understand that what actually you're doing here. Okay, so what I'll do, right, let's complete the hook also at the same time, instead of doing back and forth, so that you will be in sync, that okay, this is what we need to do. So you have to, okay, before that, I know that I'm just explaining a lot of things, lot of extra thing, or maybe I'm repeating some of the things. See what I want, right? I want all of you to become independent. So I want that you should not be dependent on particular YouTube video. That is not the thing. The point is, when you're creating a backend, okay, and then you're creating your APIs, your types and everything, you should have proper knowledge that okay, now I'll be creating a hook, so I need to understand, okay, these many state I need to create. I hope you're getting, I hope you are getting right what I mean, that you should be able to do it. Okay, I need to take this state, I need to take this state for this particular purpose, instead of creating the UI and then you have to think, okay, why I need to take this particular state. Once you will be able to do that, right, you can think, okay, now I am in a good position that I will be able to create any project. So now if I ask you that, okay, tell me that what are the state that you need to take in this particular component. Now if you think, okay, and then you're not able to do it, that means what you're doing, like, I'm sorry to say, but the point is what I'm explaining, right? So you are just blindly watching the video, you're creating one project, you are writing the project in your portfolio, but that actually not giving you the proper advantage. The advantage when you will get, right, when you watch a video, and then from watching that video you will be able to create 10 separate projects by applying the knowledge that you are learning in this particular video. So that should be your aim. Okay, now if you ask me here that, okay, I will tell that, okay, I need to take one step to hold the categories, I need to take one step to save the products, I need to take one step to handle loading state, and I need to take one more step to handle the search params. If you are able to do it, believe me, you're in a good position. So you understand that, okay, this is what I need. Okay, so I know that I'm talking some of the things, but believe me, these things are very important, or else you know, right, what is happening nowadays because of this AI and everything. So if you're too dependent on those things, it will be bad for you. So I'm just going to do here use customer product list, and I want all of you to take this mentality from this particular point of this video. Try to do this, especially the hooks part, because hooks is the where we are writing the logic, right, by yourself. Okay, we'll create the API and then try to create the hook by yourself without creating the component. See, creating the component is fine, that also you can do. So you create a component and then you will think that, okay, now I need to take this particular step, but I want all of you to think in a reverse way. You create the backend, you create the APIs, now you have to think, okay, now I have to write the logic, I have to handle these many state, I have to take these many methods, and then I have to use those methods in the component. Okay, so then you are doing what? You are actually applying the concepts that you are learning instead of blindly writing code. Okay, so here what we are going to do, so first of all I'm going to take 4 state. So I'm just going to do here search params, set search params, and I'm going to do little fast. Okay, I think this video is getting very long, so we need to take fast here. So I'm just going to do use search params. This we are going to get from React Router, and then I have to take one categories, right? So you have the categories, set categories, and this will be, let's take the CS caps. So this will be what? Use state, and here you have to take the category as your type, and let's take this one as empty. Okay, then you have to take one for products, because product is going to hold all the information what I'm writing, man. So this will be product, set products, and this will be use state, and this will be what? Customer product, right? So look, customer product of array, and this also will be array. And then you're going to take one more, which will be simply our loading state, set loading, and this will be use state of false. Okay, so these many state you need. Okay, all right, now first of all what we need to do, right? So let's do one thing. First we need to return all of this. So let's for now let's return categories. We need to return the products, we need to return the loading. Okay, what else? Now we need to, okay, before we're going to return all of this, we need to think that, okay, what are the logic that I have to write in this particular component. See, first of all, on page load we need to fetch the list of products, so that will be your first method that you have to create. But what you need to do, right, you have to create that method using the query, because you don't know that whenever user is going to apply the filter, how many filter user is going to select. So user can select filter on category, they can also select filter on color, so it can change, right? So that means what we need to do, right, we need to basically set our filters. So how we are going to set it? That we are going to set based on these search params. These search params is going to tell that whether any search param is available or not. Okay, so first I'm just going to do const filters, and let's take a use memo. Okay, and I'm just going to give a type here. Okay, so I'll do customer product filter. So this will be my type, and here what I'm going to do, right, simply so let's take, and also you have to give the search param as a dependency, and inside this what I'll do, right, I'm simply going to take the category. All right, so I'm just going to check if the search params dot get, and if there is a category present, so I'm just going to take that. Okay, or else this will become empty. Then what you're going to do, you're going to do for brand, same thing we need to do here, copy this, paste it here, and this will become brand, copy, do for so we have color, and also you have size. Okay, so this will become color, and this will become size. So that means we are simply checking that if in my search param, all these values are present, so I'm just going to set those values. So this will give me the filter value. Okay, this filter value now I am going to use. Similarly, we need to do the same for sort. So I'm just going to do if the sort value is present or not. So I'm simply going to do the search params.get if there is sort. Okay, and here I'm just going to give this one as product sort. So this will be type, or else this will be recent. Okay, by default. So now what I'm going to do, right? So first let's return these two things. So I'm just going to return filters, and I'm also going to return the sort. Now these two things I'm going to set. Now what we need to do, right? First of all, we need to fetch the list of products. So that will be the first thing. So let's create one method here. No, sorry, two methods we'll create. Okay, so one will be to load the categories. And here what I'll do, right, simply let's simply create async function only here. So async function load categories, and also let's create one more which will be load products. Okay, so what I can do, simply we'll do a try, and let's do catch. So in the catch, what I can do, right, I'll do set categories as empty, and in the try I'm simply going to do data, and this will be have it. So we already have created the method, so I'll do get customer categories. That's it, we don't have to do anything else. And then you're simply going to set, so this will be either your data that you're going to get, or else this will be empty array. Okay, so this is the first thing. Now next what we need to do, so save this. Next we need to do the same for products. Okay, now here what we have, right, we need to get the params. Okay, now these params will be the get customer product params. Okay, this will be the type. Now here first of all let's do one thing. First let's make the set loading as true, and I'm just going to do try. Let's do finally. So I'll do set loading as false, and here I'm simply going to do const data. So this will be avid. So I'll do get customer products, and you have to pass the params. Okay, that's it. And you have to do set products will become the data, or else empty. So this is another method that we need. I hope this is clear. Now what we need to do, right? So first of all let's do one thing. Remember, we need to create quite a few more methods here. So first of all, one will be to clear the filters, one will be to change the sort whenever you're going to select the sort from the drop down option, right? So let's do this one later, but for now let's take the use effect, and here what I'll do, simply let's take the load categories as a dependency, copy these, paste it here, and I'll take load product as a dependency. I'm just going to call it here. So I'll do void load categories, and here I'm simply going to do void, so I'll do load products. So let's call this, and also we need to pass the params here, means we'll need to create the query. Okay, so let's create a query, and also let's pass the query as a dependency. So what we'll do, right, we already have the filters from our search params and the sort, and based on that we can create the query. So I'll simply do query, and let's do use memo only, and here I'm just going to do get customer product params. So this has the types, that what are the types that we need. And now what we can do, right, simply just like we have done for these filters. So first let's take the filters and the sort both as a dependency, and here I'm simply going to do category. So category will be if this filter has category, so I'm just going to take that, or else this will be undefined. And the same thing we need to do for all others. Copy and paste. Okay, 3, 4 and 5. So this will be brand, this will be color, this will be size, and this will be, sorry, sort, oh size, it was correct, and this will be size. Okay, and here this will become brand, color will become this color, sort will be the sort, right, we already have the sort, we don't have to take from the filters, and size will be filters dot size. Okay, so this will be my query that I wanted to pass. Alright, so I think this is done. Now let's create one more simple variable here, and this is just to check that whether we have any active filters or not. Okay, so I'll do has active filters, and this will be simply, we are simply going to check that if my filter has category, or if the filter has, sorry, if the filter has brand or the filter has colors or the filter has size. So if this is the case, so that means we already have an active filter. Okay, now this is not yet done. Why? We also need to create I think 3 more methods here. Okay, so one will be when we are going to change the sort logic, right? We need to set the or update the sort. Okay, when we are going to select the filters or we are going to toggle the filter checkbox or whatever we are going to implement, so that method we need to create. And the third one will be also we need to create one more, which will be to clear the filters. Okay, but before that, let's do one thing. Save this, and also I'll create one more method here that we need to do. Those methods we are going to do later. So one will be here to not clear, so one will be to, let's do here to update the params. So this we need when user will select or deselect filters or sort, we need to update the params. Update the param means update the filter params that we have. Sorry, not filter param, search params means search param is going to update the filter params, correct. Then we also need to take one more method, which will be to toggle the filter facets. So usually call this one as facets. One will be to handle sort, one will be to clear all filters. Okay, so this is what we need. Next, we also need to create one more to get all the available colors, and these we can get from where? From our products. Okay, and also we need to take one more to handle or check that what are the active filter facets that are already selected. So active filter badges, something like this. So this, let's create this one later. Okay, or else this part you will not be able to understand if you do now. So for now, let's return categories, products, loading, filters, sort. Let's return that has active filters. And then what will happen whenever we are going to create these 5 more methods, we are going to return those here also. Okay, so now with this, what you can do, right? So let's do one thing. Let's go to the pages now. Go to the collections page, and here let's create the page first. Before that, I think you already know I already have the, see, so many CSS classes. So let's copy all the CSS. I'll copy all the CSS here, and then I'll just paste it here. Okay, so this will be the first thing. So let's create all the basic CSS structure. So I'm just going to do a class name. So I'll do page wrap class. Inside this, we'll take a section, and here I'll do a class name. So I'll do hero section class, and here let's take one more div class name, and I'm just going to do hero container class, and here I'm simply going to take a p, maybe let's do new collections. Okay, and let's take a class name, and here I'm just going to do hero eyebrow class. So save this. So you can see that we are getting this. And next, what I will do, right, so after this, let's take one more div, and here I'll take a class name, and here let's do the same class, hero content class, and here I'm just going to render one more text basically, so that it will look nice. And I'll do this one as hero title wrap class, and inside this I'll take h1, let's take h1, and then I'm just going to do premium everyday essentials, and let's take a class name, and this will be hero title class. Okay, so I think this is done. Next, what we can do, right, so after this, maybe, okay, we also need to create the sort, right? So after this, let's create one more div here, and I'm just going to give a class name, and let's give this one as sort wrap class, and inside this let's render a select component. Okay, so first of all, we need to take a value, right? So what will be the value? These value will be, just now we have created the hook, right? So from there we need to take, so we'll use customer product list, and here this is going to give you the sort, and this sort we need to use here. Okay, so this is the first thing. Then I have the on value change, and on value change, what we need to do here, so I need to take the value, and now we are going to create the method. Okay, so I'm just going to do this one as change sort, right? And here you have to pass the value. This value will be as product sort. Now this is what I was talking about. Okay, so here I need to get this, so we'll go here, let's get this, and this we need to handle here. Okay, this will be the handle sort. So now see, I thought I'm going to create this one before also, but some of the things we are creating while doing the component so that you can understand. Okay, so here I'm simply going to create a function, and I'm just going to do change sort. So this will be the value, and you have to give the type. Okay, so value will be your product sort, and first of all what you need to do will get the next value or current value, whatever you want to check. Maybe let's do the next value. Okay, not the current value, because current value will be currently selected, right? So I'm just going to do here URL search params, and I'm just going to do search params here. Search params we already have, so I'm simply going to check that if the value is equal to recent. So in that case what I'll do, I have to delete this. So I'll do next value dot delete, and I have to delete the sort. If this is not the case, so in that case what I need to do, I'm just going to do next value dot sort, and here I'm just going to set the sort because that is the property name that we have, and then you have to pass the value here, and this is done. Okay, so this is what we need to do. Now this is not yet completed. Why? Every time you're going to update the sort value or the filter values, you also need to update the search params. That is very, very important. So that is the reason we have this update params. So whenever user is going to select or deselect the filter or sort, we need to update the params. So that means we need one common method which is going to do that. So what we'll do, right, simply we'll create a function. Let's do update params. So here I'm just going to do a next. So this will be my URL search param. So this will be the type. And what you have to do here, you have set search params, right? This is the method from a React router DOM, and this is, you have to pass the next here, the value. That's it. Okay, and these update params you have to call here. Why? Because you have to pass the updated value here. I hope this is clear, right? This is very important, learning all this concept. Also I think this is fine. So let's pass the next value here. Okay, and this will work. So let's save this, or maybe what I'm thinking, right, we can also make this one better. Let's do this one. Okay, we have to do little change, but I think this is fine. So what I'm thinking, let's create this one like this. So I'll do change sort, and I'm going to take a use callback. Okay, instead of doing this one, and let's keep a dependency here. So I'm just going to keep so what I'll do, right, I'm just going to give the search params and also the update params as a dependency, and then inside these what I'll do simply, so here okay, first of all you need to take this here, and then what I can do, we have to do the same logic. Let's copy this, and then we have to delete this on here, and then we can delete this. Okay, now this is just one improvement that we have done. So we'll taken the use callback, and then based on that we have updated. Okay, so this is what we need to do. So now let's go back to the component again. So now we'll go here. So we have the on value change. This is done. Now inside this, first of all we have the select trigger. So I'll do select trigger, and here I'm just going to give a class name. So this will be sort trigger class, and inside this I'm just going to do select value, and here I'm just going to do a placeholder. Let's do sort by. Okay, so we're going to get this. We need to render the values also, that is fine. So I'm just going to take the select content, and here we need to do what, I'm just going to take 3 items. So I'll do select item. So first of all let's do this one as newest first. We need to give the value, so this value will be recent. Okay, and let's take one more, paste it. So this will be price low to high. So I'll do price low to high, and this will be price high to low. Okay, but we need to change the values, right? Okay, let's go here. So one will be the where is that, types, price low and price high. Okay, so this will be price low and this will be price high. Save this, and you are getting this. Okay, see, this is getting updated, and if you change this one, nothing is coming. If you select price high to low, and you can also change this one, right, whatever you want to. If let's say you want to add more here, you can easily add it. It's not that much difficult. So now let's go back and close this section. this section work is done. After this, I'm just going to take one more div. Let's take a class name, and here I'm just going to do container class, and here I'm just going to take one more div. Let's take a class name, so I'll do top bar class, and inside this I'll take one more div. I'll do a class name, and here let's do active badge wrap class. Now this is where we are going to render the active filter badges, that what are the filters that are currently selected. Okay, so for now let's keep it like this. We will do this one later because we don't have that method yet, right? So here this will come here. Okay, all right, so now after this we need to keep a placeholder. So this is where we are going to render the mobile seat component. Okay, because we also need to do the mobile filter, right? But for now let's keep it like this. And now after this top bar, so what I will do, simply let's take one more div here, and let's take a class name, and I'm going to make this one as layout grid class. Inside this let's take a aside component, because we are going to have the the filter on the aside. So we'll take aside, let's take class name, and I'm just going to do this one as desktop aside class. And inside this let's render a card component, and here what we'll do, right, we're going to create a component. So first of all, let's give a class name, and here I'm just going to give this one as desktop filter card class. Okay, so this is done. So let's save this, and inside this first we'll create one component. So let's go to the components, customer, then we'll create one for products, right? So we'll do products, and inside these products let's create one customer filters panel .tsx, and we'll create one more which will be our customer product card .tsx. Okay, so these two components we need to create. So this will be my customer filters panel. So let's return div, and this will be my customer product card. Okay, so this will be customer product card. So save this. So let's go here. So first of all, let's import this, right? So we have the customer filter panel. So this is the first thing that we need to do. And now what we'll do, right, so after aside, so let's take one section, and here let's give this one as class name, and I'm just going to do product section class. And inside this, first of all, we are going to check that if not equal to loading, and before that we need to take from this loading also from here, right? And also we're going to take the products. So I'm just going to do if loading not equal to loading, and if not equal to products dot length. If this is the case, so you're going to just render it that no products found, something like this. So let's do one thing, let's return a card, and here I'll take a class name, and I'm just going to do this one as empty card class. Or else what you're going to do, simply here let's render null for now. Okay, so save this, and inside this empty card class, now let's take a card content class name. I'll take empty card content class, and here I'm just going to do a p, and let's do this one as let's do class name, and here I'll do empty title class, and I'll do no products found, and here also need to do one more check that we are going to do here. So remember, we already created one method here, that whether we have any active filters or not. So if there are any active filters, so in that case what we need to do, we need to clear the filters. So I'm just going to do here if active filters is present, so I'll take a button, and here I'm just going to do this one as clear filters. Okay, so I think this is done, and let's give a class name. So I'll do active button class, sorry, action button class. So on click we need to take a on click clear filters that we are going to do later, and if there are no active filters, so I'm just going to render null. Okay, so after this I'll just simply render null, and this is done. So now what we'll do, simply, right, so after this I'll take one more, that if not equal to loading, and if the products dot length is true, so in that case I'm going to do what, I'm going to render the products. So I'll take a class name, and I'll do product grid class, and here or else this will be null, and inside this what we'll do, simply we'll do products dot map, so this will be item, and here I'm simply going to call that component that we created. So we'll do customer product card. Okay, let's give a key here. So we are going to take the key as will be your item dot id, and I think this is fine. So let's save this. We'll have the customer filter panel on the left side, and on the right side we are going to get the products. Okay, so first let's do one thing. First let's render the products here. So first of all, let's go to the customer product card. So what are the props that we need here? So we'll be getting only the products here, right? So we're going to get the list of product and the current product. Why? Because we are doing a map here, so we need to pass a current item. So let's quickly create a type. So I'm just going to do a type, and I'll do customer product card props. What I'm doing, man, copy this, paste it here, and so this will be equal to, so I'm just going to get a product as a prop, which will be my customer product. So this type we already have, and this is what we're going to receive. Okay, so this will be product, and we are going to pass the product. So what will be your product? Your product will be the item. So this is done. So now let's do one thing. Before that, I already have the CSS classes, so let me copy customer filter, customer product card. So I'll copy this, and then I'll just paste it here. Okay, or maybe let's paste it here. So now let's remove this. So now let's create the, so we'll import card. So let's take class name. So I'm just going to do this one as card class, and inside this first what we'll do, right, we're going to render the so let's do one thing. Let's render a link component first. Okay, and here I'll just simply give a 2. So where actually it's going, it will go to the collection details page, right? So for now I'm just going to take this one as collection, although we don't have the page yet, but this is anyways is going to go to that particular page. And here I'm just going to do this one as product dot id. Okay, and now also let's give a class name. So here I'm just going to give the class name as link class. Now inside this, let's render. So first let's render with the image. So I'm going to do class name, and here I'll do image wrap class, and inside this, first of all, I'm going to check that so let's do one thing, right? We also need to get the cover image, that whether that particular product has a cover image or not. So I'm just going to create a constant, and let's create a cover image. And let's do one thing. Maybe what we're going to, I think we already have created one cover, or maybe let's do one thing. Let's create it here only. So let's go to the product. Where is that product list shared? I think we already have, or we don't have. We don't have. So let's create one. So I'm just going to do export function, and I'll do get cover image. So this will be product, and this will be the customer product. And what we'll do, simply we're going to check that if the product dot images dot find item, and if this item dot is cover, if this is present, so just give me the URL here, right? So this is going to give me the dot URL. So now also we need to give this, and then what I'll do, or if this is not present, so I'm just going to take the first product image URL. So I'll do images, take the first element and give me the URL. If this is also not present, means image is not present, so return empty. So this is what we need. So now we'll go to that component. Where is that? Customer product card. I'll do get cover image. I think we already have one more, but fine, let's pass it here. So I'll do product. Okay, so this is the first thing that we need. So now what we'll do, right, I'm simply going to check that is cover image, or maybe let's do only this cover image. If this cover image is present, so you're going to render the image. So I'll just take a image, and here I'll do a source. So source will be your cover image. Let's give a alt. So alt, what we can give the product dot title as alt, and class name I'm going to do the image class. If this is not the case, that means image is not present. So let's render here that no image. Okay, and give a class name, and class name will be no image class. So now after this, what we'll do, right, so let's do one thing. Let's maybe create one more logic here, that if the product is in sale or not, right? So here I'm just simply going to take a sale price. So I'll create one more helper function. So how we are going to do that, I think this part we have multiple times we have done. So whenever we have the sale percentage, we have to minus that sale percentage from our actual product price. So let's do one thing, let's go to this file and I'll simply going to do export function, and maybe let's do GALE or sorry, not GALE get or extract sale price. I'll do extract sale price, and this will be my product, so which will be my customer product. And here I'm simply going to do if not equal to product.sale percentage. So what I need to return, you need to return the actual product price. And if this is not the case, so you're going to return, I think you've already done math.round, and then you'll do product.price minus product.price into product.sale percentage, and then what you need to do, divided by 100. So this is going to give you the sale price. Okay, so now let's go here and then get, sorry, it is extract sale price, and you're going to pass the product here. Okay, so this is done. And then what you're going to do, simply going to check const has sale, something like this. So here I'm simply going to do if the product dot sale percentage greater than 0. Now this we are going to render the actual price, the sale price we need to render, and this has sale is going to tell that okay, if the product is in sale, so in that case we are going to render a batch. So I'm just going to do, if this is has sale, so take a batch component from side scene, and you're going to give something like product dot sale percentage, and I'll do percentage, and then we'll give off, means this is the sale of that particular product. And here let's give a class name. So already have the class which is sale batch class. If this is not the case, so it's not going to render anything. Okay, so now let's save these and let's see if this is working or not. It should work. Okay, so let's go to collection. Oh, okay, infinite call and also 404. So let's see what we're doing here. Let's go back here, or else it will be. So first let's go to the features, maybe. Okay, I got it. So we have the load products, load categories, this is fine. Oh, we don't have to give these man as dependency, that's it. Or else you have to take those as a use callback, but fine. So first of all let's save this. Okay, still we are getting 404. That means if I go here, we have the customer slash products, customer slash categories. So that means let's go here. How this will work, man? We need to change all of this, right? So we need to give for all here, or else this will break. So that's why it's not coming. So now if I save this, so let's see, so refresh this. That's it. So now you're getting the products. Fantastic, looking good. And you can see that this is coming 10% off, and this is what actually we need. Now we can render all the rest of the things. Okay, this is the important fix that we need to do. So once this is done, so now let's, after this, maybe let's do a cart content. So I'll do a class name and I'll do content class, and inside this let's take a div. I'll do a class name of detail wrap class, and here let's render all the properties. So I'll do here product dot brand, maybe let's copy this, render the title and the category. So I'll do title, and this will be category, and here this will be dot name, and here let's give the class name. So this will be my brand class, this class will be my title class, and this will be my category class. Fantastic, so awesome. So I think this is done, looking good. And after this, maybe let's render the price. So I'll do a div. So let's take a class name, and I'm just going to do here price row class, and inside this let's take a span, and here what we'll do, right, also I think we already have a format price we don't have, right? Okay, we need to create this. So for format price, what I can do, right, so let's go to that, or maybe format price we also need in other places also. Go to lib, go to utils, and let's add it here. So I'll do export function, and I'll do format price. So you're going to get the value. What will be the value? Value will be number. By this time you should be able to do all of this TypeScript because we have done a lot of types and everything. So we'll do new intl, and this will give you the number format. Okay, and here what you can do, you have to pass the format. So I'll do in, and here you can pass the style. So this will be currency. Let's give the currency, which will be INR, and also give a maximum fraction digit, which will be 0. And then what you need to do, right, you need to format this, and then you have to pass the value. That's it. So this is what you need. So now we can just call this, we'll do format price, and here what you need to pass, so you need to pass the, maybe here we need to pass the sale price. So let's pass the sale price. No, I think we already have the sale price, right? Sale price that we have created here on the above, this one. So save this. So we have this one. So now what we will do, I think this is fine. Maybe let's do one thing. If this is in sale, right? So I'm just going to do if has sale. So let's take a span and let's render the format price of actual price, so that user will understand, okay, something is going on, that means this product is in sale. So maybe I wanted to buy this product. So this will be your original price class, or else this will be null. See, awesome, right? Looking good. Alright, so I think this is done. So now what will be the next step? Maybe we also need to, let's return, sorry, not return, let's render some of the colors. Okay, so I'm just going to do here at the product dot colors dot length, if this is true. So or else here what I will do, right? So first of all, let's return null, or else here I'm just going to take, so I'll do a div. So let's do a class name, and here I'll do this one as colors wrap class. And here first of all I'm just going to check that how many colors are there. So I'm just going to slice some colors. So let's do 0,4, and here I'm just going to do the map. Let's get the color, and what I'll do, right, I'll simply render a span, and I'll just give the key, which will be the color. Let's give a class name, which will be your color swatch class, and also let's give a style. So here I'm just going to give a background color. So background color will be, so here what I can do, right, I think we have to create one more here, man. So let's go to that use customer hook, not here. I think we'll create one more method here. So I'll do export function, and I'll do get swatch color. So I'll take the color, which will be string, and here I'm simply going to do const normalized. So this will be color dot trim dot to lowercase, and now I'm simply going to do return. So you have this color map, this one, right? This color map that we have. If this normalized value is present in this color map, so you're going to return this, or else you simply return the actual color. Okay, so this is what you need. So now let's go to that component, and what we can do, right, we can use that method that we have created. So you get swatch color, and you have to pass a color. That's it. And also if you want, you can also pass a title. So title also will be your color. Okay, so this is what you need. So this is going to give you the colors here. Okay, now if there are more than, so let's say 4 colors, so what we'll do plus that much. So what I mean by this, I'll do if the product dot colors dot length, if this is greater than 4, or else this will be null. So if this is greater than 4, what I'll do, simply I'm just going to take a span. So let's do extra color class and see what I'm doing. So I'll do plus, so I'll do product dot colors dot length. So let's say the color length is 7, so I'm just going to minus 4. And if I save this, so let's say this is more classy. Here we have 5, so it will also plus 1. Awesome, right? And you can see that how clean this is looking. And I think this is done. So maybe let's do one thing. After this, let's take one more div here, and I'm simply going to take a button, and I'll do view details. Keep this simple, and let's take a class name, which will be your button class. And here I'm just going to do a class name, which will be your footer class. So we'll save this and you can see that we are getting this. Awesome. So now if I just refresh this, alright, so with this, now this page is completed. So what will be the next? Not this page, this part is completed. So we need to start working on this filter panels. Okay, so let's do this one in the next part. Alright, so now let's start working on the filter panel. Okay, but before that we need to understand that how many props that you need to receive here. Also let's copy the CSS classes first. So I'll just copy these and then we'll paste it here. Alright, so how many type we need here? See, first of all, I'm just going to do customer filter panel. This will be props. So first you need the categories. Okay, that these many categories we have. So this will be my product category. So this is the first thing I need. I need the filters. Okay, because filters I need to see, right, that how many filters we have already applied. So I'll do customer product filters. So this will be the second one. Then I need the available colors. So I need to see that for a particular product or for all the products. So what I mean by this, for all the products, how many colors we have, unique colors. Okay, so that will be my available colors, correct? So this will be my available colors. This will be what? String of array. Next, what we need to see we have has active filters or not, because we need to clear the filters. So that is also needed. What else we also need to do? So whenever on the left side I will be having the filters, whenever I'm going to select a particular filter, let's say I wanted to check only the product where the category is Zara. So I need to select on the Zara category. So that will be my toggle part, right? So I need to click and select, unselect, select, unselect. So that will be my toggle. So here I'm just going to do on toggle. This will be facet. Okay, and here what I'll do, so first I'm going to get the key, and these will be, so I already have a facet key type, and if you hover here, this facet key will be the all the types you have. So category, brand, color and size. Okay, so this is what I need. Also I need to get the value, that whenever I'm going to select a particular facet, what is the actual value. So I click on category of Adidas, that Adidas will be my value. So here I'm also going to get the value here. Okay, this will be string and this will be void. And then also I'm going to do on clear filters. So these all the props that we need. Okay, so first let's do one thing. Let's go here and let's take all of this. So I'll do customer filter panel props. So this will be categories, filters, available colors, has active filters, on toggle filters. Also you have on clear. No, on toggle, on clear we have already taken, on toggle facet. So these many things we need. Okay, so first of all let's do one thing. Let's remove these. We need to create all the methods also. So I'll do class name. Let's do this one quickly. Still have a lot of things left. Okay, so I'll do panel wrap class. For you can take your time. I'm talking about myself, so I need to do quickly. So I'll do panel header class, and inside this let's take a div and let's take h2, and here I'm just going to do filters. Okay, and here I'll do the class name, and this will be my title class. Okay, so we'll be getting the filters here. Okay, awesome. So I think this is done. So after this, first of all, first thing we need to do that if there is has active filters, so in that case I'm just going to return a button and I'm just going to do clear all, because this is important, right, in the filter part. And here I'm going to give a variant will be ghost, and let's give a class name. So class name will be the, what will be the class name? Clear button class, and we have the on click, and this will be on clear filters. Okay, so this is what you need, or else this will be null. So this is the second thing. So now what we need to do? Okay, so I think this part, this is done till this part. Now let's give a separator component. Now we will give take a separator, and after this I'm going to take a section, and here I'll do class name. So this will be my section class, and here let's take h3, and I'm just going to render categories. Alright, so let's take class name, and this will be my section title class. So now for every section we need to render. So let's do one thing. Also we need to take one separator here. So I'm going to take separator and now copy this. Alright, paste it and change this one to second one, maybe let's keep this one as brands. Next, what we have, we'll be having the colors, right? So save this, and then you're going to have the colors, and then at the end you're going to have your sizes. So you have the 4 filters. So now what we need to do, right, first of all we need to render all the categories. Now if I go here, right, so let's see, first of all we have the categories here. Also we need to implement the mobile one, that is fine. So let's take the categories first here. So you have the categories. These categories we need to pass, and these we need to pass from our collection component. So first let's go to that component where we have customer filter panel. So here I'm going to pass the categories. These will be categories. Here I'm also need to pass the filters. So filter will be filters. Okay, these we need to take from our hook only. Also let's see how many things we have actually taken there. So let's go here. We also need to create the available filters, right? So maybe let's go there and let's create some of the things that are left. So first of all we need the available filters. We need to clear the filters. We need to manage the on toggle, a lot of things. So first let's do one by one. So let's do available colors here. We already have the place. So I'm just going to do const, and these will be available colors. And here what we'll do, right, simply let's take a use memo, and I'm just going to take the product as a dependency here. So I'll take the product as a dependency, and here I'm just going to do const unique colors. So this will be new set, and this will be of string, right? So this will be of string. So this is the first thing. Now what I'll do, I'm simply going to product.forEach. So let's take this one as item, and here I'm simply going to do product.colors. Sorry, not product, man, item.colors.forEach, and here I'm going to get the color. And what I'll do, right, so I'm just going to add that unique color dot add, and then you're going to add the current color. That's it. Okay, and then what I will do, simply after these, not here, after these, in the return you're going to do array.form. These are normal JavaScript concept, nothing much to explain here. So unique colors, because we need to do what we need to, let's do this one sort also. So I'm just going to sort, and here I'll do a comma b, and I'll do a dot local compare b. Okay, so this is going to give me the available colors, how many colors are present in all the products, unique colors. Okay, so that is the reason we've taken set. So this is the first thing, we have the available colors. So now let's save this, go to the collection, let's go to the top. So let's take the available colors, and also let's take the filters, these two things. And now I'm simply going to pass it here. So pass the available colors, which will be available colors. Also need to pass the has active filters, which will be as active filters. So these 4 things at least will pass, and then later we need to again pass it. So first let's render the categories here. Okay, so what we'll do, right, so after these, so you created the 4 sections, right? So we'll start with the category first, this one. So after this I'm just going to take a div, and here let's give a class name, and I'll do stack option class, and inside this I'm simply going to do categories.map. So I'll take the item, and here first of all I'm just going to return. So let's return a button, and I'm just going to return category, not category man, item dot name, and let's give some options here. So I'll do a key first, which will be item dot id, type will be of button. Let's do a variant. So for this one let's take if this is active or not. So I'll do is active, and we have the filters, and filters will have the categories, right? If the category is equal to current category, so that means this is active. Okay, so here I'm just going to do if this is active, so in that case I'm just going to do this one as default, or else I'll do this one as ghost. Let's take a class name. So I'm just going to do this one as full width button class. Also need to take a on toggle, that we are going to do later. So first let's see, you can see that we have electronics, kids, laptops, men and women. Okay, so we're getting all the categories. These categories we have added in our admin panel. Okay, so this is done. So now what we'll do, right, so let's say how we're going to do the on click first. Okay, so let's do on click, and here I'm just going to call that on toggle facet, and here you have to pass the category. So you pass the category, and you have to pass the category, sorry, not category man, item.id. okay, but we need to create this, right? So we need to create where? So we need to create in our hook first. So let's close this one. So many things we have opened. Okay, here. So first let's do one thing. I think we have already have the places for clear all filters, toggle filter facet. So this is what I need, right? So we need to toggle facet. So look const, let's do this one as toggle facet, and this will be what we can do, right? So let's take the key. So key will be your facet key, and then you're going to get the value which will be string. And here first of all what we need to do, first I'm going to get the next value. So this will be new URL search params of the search params, and this will be my current value, which will be what? Search params dot get, and you have the key, right? So whenever you're going to pass the key, this is going to give you the current one, or else this will be empty. And then what I'm going to do, that if the current value that we have, if this is equal to the value that we are receiving, so we need to remove that. So you're toggling that. So what do you need to do? You need to do next value dot delete, and you're going to remove the key. And if this is not the case, so in that case you're going to do next value dot set, and you're going to pass the key with the updated value. Okay, so this is what we need to do here. And then once we'll do that, we also need to do what? Update the params. Okay, every time you need to update the params. So we'll do update params, and here you're going to pass the next value, and this is done. Okay, so this will be your toggle facet. So now let's do one thing. Let's create the handles what we have done, clear filters also, because now this time we'll be able to understand that how you're going to do clear filters, and this will be simple. So look, clear filters, and here what we'll do simply, so once again we'll get the next value, which will be new URL search params of search params, and you just have to delete every property. So we'll do delete, and here you're going to delete the category, copy this, paste it 4 times. So one will be brand, one will be color, let's do size, and then we'll do color, and then you just have to update the params with the next value. That's it. So this is what you need to do for clear. So now what we can do, right, we will go here and return these two. So we'll do toggle facet, and we'll do clear filters. Clear filters, I think we are already passing, right, or not? No, clear filters we need to pass. So we'll go here, and once again we'll go and then take toggle facet, clear filters, and what we need to do, we need to pass the clear filters here. So I'll do clear filters, which will be clear filters, and we'll do on toggle facet, which will be toggle facet. Okay, and this is done. So now if I save this, right, and let's see if I select here, okay, we need to see what is happening here first of all, or we are getting any error or not. No, we don't, it's not getting called. Why is that? Oh man, I haven't saved this, see. So let's see now. All right, so clear we need to do here also. Okay, I think now we can pass these also here. Somewhere we have done the clear, right? Clear or on clear filters. Go to collections, someplace we have done clear all, right? Let's search here. Clear filters. Okay, this is what you need to do. So we'll do on click, and this will be clear filters. Right, so if I clear here, you're getting this, and if you select this, you're getting this. Category is getting passed. Fantastic. This is also coming. Even if you refresh this page, see, awesome, right? And if you select here, you're getting this. Also you need to do here also, it's working. Awesome. Okay, see, I know for some of you this might become little tricky, because if you're a beginner, a lot of things are happening, you need proper concept, because but see, if you see from my side, right, for me it's almost next to impossible for me to explain each and everything. So you need to do your own research, you need to spend a lot of time to understand, and to not understand but to join every piece of puzzle. This is what I'm talking about. See, for me, I can do back and forth quickly, go here, add it, go here, add it. I hope you're getting right, but For some of you might get confused that, oh, you just added this clear filter, from where this clear filter is coming. So this is the places I'm talking about. So you need to take your time, pause, and then you have to do slowly. Okay, so this is what we need to do first. So now what we'll do, right? So categories are done, right? So we'll go here, custom panel, sorry, filter panel, and then I'm simply going to do one for brands. Okay, maybe let's copy this. I don't want to write. I'll copy this, and then after these brands I'll paste it here. So let's do some other change. So here this will become my brand options. So this is, I have the brand options. So first this will become now filters.brand, and if this is equal to current brand, so let's take this one as brand. So then this will be active. So this will be my key, and here you have to pass what? Brand, very important, and you also have to pass the brand here. Alright, and also let's render the brand. Save this, and now I'm getting this. So let's say if I do Zara, we're getting with Zara. Okay, so it's not coming. Let's say if I do Zara and then select maybe men, not coming. Kids, it's coming. So that means this is working fine. Fantastic, right? So clear this, and this is done. So what will be the next step? Next step will be our colors. So in the colors, what I'll do, right, again I'll copy this whole part, and then I'll just paste it here. So you need to change quite a few things. Okay, first of all, these will become your available colors now, because we have the available colors. Let's do this one as color, and now these will become, if the filter.color is equal to color. So this is the first thing. Key will become color, and here on click this will become color. This also will become color on toggle. Okay, so now what we will do right here, so I already have a class name added, so I'll just change the class name here. So I'm just going to do here color button base class. This is the base class, and then what I'll do, right, I'm simply going to give one check here that if this is active, so in that case I'm just going to do color button active class, or else this will be empty. So this is one change we need, and then I'm also going to do what, inside this will render a span here. Okay, we don't want to render the hex code, right? We don't want to do that. Instead we want to render this span with class name, and here what I will do, simply I'll do color swatch base class, and after this I'm simply going to do if this is active, so I'll do color swatch active class, or else this will be color swatch inactive class. And then I'll take a style, and here this will be my background color, which will be get swatch color, and then pass the color here. Okay, so if you save this, right, and you can see that we are getting this, we also need to change the class name here. So this will become now color wrap class. Alright, so now let's say, and you can see that we are getting this. Awesome. So first we need to test that if this is working or not. Okay, so let's do one thing. Let's select maybe men. Okay, there is one issue. I got it. So you see that this number of colors is now less, and the reason is because this is happening because this data is dependent on the products that we are receiving. So this is a mistake, so you have to change the logic. So for example, let's say if I select laptop, I'm thinking we don't have any colors here. Okay, so these we can, for now, multiple ways we can do that. The best will be to return the list of colors from the backend, but for now let's do this one in the UI also it's fine. So what we can do, right, so let's go to the top, and then I'm just going to take one more state here, and let's do this one as available colors, and I'll do set available colors, and this will be of string. Okay, so what we'll do, right, so we'll create one more method here. So let's go to the end here, and then I'm simply going to do async function get available colors. So first let's do try, and then let's do finally, and I'll do set loading will be false, and here let's make set loading will be true. So first what I'll do, right, I'm simply going to get the data, which will be await get customer products, and then what we can do, right, we can take these unique colors, and then I'm simply going to copy this part from here, and let's paste it here. Now instead of these products, let's take this data. Okay, so so I'll do this data, or else this will be empty array, and then let's set this one in this state that we have. So I'm just going to do set available colors will become this. Okay, and then we don't need this one here, so remove this, save this, and then take one more use effect and simply call the get available colors we have, right? Let's change this one to load available colors. Okay, so now let's save this. So now if I refresh this, let's see what is happening first. So we don't have any colors, but we have this one. But now let's clear this, and then I'm simply going to select. Okay, we need to remove the background first, that is fine, but filter is not working. So we are sending this one. Okay, that means in the backend we need to check. So let's see in the products what we have. So you have colors and sizes, so these are the properties. But in the backend what we have written, so you're taking the colors of these will be colors, okay, and these will be sizes. So this is the problem. So now let's save this. I think now this should work. Okay, so let me just clear this, and then maybe I'm simply going to select this, and you are getting this. Also, I don't know from where this background is coming. This part we need to check. So let's go here. I think I've used this one as background color. Where is that? This is the background color. Because of that, I think maybe it's coming. Let's do one thing. Let's check this one later. Okay, so for now let's render the sizes also we need to render. So for this one I'll copy once again this one, and after this let's paste it here. So the changes will be, now let's change this one to size wrap class, and these will be my size options that we have. Change this one to size. So this will be filter.size equal to size, and then just change this, all of this to size. So first save this, and you can see that we are getting this. So maybe let's say if I unselect and let's do S M, and you can see that we are getting, I think these we all have. See, now we are getting only 3 because that one don't have the XL size. So that means this is working fine. Also need to check one more thing. Let me just clear this one from here, and I'm simply going to do, let's do price high to low. Okay, it's coming low to high. This is working, and recent. All right, so I think this is done. So first let's do one thing. We need to do one more logic here, and that is we need to check that how many active filters that are available here. So that also we need to render. Okay, so now let's do one thing. Let's go to the use customer collection. All right, so we'll write it here. Okay, so I'll do const, let's do active filter badges, and this will be use memo, and here we are going to take active filter batch, and here what we are going to do, right, simply, so I will take, so let's take the categories and the filters as a dependency, and here first of all I will do const items equal to active filter badge equal to empty array. So first I'm simply going to check that if the filters has category. So what I'll do, I'm just going to found the category. So I'll do found, and this will be categories.find, okay, item, and the category ID should be equal to filter.category. So if this is the case, so that means that is actually selected. So I'll do item.push, and here I'll pass a key. Now this type is actually the type key, level, and value. So I'll do category level. I'm just going to do this one as category, and also I'm going to pass a value. So this will be the found dot name or else filters dot category. So this is first. Then we need to do the same for brand also. Copy this, paste it here. So this will be filter dot brand. This is not needed. So this will be brand, this will be brand, and this will be filters dot brand. So let's copy this. Then we have what? We have color and size. So I'm just going to do this one as color. Now these all are optional. If you want, you can do it, or else you can skip all of this. And this will be size. Okay, and this is done. And now at the end, what we're going to do, it's simply going to return the items. So I'll do return items. Okay, and this is done. So now what we need to do, we need to pass these active filter badges here. So I'll do active filter badges, and these I'm just going to get in my products collection component. So I'll go here. So I'm going to do active filter badges. Now if you remember, we have actually this logic that we have created. This is the placeholder that we have on this top here. So I'm just going to remove this. Now I can simply do active filter badges dot map. So I'll do item, and what we can do, we can simply return a badge, and here I'm simply going to render the item dot level, and let's render colon item dot value. Okay, and here what we can do, we can simply pass a key. So I'll just do this one as item dot, let's do item dot key, and here I'll simply do a class name. So I'll do active badge class. So save this, and if I select here, right, you can see that you are getting this category electronics. Okay, category kids, and you can see fantastic. Clear this, and this is done. So this is one thing we need to do. Now what will be the next step? Next step will be, we need to also render the mobile sheet component. So here what I'll do, right, I'll take one more div. This is the last thing we have for this particular component, and this will be top bar action class. Inside this we'll do sheet component. Inside this I'll take a sheet trigger. Let's do as child, and inside this, first of all, I'm just going to do a button. Okay, and let's take a slide horizontal. This is the icon, and then I'll do a class name, and let's do this one as mobile filter button class. No, mobile filter icon class. And after this, I'm simply going to do filters, and here let's take a class name, and this class name will be the mobile filter button class. Okay, so this is one change that we need, and then we are simply going to render a content. So I'll do sheet content. Let's do a side which will be left, and class name I'm just going to do mobile sheet content class. Inside this, let's render the sheet header, and then the title. So let's do this one as filters, and let's take the classes. So I'll do class name. So this will be mobile sheet header class, and this will be class name. I think for this one we don't need any class name, so let's remove this, save this, and then what you're going to do, right, after header, I'm just going to take the customer filter panel, and we'll pass all the props that we have. These props, copy this, and then we'll paste it here. So save this, and if I just go to the smaller device, right, you can see that you're getting these filters and you're getting this. Okay, fantastic. And this will work. If you select here, this will work. If you want, once you select, you can close this also, clear all it's coming, and this is working fine. Awesome, right? So with this, now this page is now completed. Okay, this is the important part here. So now what will be the next step? Next step will be, first we need to create the details page. So before doing that, let's create the collection details page here. So I'll do collection details dot tsx. So I'll do function, and this will be collection details, and let's return a div here. So this will be collection details. Okay, now first of all, what we need to do, right, so first of all we need to use this in our router component. So go to router, and then we have the collections. So after this, I'll add one more. So I'll do collection details, and this will be what? So this will be your collection colon id, because this is the dynamic component, right? So now if you go here, right, so let's see where we are rendering, sorry, we are sending that users to that page, which is in this component customer product card. And here we have the link, so we have the collection and product. So if I, let's say, click here, we have collection slash collections. Okay, something we are doing wrong. Why? Okay, we have, let's see the router what we are doing. Okay, this is collection colon id. This is correct only, right? Collection details. So you have the collection details, and what we are doing here. Oh, again we need to give slash collection. See, okay. So let's click, and you can see this is going to that page, and this is also changing. So now we will start working on this particular details page. Okay, now once we'll do the details, next I'm going to explain that what will be our strategy from this details page. And before that, let's do one thing, that quickly we need to see that why this background image is coming right here, this background color. So this also we need to check. So let's see this one in the next part, and then we will start working on the details page. Alright, so now before we'll start working on the details page, right, so let's quickly fix this. And the reason why it's coming, right, because if you see, we are using the SadCN button component. Instead, we don't have to use this variant here, and then just use the normal button component for this color. Okay, and if you save this, right, and you can see that this will work. So let's say if you select here, you can see this is working fine. Okay, looking nice. So this is what I wanted to mention. All right, now here I'm going to announce a very important point. Okay, now you have to understand what I mean, or else I know that some of you are going to comment out unnecessary. Not all of you, but first you have to understand that what I'm explaining in next 2 to 3 minutes. If you see that till this time we have implemented the admin pages, admin UI pages, and the profile page. And what format that we have used, so we are doing this, right? So we are creating a feature, and inside features we are creating api.ts, types.ts, and then there is a custom hook. Now, as I already mentioned, the idea of this particular project is not to implement the e-commerce. Instead, I'm going to give you various ways that how we are going to implement things. For example, I'm actually already showed you that how you can create a custom hook, and based on that you can implement the logic. I hope you're getting. But if you notice that we actually used just-end for this particular project, but we only use just-end for this auth, right? We have only one store. So now what I will do, right, from this particular part, now very important what I'm going to say, what I mean by from this particular part. So from this product details page till the end, what you're going to do right now, we are going to use just-end store instead of creating custom hooks. Now you might ask me that, oh, why you are suddenly switching? It will change the format, right? Yes, it is going to change, but there are two reasons. First of all, you will see that we have the header component, and then we are going to open dialog and everything. So first of all, we need a global store, right? Or else if we use custom hook, it will be like we need to write more logic. So that is one of the main reason. So we have some kind of global store so that we can actually show the count here, or maybe we want to increase the count or decrease the count, update the count here. So that is one reason. The second reason is, which is also very important, the idea is that I'm showing you multiple ways you can implement all of this. So first of all, I showed you that how you can use using custom hook. Now from this part, I'm going to show you how you can use just-end, and then you can use just-end logic in your component. So what we will achieve from this particular thing, so you will achieve this, right? So you are going to learn two different things based on your project requirement. From next time whenever you're going to create, so you know that, okay, I know how I can write logic using custom hook. I also know how I can write logic using just-end store. You are getting, right, what I'm trying to explain here. So that means I'm showing you two different ways based on your project requirement, or let's say wherever you are working, you will be able to do the both. It's clear, right? So that, see, I can do the same thing, right? Whatever logic we are going to implement, I can do the same thing using custom hook also. But that is not the point. The point is we will use just-end store so that you can understand that how we are going to use the global store also, and then we are going to implement. So from this point till the end, what you're going to do, right? So we have, what are the things we have? So first of all, we have the product details page. So I'm just going to write here. We are going to have the details page. We already have a lot of things left. Okay, so what I've decided, from the details page, wishlist will move to dialog component. So we are going to implement this one inside the dialog. So what will happen, on click of this, we are going to open a dialog. Then next we have the profile, right, or address. For this also we'll be using dialog component only. So for this one, right, we are not going to have this account component here. We are going to open a dialog. This is going to save a lot of time. In case you are interested in creating pages, what you have to do, just don't create the dialog. copy the exact same code whatever we are writing inside the dialog and put it inside a page. That's it. And then you just add that page in your router component. So this will be the change. The code will be exactly same. You're getting right what I mean. The code will be same. Let's say you want to implement a wishlist page only. You have time. What you'll do, create a wishlist page. Whatever we are writing logic for the dialog, copy the same code inside wishlist page and then just put the page in your router. That's it. So we are going to use wishlist as dialog component, address is dialog, and the main reason of timing because we have still lot of things left. Next, what we have, so address, once this is done, cart and checkout both we are going to do in a new component which will be a dryer component. Now this will be cool. So what we'll do, right on click of this, we're going to open a dialog, dryer component from the below, and you can see that it will look cool. Then also next we have the order and the returns flow. So orders and returns also we are going to keep in a dialog. Once we'll do that, then we need to move to admin orders. Then we have the admin dashboard, which will be very, very simple. And then we have the customer homepage. Customer homepage means this page. This page, the homepage. So these many things are still left. So now first we'll implement the details page and then we'll move to implementing all of this. So that is the reason I wanted to mention that for all the pages, whatever pages you are seeing now we are going to just end global just end hooks or state management instead of creating custom hooks, because we have already used custom hooks for our product list page, and also we have used the same for our admin side also. Okay, also if needed, let's do one thing. I'm seeing one thing that we need to improve. Let's go here. Maybe you can just do like this, right? That if this is loading, just return the common loader. Okay, so this also you can do. So let's see, if you refresh this, you're going to get this. Okay, so you'll not get that flickering issue. So this will work. So with this, now finally let's start working on the details page from the next section. Alright, so now let's start working on the details page. Okay, so first what we need to do, right? So let's close everything else. We need to do quite a few things, okay, for now, because some of the things will be related. For example, if I go to details page, right, we'll be having add to cart, add to wish list, which we also need to update here. Okay, so that means now most of the work, whatever we are going to do from this point of time, right, we need to do quite a few changes in our customer view, common, and the navbar also. Okay, in this component also there will be so many changes. Okay, before that, let's go to the customer products, right, and inside products let's create a details folder, and now I'm just going to create a store. Now remember, I know this might be little weird. I will say like this is a different, like why we are using for product list, why we used custom hook, why for details we are using store. So that part I've already explained in the previous section. This is just to give you the idea. It's absolutely fine. You can use the exact same thing using custom hook also, your own custom hook, or you can use the whole project using store also. Okay, so that you will get both the ideas. So now what I will do, right, before that, let's create some more folders here. So one we need to create for wishlist, and inside wishlist we are going to have api.ts, we are going to have types.ts, and also we are going to have store.ts. Okay, and then I'll create inside customer, I'm going to create profile. Inside profile also I'm going to create api.ts. I will do types.ts, and I'll do store.ts. Alright, so I think till this part let's complete all of this first, then we'll move to cart and checkout because that will be little lengthier. So first let's go to the we'll go to the store details. Okay, so first let's see what are the store types that we need here. Okay, I already created all the types, so let me just copy this so that it will save a lot of time, and then we'll paste it here, and then I'm going to explain that what actually we are doing here. So first of all, you'll see that in the customer details, so this is we are doing inside customer details. Okay, so just to give you the path, this is inside customer product details and the store. So you have a loading state, we have a data which we are going to store. So let's say if I go to the details page, I need to show the details here, right? So this will be that. So I already have the types here from the types. Then we have one selected image. This, because we are going to have multiple images, right, so we can select any other images also. Then we have product size, and then we have the selected color, so we'll be able to select color, that which color user want to buy. Similarly, you will be able to select size. This is to load the product, right? We need to fetch the details, right? This is to clear. The set selected image will be to set the selected image. I think I don't have to explain. Same for color and size. And then I have two more methods. One is to add to cart, to actually add to cart the product to the cart and checkout, and the second one will be to toggle wishlist, right? So I'll be able to add here, which will be updated here, and then if I click once again, it will be toggle, so it will be removed. So these all the things that we need. Okay, so now let's do one thing. Let's create const, and I'm just going to do default state, and let's do this one as, first of all, I'm just going to do loading. So loading will be true. Let's do a data, so data will be null. Then I'm just going to do selected image, which will be null. Now this will be empty. Then I'll do the same for selected color and selected size. Okay, so let's copy this, paste it here. So this will be empty, and this will be empty as product size or empty. Okay, and this will be comma. So now I think this is done, so save this. So now we will create our first store. Okay, so let's see how we can work with store now. It is similar. See, just and store are nothing but custom hook only. Okay, it's a custom hooks, but there is a different way that we need to write. For example, I'm just going to do use customer product details store. Now from this time you have to be very careful, okay, because there will be so many link that you need to understand. So first of all, let's do use store, and this will be, so you're going to get create from just and, so you need to get the create method, and here what you need to do, right, you have to give the type. So this will be my customer product details store. Okay, this is my type. So this is my type, and now what you need to do, this is going to give you a set method and a get method. It's very simple. And now you have to just give all the state here. For example, I'm just going to take the default state first. I'm going to destructure, and then first let's start with load product. So what I mean by load product is nothing but whenever I'm going to go to this page, I need to get the ID and I need to do the API call so that I'll be able to fetch the details. Makes sense, right? And that will be your load product. So here I'm just going to do load product, and this will be async method, and inside this I'm going to get the product ID. Now this product ID will be the product ID that I need, and then what I'm going to do simply, so first I'm simply going to do, see, this will come, you know why, because we have all of this mandatory. So either we need to make this one as optional, but let's keep it like this. It's a little irritating, but I hope you'll understand what I mean. So first of all, I'm going to give if product ID is not present, so here I'm going to say it. So here I'm going to, or maybe do, and this is too much, let's give this question mark. Okay, so that we can later do all of this, or else we have to write all of this here. Okay, so now so we'll do so we have the set, and here what we are going to do simply, so in the set let's make the loading, which will be false. If there are no product ID, data will become null, and then I'm just going to do this one. Selected image will be empty, selected color also empty, and selected size also will be empty. So this is the first thing. Save this if there are no product. Okay, and then what I'm going to do, I'm going to set, so if there are product ID is present, so I'm going to copy all of this. Okay, and then I'll paste it here, and I'm going to make this loading as true. So this is the first step. And then what we're going to do, we're going to take a try. Previously, remember in the custom hook, we are creating all of this and then using use effect, and then we are going to fetch the details. Here also it is same. We will be having this method, and we can call this method from any of the pages that we need. So I'm going to show you that how you're going to do that. In the catch, what you can do, right, so copy this and paste it here. Make this one as, no, we need to do inside statement, not here. So inside this, make this one as false, and then in the try, what you need to do here, so first of all you're going to do const response, and this will be await, and if you go to APIs, you can see that you have the get customer product details. So this is what you need. So look, get customer product details. Okay, and here you have to pass what, you have to pass the product ID. That's it, and this is done. So here you're going to do const product, and this will be, let's go back to the backend. Now see what I'm doing, we have done backend long back. You see, maybe I'm also not able to recollect what we are doing. So I'm opening the backend code side by side so that I can understand that what actually we have done here. You notice that we have written the product here. Okay, so this product we need. So that means in this one, what I'm going to do, I'm going to take the response, and this is going to give me the product. Okay, and here also we are going to return this one, because if you go to this API call, right, we have these types, and in the type you can see what you're telling, that we'll be getting a product and also related products, and the exact same thing we are returning here also from our backend. Okay, so this will be your response.product, or else this will be null. So this is what we need, and then you just have to set it here, and you can see that just-end is very simple and very light also. So this is false, and what you have to do, you just have to use. So what you are going to do here, so I'm just going to set this one as a response, or else this will be null, and it's what will be the selected image. So I'm just going to see that if the product value is present, so I'm just going to set the, so I'm going to get the cover image, that method that you have created, and pass the product. So this is going to give me the cover image. Selected color, what you can do, so this product is going to have the colors, and I'm going to set the first one as the selected. Okay, also let's give like this, orders, this will be empty, and the same I'm going to do for size also, and this is done. Okay, and then this will be sizes. Okay, so this will be the first one that we need. So first method, which will be load product, very simple. Next we have clear. So when we are going to do clear, what you have to do here, so here you have to just do set will become default state. So I'm just going to reset. Okay, now we can remove this because we have already written this one. Next we will do set selected image, set selected color, and set selected size. All three will be very simple. What we have to do, right, so let's give comma, so I'll do set selected image. Here you're going to get the value, and then you just have to do what, you're going to get the set, and you just have to give that selected image will be this value. That's it. And the exact same thing you have to do for all three. Paste it. So this will become set selected color. So this will be selected color. And why you're getting error, man? Value has any type. What I'm doing wrong? I'll do this kind of mistake, man. This will be set selected color, set selected size. See what will happen, right? I'll be doing too many things, right? You will also understand that these things are very normal. If you're not getting error, then only it is a little like, okay, why you're not getting an error, but getting error and then solving it's actually normal. And I will be getting too many errors, okay, while doing all of this. Alright, so I think this is done. Now we can remove all of this. Oh, these we don't need, man. Why I added this we don't need. Okay, so now next we have add to cart. Okay, and then we have the toggle wishlist. Now here what do we need to do, right? So for now we don't have the add to cart logic and add to wishlist. So for now let's do one thing, we'll create these two later. Okay, for now this will be enough, so that what you can do, right, at least we can render this particular page. You got it, right? So now what we need to do, right, so let's go to our, so let's close this, close all of these files that we have, don't need, and then I'm simply going to go to the pages. Let's go to the pages, let's go to customer and go to collection details page. So this is what we need. So first of all, what I need to get the ID, this ID. So how I'm going to get this, and also before that let me just copy the CSS. So I'll copy the CSS and then I'll just paste it here. So this will be the first thing, and then I'm just going to get the ID. So I'm just going to do ID. This you're going to get from your use params. Okay, these params is going to give you the ID. So here I'm just going to get the ID, which will be empty. Okay, now what you're going to do, right, so first let's do one thing. Let's give the, okay, first we need to do what, right, so we need to fetch this load product, this method here. Okay, so first let's take a use effect. So I'm going to do use effect. Okay, and also we need to take some more properties here. Okay, so first of all what I'm going to do, right, I'm just going to take use auth. We have the use auth from CLERK, and here I'm just going to take is loaded, and also I'll do is sign in, these two things. Also we have one more, remember we have created this use bootstrap auth, no auth, not auth, use auth store we have created. This is what we need, and I'm going to take the is bootstrap. So these we need later. So first of all what we are going to do, right, so on page load we need to fetch the product details. How we are going to do that? So first of all what I'll do, right, here you just have to do void, but you have to get this load product. But how you are going to get this load product method? This is very simple, because we need to call this hook, right? So you'll go here, copy this, and then see how you can use the just end. So you'll understand using just end also. So call this use product from what? So you use customer product details store, and this product details store is going to give you a state. And if you just do state dot, and you can see that you are getting all the methods. So you need the load product. That's it. So now what you can do, right, instead of calling the method from here, you are just simply calling this method here. That's it. So this is going to do what? It's going to fetch the details, but it's going to take the ID. So ID will be this ID that you have, and this is done. Okay. Also, let's do one thing. Let's return, and on return, what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to clear. It's also very important. So what I mean by clear means this clear method that we have. Similarly, what you can do, right, now one thing you can also do. So let's say you want to take this state, and here also you can take like this. So this is going to give you load product, and let's say you want to take the clear. This is also you can do. And now you can simply call the clear method, and you just clear the here. So it will, you go to the initial state. Keep the clear, the ID, and the load product as a dependency. So now let's save this, and if you go here, right, let's see if this is getting called or not. So I'm just going to refresh this, and you can see that you are getting this, and you can see you're getting the data, right? Awesome. So that means the data is getting, you're getting the product, also you're getting the related product. So this is what we need to render here. Now till this part, this is more than enough, because we need to first render all the details. Forget about these methods and everything. This we are going to do later. So now let's start working creating the UI. Okay. So I'm just going to do div. So let's take a class name. So I'll do page wrap class, and here you're going to take section, and I'm just going to do class name. So I'll do, let's do this one quickly, man. Hero section class, and then I'll do div again. So this will be hero container class, and here I'm just going to take one button, and let's take a link from React Router DOM. And what I'll do, right, I'm simply going to give a arrow left. So I'll do arrow left, give a class name, and I'm just going to do back icon class. Okay. Also need to give a 2 here. So 2, it will go to what? It will go to the collection page, right? So it will go to this page. Alright, and in this button, what you'll do, you'll give as child, you'll give a variant will be ghost. Also let's give a class name. So this will be your back button class. So do back button class. Alright, so I think this is done. Also let's give back to collection. Save this. So if I click here, you're going to get this. Awesome. So now I think this is done. So after this button, we'll take one more div here. Inside this, let's take a p and render the product. We also need to take the product. This product means we need to get the product, right? Product will be what? Product will be the data that, sorry, I'm getting confused. This data is going to give you the product. So what I can do, right, you can take the data here, and then I'm just going to get the product here. So I'm just going to do product. So this data is going to have the product, and then I'm just going to do null here. Also you can take the related product also. So I'll do related products. So this also is going to return the related products, right? Or else you can take this one as empty like this. So this product we need to get. So now if I do product.brand, so you're going to get the product.brand. Also let's return. Also before that, let's give a class name. So I'll do here hero content class, and here I'll do a class name. So I'll do hero this class, copy this, and let render the title also. So this will be hero title class. So save this, and you can see. So go back, click here, awesome, click here, awesome. So fantastic. This is also looking very clean, right? So now, so let's go back. So what I can do, right, so after this section, now let's take one more div. Let's take a class name, and here I'll do content container class. Inside this, I'll take one more div, take a class name, and I'll do here content grid class. So here what I'm going to do, right, I need to first, let's create our first component which is going to render the images. Okay, so go to our components now. I'm going to close these features, customer products, let's create details, and this will be, let's give this one as customer product details gallery. Okay, so this will be customer product details gallery. Okay, so now let's return div, save this. So we are going to call this from our product details component. Okay, so first of all, let's see what are the things we need to pass it. So we'll do customer product details gallery. Okay, so let's go to that component. So first we need to receive some of the props. So first we need to receive the product as a prop, this product. Second will be the selected image. Remember, we have the selected image and the set selected image, these three things. So first I'll go here and let's copy the class name from here, paste it, and also I'm just going to take the type. So type, I'm just going to do customer product details gallery props. So first I'm going to get the product, which will be customer product from our types. Then we have the selected image, which will be what, string, and also we have the set selected image, which will be the value you are going to receive, which will be string, and this is going to return void. So these three things we are going to receive in this particular component. So now we'll just take it here. So we'll get the product, we'll get the selected image and the set selected image. Save this, and then we'll go here. First let's pass all of these. So I'll do product, which will be product selected image. So selected image we need to get from this, right? So I'm just going to take the selected image, also set selected image. Let's take all other also, selected color, set selected color, selected size, and set selected size, because anyways we need all of this. So now I'm just going to take the selected image and then I'll pass it here, and I'll also going to do set selected image, which will be set selected image. Okay, alright, so let's save this. So now let's go to the details gallery, and then we are going to render the images. Okay, so first let's remove this. We are getting error here. Okay, so it's simply telling that if the product is not present, right, we need to handle the null condition also. So maybe we'll just return the common loader. Okay, so save this. Now why you are getting this cannot be a JSX component. Okay, we need to return this. So now I think now their error should not be there. Okay, so first of all let's take this one as class name, and I'll do this one as gallery wrap class. Okay, inside this let's take a card, and here we are going to simply take class name and we'll do main image card class, and inside this we'll take a div. So let's take class name and I'll do main image wrap class. Okay, and here what we are going to do, so first of all let's take a display image. Okay, so first I'm just going to do take the gallery images. So this will be the product that I have dot images, or else this will be empty array, and then I'm simply going to do what will be my display image, right? So let's take display image. So this display image will be either the selected image, or I'm just going to do a get cover image, and then I'm simply going to pass the product. So first I'm simply going to do that if the display image is present. So I'm just going to take the image, or else I'm just going to render here div, and let's do no image. Okay, and let's take a class name and I'll do no image class, and here I'll simply going to pass the source, which will be display image. Alt, let's pass the product dot title, and also let's pass the class name, which will be image class. So let's save this, and you can see that we are getting this, right? Fantastic. So if you can go back, let's click here. So you're getting this. Okay, now let's go here. So we also need to render the other images, right? Let's render below inside it after this. So first of all, after this card, let's take that if the gallery images dot length, if this is true, so in that case what I'm going to do, or else this will be null, and here I'm simply going to take a div. Okay, so first of all, let's take a class name. So class name will be thumbnail grid class, and inside this I'm going to do gallery images dot map. So I'll do item, and here what we are going to do, so let's return a button, and inside this I'm going to take a div, and here I'm just going to do an image. So let's do a source. So source will become the item dot URL, alt will become item dot title, no sorry, product dot title, not item, product dot title. Also I'm just going to do a class name which will be image class. So this is done, and here let's do one thing, let's take a class name, and I'm going to do thumbnail image button base class. So for this button, first of all we need to take a key which will be item dot public ID. Let's take a type which will be button. We also need to take a class name. So here what I'm going to do, right, so first of all I'm going to take the thumbnail button base class, and then I'm simply going to check that if this is active, so how we are going to get active. So I'm just going to do the is active as, so I'll do const is active if the display image that we have is equal to the current item dot URL. Okay, so now what I'm going to do, so I'll simply take that if this is active, so I'm just going to do thumbnail button active class, or else this will be thumbnail button inactive class. So let's save this. So you can see that you're getting this. Now on click of this we need to change here, and to do this I'm simply going to take an on click here, and what you need to do, we have to pass this on select image. I think we have this method that we need to take here, set selected. We have taken the set selected image, so it's fine, let's take that only. So we'll do, so let's go here, so I'll do set selected image, and what we have to pass here, we have to pass the URL, right? So I'm just going to do item dot URL. This is done, and we need to take like this, save this, and now if I just do here, see, okay, fantastic. So now I think this is working fine. So the first component is completed. Okay, now what will be the next one? Next one will be, we need to render the details on the right side. Okay, so let's go here in this component. So what we'll do, right, after this we need to create one more here. So inside this components, customer, products, details, here I'm just going to do, let's create customer product details summary.tsx. okay, I'm just going to create this. So I'll do customer product details summary, and let's take it here, paste it, and then what we're going to do, so let's close this component, go here. So after this product details gallery, I'm going to import that. So I'll do customer product details summary. Okay, so save this. So we are going to get it here. Now before we'll implement this, right, let's do one thing, let's implement the what is that, so we have the content related products also, because it will be simpler. So I'm simply going to take that if the related product. So for this one, how we are going to get the related products, so related products, we have this one, data.related products. I'm going to do the related products dot length, if this is true, or else we are going to do null, and I'm simply going to take a section. So let's take a class name, so I'll do related section class, and inside this I'm going to take a div. So I'll take a class name, so I'll do related heading wrap class, and here I'll take a p, and I'm simply going to do you may also like, give a class name. These all are optional, if you want you can skip all of this. Related eyebrow class, and copy this, and I'm going to paste one more time, save this, and I'm simply going to do this one as related products, and these will be related title class. So save it, and you can see that we'll be getting this here below. Alright, so after this what I'll do, simply I'm just going to take a div, take a class name, and I'll do related grid class, and inside this we're going to map it. So I'll do related products dot map. So this will be item, and here what we're going to do, so let's create one more component. So inside details I'm just going to do customer related products, maybe, or what we'll do, customer related product card. Let's do customer related product card dot tsx. So I'll do customer related product related card. Okay, so let's take a div, save this, and then we'll just simply call it here. So I'll go here, and then we're going to call this. So I'll do customer related product card. So now what are the things we need to pass here? First of all, let's pass a key, which will be item dot id, and then I'm just going to pass the product. Okay, so first let's take the prop here, maybe. So one prop is enough, which will be to get the product first. But before that, let's do one thing. Let's take the classes. So I need to take, let's see, product details, customer related product card. So copy this, and then I'll paste it here, and then I'm just going to do type customer related card props, and I only need the product, which will be customer product type. Okay, so save this. First let's take it here. So I'm just going to take the product, save it, and then you're going to pass it here. So I'll do here product, which will be the product that we have. Okay, so now we need to create this component. Now this will be a simpler one. So go to customer related product card, let's remove this, and I'm going to take a card component, take a class name, and I'm simply going to do card class. Inside this, let's take a link from React Router DOM, and here first we need to give it to. So this will go to slash collection slash, so we have the product dot id, so it will go to the details page. Okay, and here give a class name, and I'll do link class. Now inside this, first of all I'll take one more div, take a class name, and I'm do image wrap class, and here let's save this. Inside this I'm just going to take once again, so I think let's go to the customer product card, and we have this logic, right? Cover image, sell price, and the sell this one. I think it will be similar, so we can just copy this only. So we can copy this, and then you can just simply paste it here. First of all, let's paste this and import both from customer, and this also is going to import. So now we can do, right, we can just copy paste this exact thing, we don't have to do anything else, right? So I'll just copy this part from here, go here, and then just paste it here. So let's see what we're missing. So I just have to remove some of the things based on this. So here we don't need to render this as cell, we can remove this. Card content we need to import, so the content class, and here what you can do, right? So maybe let's no need to render this one, let's only render the p product.brand, and let's change this one to AS3 product.title. Then we have the price row class, so we'll do this one, let's import this, and for this one maybe let's take one class name, and I'm just going to do this one as sell price class. Okay, so this will be my sell price, and if you have sell, then we are going to render the actual price. Okay, and we no need to render these product colors, so remove this, and also this is fine, this is also let's remove, no need. Alright, so now let's save this and let's see what we are getting, and you can see that okay, we are getting this. So now let's refresh this. First let's go back, and I want to select this one. Okay, so for that one we don't have anything, and now let's see if I select here. So we're getting MERN cert, we're getting the same product. Let's see, so refresh this, Alright, so these and both are different. Oh, this is different, then why something we are doing wrong then. So let's go to the details page. So the related products, which you're getting data.related products. See, that's odd. I told you, right? I'll do this mistake. This will be the item, this item. Okay, so now if I go here, right now, see this is a different. Okay, so see it's working. So man light shirt, this is same only. So now you're getting Nike only related products, and if you click here, this is a different product. Okay, I hope you're getting right, both are different. So that means this is working fine. Even what you can do, right, let's say you can add one more for your woman Adidas, and then you will see that it will come here. Okay, so that means this is done. So next what we will do, right, let's go here, we need to render the right side one. So for this one I'm going to close this, and let's go to the components, customer product summary. Alright, so first of all let's go to the classes, so product detail summary. So let's copy these CSS classes and paste it here. Alright, so what are the prop that we need here? So first of all I'm just going to do customer product detailed summary props. So we need first of all the product, which will be the customer product. Then we need the selected color, which will be string. We need the selected size, which also will be string. Also we need to, let's do set selected color. So this will be val, which will be string, and this will be void. Copy this and then paste it here. So this will be set selected size. This will be also same. Also we need to take two more method here. One will be to add to cart, and one will be to add to wishlist or toggle wishlist, that we are going to take later. Okay, so now let's copy this, and then I'm simply going to paste it here. So first of all what we need, we'll get the product, we'll get the selected color, we'll get the selected size, we'll do set selected color, set selected size. Okay, save this. Now let's go here and we need to now pass this here. So first we have the product, which will be the product, then we have the selected color, which will be selected color, then we'll do selected size, which will be selected size. We'll do set selected color, set selected color, set selected size, set selected size. Now from where this is coming here, we need to pass this in a different way, but let me explain where we need to pass this. This we need to pass it from, we are getting from here, right? So we have all of this. Okay, now what we need to do, right, first let's go here. So this set selected side will be the product size, so that's why you're getting error. Okay, so this will be the product size because this is fixed. So now if you go here and you'll see that you will not get that error. Okay, so this is the first thing. So now what we need to do, right, first of all let's create the details first. So let's render all the details here. Okay, so now let's start with the first one. So first what we need, let's take a section, and here I will take a class name. So I'll do summary wrap class. Inside this I'll take a div, and here I'll do class name, and I'll do badges wrap class. Here I'll take a badge, and I'm just going to render the category of that product. So I'll do category dot name. Okay, and here I'll do a class name. So let's do category badge class. So save this and see that you're getting this. Awesome. So this is the first thing. Next what we have, so after this badge I'm going to do that if the product dot stock, if this is greater than 0, so I'm just going to render another badge here. Okay, or else let's render one more badge, but this time this will be out of stock. So I'll do out of stock, and you can pass a variant here, which will be, let's do destructive. And here what I'll do, simply I'll give a class name, and I'll do stock badge class. And maybe let's do one thing, right? So we can just give one small improvement. So something like if the product stock is less than equal 5, right? So I'm just going to do that only this many left. Okay, so I'll do only these many left. So I'll do product dot stock, let's do left. or else I'm just going to do in stock. Save this. So you're getting only 5 left for this one. And if you go back, let's see for other one, we have only 2 left, only 5 left in stock. Okay, fantastic. So this is fine. Let's go to that one. So what else we can render? Okay, let's render if it is in sale. Also you can do the same. So what I'll do, right, let's go to related products, take the sale price, this one, and the has sale, these two. So copy this and then paste it here, import this. So I'll simply do if this is has sale. So in that case I will do batch and I'll do here product dot sale percentage, this percent off, and here I'll do a class name. Let's do this on a stock badge class. Okay, or else I'll just render null. So let's see if we have anything in stock. Sorry, you can see that you're getting 10% off. Alright, so I think this is done. What else? So after these, let's take one more class, sorry, div, not class, and I'm just going to do here matter grid class. Inside this I will do a p, and here I'm just going to take a span. I'll render the brand. Sorry, this will be product dot brand. Oh no, sorry, my bad. So I'm just going to do only brand here, and then I'm going to render the value. So here I'll render the product dot brand, and for this one let's give a class name. So I'll do here meta item class, and this will be class name. I'll do meta label class, and this will be class name meta value class. Save this. So you can see that we are getting brand here. Alright, so next what we'll do, right, so let's copy this item class once again, paste it. So let's do this one as category, and this will be product dot category dot name. So you're getting category here. Alright, now what we're going to do, right, so after this div, so let's take render the price. Okay, so here we'll take one more div and let's take a class name. So I'm just going to do this one as price block class, and here what I'll do, right, so let's take one more div and I'll do a class name, and I'm just going to do this one as price row class, and then I'll do span and let's render format price, and then I'm just going to pass product. Sorry, I think we have the sale price here we have created, this one. Let's pass this one. So this will be the sale price. Okay, so this is done, and then let's give a class name. So this will be sale price class. Okay, save this. So you have this, and then what we'll do, right, simply the same logic that we have done, that if this is in sale, so let's go to this, and then I think we have that logic, this one, this is what we need. So copy this and then paste it here. So this I'm going to change this one to span, and this will be, so let's remove this. So I'm just going to do format price of product dot price, and let's give this one as original price. Save this, and you can see that we are getting this, right, so this is in sale. If you go back, let's click this one, you're getting the actual one. So now also let's render the product description. So after this I'll do product dot description. So we'll render p and let's render the product dot description, or else this will be null. So this is done. So now what we need to do, right, so this is the description. We have to render the colors and the sizes. So for this one I'll create one more component here, and let's give this one as customer product options group dot tsx. Okay, so here I'll do customer product options group. This is a simpler one so that we don't have to write 2 times. Okay, that is the reason we are creating, because we need to create one for color and one for size. And here we can copy these, the classes, paste it here. So first of all let's see what are the props that we need here. Okay, So first we need to get the values, so I'll do type customer product options group props. So first I'm going to get the values, which will be string of array. Then I'm going to get one for selected value, which will be string. I'll explain, and then we'll do on select. So here these will be value, and I'm just going to give this one as product size, and this will be of void. And then I'm just going to do a variant. So variant can be either color or it can be size, so we can handle both. Save this, and then what we'll do, right, simply we'll understand what we are doing here. So first I'm going to get the values, I'm going to get the variant, get the selected value, and also get the on select, 4 things. So now we can go to the details page. So in this details page, so what I'll do, right, so after this div maybe, right, so let's do it here. So I'm just going to do the product dot colors dot length, if this is true, or else this will be null, and here I'm just going to call that. So I'll do customer product options group, and then we have to pass all the values. So what will be the values here? So these values will be the product dot colors, then you have the selected value. Selected value will be what? The selected color. Then you have the on select. So on select will be set selected color, correct? And then you have the variant. So variant will be color, and this is done. Okay. Customer options were not, because it was imported using import type. Why are you doing? Okay. So now, so this is done. So let's go here. So save this, and then I'll simply copy this, paste it. So we need to do one for what? Sizes. So this will become sizes. This will be selected size. This will be set selected size, and this will become size. Okay. So this we need, and then after this, what we'll do, right? I'm just going to give a separator. So let's render those two buttons also, because we need to render 2 buttons. Then we'll create this one. So I'm just going to take one div. So let's take a class name, and this will be action buttons class, and here we need 2 buttons. So the first one will be, let's take a shopping bag. So this will be add to cart, and let's take a class name. So this will be icon class. Save this. So we have one add to cart. So for this one, let's give a type. So type will be button. Class name, this will be primary button class. Okay. Also let's give a disable, that when it will be disabled, because when the product dot stock is less than 1, this is when. Okay. Also we need to take one click, but that we are going to take later. So this is the first we have. Next we have one more button we need, which is add to wishlist. So paste it here. So this will be button. So let's give a variant for this one. So I'm just going to do variant outline. This will be secondary button class. Remove this, and here I'm just going to take a heart. So this will be icon class, and this will be save to wishlist. Okay. So save this, we're going to get 2. Fantastic. So now what you can do, right, go to customer options product group, because we need to create this component. And in this, let's take a class name. So I'm just going to do wrap class. And here what I'll do, right, also let's give a role here. So I'll do role as group. So first what I need to do, I'll be getting the values, right? So values can be either colors or it can be sizes. So I'll do map. So this will be value. So first of all, let's return here. So I'm going to return a button. So first what we need to do, right? So first I'm going to check that if the variant that we have, if this is equal to color, so in that case I'm going to render the color as a square box, okay, or else I'm going to render the value for sizes. So what I mean by this, so after this here, I'm just going to take a span So let's take a span here, and now what I'll do, right, simply I'm just going to do a class name. So I'll do swatch class style. This part we have already done, so I'll do background color will be get swatch color of value. That's it. So this will give me the value 0. Why this is not coming? This we need to check. Also let's do one thing, let's take the key here first. So key will be value, type will be button. Now I'm also going to do let's do a on click. So on click will be, so we have on select, so this will be value as product size, and also we need to take a class name here. Okay, so first of all what I'll do, right, I'm going to take here the base button class. So this is the first thing. Then I'm just going to give some more classes here. So first I'm going to give that if the variant that we have, if this is equal to color. Okay, so if this is color, so in that case I'm going to do color button class, or this will be size button class. Okay, also we need to take one more, that if this is active, so I'll do a active here. So I'll do const is active. So is active will be what? If the selected value that we have is equal to current value, this value, and selected value we are getting from our parent component. So if this is the case, this will be active. So in that case what I'll do, right, so after this I'll take one more here. So I'll do if this is active, so I'm just going to do active button class, or else I'm going to do inactive button class. So save this. So you can see that we are getting now, right, these two are selected, and you can change this. All right, fantastic. So this is working fine. So now let's go back. Let's say I'm going to select this, and you can see that you are getting all the colors and the sizes. Awesome. And this is working fine. Fantastic. So now with this, the details page UI is also completed, and this is looking very clean. You can see that how awesome this is looking. So next thing, what also, I think this part we have done, right? Yeah, this is also done. Okay, so what will be the next step? Now see, next step we have to do quite a few things. Why? Because once we click on wishlist, we need to update here, we need to open the dialog. Same thing we need to do for cart also, and same we need to do for my account also. Before doing this one, let's quickly make one small change that we need to do, where we are getting error, man. Okay, this we haven't used. Okay, this we are going to use later, that is fine. Just search for what is that, my account, right? I'll do my account, and here what I'll do, right, so I want all of you to add one more here, which will be my orders. Okay, so this will be my order. So later we are going to change this link is also not needed actually, because we will not redirect here. So on click of this we are going to open a dialog. So here for now just change this on to my orders, and later we will change this one, and here you can do shopping basket maybe for this one. Save one more. Okay, my account, my orders, and logout. Next thing what we are going to do, first of all what we will do, right, we are going to implement our wishlist logic. So what I mean by this, so let's close everything else. So we'll go to features, customer, and then wishlist. Okay, so these three part we need to implement first. Sorry, API, types, and store. So this will be the first step. Once we'll do that, then only you'll be able to complete this logic, save to wishlist. Makes sense. Once we'll do that, we are going to open the dialog, and then we are going to render the wishlist. Simple. Next what we'll do, right, before we'll implement the cart, it's very important, we need to implement our my account dialog also, or details or page, whatever. If you want to create page, that you can do. So for that one also we need to do what, we need to go to profile, and we also need to create this logic, API, types, and store. So next part, first we are going to complete these 6, API integration and the store. Once we'll do that, right, we will be able to implement the wishlist and my account. Once we'll complete both, then only we can implement the cart and checkout, or else it will be like back and forth we need to do. So first let's complete wishlist and my profile, and then we move on to the next one. Alright, so now let's start with wishlist. So first let me just copy the types, and this will be simpler one. So we'll copy this and I'll just paste it here, not here, we need to paste in the types. Also in the meantime, let's open the backend logic also, okay, so that we can recollect. So the cart, wishlist, lot of logic we have written that time. So first of all, let's see. So you can see that we have the get wishlist response, where we'll be getting the title, brand, price, all these details, right? And this is what actually we are taking here also. So we have product ID, title, brand, image, and the final price, only these. Okay, so what I will do, right? So first of all, let's go to the APIs and let's start creating all the APIs. So first I'll do export async function, and let's do this one as get customer wishlist. And here, so as usual, we're going to return API get. We are going to take the type, and this type, you can see all these types are added here, right? You can just take the reference. So I'll do customer wishlist response, and here you have to go to /customer /wishlist. Okay, so this is the first one that we need. Next we'll do export async function, and this will be add customer wishlist, and this will be, so first of all, for this one we need a body, and for this body we have this add customer wishlist body, where only you are going to pass the product ID, right? So to add customer wishlist body, so what we are going to return, so we'll return API post, and here we are going to pass the customer wishlist response, comma, so this will be add customer wishlist item body, and we have to pass the, so we'll do customer /wishlist, and if I'm not wrong, it was items. So let's see once. So let's go below, we have the items, customer, not this one. So we have the wishlist and then wishlist /items. Okay, so this is the second one, and the third one will be the delete one. So I'll do delete or remove customer wishlist item. So for this one, what we need the product ID, because I need to know that which product I want to delete. Product ID, which will be string, so this will be API delete, and this will be customer wishlist response, and we are going to do this on /customer /wishlist /items, and then I'll do /, and here we have to pass the product ID. Okay, because this is what we have here also, /product ID. Okay, so that's it. And if I go to store also, this will be simpler one. So first of all, let's see, we have the type. I think I don't have the type, so let me just write it. So first I'm going to do type, and I'll do customer wishlist store. So for this one, first of all, I need the items, the actual customer wishlist items. So here I'll do customer wishlist item, but this will be array because we're going to have multiple. Then I'm just going to take is open, so this is to open the dialog that we have. So this will be boolean, so we need to open the dialog, right? So for this we need, then when we need for set open, which will be to set the dialog. So I'm just going to do val, this will be boolean, and this will be void. I'll take one to set the items. So here I'm going to take the items, so the type will be your customer wishlist item of array, and this will be void. Then also let's take one to load the wishlist, because we need to fetch the items, and this will be what, this will be a promise. Okay, so this will be a promise of void. Then we need one to remove the item. So here we are going to do what, we are going to get the product ID, which will be string, and here this will be promise of void, and at the end we'll also take one which will be clear, and this will be void. So this will be our wishlist store. Okay, and now let's create the store. So I'll do export const, I'll do use customer wishlist list store. So first of all, I need create from Justin, and here I'm just going to do what, I'm going to take the type, this type just now we have created. So do customer wishlist store, and what we need to do here, so I'm just going to take set, and then here we are simply going to set all this. So first I'm going to take the items, so items will be empty, is open will be false, right? Initially it will be false. Then I'm just going to do set open. Now these all are very, very simple. So when we're going to do set open, what will happen, you'll get the value and you'll simply do set, and you're going to make the is open will be what, the value that we are going to pass. So if you're passing false, it will be false. If you're passing true, it will be true. Next we have set items. So this also you're going to get the items, and this will be set of items. Next we also need one for load wishlist, and let's do the clear first. So when we're going to do clear, what we need to do? So first of all we need to take set, and here I'm just going to take items. So items will become empty and is open will become false. Now let's do load wishlist. So when we are going to do load, so this will be async method because we need to fetch the APIs, and here what we are going to do, so simply I'm going to take try catch. So in the catch I'm simply going to do set, and items I'm going to make this one as empty, and in the try, so I'm just going to do const response, and I'll do await, and then we have created the get customer wishlist. So copy this, paste it here, right, and these we need, and then what we need to do, you just have to set. So I'll do set, and here items will become what, response dot items, or else this will be empty. So this is what will be to load, and then at the end we have a remove item. So remove item will be again async. So here we are going to get the product ID, that which product I want to delete. Now we'll simply do again try catch. So do try catch. So here for now let's do one thing. Let's install the Sonar component from sadcn. So I'll go to the client directory, and I'm just going to do npx sadcn @latest add, I'll do Sonar. So let's install. So this is done. So first of all what we'll need to do, go to main.tsx and then just import the toaster component here. So this will be toaster from Sonar also you can do. Okay, so save this. So this is the first thing. So here what we can do, right, we can, before that we also need to take the, I think it's called the toast component. Yeah, this is what we need. So we'll do toast from Sonar, and here what we'll do, simply we'll do error, and you can just simply pass that failed to add items to wishlist. Okay, and this is what we are going to use now from this time. And in the try you'll simply do const response. So we'll do await remove customer wishlist item and pass the product ID, and then we'll do set items. So items will be your response dot items, or else this will be empty. Okay, and then you'll just do toast dot success, and you'll do that removed from wishlist. Alright, so this is done. So this is what we need for our wishlist store, and this is more than enough. Now what you can do, right, first of all, whenever I'm going to click on the save to wishlist, remember we need to use this. So for this one, first of all, what we need to do, first of all we need to now create one more method in our product. So go to the products, inside features, go to details, and you see that you have the store here. Now here we also need to take now some more store. I think we already have toggle wishlist, right? So now I'm just going to remove this because we need to use this one. So here what we are going to do, right, we will be getting is loaded. We are going to pass is bootstrapped and is sign in, because only sign in user can add the product to wishlist. Okay, and this will be if the wishlist active or not. So this I'm going to explain that what actually this is. So first of all what we are going to do, right, so let's go below, scroll down. I think we're going to get error because we need to add that toggle wishlist. So now this will be async, and here what we're going to receive, so we're going to receive all those properties. So we have the is loaded. So let me just copy this from here and then paste it. So this will be is loaded, is bootstrapped, is sign in, and is wishlist active. So this is what we need. So now here what we're going to do, right, first of all I'm going to get the product. Now you see how much easier it will be. So how we are going to get the product? Now you see that in this one you have a data. This data is a customer product details response, which will give you the product, right? So what you can do, right, in your just end you have a get method, and if you use this get method, so I'm just going to use the get method. Okay, this get method will give you the state. So in the state you have a data, and this data will have the product. That's it. So you'll get the current product. I hope this is clear. If not equal to product, so you're going to return. Simple. So now first of all I'm going to check that if not equal to is loaded, or if not equal to is bootstrapped, or if the user is not logged in, so in sign in not equal to signed in user. So here I'm just going to use toast, and simply I'm just going to do here dot error, and let's do that sign in to save, and you're going to simply return. So this is what we need to do. And now what you're going to do right now, I'm just going to do try, and inside try, so first let's do in catch. So what you're going to do, right, so I'm just going to do here toast dot error, and I'll do failed to toggle wishlist item, something like this, or whatever you want to keep. So here I'm simply going to check that if the wishlist is active, if this is true, so in that case what we're going to do, we need to remove, because we are toggling, right? So let's see, if I select here, this will be selected again. If I select, so I have to deselect. So that's what I'm checking, that if the wishlist is active. So I'm going to do const response. So I'm going to do what? So I'm going to do await, and I'll do remove item, customer wishlist item, and here you have to pass the ID. So you'll get the product, and this product is going to give you the ID. That's it. Alright, now what you need to do, now this is where you have to understand how you can work with just and. Now if you notice what you need to do, right, if you go to store of wishlist, you have one items, these items, right, this item. So when you are going to remove, you need to update these items also. I hope this is clear. So now let's see, if I have 5 items that are added in the wish list, and I'm removing this particular item, so this will be 4. That means whenever I'm going to remove from here, I also need to update these items also. How you can do that? So it's very simple. Here you have to use this hook first. So you have a use customer wishlist store. So you're going to use this. So we'll do use customer wishlist store. Okay, and then you have a get state. So this will give you the get state, and then what you can do, right, this get state is going to give you this set items method, which actually will help you to update the items in the state. So here you can do set items, and now you have the response dot items or else empty. That's it. So this is going to do what? It's going to update that, and here I'm just going to do toast dot success, and I'm just going to do remove something like this, and I'm going to return. And if the wishlist active is false, that means what I need to do, if this is currently it is what, false, it is not added, so I need to add the item. So here I'm just going to do const response, and this will be await, and I'll do add customer wishlist, and here what you have to pass, so in the body you have to pass the product ID. So if I'm not wrong, let's go to the cart wishlist. So you'll see that we have the request.body.product ID. So here what I have to pass, I have to pass the product ID, and here you have to do product.id. Okay, that's it. Again you have to do the same thing, so you have to update. Okay, and then you'll do added or saved, whatever you want to give, and this is done. So now we have created this method. So this method now we are going to use. First of all, so let's close everything else, okay, or else this will be little confusing. First let's go to pages, go to your collection details page, and here I'm going to take the toggle wishlist, right? This toggle wishlist I need to use. So now what we need to do that, so first of all we need to pass this toggle wishlist in this component. Which component? That is the product summary, because in this product summary you'll see that you are going to have the, what is that, save to wishlist. Okay, so let's do one by one. First we'll go to this customer details customer product details summary, and here let's go to the top, and I'm going to add one more here, and this will be toggle wishlist, and here I'm just going to do promise, and this will be void. Okay, and then I'm going to use this toggle wishlist here, because we need to also pass it from here, that is fine. And this toggle wishlist I'm going to use where? In that button that we have, simply. So I'll go to the below. Now where is that? This save to wishlist. So now here I'm going to take a on click, and I'm simply going to use void toggle wishlist. Okay, so this is done, not yet completed. Why? Because we need to also pass it from this component. So now what we can do, right, I'm just going to do toggle wishlist, and now here what you have to pass, so that you need to understand. So here you have the toggle wishlist method. This is the method, and you see you have to pass is loaded, is bootstrapped, is signed in, and is wishlist active or not. And that is the reason you'll see that we have taken all of this before. So now we can get is loaded, is signed in, is bootstrap, but how we are going to get that is wishlist active or not, so that you need to understand. So how you are going to do that, see, you have some wishlist item that will be automatically saved whenever you are going to add some wishlist, but where it will be saved, these will be saved in your wishlist store. So if I go here, go to store, this is your items, so this is where your wishlist item will be stored, correct? So here I need to check that if my current product, that product that I'm trying to add, if that is present in the wishlist item or not. I know this is a little not tricky, I will say, but if you're a beginner, this will be a little tricky to understand, but if you already done this project, you'll understand what I mean. So this wishlist state is going to hold all your wishlist items, right? Let's say 5 items. Then you have to check if this item is present in that state or not. Okay, that will give us if the current wishlist item is added in these items or not. So first what I'm going to do, so let's do one by one. So first I'm just going to add one more here. Let's do after this, after related products, I'm just going to do is wishlist active. So here I'm simply going to get the product, right? If this is the case, so I'm just going to take the wishlist item. Okay, so first I'm going to get the wishlist item. So how I'm going to get that? So I'm going to get it from my wishlist store. So here I'm just going to do wishlist items. This will be use customer wishlist store. So this is going to give me state, and then I'm going to do state dot items. All right, and this wishlist item I can check here that if this wishlist item dot sum item, and I'm simply going to do if the item dot product ID is equal to the current product ID that we have. If this is the case, that means this is actually present, or else this will be false. So this will give me the is wishlist active or not. Now what we can do, right, on this this toggle wishlist, we need to pass 4 things, right? So first of all, we need to pass is loaded, we need to pass is bootstrapped, we need to check pass the is signed in or not. So I'll do boolean, I'll do is signed in, which you're going to get from CLERK, and then I'm going to pass is wishlist active. So now I think this is done. Alright, so now I think this is done, so let's quickly test it. Okay, so I'll just refresh this page. Let's go to inspect, go to network, and then let's try to add here. We're getting failed to toggle wishlist items. Post, oh I see, okay, got it. I don't see we are passing the payload here. See, so this will to pass here body first, and then let's try to save. I think let's save the server side once again. There might be some error. Alright, so now let's save once again. Okay, still we are getting error here. Cannot be property of null reading create. Okay, so that means there might be some issue with the wishlist creation. Oh, this will be wishlist. So this is the error. Let's see the delete also. You are doing correct only, right? Product ID string dot body. Oh no man, these will be params. See, so this is also error. So these two we need to correct. Fine. So now let's see. So refresh this, and now if I do save, alright, so now this is saved. But the point is we need to now check if we click again it should be remove. Still we are getting error here. Alright, products will is or product or see field. So many errors man I've done. Filter. Okay, so save this. So now let's see again. Alright, so I'll just select again. Alright, so now we're getting 200. Okay, and if I select once again, saved, select once again, removed, finally. So now I think this is done, but one more change we need to do here. Okay, and that is so first of all let's do one thing, right? Let's go to that component that where we have. Okay, let's minimize this. Not here man, we need the terminal. Let's keep it like this. So go to the front end collection details, and then I'll go to the customer detail summary. Okay, and here we will do one more thing, right? So we need to take one more type here. I think we haven't taken the is wishlist active, that one. So here I'll just take is wishlist active, and this will be boolean. So this also we need to take, and then I'm simply going to give one check here. So what check we are going to give? That if this is true, so in that case I'm going to do remove from wishlist, or else this will be save to wishlist. Okay, also let's give a class name here. So I'm just going to change the class name to, so I'll do icon class, and I'll do is wishlist active. So I'm just going to do fill current, or else this will be empty. Save this. Also we need to pass the is wishlist active here. So I'll do is wishlist active will be the is wishlist active. Save this. So now if I go here, right, and select this, see, so we're getting removed and saved. Fantastic. So with this, now this is done, but not yet completed. Why? Now we need to start working on our navbar component. Now why we need to work on the navbar component? Because every time I'm going to select, I also need to update here. This is also important. So first of all, let's do one thing. Let's understand each and everything one by one, because we already done some mistakes in the backend, but that is fine. We will fix all those whenever we are going to integrate with UI and will face an error, right? So that is fine. So we can do all of this. So first let's go to the where we need to go. So first we need to go here. See, one thing I wanted to mention, see what will happen, right? When I record, I don't have all this created, so the main logic and everything I will be doing real time, most of the things. So that is the reason you will see that sometimes I'll get some errors and everything, I need to pause. But the CSS and the JSX part, that I'll be already created. So you can see, right, the types and all these things. This is just to save some time. So just I wanted to mention, if you have this kind of queries in mind, that okay, there are some issues are coming, but that is fine. So first let's go to the customer common, and then we'll go to desktop navbar. So first what do we need to do here? So let's do one by one. First I'm just going to take I'll do use auth store, and I need to get the is bootstrapped. Well, this is the first thing. Then what I need to do, right, I need to get a couple of things here. So I'm just going to get here, so I'll do items, not here, let's do, this will be use customer wishlist store, and I'm going to get state, and this will be state. So here first of all I'm going to get the items, so this I'm going to do wishlist items, and here also what I'll do, I'm going to get load wishlist. I'll take the clear, which I'll do this one as, so let's take clear, which will be clear wishlist. What else? We'll do set open, which will be set wishlist open. I think these four we need for now in this particular component. So save this. So first of all, what we need to do, right, so we need to first fetch the wishlist in this component also. Why? Because we need to show the count also, right? We need to get the count here. We need to, whenever I'm going to click here, I need to open the dialog, so I need to render the list. I hope this is clear. So to do this, what we can do, right, simply we are going to take a use effect, and now you see, so first we need to keep some dependency. First I'm going to keep the clear wishlist. Also let's keep is bootstrapped, is signed in, and is loaded. Is loaded also we need to take, I think is loaded will take from this is loaded. So is loaded, right, and also load wishlist. So all this we need. So now what we are going to do, first I'm going to check that if not equal to is loaded, or if this is not bootstrapped, so I'm simply going to return. We're not going to do anything. If this is not the case, so in that case I'm going to check that if the user is not logged in. See, notice carefully what you're doing. If the user is not logged in, so I'm going to clear my wishlist. So this is the first thing, and then I'm going to return once again, and then I'm just going to do void load wishlist. Okay, so save this, and now if I go here, right, so let's see, so refresh this page, and you see that you are getting wishlist, and you don't have any item here. That is fine, but I'll add this to wishlist, and now I'm going to refresh this, and you can see we're getting 200, and you're getting the data. Fantastic. Okay, so this is the first thing we need to do. Now I'm just going to create one more here, so I'll do const, let's do so sign maybe sign in UI, something like this. So I'll do if this is loaded and is bootstrapped, and if the user is signed in, so this will be true. Then I'll do const, let's do wishlist count, and this will be wishlist items dot length. Okay, so I think everything is completed. So first of all, what we are going to do, so first let's go to our nav, and you can see that we have this wishlist. So I'm going to remove this. Okay, instead I'm just going to do here show sign in UI if this is true, or else this will be null, and here I'm just going to do like this. So I'm just going to take a button here. Okay, and first of all, inside this I'm going to take a heart component. So let's take a class name. So maybe I'll do width of, let's do width of 20 px, height of 20 px. Okay, so this is the first thing, and then I'm just going to take a span, and here I'll do wishlist count, and I'm going to take a class name. So this will be my badge class. I think we don't have that, we need to write this. Let me just quickly check the badge class. Okay, so let's create one badge class, or maybe we can use this also. Maybe let's use the same only. So I'll take the cart one, and then I'll just use that one only, cart badge. This only we can use. I think this would be fine. Let's create one for wishlist. So I'm just going to do wishlist badge. Okay, so copy this, and then I'll just paste it here. So this will be wishlist badge. Okay, so I think this is done. What else we need to do here? I think this should be fine. Let's take some here. So I'm just going to do type will be button. Class name here I'm just going to do, so we take the icon link, and also I'm just going to do on click. So on click, what we need to do, I need to do set wishlist open, and this will be true. Okay, so this is what we need to do. Now save this, and you can see that you are getting 1. Okay, and if I remove this, 0. Fantastic. Select 1, remove 0. So that means this is updated. Now you go back, let's select this. See, so now on click of this we need to open the dialog. I hope this is clear. So this is done, right? Now if you see, let's see if I just log out, you see you don't have the wish list here, and that is exactly what we want, right? And if you just go here, let's try sign in to save. Fantastic. So now let's log in. Okay, awesome. So I think this is now done. So first of all, what we're going to do, right, let's create our wishlist dialog component. So first let's go to our components, customer, create wishlist, and then I'm simply going to go to wishlist, and I'll do customer wishlist dialog. Okay, so let's create this. I'll do customer wishlist dialog. Alright, so first let's create the structure, and before that let me just copy the CSS classes. Okay, so here what we're going to do, so I'm just going to take a dialog from components. Inside this we'll take a dialog content, and let's give a class name. So class name will be dialog class. So now first of all we need to give the open and on open change. But how we are going to get the open and on open change? Now this is where you have your wish list store, and this is what you need, is open and set open, remember? So now what we can do, simply I'm just going to take, so I'll do use customer wishlist store, and you see how easy that is to use. State, and then you simply get is open and set open. So here what you have to pass, you have to pass open. So open will become the is open, and on open change will become the set open. Okay, so here what you're going to do, I'm just going to get the dialog header, and inside this I'm going to take dialog title. Okay, and let's maybe take one heart icon, and I think we have to take, so I'll do const, I think we don't have the icon class, So here I'm just going to do height of 4 and width of 4, and let's use it here. So I'll do class name and I'll do icon class. Okay, and also let's take class name. So I'll do dialog title. I think we don't have the title class. Let me just quickly create this. So I'll do const dialog title, and this will be flex items center, and I'll do gap of 2. Save this, and now you see that what will happen, right? We also need to use this in our navbar component. We need to render this component, right? So we'll go to the navbar component here, and then what you need to do, right, go at the end, maybe after this, what you have to do, so you're going to do show sign in UI if this is the case. So in that case you're going to get customer wishlist dialog. This you need to render, or else this will be null. Okay, so this you have to do it. Why are you getting error? Oh, this is not needed. So save this, and now you'll see that what will happen if I select here. See, right? Fantastic. So that means this is working fine. Okay, so now what will be the next step? Next step will be, let's create this component only first. So first, after this heart, I'll take wishlist. So save this. Okay, and then we are going to simply render the so after the header, I'm simply going to do a div. So do class name. So here I'll do content class. Inside this, I'm simply going to do if the items. So now we need to take the items also here. So I'm going to do items. So I'll do if not equal to items dot length. So in that case I'm just going to render no products. Okay, or else this will be null. And here you're going to pass a class name. So I'll do empty class. Next, so now I'm just going to do if the items dot length, if this is true, so in that case I'm going to take a div, or else this will be null. And here I'll take a class name. So I'll do list class, and here now let's do the map. So I'll do items dot map. So this will be my item, and let's keep this on simple only. Okay, so for now I'll take a div. Let's take a key. So this will be item dot. So here let's take the product ID, and class name will be item class. Inside this, so first I'm going to render if the item dot image is present. So render this, or else this will be no image. So I'll do no image. Okay, give class name. So I'll do no image class, and if this is present, so just render the image. So I'll do item dot image, and alt, let's use item dot title, and class name I'm going to do image class. Save this, and see we're getting 2, right? You're getting these 2. Awesome. So this is done. Now what will be the next step? So let's render the body. So I'll take the div. So let's do a class name. So I'll do body class, and inside this I'll take a p, and let's render item dot brand, and here let's give a class name. So I'll do brand class. Okay, so this is done. So now what we can do, maybe let's render the item dot title also. Okay, so I'll take a link component, and inside this let's render item dot rar, item dot title. So here what will be the 2? So 2 will be, this will go to slash collection slash item dot product ID, right? And then here we are going to do class name, and what we can do, the title class I think we already have, and also I'll do on click, and I'm going to make the set open will be false. So save this, and now you'll see that we have these, right? So if I click here, it will go to this page, and click here, it will go to, sorry, here it will go to this page. Awesome. So that means this is working fine. Now what else? Maybe let's render the, if you want you can skip this part, okay, not mandatory to render everything, but let's do format price, and I'm going to do item dot final price, and I'll give a class name. I'll do price class. So save this, we are going to get this, and then let's do one thing, let's render 2 button. So after this I'm going to take one more div, and here let's take a class name. So I'll do actions class. Inside this I'm going to take a button. So here let's do, so let's just do view only, and I'll do type will be button. Save this, let's see what we're getting. We're getting view, and what else? Let's do a class name. So I'm just going to do button class. Also let's give a on click, or oh, I think let's do one thing, not this, maybe we just do as child. Let's do a variant. So let's keep this one as let's keep default only, and inside this let's take a link, and I'm going to then render the view, and here this will be same. Okay, so this is done. Also let's take the on click also. Okay, so on click of this also it will go to that page. Okay, so this is done, and then last we need one more. So let's take one more button, and this will be, I'm going to take a trash 2 icon. So let's take a class name. I'll do trash icon, and here I'm simply going to do remove, and for this one we'll also take a type. This will be button, and what we'll do, class name, I'm going to do button class only, and here we need to take a on click. So on click will be, first we need to go to the top, we need to get what, we need to get remove item, and then you have to do void remove item, and you're going to pass item dot product ID. Also let's create this trash icon image. I think this I forgot to add here, so I'll do const trash icon, and this will be, let's do mr of 2, height of 4, width of 4. Okay, save this. So if I go here, you can see that you are getting remove. So if I remove this, this is removed here, we don't have any products. This is also 0. Go here, save one product, and this is working fine. View, you're in this page. Fantastic. So with this, now the wish list is completed. Okay, so what will be the next step? Next step will be, we need to start working on this my account, because we need to first add the address, and then only we can start working on the add to cart and checkout, because add to cart and checkout we are going to keep all at once. So let's see how you're going to do that account in the next part. So let's start with address features now. Okay, so we need to work on the profile. So we'll go to features, customer, and then we have the profile. Okay, so let's start with writing the types. So I already have the types, so let me just copy and then I'll explain. So first of all, you can see that we have the full name, address, state, postal code, and is default or not. And I think this is all the properties that we have. So let me just reconfirm once. So we'll go to users. So we have full name, address, state, postal code, and is default. Okay, and then we have one more type, right, which is the address response. Multiple addresses we user can have, and then we are going to have to add the address. So this is for the whenever you are going to add or edit new address or existing address. So this is that type. Okay, so now let's start with creating the APIs. So how many APIs we need? 4 APIs. One will be to get, create, update, and delete. So let's start with, I'll do async function, and this will be get customer addresses, and let's return. So I'll do API get, and inside this I'm going to do customer address response. This will be of array, and here we are going to do what? So we'll go to slash customer slash, this will be addresses. Okay, so this is the first one. Now what will be second? Second will be for post. So copy this, copy 4 times. So this will be create, or create is fine, create, and first of all we need the body. So body will be customer address form values. This will be API post. So first one will be customer address response, and then we have customer address form values, and this will be the same, right? But this time we have to pass because last time I forgot to pass the body. So let's pass the body here. Okay, save this. So this is done. Then we have the update. Okay, so we have the update. Now for update we need the address ID. Same thing here, like there is not that much new thing that we are doing. It's like same boring thing, crud. So here we have the customer address form values, and what we need to do, this will be API patch. So you'll do API patch, and here also this will be customer address response and customer address form values, and these also will be, but this time we need to pass the address ID, right? So this will be slash, and we are going to pass the address ID. Okay, I think this is done, and at the end we are going to have the delete. So I'll do delete, and this will be API delete, and this one will be, so for this one, okay, we also need the address ID here. So let's pass the customer address response, and we need to do the same thing. So we'll do customer slash address slash, and this will be the address ID. I think this is done. Let me just quickly re-verify one thing. So I'll go to the address routes. So I just wanted to see that in update we are taking it from the params or not. So we are taking from params, and also for delete also taking from params. Fantastic. Alright, so now before we'll start the store, I just noticed one thing that I again missed out to pass the body here in this update. So please pass the body, okay, or else it will not work. So let's start with writing the store now. Okay, and before that I already have the store type, so let me just copy this and I'll explain that what we are doing instead of rewriting everything. Alright, so first one is that you can see that we have the empty form, and this is the type that we have created, so we don't need the city and the country. So let's remove this. So we have the full name, address, state, postal code, and is default. Okay, then I've taken one more, form mode. So either if you are doing nothing, so it will be none. If you are adding a new address, it will be add. If you are editing an existing address, it will be edit. Then we have is open. This is just to open the dialog. We have the items, right? So let's import this. This is the mode, form mode. Editing ID means when we are going to edit address, or let's do this one as editing address ID. Form, this is the actual form. Then we have open profile. These all are the method. Close the profile or the dialog. Load addresses means when we are going to fetch the list of addresses, we need to get this. We have start add. Start add means whenever you are going to click on the add button, we are going to have this method. Means we are adding a new address. This is start edit. Then we have an update form. Now this part we have already discussed while doing the admin side product creation in other places also, that we have taken a key which will extend the key of the customer address form value. So this is going to have your full name, address, state, postal code, and default, so that whenever you are going to handle the on change, we don't have to do anything. We just have to pass the key and the value, and it will automatically set. Okay, this is to cancel, save, and then remove address, and then clear. So many we have, but this is just I have taken so that you can understand that what actually we're doing here. So now what you're going to do, right, we will create all of this one by one, and you'll see that it will be very easy to understand, not that much difficult. So I'm just going to do this one as use customer profile store. So this will be create from just and here pass the customer profile store. Now here first of all let's take set get, and let's start with writing all of this. So I'm just going to do is open. So is open will be false. Let's do slowly. Items, first time will be empty. Items is nothing but your addresses, right? Mode will be none, initial one. Okay, editing address ID will be empty because we are not editing any address, and form value will be your empty form. Okay, this is the basic one. So now what we need to do, so let's start with open profile. So open profile is when you're going to click on the open profile means whenever you click on this, let's say this my account, we are going to open the dialog, right? So this is why we need this. So here let's do one thing. Also one more thing we need to do, whenever you are going to open the profile, you also need to fetch the updated addresses, right? Because we are going to show the addresses in the dialog. So that means let's take this one as async. Okay, we need to take this one as async. And now what I'm going to do, right, simply I'm going to do set which will be, so I'll do is open will be true, and at the same time here what we need to do, right, we need to fetch, so we need to fetch the addresses, means fetch the addresses means fetch the load address method that we haven't created, that we need to create here. So simply what we are doing, that we need to get, so I'll do await and I'll do get, and then this is going to give me this load addresses. So simply you're telling that you open the dialog and at the same time fetch the addresses. Okay, so now we'll create this one in a minute. Let's do close profile. So when you're going to do close profile, what we need to do, we'll do set. So here I'll do is open will become false, mode again will become none because we are closing the dialog, editing address ID will become empty, and your form will become what, empty form. Okay, so you're resetting. So whenever we are going to close it, we need to do this one. So now let's create the load addresses. So this will be again async. So here we'll take a try and let's take catch. So in the catch we'll simply do items will become empty, and in the try, so we'll simply do const response, so we'll do await, and we have to get the customer addresses, so we'll do get customer addresses, and here we'll simply set, and let's set items which will be a response dot items, or response dot items, it's not coming. Oh, okay, sorry, this will be only this, so array will not be there. So now let's try. So this will be response dot items, or else this will be empty. Okay, so I think this is done. So this is about the load address. Then we have start add. So when we are going to add a new address, that time what we need to do, so first of all we need to set the mode as add, then we need to do editing address ID will be empty, and we need to make the form as empty because we'll start from scratch. Then when you're going to do start edit, so in that case first of all we need to get the current address, that which address you want to edit, or let's do this one as current address. Okay, so first I'm just going to do here set. So set will become mode will be what, edit, editing address ID will become current address dot ID, right? It's important because until unless we'll get the ID, won't be able to do that. And then form values you need to set. So I'm just going to do full name will become current address dot full name, address will become current address dot address, state will become current address dot state, postal code current address dot postal code, is default will be current address dot is default. Okay, so this is what we need to do when we are going to do edit. Next we have update form. Update form is nothing but we need to, I think this part we've already done, that we have the key and value, and what we'll do, simply we'll do set. First of all we need to get the previous state. So how we can do, so this set method is going to give you the state. Okay, and what you can do here, simply first of all we need to do what, we need to update the form. So here I'm going to take the form, and this form will be first, very important, you need to destructure the previous form value, and then you are going to just do key will become the value. Okay, so this is what update form is doing here, this update form. All right, so this is done. So now next will be, so we have the cancel form. So when you are going to cancel, that time very again it is simple. So I'm just going to do set, mode will become none, editing address ID mode will become none, editing address ID will become empty, and form will become empty. Okay, so this is done. Next we have the save. Save means what, whenever we are going to update or create, so we need to either call this create address or the update address, this, and also we have the remove. So let's create these two also. So I'm going to do save form. So in the save form, this will be async, right? This will be async method because we need to do the API call here. Alright, first of all what we need to get, so first we need to get three things from our get. So we need to get the current mode, we need to get the current editing address ID, also we need to get the form. Okay, now what I'll do, right, I'm going to create the payload. So let's create the payload. So this payload will be your full name will be the form dot full name dot trim, let's do address, this will be form dot full name dot address, no, not full name, form dot address dot trim. Then we have state, so this will be form dot state dot trim. Then we have the postal code, which will be form dot postal code dot trim. And then we have the is default, which will be form dot is default. Okay, so this is what we need to pass. So now we can take a try catch. So here, first of all, I'm just going to take a toast and I'll do error and I'll do failed to add or update address. And in the try, so simply we'll do const response, and you can see how clean we have created. So you just have to do if the mode is equal to edit, so you have to call the edit API. So I'm simply going to have it and I'll do update customer address, simple. And then you have to pass the editing address ID, because it is going to receive two things, editing address ID and the body. So body will be what? Your payload, this payload that we have created. So this will be the payload. And if this is not the case, so that means we are adding a new address, so we need to do create customer address and we need to pass the payload, and this is done. And then at the end you are going to set, so your items will be response dot items or else empty. Then we have the mode, which will become again none. Editing address ID will become empty, and also you're going to make the form, which will be empty state, empty form. And this is done. So this is about the save form. Okay, and at the end we are going to have the remove address. Alright, so remove address, what you're going to do first. So let's do remove address. First we need what? So this also will be async. You need the current address ID, or let's take only address ID. And here first let's take the try. Okay, and in the catch I'll do toast dot error, and here we are simply going to do that failed to delete address. Also let's do one thing, when we are creating this one, right, so after these let's add toast dot success, and I'll do here, I'm simply going to check that if the mode is equal to edit, so I'll do address updated, or else this will be address created. Okay, so this is done. Remove address. So first of all, what we need to do, so first we need to call the API. So I'm just going to do response, so this will be await delete customer address, and here I'm simply going to do that. Oh man, no, we need to change one thing. Let's go to API, let's do address only. Okay, delete customer address, save this, and let's go to the top. I think we are not importing that, right? Delete one. Okay, so now we'll go here and I'll do delete customer address, and we have to pass the address ID. So this is the first thing. Then I'm simply going to do set, so we'll get the state. So here items will become response dot items or else empty. Mode. Okay, so what will be the mode? If the state dot editing address ID, okay, if this is the same as this address ID, okay, so in that case I'm going to make this one as none, or else this will be the state dot mode, the existing state. Okay, same for editing address ID. So I'm going to do, if the state dot editing address ID means the one that I'm editing, that only I'm actually deleting, which will become address ID. So in that case I need to make this one as empty, or else I'm going to keep this one as state dot editing address ID. You take some time and try to understand that what actually you're doing here. For me it's not possible to explain each and everything, so see that what is happening here. Next, same will be for form, that if the state dot editing address ID, if this is the same as the one that we are deleting, so in that case we need to empty the form, right? Because we can't have the data and delete at the same time. And if this is not the case, so I'm going to do state dot form, and then I'm simply going to do toast dot success, and this will be address deleted successfully. And I think this is done. And then we have what? So this is the remove one, and at the end we are going to have the clear one. So I'll do clear and clear we are going to do set. So I'll do is open false, items empty, mode will become none, form will become empty form, and editing address ID will become empty. Okay, so I think this is done. What we are missing here? This is not an error. Okay, so now I think this is done. So what will be the next step? Next step will be, first of all, we need to create the dialog, and we also need to go to our desktop navbar, and on click of that we also need to open that dialog. Okay, before that let's do one thing. Let's take the hook here. So I'm just going to do use customer profile store, and here I'm going to get the state here. So we need to get all the properties. So let's do this one in the next part. Alright, so now let's start creating the dialog. Okay, so before that, first let's take here. So this is the last part I have done, right? So we need to take the load address, and also not load address, sorry, here we'll take the open profile and the close profile. Why? Because first of all, let's take here this in this use effect, if the user is not signed in, right, so we can't show the user information, right? So what we need to do here, we need to call the close profile, not close profile. What I'm doing, man, not close, sorry, my bad. This will be clear profile, because we need to clear the profile, right? So we have the clear, and this will be, let's take this one as clear profile. Okay, so this we need to clear first of all. This is the first thing, and let's take the clear profile as a dependency also. Okay, now next step will be what we need to do, right? We also need to use this open profile on click of this my account. So first let's go there, and then we have this link. Now as I already mentioned, this link is not needed, right? So maybe what we can do here, let's take, so first of all we need to give a condition. Okay, we already have the condition that is signed in, then we need to do it. So what we can do, right, maybe let's remove this link, also remove this link, and here in this drop down menu item, so I'm just going to take the on click. So I'll do on click, and here I'm simply going to do void, and I'll do open profile. So I'm going to call that, and here I'm just going to do the class name, and this class name will be what is the class name that we are using? Drop down item link, right? Drop down item link. Save this. Okay, so currently it will not come because we have to create this, but first we need to test it. So we'll go to customer, let's go to customer wishlist. Okay, so in the customer I'm going to create a profile, and here I'll do customer profile dialog.tsx. okay, and we need to do one very important thing, right? In the pages you will see that we have a profile page, and these actually don't need anymore. Okay, we are not creating any separate page for this one, so we need to do a couple of changes here. Okay, so I'm just going to remove this, and let's go to the router.tsx, and I'm going to remove this customer profile from here, and also from here. This is not needed for now. Save this, and also we need to do one more thing. So search in this source folder when we are going to /profile. Okay, not here. I think some places we are redirecting, right? Search for profile in the public only layout. Okay, this is where. So what you can do, right, if this is sign in, and if this is location is signed in or location is signed up, so in that case we'll just go to the home page only for now. I think this is fine because we don't have that particular page, right? So what I mean, currently the user is signed in, right? So let's see if I try to access the sign in page. See, you'll be in the home page only. Awesome. So this is fine. Anything else? Let's see. No, I think this is fine. So now let's go to the components, and I'll go to the customer, go to profile and customer profile dialog, and now I'll create this. So I'll do customer profile dialog. Okay, let's return a div, and I'm going to not div. So let's do one thing. Here we need to take a dialog, right? So let's take the dialog only so that we can test it. So I'll do dialog, and inside this let's take the dialog content, let's do dialog header, and let's do dialog title. Okay, so this is my profile. I'll just test it once first. So save this. Now here we need to pass what? Open and on open change, correct? So how we are going to get? So open will be your, so you're going to get from your use customer profile store, and this is going to give you is open, and also here you're going to have what? On open change, you're going to have close profile. So now you can simply pass open, so this will be is open, and on open change, what you can do, you can simply do open, and I'll do not equal to open, and we're going to call this close profile, and this is done. So now let's save this. You can see that if I just go here in the customer navbar, right? So let's go to the down, and here we have to add one more. So I'm going to copy this, paste it here. So if the user is logged in, so I'm just going to do customer profile dialog. Okay, save here. So now let's see what is happening. So if we go here and click this, see, click, this is coming. If I click here, we are getting wishlist, and in profile we are getting profile. That means this is working fine. Okay, so now what we need to do, right? So let's go here and let's copy the CSS classes that we are going to use. So many classes we have, it will take a lot of time. We're not going to write for sure. So first let's paste it here, all the classes. Okay, so now let's do one by one. So first let's go to the dialog content, and I'm going to do class name, and I'll do dialog class. For header it's fine. For dialog title, let's see we have the dialog title or not. I think we don't have the dialog title, so let's create one for dialog title. So here I'm just going to do a dialog title, and let's do this one as flex items center, and I'll do gap of 2, and let's use it here. So class name, and I'm simply going to do dialog title. Alright, so I think this is done. Next, what we are going to do, so after this dialog header, I'm going to take a div. So class name, so this will be my cell class, and inside this let's take a section, and let's give a class name. So I'll do account card class, and here we'll take a div, and let's do one thing, let's take class name. So I'm just going to enter some normal information. So here I'm just going to do account row class, and here let's take one more div, class name, and here I'll do account text class, and inside this let's render the display name. Okay, so how you are going to get the display name? So display name you can get from our CLERK user, right? So here what I'll do, simply I'll do const, and here I'll simply going to do use user from CLERK, and this is going to give me the user information. Okay, so here we can use this user to render the display name, and here I'm simply going to do user dot full name. Okay, so save this, and you can see that we are getting this. Awesome. Now you can get it from DB also, it's fine. So this is one thing we need. Now if you want, you can also render the email also, or maybe let's do that. So let's let's give a class name here. I think I already have a class name. Let me just check. I think it's account title class, and also I'm just going to take p, and here I'm just going to do what? So I'll do user dot email address. I think no, email address it will be, let's take the primary email address. So I'll do primary email address dot here this will be email address. Okay, and here I'm just going to do a class name. So class name will be email class. Save this. So you have this. Okay, so now if I go here, this is fine. So first of all, what we are going to do, also we can do, no, I think let me just check one thing. Let me just log out once. Okay, we don't have the account. I thought that we are rendering the account here, but we are not rendering. That is fine. Then we can start doing the rest of the things. So after this, what we will do, right? So maybe after this I'm going to take a p, and I'll do points. This we are going to do later, and I'll do 100 for now, and I'll do a class name, and let's do this one as point class. So let's see, you can see that we are getting points. So this is done. Okay, so now what we need to do, we need to render the addresses on the left side, and we also need to render the actual address form on the right side. This will be the structure. So first I'm going to do div, so I'll do class name. So here we need to now do a couple of things, right? So first I'm going to do here, so let's do one thing. We'll take one for the show form, right? Show form means when we are going to show the form, and so the show form we are going to do first. Let's take the mode here. We also take the mode. We also need to take the start add. We also need to take the start edit. We also need to take the update form. What else we have? We also have the cancel form. We also have the save form, and also we have the remove address. And I think this is done. We also need to take the items. Items means the actual addresses, and also the form. So these many things we need to take. Okay, so now let's go here. So first what I'm going to do, right, I will do when we are going to show the form. So I'll do const, let's do this one as show form, and show form will be if the mode is not equal to none. So either if it is add or edit, both the cases we are going to show the form. So here now what we're going to do is start creating that if show form, if this is true, so we're going to do grid class, or else I'm going to do single grid class. Okay, this is the first thing. Inside this I'm going to take a section, and here I'm going to do a class name, and I'll do section class. Here let's take a div, let's do a class name, so I'll do section header class, and here so let's render a h3, and I'm going to do saved addresses, and here I'm just going to do class name, and this will be section title class. Save this. So let's see what we're getting. Okay, so this is done. What else? Maybe so after the section header class, okay, we can take one more button only. So let's take one button, or let's skip this. Let's do one thing, let's skip this inside a div, save this, and then I'm just going to take one more button, and this will be the add. So I'll do plus, let's take a class name here only, margin right of 2, height of 4, width of 4, and I'm just going to do add address. Okay, and this let's give a class name, so this will be button class, and here I'm just going to do on click will be start add. Okay, so save this. You can see we're getting this looking nice. Alright, so I think this is done. So now next thing what we're going to do simply, so we'll go to button div. Okay, let's do after this. So here I'm simply going to do that if not equal to items dot length, right? So in that case the user have not added any addresses, so I'm going to do no address added, or else this will be null. And here I'm simply going to do class name, so let's do empty class. Save this, so you have no addresses added. Alright, so now what we need to do, right, we need to render the addresses here, right? Now addresses means let's keep this one simple. So here I'm simply going to do that if the items dot length, if this is true, so I'm just going to do what, or else this will be null. Okay, so here I'm simply going to take a div, give a class name, and I'm going to do list class, and inside this now we are going to render the addresses. So I'll do items dot map, let's do item, and here I'm simply going to take a div, so let's take a key which will be item dot id. Also let's take a class name, so this will be item class. Okay, and here what we will do, so let's keep this one simple. So maybe we can render the item full name. If this is the address is default, so we are going to render that this is a default address because that is important, and then let's render the rest of the things. Maybe let's start with the first one. So what we can do, right, let's take one div here, and here I'm just going to do a class name. So let's take item top class, save the, oh sorry, we have to close this, and inside this I'm going to do one more div, and let's give this one a class name. So I'll do item text class, and inside this what we can do, maybe let's take a p, and I'm just going to do item dot full name. Save this, and here I'm simply going to check that if the item dot is default, if this is true, so in that case I'm going to render a span, and I'm going to tell that okay, this is a default address. Let's give a class name, so class will be default class, okay, or else this will be null. Save this. I think this is enough, and here I'm simply going to take a p, and I'll do a class name, and I'm going to do this one as address class, and inside this let's render all the details. I'll do item dot address, comma, item dot state, comma, let's do item dot postal code, and I think this would be fine, right? All the things that we have. Save this, and I think this is done. So now also we need to also take the two buttons also. So I'm just going to take one more div here, and here we have to take a class name. So I'm just going to do action, what is that, action row class, and here I'll take a button. So let's do this one, edit. So I'll do pencil icon. So let's take the class name, so margin right of 2, width of 4, height of 4, and then here I'm just going to do this one as edit. Okay, also you need to take type will be button, variant, no, let's take variant, let's take this one as default only, okay, and class name I'm going to do this one as button class. Alright, and what will be the on click? So on click we have what, start edit. So start edit, and here you have to pass the current address which will be your item. So this is the first, and then you have the remove one, right? So copy this, paste it, so this will be delete. Let's take trash 2 icon, so this will be button, variant I'm going to give default, and this will become now remove address, and this will be item dot id, and this is done. Now currently you don't have anything, which is fine. So here now what we need to do, right? So let's see, if I click here, you can see that it's moving here, so you need to render that, okay? So we need to render the form now. So now what we'll do, right? So let's go to the section. So this section is completed, close this, and after this I'm going to do the form part here. So do form render here. So first you need to check that if the show form, if this is true, so then only you're going to render, right? Or else this will be simply null. So this will be null. So here what you need to do, first let's take a section, and this will be class name. So I'll do form wrap class, and inside this, first of all, let's do maybe what we can do, right? Let's take one h3, and I'm just going to do that if the mode is equal to edit, so I'm simply going to do edit address, or else I'll do add address, and here let's give a class name. So I'll do class name as section title class. So save this. So now if I go here, right, you can see that we are getting this add address. Awesome. So I think this is done. So now what we'll do after this, I'm going to take a div, take a class name, and I'm going to do 2 column class. Inside this now we are going to take the field class. So I'll do class name, and I'm going to do field class. So now let's start taking, just like we have done for the admin view. So we'll take the label, this will be full name, and also you need to take the input. So I'm going to take input, and here your class name will now become input class. What will be the value? Value will be your form dot full name, right? This form just now we have managed. What will be on change? On change also we have done. So you have the update form. Remember, this is going to give you the full name, and then you have the e.target.value. You can't say this is I'm doing just blindly. This we have already done previously 2 times, not once. and then I'll do placeholder, and then I'll do enter name or full name, whatever you want to give, full name. So save this. You can see that we are getting full name here. Okay, similarly we'll do copy this and then paste it here. So this will be our address, right? So this will be address. So we'll do address, this will become address, this will be address, and here I'm just going to do address. Save this, save the full name and address. Okay, what else we also have? So let's do one thing. We also need to do, we'll take one more only, this 2 column class. Okay, so here only I'll just render the, so if I paste here, right, so let's see, we are getting these two. So we need to change one for, so this will become the state. So this will be form.state, this will become state, and let's do this one as state, and this will be the postal code. So this will be postal code, and change this one to postal code, and this will be postal code. Okay, so name, address, state, and postal code. Okay, so now what will be the next step? Next step will be, now we also need to, oh okay, I also forgot. So we need to take, sorry, let me just check where we need to do that. So after to form here, this div, okay, so after this div, let's take one label, and I'm just going to do class name, and I'll do checkbox row class, and inside this we need to take an input. Okay, and I'm simply going to do a type, will become checkbox. Here I'm going to do checked, so checked will be form dot is default on change, so this will be event, and here we are going to do update form, so this will be is default, and this will be what, event dot target, but not value, this will be checked. Okay, and here you have to give a class name, and this will be checkbox class. Save this, and then I'm just going to take a span, I'm going to do set as default address. Save this, and you can see we're getting this. Awesome. So I think this is done. So now we need to take 2 more button, right, and then we'll finish this. So I'll take one more div, and this will be class name. So I'll do form action class, and then let's copy this from here. So we have taken 2 form, right? What is that button? Okay, this one. So copy this, and let's go to the end and paste it 2 times. So first one will be type button, let's keep default only, button class, and on click, so this will be cancel form. Okay, and this will become cancel. I'm going to do cancel, and let's change this one to maybe outline. Let's do outline, this one. Okay, outline, or let's see if I do secondary how this is looking. So this is the first one, then we have the button default, and this will become void save form, and here I'm simply going to do that if mode is equal to edit. So in that case I'm going to do update address, or else I'm going to do save address. Save this and see, no, but outline was looking good, right? Let's see. Yeah, I think this is fine. So now you can see that this is coming. So let's open this, click here. Awesome. So now let's add. Okay, so I'm just going to give my name. You can see set as default address. So now let's see if this is working or not, right? So I'll go to network, save. Fantastic. Awesome. So now you can see that you are getting this. So it's getting saved. Edit. So let's do this one as edited, update, edited, edit, remove again, update, and it's updated. Awesome. So now if I open this, and you're getting this points, and I think this is more than enough, and you can see that the UI is looking fantastic. This is very clean. Alright, so now with this, one more important thing is completed. Now remember one thing we need to do, and that is I wanted to mention, if I go here and open this, right, we also need to handle this from here. You can see we are not getting. So remember this, I actually have this in mind, but we are going to do this one later. So we need to handle all this wish list and everything. This will be very minor change where you have to change it, right? We need to change it in a mobile napper in this component. So I'm going to show you later, but before that, now wish list is done. My account is, this is completed. So let's start working on the cart and checkout. So you're going to open a drawer. Now for this one we need to do quite a few changes. Once we'll do that, then we'll start working on the my orders. So let's see how we are going to do that in the next part. Alright, so now we'll start with our cart and checkout logic. Now remember, this will be a very important section and please do not skip. So first we are going to implement the cart, checkout both at once. Then we will move to and implement the orders. So for orders we're going to have the customer orders and the admin orders, and then we'll move to implementing the dashboard and the customer homepage. Alright, but one thing I wanted to mention, that when you're going to implement all these sections, right, please keep the backend logic open so that you can relate that what actually I'm doing. Okay, so now let's do one thing, let's close everything else and let's start with implementing the features. So I'll go to features, go to customer, and I'm just going to do here cart and checkout both. So let's do cart and checkout. So as usual, we are going to have what, so we'll be having our api.ts, we'll do types.ts, and also I'm going to do store.ts. Now before we'll do anything, right, let's go and see that how many routes that we need to create. So first of all, one will be to get all the cart, one will be to add items in the cart, then let's scroll down, one will be to increase the quantity, one will be to decrease the quantity, and one will be to delete that particular product, and there will be one more which will be to sync your cart. So these many are there in the cart, and then in the checkout we are going to have mainly two, right? So not two, sorry, there will be three. So one will be to this is checkout with points, not this one. Let's go to the normal checkout. So this checkout, so first of all let's start with this checkout. So we're going to have checkout create session, and then one will be to checkout confirm. Okay, these two we need to implement. And then for points one, what we're going to do, first will be one to fetch the points, second will be to post, means whenever you're going to pay with points. So in that case we are going to use this particular endpoint. And now this part we've already discussed each and every step, but still I want all of you to open this backend logic, and in this case you can do little bit of back and forth. So what I mean by back and forth, so when I'm going to implement, I will be doing little fast because of time, but for you, you have to pause it, go to backend, see what are the fields and everything we need to pass, and based on that you have to implement. I'm just giving you this, take this one as a soft warning, like don't do this particular section blindly because this is one of the main section. Okay, so first let's do one thing, let's go to the types. I already have all the types and everything added. So let's lot of things are there. Okay, so let's copy all the types first, and then we'll do, and I'm going to explain each and everything that what actually we are doing here. Okay, so first of all let's see. So first I have a customer cart item identifier. Now if you go to the cart model, if you go to the cart model in the backend, you'll see that we need to pass the product, quantity, color and size. Okay, so for now we have the product, color and size. Okay, this is the cart item identifier. Okay, quantity we are going to implement here or manage here. So first let's import the product size, then we have the actual cart item where we have this customer cart item identifier, along with I'm taking the title, brand, image, final price and quantity. Okay, this is my API response that I'm going to use. This is when I'm going to add the customer item to the customer cart to our DB. So this is where we need this product ID, color, size, right? Because this is what we have, product ID, color, size, and then along with that I'm adding the quantity. Makes sense, right? This is to sync your customer body. So what I mean by sync, when you're going to, any auth user is going to add any cart item, so you're going to store in local storage, and whenever that user will logged in, that items will be automatically synced. Okay, so this will be my guest cart item. Okay, so here we are going to have the same cart item that we have, so it is the exactly similar format. So we just have to sync. Then we have the checkout session response, and then some other types that you can simply see here. So customer checkout address options will be the customer address, so you can simply import from our profile, because in the profile we have the customer address, right? So we are going to have the full name, address, state, postal code and is default. So these all the types that we have here. Okay, so first let's do one thing, let's close this. go to api.ts, and now first I'm going to create all the APIs, okay, at once. So let's start with the first one. So I'll do export async function, and this will be, let's do get customer cart. So first I need to fetch all the cart, and here I'm simply going to do return. So I'll do API get, and this will be my customer cart response, okay, and here what you're going to do is simply going to fetch it. So I'll do customer slash cart, and this is simpler. Save this, copy this, then we are going to have our add. So I'll do add customer cart item, right? So when we're going to add the customer cart item, we need to receive the body. So in the body, what I'm going to receive, I'm going to receive the add customer cart item body. These all the types I've added there, okay, everything you can see that what are the properties and everything that we have, okay. Here what we need to do, we're going to return API post. Here we need to first take customer cart response, comma, add customer item body, and here you have to pass slash customer slash cart slash items, and remember I always forget to add this, don't forget to pass the body. So this will be the second one, okay. Next we are going to have to increase the quantity. So I'll create one more which will be function, and let's do this one as increase customer cart item. So here we are going to take the item, and this will be my customer cart item identifier. Now in this one you can see we are going to have the product ID, color and size. This is what we need, and this will be a patch. So I'm going to do API patch, and inside this I'm going to do customer cart response. And now what we need to do, right, we need to build one particular cart item URL. Why? Because if you go to the backend, let's see, go to the cart wishlist, and if you go to this one, right, so if you notice that we need to get, when we're going to increase or decrease, we need to get the color value and the size and everything. So for this one what I'm going to do, right, let's create one helper function. So I'll go back here, and simply after this on the top I'm just going to do, let's add a function. I'm just going to do build cart item URL. So what this is going to receive, this is going to receive the item that I wanted to add, which will be customer cart item identifier, and here this I'm going to receive action. Now what this action will be, this action will be either we are increasing the quantity or we are decreasing the quantity, okay. So this will be the action, it can be anything. So now I'm just simply going to do const search params. So this will be my new URL search params, and then I'm simply going to do that if this item has color, so in that case I'm just going to add the color in the search param. So I'm just going to do here color, and here I'm simply going to pass the item dot color, and same thing I need to do for size also. So paste it, so this will become size, this will be size, and this will be size, okay. Save this. Now what I'll do, simply I'm going to create a query. So I'll do query, and this will be search params. You have to do toString. So first of all let's do this one as toString, and then let's do const action path, something like this, and here I'm just going to do if the action is present. So in that case what I need to do, right, so here if you notice that we have what, either increase or we have either decrease, correct. So here what I'm going to do, I'm just going to take that action, sorry, this will be action, so it will be either increase or decrease slash, and now what I'm going to do, right, okay, or else this will be empty first of all. Then I'm simply going to take the path. So your path will be, so if you see here, slash cart, so it will be slash customer slash cart slash items slash product ID slash decrease or increase. This is clear, right? So simply we are taking that path by common so that we don't have to do multiple times. So we'll do slash customer slash cart slash items, and here you have to pass the product ID, because you need to understand, right, which product you are increasing the quantity. So product ID you are going to get from item dot product ID, okay. And then what you have to do, you have to pass the action path. So here you have to pass the action path, so either it will be increase or decrease, and then you are simply going to pass if the query is present. So in that case I'm going to pass the path, and then also you need to pass the query. So question mark, and you have to pass the query, or else this will be path, okay. So this is going to help us because we don't have to do multiple times. So now when I'm going to do increase, so in that case in this API patch what I will simply do, I'm going to pass this build cart item, and I'm just going to tell that, okay, this will be, I'm going to pass the item, but in this time this will be increase, okay. That's it. And same will be what I'm missing here. we need to give close this, and then I'll copy this, save this one, and one for I'm going to do decrease. Okay, and this will be now simply decrease. Okay, so for decrease we are going to decrease, for increase we are going to increase. Then let's create one more. So I'm just going to do export async function, and this will be remove customer cart item. Okay, so in this case I'm going to just remove, so I'm simply going to again take the item which will be the customer cart item identifier, and in this case this will be simply API delete, and here you are going to pass customer cart response. And now for remove also what you can do, you can simply pass the build item URL, but in this case we don't have to pass the action, because this, so in that case if you don't pass the action, so it's not going to build it, right? So action path will be empty, right? And it's not going to add it here. I hope this is clear, right? So now I think this is done. Also let's see that what we are using for delete. So you can see that we have delete cart slash item slash product ID. So that means when it will come here, so it will do slash customer slash cart slash item slash product ID, and this part will be empty. Why? Because we haven't passed the action here. Simple logic. So this is done. Next we also need to do for sync, right? So I'll do one more. So I'm just going to do export async function, and I'll do this one as sync cart. So I'll do sync cart item. So in this case I'm just going to do body. So this will be sync customer cart body, and this will be return. So I'll do API post, and this will be the customer cart response. So I'll do customer cart response, and I'll do sync customer cart body, and in this case we have to pass slash customer. So let me just quickly see. So I think this will be slash customer slash cart slash sync. So I'll do slash customer slash cart slash sync, and also you have to pass the body here. So this will be all the routes that we need for what? For our cart. Okay, so this is going to fetch all the cart items, this is going to add your item to the cart, this is going to increase the quantity, this is going to decrease the quantity, remove the cart item, and sync cart item. Okay, so all this is done. So let's do this one as not sync cart item, let's do sync customer cart, right? This is not a single item, we are syncing every items in the cart. So with this is all about all the APIs. Now this is not yet done, so now we need to add the checkout APIs also here. So let's do this one in the next part. Alright, so for checkout, how many APIs we need? So let's start with first, let's go to checkout with points. So this is first one we need. So here what I'll do, simply I'll do export async function, and let's do get checkout points or user points, whatever you want to give. And here I'm just going to do return, this will be API get request, and this will be checkout points response. Okay, and here this will be slash customer slash checkout slash points. Okay, you notice that in case sometimes I will do some typing mistake and everything, don't do it blindly. Okay, so that is what I mean. Maybe in the recording time I'm doing this, and then I'll see after some time. So always see in the backend that what actually you have done. Okay, so this is the first one that we need. The second one will be right what we need to do. Now this is actually very important. So first let's go to the order, and you can see that what are the things that we need to get when we are going to create the checkout data. Or first of all we need to create a helper function which is going to give me what? First of all it's going to give me all the items that the user added in the cart. It will also give me the customer address, and also it will give me the checkout points. Now why actually you need this? Whenever user is going to do the checkout, before that first of all you need to see, okay, if there is any items in the cart. Second, if the user added at least one address in the profile section or not. And the third will be, let's say if user is actually trying to pay using points instead of credit card or razor pay, so in that case I need to see that whether that particular user has proper checkout points or not. Okay, so that is the reason we'll create one more helper function here. So I'm just going to do export async, and this time let's do this one as function, and I'll do get checkout data this time. Okay, and this will be, so I'll do promise, and here this will be checkout data response. Okay, and here you can see that what are the, so you have the cart, address, subtotal, and points. So these things we need. Now the point is how we are going to get all of this now. Now this is very simple. That is the reason we have all the APIs that we have created. So here you'll do await, so I'll do promise.all, and in this promise.all first of all you need to get the cart. Okay, so how I'm going to get the cart? So just now I have created, right? So I'll do get customer cart. and these get customer card will give me the cart. Then we have get customer addresses, so this is going to give me all the addresses. And then we have just now we have created get checkout points, and this is going to give me all the checkout points for that particular user. So now this is going to give me cart addresses, and also this is going to give me checkout points. Okay, so now once we'll get all of these, so first I'm just going to create one more. Let's do final cart or whatever you want to give. Save cart. Let's do save cart, and this will be if the cart is present, or else I'm just going to give here items will be empty, and I'm just going to do total quantity will be 0. Okay, and then I'm also going to do the same for, let's do save address. So if the address is present, or else this will be items will be empty array. So this is done. Next, what we are going to do, we need to do what? We need to create the subtotal. So I'm just going to do subtotal. Subtotal will be simply your save cart. This is going to have the items, and you're going to do reduce, and here, so let's take sum current item, and here what you're going to do, I'm just going to do sum plus, so this item is going to have the final price into how many quantity. So I'll do item dot quantity. Also let's give a initial value as 0. Okay, so this is going to give you the subtotal, and then I'm just going to return. So I'm going to return the cart, which will be save cart. I'm going to return addresses, which will be save addresses. I'm going to return the subtotal, and also I'm going to return the points. So this point will be the checkout points dot points if this is present, or else this will be 0. Okay, this will be subtotal. Okay, so this is done. So this is first of all what we need. We need to invoke this method. All right, so this is one method that we need. Second, if I go to the backend, and let's see that we have one more, which is promo.routes, and you can see that we have one to apply the promo. This also we need, right? Because whenever in the user is going to apply any kind of promo, we need to call this API to see that if that promo is valid or not. So that means this also we need to do, right? Everything we have already done. So here we will do export async function, and I'm just going to do apply customer promo, and this will be body. And here, so what are the things that we need right here? We need the code. So we need to go get the code and the order value. So that means I'm just going to take a code will be what? String. And then you're also going to get the order value, which will be number. Okay, not null, this will be number. Okay, so this is what I need. So now first of all, simply you're going to return. So I'll do API post, and here I'm just going to do applied promo. This is the type I already have, you can see. So here I'm just going to take code, which will be string, order value, this will be number. Okay, and then what I'm going to do simply, so I'm just going to call this. So I'll do /customer, then let's go here. So I'll do /promo/apply. This is what we need, and then we also have to pass the body. So I'm just going to pass the body here, and this is going to apply the promo. Whenever you are going to click on button, we are going to call this particular method. Next, what we need, now let's go to the checkout, the actual checkout. So we need to create two more. One will be to create the session, okay, and second will be to confirm. So first let's do one thing. Here I'm just going to do export async function, and here I'm just going to do create checkout session, and let's take body. And here first of all I'm just going to take address ID, which will be string, and also let's take the promo code. So in case the user is applying a promo code, we're going to pass the promo code, and this will be string. Okay, so here I'm simply going to do return. So this will be API post, and this will be checkout session response. And here what I'll do, right, simply let's give a type of the body, and now I'm simply going to call this. So I'll do /customer/ and I'll do /customer/checkout/ create session. So I think this is done. Also we need to pass the body here. So this will be the to create. Now next what we will do, okay, we need to create one more. So many. So we have when user is going to pay using points instead of credit card. Okay, so this is also we need to do. So what I'll do, right, simply I'm simply going to copy this. Let's copy this one, and here let's do this one as pay with points checkout, something like this. So here this will be body, so you're going to get the address ID promo code. This will be same, no, but this one will be checkout pay with points response. Okay, so this is a type of body, and this will change to /checkout /customer pay with points. All right, so this is done, and at the end we also need to do one more, which will be to actually, which is going to confirm the order. So this one, so let's create one more. So here I'm simply going to do export async function, and I'll do confirm checkout. So this will be body. So what are the things that we need here? We need the order ID. So we need the order ID, which will be string. You also need the Razorpay payment ID, which also will be string. You also need the Razorpay order ID and Razorpay signature, right? All these. So we'll do Razorpay order ID, which will be string, and you need the Razorpay signature, which also will be what? String, right? And then you're simply going to do return API post, and you'll do checkout confirm response. So I'll do checkout confirm response, and here I'll do type of body, and here you're going to simply call that. So I'll do /customer I think this is /checkout /confirm. All right, and then you have to pass the body here. Save this. So these many APIs that we need. Okay, so I think we have created everything. So now what will be the next step? Next step will be, now we need to create the store. Okay, now in the store, okay, we will have quite a few types. So you can see that. Now what I'm going to do right now, this will be little tricky. Okay, now what I mean by tricky, so tricky in the sense there will be a lot of things you need to join together. So you need to understand there is cart items, there are promo code, there is address, there is Razorpay, there is pay with points. Okay, so please take your time as much as possible. Not here when you're going to implement the store you'll be able to understand, but when you're going to actually integrate this in our UI, right, that is where you have to understand the actual checkout flow, that how this is working. So for now, let's do one thing. Let's copy all of this. So I'm just going to copy. You can just copy from source code also, that is fine. You don't have to write each and everything. So I'll copy here, and then let's paste it first, and then see what actually we're doing here. First let's import all the types. I think we have all the types already added. Let's import checkout address option, let's import applied promo, customer item identifier, right, and I think that's it. And then we have some default UI state also. So first of all, we have the add item cart. So when we are going to add the quantity along with title, brand, image, and final price. Then we have Razorpay arguments that we need. This we are going to discuss later, forget about it now. Then we have the customer cart store. Okay, now this is where we have a lot of things, right? So first of all, we need the cart items. We need to open the drawer, right? So that is the reason we have is open. This is our loading state. This is to handle our addresses. This is to take that which address is selected as a default in the user page. So for example, here if I go right, this will be the address which is the default address. Promo input, applied promo, that which user applied which promo during checkout, whether user has proper points or not, right? And then some loading state, and then all the methods to handle. Okay, so for example, set open is going to handle the drawer, set cut is going to set the cart items, load cut is going to fetch the cart items, add item is going to add the items in the cart, increase is going to do what? Increase is going to increase the quantity of a cart item. So by the name only you can understand, because you have done the APIs. Decrease is going to do what? Decrease the quantity. Remove is going to remove the cart item, and then we have some promo code related. Like, this is not that much difficult to understand. You just have to see that, okay, how these thing I can relate with the APIs that I used I've created so far. Why? Because at the end, when you're going to do this logic, right, you need to relate with API, and because you need to do the API integration here only based on that. Okay, so now what I'll do, right, first let's create the store, because we need to do quite a few things. Okay, this is not a simpler one. Also, for now, let's do one thing, right? I'm just going to take this one as optional, because you know why I'm doing this, or else it's going to give that error, okay, that you are missing something. So let's give optional, and then later once we'll create all of this, I'm just going to remove. Let's give this one optional, and also this one. So now let's start with creating this. Okay, so first of all I'm just going to do export const. So I'll do use customer cart and checkout store. Okay, so this will be create from justin, and let's do this one as customer cart and checkout store. So here you are going to use that, so I'm just going to do create. So type will be customer cart and checkout store. So here what you'll get the set comma get, and now we are going to start writing. Alright, so first of all let's take, so I'm just going to do cart. So cart will be my empty cart. Now what actually I have in the empty cart? I have items empty, total quantity is 0. Is open, so is open will be what? False. First time we are not going to open the dialog, and then I'm simply going to take the default UI state. Now what I have in the default UI state, all the, for example, loading is false, addresses will be empty, selected address will be empty, promo input will be empty, applied promo null, points will be 0, promo loading, checkout loading, all this state, normal state. So this will be my initial value that I need to take. So first of all let's start with set open. So when I'm going to do set open, what I need to do here, I need to open the dialog, right? Now this part we've already done, so you simply have to do set, and is open will be what? True. That's it. Next you have the set cart. So for set cart you're going to get the cart items, and you'll do set, and you have to do what? You have to do cart will become this cart, right? So we are setting the cart items. That's it. Now what we're going to do, right, first we need to create, let's create all the cart related logic. Okay, so we have the load cart, add item, increase, decrease, and remove. Then only we can start working, right? So first let's start with load cart. So load cart will be async method. Now in this async method, first of all I need to see that if the user is signed in or not. Okay, so this will be the first thing. And here first of all I'm going to take a try catch. Okay, so in this try what I need to do, first I'm going to do set, and my loading will become what? True. So this is the first thing. And now very important, okay, first of all we need to see that if the user is signed in or not. Okay, if the user is already a sign-in user, what I need to do, I need to sync the cart items. Very important. So sync the cart items means, let's say the user was not logged in and user added some items in the cart. The moment user is logged in, we need to sync those items. Okay, so here I'm just going to do if the user is sign-in user. So in that case I'm just going to do const, let's do guest payload, and here I'm just going to do get guest. I'm going to create this sync payload. Okay, so this is what we need to do. Now here what I'm going to do, right, so how we are going to get the guest sync payload. Now this is where we need to create quite a few helper function, and we're going to create here only. Maybe let's create after this. Okay, so we have all the helper functions here. So first of all I'm going to create function, and let's copy this get guest sync payload. So what this is going to do, right, so here I'm just going to do sync customer cart body, this is the type, and here I'm just going to do return. So here what I need to return, I need to return the items. Now these items is going to have the product ID, quantity, color, and size, because this is what I need to store, right, in the backend. Very important. So you have to understand that what are the things that we are storing in the cart model. So in the cart model we have the product ID, quantity, color, and size. So that means when we are managing the local cart in the storage, that time also need to store this data in the same format, so that during the sync, when the user will log in, we can easily sync it. This is clear, right? Because this is very important. So here what I'm going to do, right, so first let's do one thing. First let's create a couple of helpers. Okay, you'll understand why actually you're doing. So I'm just going to do here guest, let's do cart key, storage key, or whatever you are going to do, storage, no, let's do guest cart key. So I'm just going to do guest underscore cart underscore items, and here I'm just going to do function. So I'll do read guest items. So here the type will be my guest cart item. Okay, so guest cart item that I have all this, and this will be of array. Now first of all I'm going to check if the type, so I'll do if the type of window is undefined. So in that case what we need to return, we need to return empty array. Okay, so this will be the first thing. Then I'm going to do a try catch, and in this catch I'm going to first of all return empty array, and here we are going to get the items. So I'll do items, this will be json.parse of, so I'll do window dot local storage dot get item, and we're going to pass the guest cart key. So this will be the first, or else what are you going to do, right, or else this will be empty array. Alright, and then what we are going to do, simply I'm just going to return that if this is actually array in the correct format, these items. So I'm simply going to do item dot filter, so this will be the current item, or let's take this one as current item. So this will be that if the current item has product ID, okay, so in that case I'm simply going to take number of, so let's take the current item dot quantity, okay, and this should be greater than 0, okay, or else I'm simply going to take empty array. So this is what we are going to return. So now, so this will give me the guest items that will be stored in our local storage. Then we need to create quite a few more, so I'm just going to do, let's create all at once. So I'll do write guest items, this will be items, and this will be guest cart item of array. And when we are going to write, first of all we are going to give the same check. So if write, if this is undefined, so we are going to simply return, or else I'm simply going to do window dot local storage dot set item, so we're going to do guest cart key, and we need to do json dot stringify for sure, and then we need to pass the items. So this will be to write the guest items. So what else we need to do, also we're going to do clear, so I'll do clear guest items, okay, this is also important, so we also need to clear. And here we are going to again copy this, or else we are going to simply remove this one. So I'm just going to do, let's do this one as remove item, and you're going to pass the guest cart key, okay. So this will be to read, write and clear. Now what you're going to do, right, so you have the guest, let's implement this on get guest sync payload. So in this case items will become this read guest items dot map, so we're going to get the item, and now here we are going to simply return product ID, which will be item dot product ID. We're going to return the quantity, which will be item dot quantity. So do color, which will be item dot color, size, and this will be item dot size, okay. So here also let's do one thing, we also, maybe let's first implement this one, then or else it will be little confusing. So now let's go down. So what we were doing, that if the user was signed in, when you're going to load the cart, first we need to do what, so here we need to get the sync payload, okay. So first I'm going to get the get guest sync payload, this is the method which is going to give me the items back. So now here I'm simply going to check that if this guest payload dot items dot length, if this is true, so in that case I'm going to do const synced cart, and this will be equal to await, and we have this method sync customer cart, this is the API method that we have created, and here you are going to pass the guest payload, okay. And then what you need to do, this is the important part here, you also have to clear the guest cart items, because once you're going to sync, you should not keep the same items in your local storage. This is not how e-commerce website works, right? So you'll see that you add a item, it will be let's say you're not logged in, it will be stored someplace, you log in, it will be automatically synced, and then you're going to do set cart will be synced cart, or else this will be empty cart. So this is what we need to do, okay. Now next what we need to do, so once we'll get the cart items, once the user is signed in, we also need to fetch the other responses also. So what I mean by this, so here first let's take await, and remember we created a method that get checkout data, which is going to give me the addresses, right. So we have the address cart, we also need to get the default address, and all those things we need to set. So here first of all let's do this one as const cart, and this will be this response dot cart, or else this will be empty cart. Next we are also going to take the addresses, so this will be response dot, we have addresses, let's take dot items, and here I'm just going to do this one or else empty. Also now we need to set the default address, that which address I set as default. So we'll do addresses.find, and here I'm simply going to do item. So if item.isDefault, if this is true. If this is not the case, I'm just going to take the first as fallback, first one, or else I'm just going to do null. Okay, so now what we can do, we can set all of this. So I'm just going to set, so loading will become false, pass the cart, pass the addresses. So you need to set the addresses. Then you have the selected address ID. So what will be your selected address ID? The default address dot ID, right? This is going to have the ID, or else this will be empty. And also I'm just going to do points. So these points will be the response dot points, or else it will be 0. In case you're getting confused from where we are getting all of this, just now we have created this API method. So you can go here and you'll see that we are getting all of this, and at the end we are returning all of this here. So this is where you are getting all this data. So this will be if the user is signed in. If the user is not signed in, what you need to do? So in that case you need to do set loading will be false. These things are important because for unauth user, what you need to get? You need to get the get guest. Oh, we need to create one more method here. Okay, so what I mean by this, okay, see everyone, I know this is a lot, and don't get confused that what I'm doing little fast, I know, so please take your time. I'm just repeating this thing multiple times. Oh, also one more thing, we need to take this one as value here. I missed this one. So what I mean by creating one more method here, see, when user is signed in, that time you know that okay, this user is logged in, so you'll be able to fetch the user card from the database. But if the user is not signed in, so in that case what you need to do, you need to fetch that from where? From your local storage. So that is the reason we need to have one more method here. I hope this is clear, right? We are doing a lot of things, but we need to understand that why we are doing all of this. So I'll do get guest response, and this will be customer cart response. Okay, so the customer cart response, and what this is going to have, so first of all you're going to get the items. So this will be a read get guest items from storage, and then you're going to simply return these items, and also you have to return the total quantity. So how you'll be doing the total quantity? This will be your items. So you're going to take reduce, and then you'll do what? Sum, take the item, and here you're going to do sum plus item quantity, and give the initial value as 0. Now this is what I need. Now when we need this particular method, when the user will not be logged in, but still we need to fetch the cart information. Okay, and also I missed one very important point. When the user is signed in, right, when we are setting this this one, we also need to return from this. Okay, so here I'm going to do what? Get guest response. And then here address will be what? When the user is not signed in, you don't have any address, right? Because you don't know which user. So address will be empty. Selected address ID will be empty. And then points will be 0. That's it. And then in the catch, what you can do, simply you'll do set. So we'll do loading will be false. And here cart. So you'll simply do if the user is signed in. So in that case, you're going to do empty cart in case there are any error, or else you're going to do get guest response. So when user is not logged in case you're getting any error, you just simply load the storage cart information you render here. So this is what you need to do when you're going to load cart. Okay, so with this, now let's go to the top once again. So you've created set open, remove this, set cart, load cart. Let's create add item also. Okay, so I'm just going to create the add item now. So after this, I'm just going to do add item. So what you need to do in the add item, this also will be a async method. Here I'm going to get the item, that which item I wanted to add, and also I'm going to take if the user is signed in or not signed in. Okay, so first I'm just going to do try catch. So here we are going to simply check. So do const, no, my bad. Again, when you're going to add item, so many things. Again, we need to see if the user is signing, because until unless you don't know that if that is a auth user or that is a unauth user, you have to use, you can't call API, right? Because the user is not logged in. So that is the reason here in this case, when the user is signing, so you need to call the API. So you'll do const response, and you'll do await add customer cart item. And here you're going to pass the product ID. So this will be your item dot product ID. Then you have the quantity. So this will be item dot quantity, color item dot color, and size, which will be item dot size. if this is not the case, and then you're simply going to do set, so cart will become your response, or else this will be empty cart. Okay, if the user is not logged in, so in that case what you need to do here, so in that case you have to do set, and you're going to set the cart, but in this case you need to create a helper method. So what helper method you need to create? We need to create one more method here, which will be to add that particular item in our storage. So I'm just going to do function, and to add guest item. So here I'm just going to do item, so let's omit the, I'll do guest cart item, and I'm going to omit the quantity here. Okay, now first of all what I will do simply, so I'm going to get the items, so I'll do items, so this will be read guest items, and here I'm going to get the index, that which item I wanted to add. So I'll do if the items dot find index, and then I'll do here cart item, what I'm doing, man, item dot find index cart item. So here we need to see that if we are adding the same item or not, but how you're going to see that. So in that case we need to have one more method here. Okay, so I'll do is same item. So in this case this will be item, and here I'm just going to do customer cart item identifier and target. Let's do this one as same customer cart item identifier. So here I'm simply going to check that if return the item dot product id equal to target dot product id same, and here you're going to check that if the item color that we already have and the target color that we wanted to add both are same, and the item size and the target size both are same. So basically what I mean by this, let's say I have a one item added, which is item of XYZ, color is red, size is S, same item I'm adding once again. So this is what we are checking here. So I'm just going to do the item dot color or else empty is equal to target dot color or else empty, and the same thing we need to do for size. Okay, so you're going to do size and this also size. So if this is the case means what? So simply we are adding a same item. So now we can simply do if this item is same, so you're going to pass the cart item and the item. Okay, so in this case if this is same, so what will happen? If index will become greater than or equal 0, so what you need to do, so we'll take the items of that index, so we'll destructure the items of that index, and you need to increase the quantity. So we'll do quantity, so these will be items of that index dot quantity plus 1. That's it. If this item is not added, so in that means what? That means you need to push that item. So we'll do items dot push, and in this case you will destructure the item, and quantity, what will be the quantity? This will be 1, because first time you're adding. Simple. Once this is done, then see, this is what I was talking about, that you need to understand. You can't, now if I just pause here and ask you that what you need to do here. So first of all, once you do that, you need to store that again in your storage, right? So you need to call this write guest items. Okay, so I need to call the write guest items. So this is going to do what? It's going to store the updated one in the storage, and then you are going to return what? You have to return the get guest response. So this is going to fetch the updated one. So this is first one, which will be to add guest item. The similarly what we need to do, right? Let's create two more. So I'll do function, I'll do increase guest item quantity. So here also I'm going to take item, which will be customer item identifier, and here also I'm just going to do const items. So this will be read guest items dot map. So I'll do cart item, and here also I'm simply going to check that is same item of the cart item and the item. If this is the case, so in that case, so directly write it here. So I'm going to do what? I'm going to take the cart item and I'm going to do quantity, and this quantity will become the cart item dot quantity plus 1. If this is not the case, I'm just going to keep the cart item. Again we need to do write guest items, pass the items, and you're going to return. And here what do you need to do? So you need to return, so let's do get guest response. Okay, so this is one method, and the same thing we need to do one for decrease also. So I'm just going to do decrease guest item, and in this case, so first of all we need to get the items. So we'll check if this is same item. So in this case, what we need to do, we need to do minus, or else this will be what? So it will be the cart item. And here let's give a small check that we are only going to take those items. So I'm just going to do filter and do cart item, only those items where the quantity is greater than 0. And here we are going to do the same thing. So write guest item and return guest response. So I think this is done. So now also let's create the last one, which will be the remove. So I'm just going to do function and I'll do remove guest item. So here I'm just going to do again item, which will be customer cart item identifier. So I'll do const items. So I'll do read guest items dot filter, and here I'll do cart item. So I'll do if not equal to is same cart item, and then we're going to pass the cart item and the item here. Okay, so this is done. And then what we are going to do, simply I'm just going to do write guest items, pass the items, and then simply return the get guest response. Okay, so all these methods now we have created. So now let's go to our add item. So when we're going to add item, so first of all, this is, I hope you understand that when the user is signed in, we just have to call the API. When the user is not signed in, now what we need to do, we need to do add guest item, and here now we are going to pass all the properties. So do product ID. So this product ID will be the item dot product ID, pass the title, which will be item dot title, pass the brand, which will be item dot brand, then you have the color, which will be item dot color, then we have the image, item dot image. We'll do final price, which will be item dot final price. Also we need to pass the size, which will be item dot size. Okay, so this is going to add it. So now once this is done, so after this maybe let's add one toast. So toast dot success, and I'll do added to cart, added to cart. Okay, in the catch, what you can do, simply just render an error here that not able to add, something like this. So I'll do error and I'll do failed to add in cart. Save this. So this will be our add item. Now let's go to the top. Next we have increase and decrease both. Okay, and also remove all three. So let's create. So we'll go here. So first of all, let's do the increase, right? So here, so let's do increase. So first of all, in the increase, this also will be async. So I'm just going to do item, and let's do is signed in. Okay, next copy this and do for decrease, and then copy paste, do for remove. So first of all, we have the increase. So what we need to do, we'll do try catch. So in the catch, I'm simply going to do toast dot error, and I'll do failed to update cart. Okay, so we'll copy these and I'll simply do the same thing here, fail to remove from cart. So now let's start with the first one. So in the increase, what we need to do, we'll do const response. So I'll do if the user is sign in user. So I need to do the API call. So I'm just going to do increase customer cart item, and you have to pass the item here. Sorry, why you're taking select item line here? You need to do item. So let's do item. This also will be item, and let's pass item. And also, if this is not the case, so I'm just going to do increase guest item, and we're going to pass the item, and this is done. Okay, and then we're going to do set. So here I'm just going to do cart. So this will be response, or else the cart item, sorry, empty cart. So this will be the increase. Now let's copy this for decrease again. So here if this is sign in, so instead of this I'm just going to do decrease customer cart item, and this will be decrease guest item, and this will be fail to update cart. This is done. And for remove also, this will be simpler. So let's go here, paste it. So if this is sign in, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to do remove customer cart item. We're going to pass the item, and this will be remove guest item, and we're going to pass the item. Okay, and here, okay, so for every place let's give a toast dot success, and I'm going to do cart updated. Let's do the same for decrease also, and for remove I'm simply going to do cart item removed. Alright, so I think this is done. Okay, so now what we need to do, so let's do all others also, and I think why we are doing all of this at once, so that you can understand the link instead of doing back and forth, which I don't like. So let's do the set promo also. Set promo will be very simple. Let's do the clear promo, and also let's do the apply promo. Okay, so let's start with the first one. So we'll do set promo. Okay, let's do here, so we'll do set promo input. So here we're going to simply get the value, this will be input, and here I'm simply going to do set, and the promo input will become the value. So this is the first one. Then we have the clear promo. So for clear promo we're going to do set, so I'm going to do promo input will be what, empty, and applied promo will become null. And next we have the apply promo. So for apply promo this will be async, and here I think we already have a API that we have created, if you can recollect. So let's go here, and you can see that we have apply customer promo. So this is what we are going to use. Okay, but before that you can see that we have to pass the order value here, also the code, these two things. So how we are going to do that? So first I'm going to get two things from my just and store. But how you are going to get from just and store? So you have to use the get method. These I have already discussed in previous part. So this is going to give me the promo input, and also it's going to give me the cart, and from this cart now I can calculate my subtotal. So I'll do const and I'll do subtotal. So this will be cart dot items dot reduce. So here I'm just going to do sum item, so this will become sum plus item dot quantity. Okay, now this time I'm going little fast. Okay, so we'll do item dot price into item dot quantity, give comma, and this will be my initial value. So this is going to give me the subtotal. Then let's give a small check that if the promo input dot trim, if this is empty, so what you'll do, simply I'm just going to do here that set promo input will become null, and I'm going to return, because if you, sorry, not promo input, applied promo will become null, and we're going to return, because if you don't have any promo input you will not going to do the API call. If this is not the case, then we are simply going to do what? So I'll do a try catch. So in the catch I'll do set, so I'll do applied promo will become null, and here I'm just going to do promo loading will be false. And here in the try, first of all I'm going to do set, so I'll do promo loading will be true, and here I'm simply going to do const response, and this will be await, and we have this apply customer promo, so I'll do apply customer promo, and we're going to pass the code. So code will be your promo input dot trim, and you have to pass the order value, so you'll do order value which will be what? Subtotal. That's it. And then what I'm going to do, right, I'm simply going to do that if not equal to response dot code, if this is not present, so in that case I'm simply going to set the applied promo will become null, and promo loading will become false. See, just and is very easy to use, right? Then Redux also. Redux you have to write a lot of boiler code. If this is not the case, if the API call is successful, so in that case I'm just going to do applied promo will become this response. Then I'm going to do promo input will be the response dot code, and also I'm going to do promo loading will become false. And then I'm simply going to do toast dot success, and I'll do promo successfully applied, and maybe let's add here one more. So I'm going to do unable to apply promo to apply promo. So this is about the apply promo. Next, what we have, next we need to now write our payment logic. Okay, so we have start payment checkout, sorry, start razor pay payment, start points checkout, two things, and the clear. So clear one will be when we are going to clear everything. So let's do the clear one, right? So clear will be simpler. So when you are going to do clear, so you're going to reset everything. So here I'm simply going to do set, and I'm just going to make the cart will become my empty cart, is open will become false, and I'm just going to take the default UI state. So this will be my clear. So till this part we have created clear also. These two is left, right? So if I remove here, you can see that these two we haven't created, right? So you're getting error, but these two are going to do later. But till this time, whatever you have created, we are enough. We are in a good position that we should be able to start implementing this dialog. So let's implement this one in the next part. First we are going to implement the dialog. We also need to create our Razorpay global type. We also need to add our Razorpay script in our index.html. Then only you'll be able to do this, right? So let's see how you're going to do that in the next part. Alright, so now let's start working on the cart. So first let's open the SATC and I'm going to show you that which component that I want to use. Okay, so I want to use this drawer component, and this is pretty cool. So this is what you're going to do. Okay, so let's quickly install this first. We'll copy this, open the terminal, and then let's install this quickly. Alright, so this is done. Now what we need to do, right, we need to actually create a global Razorpay types. Okay, so here I'm just going to do a types. Let's give this one as Razorpay, that we need later .d.ts, and here I'm just going to copy paste and paste it here. Okay, so we simply telling that, see, if you remember, this is what we need, right? Razorpay payment ID, order ID, Razorpay signature, and this is simply we are telling here. And now this is what we are going to do, right? Whenever you are going to initiate our Razorpay, we are going to use some of the properties from here. But for now, let's forget it, because unless we'll be creating our store and then we are going to render all our buttons, then only we'll understand that how we are going to make use of this. But before that, one very important what we need to do, right? See, we have our index.html, right? And this is where we need to add this particular script, okay, to load the Razorpay script. So copy this, right? This you can also get it from the source code. What you can do, right, go to scroll down and see that you'll be getting this index.html, and here what you can do, simply after this here in title only you can add a script tag. Okay, and now what we will do, simply, and let's give a source here, paste it, and I'm just going to do strategy, and let's do this one as before interactive. So I'll do before interactive. Okay, so this is one thing we need. So now, okay, the page will refresh, this is fine. So let's do one thing, let's go to our components. So this will be our components. Go to customer, and then I'm just going to do cart and checkout. So first of all, we need two components. Okay, one will be customer cart and checkout drawer.tsx, and one will be where we are going to render the cart items. So I'll do customer cart items.tsx. Alright, so first of all, let's close everything else. So here, so let's create this first. So I'll do customer cart and checkout drawer. So first, what we need to get here, we are going to first render our drawer component. Oh, before that, as usual, let me just do one thing. I have the CSS, so let me copy. We're not going to write. So this is our state customer cart drawer. So you need all the CSS, and then I'm simply going to paste it here. So we're going to use this. Also, let's go to customer cart items. Let's create this also. So I'll do customer cart items. For now, let's return div, and for this also I have the customer cart item panel. So this is what we're going to use. So copy this, and then I'll paste it here. Okay, save this for now. So here what we need, so we need to import the drawer, and here now we need to get all the properties from our hook that we have created. So I'll do use customer cart and checkout store. So this will state, and this is going to give me state. So what are the things? We'll take one by one. So you have is open, remember, and we also have the set open. So first of all, I'm going to give open. This will become is open, and we'll do on open change. So what you have to pass? You have to pass set open. So this is the first thing. This you can see each and everything that we have all the states here, right? So if you go here, you can see that we have all the state. So you have the open, is open, and also you have the set open, all these things. So now this is the first thing. Inside this I'm simply going to take drawer content. So let's take a class name. So I'll do class name, and here I'm just going to do content class. Inside this I'll take a div class name. So let's do cell class, and here I'm just going to do div, and I'll do a class name. So I'll do left panel class, and inside this I'm going to render this customer cart item. So I'll do customer cart items. Okay, so this is the first thing. Now after this, what I will do, right? So here I'm just going to take aside. So I'll do class name, and I'm going to do right panel class. So let's take a couple of divs. So I'll do class name, and here I'm just going to do this one as right inner class. Inside this I'll take one more div. I'll do class name, and I'll do panel class. And now here I'm just going to take a drawer header, and inside this I'm going to do drawer title, and let's render checkout. So here I'll do a class name. So I'll do panel header class, and this will be panel title class. Alright, so save this for now. So what we need to do first? So we need to go to common, customer, then common. Let's go to desktop neighbor, and what we have, first of all we need to get that, right? So I'm just going to do const, and then I'm going to take the use customer cart and checkout store. So I'll take the state here, and this will be set open, right? And this set open I need to open on click of my cart that we have, right? So we have this cart here, and what we can do, right, we can simply change this one to div, right? This is not needed. So first let's see how this is looking. Okay, and here let's do one thing. On click of this, I'll do on click, and we need to do set open will be true. So save this. So if I click here, okay, this is not working. Okay, got it. So we need to render the panel, that drawer. So we'll do customer cart and checkout drawer. So now save this. So if I click here, that's it. So you are getting checkout, and left side you are going to render the cart items. Okay, but before that we also need to do one very important thing. What? You remember one thing, that we need to implement this add to cart. This we haven't implemented, right? Now if you go to the customer side, we have the products, and in the products we have created the product details, right? In the product details we have one method which will be add to cart. I'm not sure if you can recollect. So let me just show you that what I'm talking about. So features, customer, products, details, store, and here you can see, right? Let me just remove this console. So we'll go to the top. We have this add to cart. See, so these we need to implement, right? These we haven't implemented. I remember this. So many things. Okay, so in this add to cart, what we need to do, first of all we need to take async, and here I'm just going to do what? So I'm just going to do is loaded. I'll do is bootstrapped, and also I'm just going to do is signed in. So these three things I need. So first of all, what I'm going to do right here, so I'll do get. So first I'm going to get the data. I'll do selected color, and also I'm going to get the selected size. Why? Because whenever I'm going to select, I need to get these values. Okay, so this is what I'm going to get, the product. So I'll do product, which will be my data dot product, or else this will be null. So first of all I'm going to check that if not equal to product, or if the product dot stock is less than 1, so I'm going to return. Okay, if not equal to is loaded, you'll understand what we are doing here. Okay, we need to call this, and if this is not bootstrapped, so in that case I'm just going to do toast dot error, and I'll do try again, and we're going to return. Okay, and now what we need to do, now this is the important part. So here now we are going to call that customer cart hook, or the store that you have created. So use customer cart and checkout store. Remember, this will give me get state, and this is where I have this add item. right? See, everything is linked. Now this is where you have to now pass each and every property. Okay, now this add item is going to take the item and the sign in. So each sign in will be this sign in. So you'll understand that if the user is signed in. So first of all, let's pass this, and inside this now we are going to pass the product ID. So this product ID will be your product.id. Then you're going to pass the quantity. So quantity will be what? When you're going to add first time 1 color, so this will be selected color or undefined. Size, selected size or undefined. Title, so we'll do product.title. Then we have the brand, so this will be product.brand. Then we have the image, so here I'm just going to do get cover image, and I'm just going to pass the product, and also you have to pass the final price. Now this price will be, if I think this we have done multiple times, if there is sale percentage, so in that case I'm going to do product.price minus product.price into product.sale percentage divided by 100, or else I'm going to take the actual price. Okay, and this is done. So this is what you need to do. Okay, so this is going to add the products to the cart, not cart, to our cart. Okay, my bad. So now what you need to do, so you have to, again, this is not yet completed, man. So why this is not yet completed? Because we also need to call this in our add to cart button. So this is also we need to do, right? So first let's do one thing. Let's go to that component where we have created. So look, customer, so we have the products, we have the details, and then customer product gallery, summary, group. So this is where I think we have the add to cart. So first what we need to do, right, let's see how many things we have. So first of all we need to take one more type here, right? So this will be on. Okay, let's close everything else. This product we are calling from the product details. Let's open the page first. So we have the customer and the collection details. Okay, now here we have to pass this. Okay, this is also a missed. So what we are going to do here now, see, remember I wanted to mention again, in case you're getting confused, everything is linked. So please take your time, and based on that you do it. So what I mean by this, first of all you need to take a type here, right? So we'll do on add to cart, something like this. Okay, now this is going to do what? So this is going to add your item to the cart. But before that, first of all we need to pass this from this component. So I'm just going to do here, okay, I'll do on add to cart, right? And this on add to cart will be the add to cart that we have added in the store. So which store I'm talking about? This product detail store. Just now we have added this one. So in these collection details, if you go to the top, you're getting all of this from a store. So first you have to do add to cart here. Okay, so this will be the first step. And this add to cart, now you can see that we have taken this is loaded, is sign in, and is bootstrapped. So this is what you have to pass. So what you're going to do, you'll do on add to cart. So you're going to call the add to cart, and this is where you have to pass the is loaded, is bootstrapped, and here just do boolean of is sign in. Okay, so this is you are passing in that particular, this is your calling from that particular hook that you have created. This is completed? Not yet. Why? Again we have to go here and we have to take this, because we haven't taken this one. So in this component we are going to do promise, and then we are going to do void. Then you have to take this add to cart here, and then at the end what you have to do, you have to call this from that add to cart button that you have created. Okay, long process, but this is what you have to do. So here we are simply going to do what? On click. And now I'm simply going to do void on add to cart, and then simply you can just give. So let's do one thing, let's do a disable property here. I think we already have the disable property, right? I think this is fine. So now let's save both of these, and we need to see what is happening. Okay, there is a possibility that this can fail because we have done a lot of things, but we need to debug in case we're getting any error. Okay, so first let's try to add here. Oh, awesome, this is added already. Fantastic. So this is added to cart. Let's see what are the things. So in the payload we are passing the color, product ID, quantity, and this is the size, right? So if I change this one to M, try to add. So this is added. Now this time we're passing M, this is the color, and this is product ID, and here you're going to get the items. So you have the two items, because one will be same item, one with size S and one will be with size M. Fantastic. That means this is working fine. again, I want all of you to understand that everything is written properly. You just have to join all the pieces together. The reason why this might seems very complicated, because for some of you, if you're a beginner, you'll understand from where what is happening here and there he's doing. If you pause this video, right, and take your time and try to understand, you'll see that everything will be clear. Okay, so this is, first of all, this is the first step we need to do. And now what we can do, right, now if we just click here, right, we need to render all of this, and based on that we are going to render our checkout here. So let's do this one in the next. All right, so we'll start with the left side first. Okay, so first we need to do what? So we need to render the items, the cart items. So we have to go to customer, cart and checkout, not here, in the components, close this, cart and checkout, and then we have the customer cart items. So this is what I need. All right, so first of all, what are the things that we are going to take? So first I'm going to take if the user is signed in or not from use auth. So I'll do is signed in. Then I'm also going to take, what else we need to take? Okay, we need to take all the properties from our hook. So I'll do use customer cart and checkout store. Okay, so we're going to take this state. It's like a selector. So we need the cart, we also need the set open, we also need increase, we also need decrease, and also need remove, right, all the properties. So now let's start working. So first I'll start with writing all the classes. So I'll do wrap class. Inside this, let's take one more div. So I'll do class name, and I'm just going to do head class. Inside this, we'll take a p, and I'll do a class name. So let's give this one as heading text class, and here I'll take a shopping cart and give a class name. So I'll do this one as heading icon class, and here I'm simply going to do your cart items. So I'll do your cart. Okay, so save this. So you're getting this. Awesome. So after this, what we need to do, right, we also need to take a scroll area. Okay, I think we need to install this. Okay, so let's do one thing. Let's clear this, and I'm just going to install scroll area from SATCM, and you have to install inside client folder only. Okay, all right, so this is done. So I'm going to import scroll area. Here I'll take a class name. So I'll do scroll class, and inside this I'm going to take a div. So I'll do a class name. So here I'll do list class, and here first of all let's give, like, if there are no cart items, so I'll do if the cart dot items dot length, if this is false, so in that case we are going to return a div. So what I'll do is simply do class name, and I'll do empty wrap class, and I'm simply going to take your cart is empty. Okay, so here we'll take a class name, and I'm just going to do empty title class. Or else what we need to do, we'll take cart dot items dot map, and here we'll take the item and the index. So what we'll do, so let's render all the properties, right? So first we'll start with div. So here I'll take a key. So let's take the item dot product ID hyphen index plus 1. Okay, and here I'll take a class name which will be item class. Inside this we'll take an image. So source will be item dot image, alt will be item dot title, and class, let's take this one as image class. Okay, so save this. Okay, also we need to do one thing, my bad. So what we need to do, right, we need to actually fetch the list of cart items only, or else this will not work, right? So what I mean by this, whenever we are going to refresh the page, so let's see if I'm refreshing this page, see what is happening, right? So you're getting wishlist items. So similarly we need to get the cart items. So where we need to do this, right, we need to do this in this parent component, because this is where we're using this particular component. So how you can do that? So very simple. So you're just going to get, so here I'm just going to do, so I'll take use effect, and so let's take a couple of dependency. So I'm just going to take is bootstrapped. So we need to first take is bootstrap and all those properties. So I'll do const, and these will be use auth store, and this will be is bootstrapped. So I'm just going to take this one, is bootstrapped. Also we're going to take, so I'll do const, so let's do use auth, and we are going to take is loaded and is sign in also if needed. So I'm just going to do is loaded. Okay, what else we need to take? We are going to take this is open, is sign in, and also we need to take the load cut. So there is a load cut property that we have, so we're going to take load cut. So first I'm simply going to check if not equal to is open, or if not equal to is loaded, or is not equal to is bootstrapped. So I'm just going to return, or else I'm simply going to do void load cut. So what this need the is signed in, so I'm just going to do boolean, and I'm just going to do is signed in. Okay, so if I save this, and you can see that, so let's refresh this page. Okay, still see this is not calling. Why is that? Oh, okay, got it. So we need to open this. Now you're getting cut. Fantastic, my bad. Awesome. So now I can see that what is happening, right? So you're getting addresses, points. This is great. So if I open this, see, we're getting points, this is the addresses, and this is the cut. Fantastic. So you're getting all these details. So now we can render all of this. Okay, so if I open this again, you can see that we're getting this. Awesome. So now what we need to do, so let's go back, and then we'll just render the rest of the things, right? So we have the image, so let's take after this, I'm just going to do div, and here I'll take a class name. So I'll do text wrap class. Inside this we will take a p, and I'm simply going to do item dot brand, and here we are going to simply take class name, so I'll do brand class. Alright, so next what we'll do, maybe let's render the title. So I'll do link, so here too I will give this one, so this will go to the collection page. So I'll do slash collection slash, so I'll do item dot product ID, and here I'll do a class name of link class. Sorry, let's do title class, and here on click, whenever I'm going to click, right, what we're going to do, we are going to make the drawer close. So I'll do set open will become false, and inside this I'm simply going to render the item. These pop-ups are very irritating, man. So I'll do item dot title, and then if I save this, so you can see that we're getting this, and if I just click this, so let's go to the home page, open this, and then if I click here, it will go to this page. Okay, so I think this is done. Next let's open this one. What else we can do? So let's render the, so after this I'm just going to take p, and I'm going to do a class name, and I'll do here meta class, and inside this let's do item dot color, item dot size dot filter, and here I'm just going to do with boolean, and I'll do join with, let's give this one as dot or something, whatever, something like this, or let's give a space, or else I'm just going to do, maybe what we can do, right, let's do something like standard, but this will not happen, but just I'll give some fallback. So you're getting this, right? So this is the color, and this, now for color, if you want, you can also give some span, and then you can render the color, but I'm not doing, right? I think this is what I mean. So if I just click here, right, we have this this box, right? So this is also, this is how you also can render here, but that will take quite time, so let's skip this one now, and then let's do the functionality. So let's render the final price here. So I'll do item dot final price, and here I'm going to take a class name, and this will be price class. Alright, so I think this is done. What else? Maybe let's do format price, right? So we have the format price, and then use this. Okay, so what else? Okay, let's render div. Why this is not closing? Okay, I'll do class name, so I'll simply do footer row class. Inside this let's take a div, and here I'm simply going to class name, and I'll do quantity wrap class, and here I'm simply going to take a button, and here let's take a minus, and I'll do a class name of quantity, let's do quantity value class. So the quantity value class, and for this button what I'll do a type will be button variant, sorry, let's do variant. I'll do this one as default. What else? We'll do a class name, so I'll do quantity button class. And what we need to do, right, so on click, so let's do on click. On click, this will be simply do void call the increase, because we have the increase method, and here we have to pass the two things, item and the if the user is signed in or not. So we'll pass the item, and here you'll do boolean and you'll do is signed in. Okay, so this is what we need. Okay, so this will be minus, oh this will be minus, so this will be decrease, my bad. So this is done, and then after this button let's render span, and let's do item dot quantity, and let's do a class name, and I'll do quantity value class. And then let's take one more button here, copy this, paste it. So this will be increase and this will be plus, and I think this is done. Save this. So I think this is fine. Also need to render one more button, so let's copy these. After this div I'm going to render, so let's keep default only, and this will be remove button class, and for this one we need to do remove, and this will be same, so item and this we need to pass, and let's do this one as trash 2, and let's do this one as remove. Save this. So we're going to get this. So now I think this is done. What else? Why this is coming? Okay, this is fine. So first let's test it and let's see what is happening here. So I'll go to network, and if I add here, okay, so you're getting 500. So finally some error is coming. So let's see what is the error. Cannot be property of reading undefined. Oh, we are not passing the product ID, is it? So let's go to the increase method. So we have the increase method. Let's see what we are doing here. Increase customer cart item. Oh my god, see, I call the wrong method. That's what we need to call the where is that method? Get, but this is correct only, right? Increase customer cart item, and we have the cart response item build. Okay, let's see what we are doing here. But item dot product ID we are passing here. This is getting passed. Okay, let's see what we are doing in the backend. So I'll do cart wishlist, and I'll go to the increase. See, I'll do this mistake, man. This will be params. Alright, so this is the mistake. Same will be for this one also. Let's see for delete what we are doing. For delete also this will be params. Okay, so save this. So now let's see here, refresh this. So if I click here, let's click, still we are getting error. Annotate property of color of undefined. But color we are passing, right? What we are doing wrong? This will be query. Okay, so that is the reason, my bad. So let's change this one to query. I think decrease and delete, and also same we need to do for this also. So now I think this should work. Refresh this. Alright, so this is working, and let's change this one to 2 minus minus. Let's remove this. Okay, this is removed. Refresh once again. So we have only one, and if I do one more time, this will be removed. Okay, Okay, sorry, I think that was some mistake, silly mistake. So see, that is the reason in between I mentioned, right, that there will be some issues in backend. So what you need to do, you have to follow the source code, because as I already mentioned that I'll be doing real time, there is a possibility that sometime I'll do mistake also. It's not like I'm going to do everything correct way. All right, so I think this is done. So now next what we need to do, right, so I think this part is completed, right, this page is actually done. So maybe let's add one item to cart, go back, and let's add one more also. So I'm just going to add, let's go back, let's add this one. So if I go here, we have 2. Okay, so now I think this is fine. We also need to increase this count, right? So this we can do easily. So you can go where components, customer, common, desktop, and then what we need to do, right, so let's take the cart here, and then we'll go till the cart item, that where we have the cart batch, right, this is what we need. So I'll do cart dot items dot length, right, so this is what you need. So let's say if I add one more, you can see this is getting increased and you're getting updated here. Let's add one more here. Okay, and you're getting scroll also. Fantastic. Maybe let's remove some of this. Okay, let's keep only 2. So add to cart is done. Okay, so now what I'll do, right, I'm going to show you a very interesting thing. So first let's do one thing, let's remove both the items. Okay, so I just added 2 items, and then let's close this, and then let's do one thing, let's log out. Okay, go to collection, and then I'll just add this one to cart. Okay, so this is added. Now if you go to application, and in the local storage you can see that you have the guest cart items. Fantastic. Now if I just go to the store, go to cart store, and you can see that when we have the load cart, and we have this logic, if the user is signed in, so it is going to sync the cart. Okay, this is going to sync that particular payload. Okay, so we have the sync customer cart. So that means what I mean, that I added this one, this is now added in the storage. If I just log in, it should automatically sync. Let's see if this item is present. Now remember, we already deleted all the cart items, so we don't have any cart item present. So now I'm just going to log in, and now let's see. So if I just see and notice here that what actually we are calling. So now we don't have this one. Now the moment I'm going to call this, you can see that we have this one item, right, and you have one here. Fantastic. So that means you are simply able to sync that, right? So this is coming from your storage, right? So if you go to application here, so you don't have that particular item here, sorry, that storage key here, because you have deleted it. Okay, so that means the sync is working fine. All right, so now what you're going to do, right, so this is completed, this section. So now let's start working on the drawer, right? So I'll close everything else. So we have till this part, this is done. Now we need to do quite a few things here. So after this drawer header, so I'm just going to do if the user is signed in. So for now I'm just going to give this one as null. Later we are going to change. So if the user is signed in, so what I'm going to do, right, simply, so I'll take scroll area, not ready, so you have to do from component, and here I'm just going to do class name. So I'll do scroll class. Inside this, let's take a div, and I'll do class name, and I'll do body class, and inside this we'll take a p, and here I'll do a class name, and we are simply going to do what, let's do section title class, and I'm just going to do default address. So we'll just render the address here, that whatever default address user selected. Okay, so we have the default address here. So how we are going to get the default address? We need to get the default address from the selected address ID. So if you go here, take the selected address ID, right, and also you need to get the addresses. So now I'm just going to do here, so after this simply do const selected address. This will be if address dot find, so we'll do item, and here we'll do item dot id should be equal to selected address id, or else this will be null. Okay, so this will be your default address that we have. All right, so now what you're going to do, simply, so go here, and after this I'm just going to render. So if this is present, or else what I will do, simply I'll just render that no default address present. Okay, add one from profile dialog. So if this is present, so in that case I'm going to take a div. So here let's take, so I'll do a class name. So I'm simply going to do card class, and inside this let's take a p, and I'm simply going to do selected address dot full name. We'll take a class name, and here let's do one thing. Let's take the helper class only. Save this. So you can see that we are getting this. Also maybe let's render the address and the city. So I'm just going to do address, and I'll also going to render the, not city, we have the state, so we'll do state. Save this. So you have this. What else? Let's do one thing. Also let's render the postal code. So I'll do postal code. Okay, this is my default address, and that is more than enough. Okay, so now what we'll do, right? Also let's do one thing. We need to give a space here, man. So maybe one where you have the default address, right? So let's close this, and what we can do, right? Maybe let's take a section after this. Cut it. So I'll do section. I'll do class name. Let's give space y of 2, and inside this I'm going to paste it. Alright, so I think this is done. Now after this I'm just going to take one more section, and we need to render the promo code. So I'll do, let's take again same -2. So here I'm just going to take p, and I'll do promo code, and here I'll do a class name. So let's do promo title. Alright, so now first of all we need to render the, either we are going to render the promo code input, or we are going to render whenever a user is going to apply the promo code. So that means we need to render that selected value. So first of all what we are going to do, right, let's go here and let's take a couple of more things, right? So we need to take quite a few things. So first of all we need to take the promo input. So let's take the promo input, applied promo we need to take, points also we need promo loading, we need checkout loading. So this we're going to use later, but let's use all of these points, checkout loading, set open, I think we have already taken load cart, set promo input we need, clear promo, apply promo, and also we need these to start result page checkout and start points checkout. So actually we need all of these, later we are going to use. So now first of all after these what I'll do, right, I'm going to just do some subtotal calculation that we are going to render. So I'll simply do cart. Oh, cart only we haven't taken, man. Wow. So I'll do cart also. So cart dot items dot, we need to do what, reduce. I think we have done multiple times, and here I'm just going to do sum comma item. So this will be sum plus item dot final price into item dot quantity comma 0. Okay, so this will give me the subtotal, and also you need to create the discount amount. So this will be applied promo if this is present. So in that case I'm simply going to do math dot round, and here what we need to do, we have the subtotal, right? So we're going to do subtotal into, so you have the applied promo dot, this is going to have the percentage, right, 10% or 5% divided by 100. If this is not the case, so I'm going to do 0. Okay, so my total amount will become, so total amount will be math dot max of subtotal minus discount amount, right? And we need to do, okay, let's keep this on inside bracket because we need to do divided by, oh, not what I'm doing, not divided by, you need to do minus, this is correct, comma 0, because we need the max amount. So this is going to give me the total amount. Okay, so I think this is done. So now if you go here, so after this we are going to render that, we are going to check that if not equal to applied promo, that means promo haven't applied. So in that case we are going to render the input. So here I'm just going to do class name, so I'll do promo row class, and inside this I'm going to take input, and here I'm just going to take value. So I'll do promo input variant, not a variant man, what I'm taking. So I'll do on change. So I'll do event and I'll do set promo input will be event dot target dot value, and then I'm just going to do placeholder. So I'll do promo code, enter promo code, and here I'm simply going to take a class name which will be promo input class. So this is first one, and then also you need a button. So I'm going to take a button, and inside this I'm just going to do if promo loading is true. So I'll do applying or else apply, and here also let's take, so type will be button, variant I'm just going to take default only, and here what I'll do, right, so let's do on click. So on click will be void apply promo, and let's give it disable. So when here will be promo loading, right, or if the promo input is empty. So in this case, okay, if this is not the case, so in that case the user already applied, right. So what I'll do, right, I'm going to take a div. So let's take a span, and then I'm just going to render that which promo user applied. So the applied promo dot code. Okay, here let's render the percentage also. So inside this I'm going to do applied promo dot percentage, this percent off. Okay, what else? Also, okay, we need to take one more, which will be to remove. So I'll do button, and here let's copy this from here only. Copy this, paste it. So this will be remove, and on click this will be clear promo. Okay, so I'll do clear promo, and let's save this. So we're going to have enter promo, and this will be apply. Okay, now we haven't applied any promo for now, that we are going to do later. So now we are going to do what? We are going to render the let's do one thing. Let's create one simple component. So I'll go to the top. So let's do here after this. So I'll do function, and I'm going to do summary row, and here we are going to take props. So I'll do a label which will be string comma value. So this will be string or number, and what I'll do, right, simply I'm just going to take a div. So let's take a class name. So I'll do row class, and inside this I'll take a span, and we'll render the props dot label, and I'll just do one more span, and then I'm just going to render props dot value, and here I'll take a class name. I think we can take directly text muted foreground. So this summary row we are going to use now here. So this is going to do what? It's going to render the so what are the things we need to render? So first we are going to render the let me think, subtotal. We need to render total quantity. So after this, right, so I'm just going to call that summary row. So we're going to give a label. So this will be items, and here I'm just going to give a value. So this will be cart dot total quantity, right? So this is going to do that. Cannot be a JSX component. Why? Need to return. So save this. So you can see that we are getting items 1. Similarly, we need to do what? We need to also render the rest of the things. So copy this. So this will be subtotal. So here I'm just going to take subtotal. Okay. Then we have what? Let's do the discount. So here I'm just going to do discount. So this will be format price, and then I have the discount amount. I have 0, and then I'm also going to render the points. So I'll do points, and this will be my points. All right. And now I think what you can do, right, so let's after these I'll take one div, and here I'll take a class name. So here I'm just going to do total row class, and I'll take one span, and then I'm simply going to do total, and I'll do one more span, and I'm simply going to do format price of total amount. Okay, so I think this is done. So save this. So I'm going to have total here. So now what we have to do, so after this scroll area, so I'm just going to take one drawer footer, and let's give a class name. So I'm just going to do this one as accent class. So here we are going to have the button. This is our main button where we are going to do checkout, and here I'm simply going to do type. So this will be button, and here I'm simply going to take a class name. So this will be primary button class, and also we need to do on click and everything that we are going to do later. So for now just do if checkout loading is true. So I'm just going to do processing, and here I'm simply going to do or else pay with Razorpay. Alright, so this is what, and then I'm going to take one more here. So let's take one more, and this will be pay with payments. So in this case what I'll do, right, I'll do if point checkout loading, so processing, or else I'm going to do pay with points. Okay, so these two. So now if user is not signed in, remember we kept this one as null, so in that case I'm going to take a div. So let's take a class name. So I'll do body class, and here I'm simply going to do a div, and I'll give a info here. So I'll do class name, so I'll do info box class, and I'll do sign in to continue to checkout, something like this. Okay, so save this, and that's it. So now if I just log out, right, so now let's see if I open here, right, so you need to see this. So even if you add this one, so let's see if you add this particular, this will be saved to your storage, but you can't do anything because you have to sign in. Okay, alright, so now before we do that, right, as I already mentioned that we need to do one very important thing, and that is on page load also we need to fetch the cart items. And to do this, what we need to do, right, we need to go to the let's go to customer, and then we have common, and in the desktop navbar, right, you can see that we go to the top, and here we need to get this load cart, right. So this is the method that we have. So I'll do load cart, and this is where you're going to do it. So first of all I'm going to do if let's do here, no, not if, so simply I'll do void load cart, and I'll do boolean, and I'll do is sign in. Okay, and we need to take this load cart as a dependency. So this is one thing we need to do. So now I think this is done. So let's save this. So now what will happen, right, so let me just quickly show you. So I'll just log out. So if I just log in, right, let's select this, and you can see that this is updated. Okay, so that is the reason, so you'll be getting this. So now I think this is one minor change that we need to do. So now what we need to do, we need to start working on the actual part, which is implementing the pay with Razorpay and the pay with payments. So for this, go to features, customer, cart and checkout, store. Then we have the last, let's go here after this clear, let's keep the clear, or maybe let's do after this only. So here I'm just going to do start Razorpay checkout. Okay, now what are the things that we need to do here? So first of all, let's do one by one. Okay, so I'll do async. So here I'm just going to take is signed in. I'm going to explain that what actually you're doing. For now, just do it. Okay, I'll explain. So I'll do email, and then I'm going to do one callback which will be on success. Alright, so now let's start with first one. So first of all, from my state I'm going to take the following things. So from my state I'll do get, and this is going to give me the selected address ID, applied promo, and also I'm going to do cart item. So first I'm going to give couple of checks, that if the user is not sign in, so I'm just going to do toast.error, and I'm going to do sign in to checkout. Okay, this is just a extra check. So copy this and then also you're going to return every time. Copy this and paste it here. Do the same thing. So I'll do is not equal to selected address ID. So we'll do address ID, add a default address from profile section. Then you're going to do if not equal to cart dot items dot length. So I'm going to do your cart is empty. Alright, so now we're going to take try, catch. So first of all what we'll do set, and I'll make the checkout loading as true. This is the first step. And then what we need to do, right, we are going to now create the session, and this will be now await, and then we have the create checkout session, and this create checkout session is going to receive the address ID and the promo code, these two things. So I'm going to do address ID, which will be selected address ID, and promo code, which will be applied promo. Applied promo is going to have the code, or else this will be undefined. All right, now what I need to do, first I'm going to check it that this session is going to give me. So I'll leave the session dot, so we have the razorpay dot key ID. If this is not present, or if not equal to session dot razorpay dot order ID, this is also not present, and also if the session dot order dot ID, if this is also not present, so in that case I'm going to do throw new error, and I'll do invalid checkout session. Okay, so now what we need to do, right, we need to get our razorpay instance. How we are going to get that is the reason here we have created this razorpay type, right? So here if I just do if not equal to window dot razorpay, see, this is what we have. So now first I'm going to give that razorpay instance is missing, or maybe razorpay not loaded. So I'll do razorpay not loaded. So now I'm going to create the session. So I'll do const razorpay, this will be new window dot razorpay, and here you're going to pass all the properties. So you're going to pass the key, which will be session dot razorpay dot key ID. Then we have the amount, session dot razorpay dot amount, currency, so you have the session dot razorpay dot currency. You also have the order ID, which will be session dot razorpay dot order ID. Let's give a name, so I'm just going to do Monster E-Commerce. Next we also need to pass a description, and I'm going to do order payment. Let's give a prefill, and here I'm just going to give the name and the email. Okay, these two. Now what we can do here, maybe let's give the handler. Now this handler is going to do what? This is going to give me the, so when the payment will be successful, so it's going to give me a response, and in the callback, so I need to do what? I need to call the confirm checkout method. So you can see in the backend we have created two methods. One will be to create the checkout, and one will be to confirm the checkout. So this is what we need. So here we are going to take a try. Okay, and first let's take a catch, and here what I'll do, right, simply let's simply just do set, sorry, and I'll do checkout loading will become false, and I'll do toast dot error, and I'll do payment confirmation failed. And in this try we need to simply do const confirmed, and this will be await confirm checkout, and here we need to pass all these properties. So you have the order ID, which will be session dot order dot ID. Then you have the razorpay payment ID, which will be, so this response that you have, this response is going to give you dot razorpay order ID. Then you have the razorpay payment ID will be, sorry, this will be razorpay payment ID. Then you have the razorpay order ID, right? So this will be response dot razorpay order ID, and then you're going to have razorpay signature, which will be response dot razorpay signature. Okay, so these all the things we need to pass, and then I'm simply going to do if not equal to confirmed dot okay, sorry, ID. So in that case I'm simply going to do throw new error, and I'll do order confirmation failed. And then at the end we're going to do set. So I'll simply going to do cart will become empty cart, is open will become false, and I'm simply going to take the default UI state here. Okay, so this is what we need to do. So now what we need to do, right? So I think this is the first part, and then this will be the handler. Also you have, after this you have to take the model, and I'm also going to take a on dismiss. In on dismiss I'm simply going to set, and I'm going to make checkout loading will become false, and I think this is done. Okay, in the catch here what you can do, simply I'll do set, and I'll do checkout loading will be false, and toast dot error will be unable to start checkout. Okay, what else? Also we need to, at the end here we need to do razorpay dot open. So this will be the overall flow that we need to do to complete the checkout. Okay, this is the first one. Now we also have, I think we need to also use the on success, but this on success we need to use. Okay, let's do this one here. I think somewhere we are missing. So okay, got it. So once this is done, right, so here once the payment is confirmed, after this only we need to do toast dot success, and I'm just going to do payment successfully done or successful, and then I'm just going to call the on success here. Okay, and I think this is done. So this will be the first method. And also we need to do one more thing. Let me just remove this. So first of all, I think we haven't done the alright, so this is funny. So I missed out one thing, and that is, so let's go here. Let me just show you that what I missed out. So if I go here, right, so we are doing that invalid session where we are checking that invalid session. So before we check the razorpay not loaded, we need to load the razorpay instance. This I missed out. So I'll do razorpay instance. So here I'm just going to await, and I'll do wait for razorpay. Okay, because until unless you're going to open this, sorry, create the instance, it's not going to load, right? So call this, sorry, copy this, and let's go to the top, maybe here, and after this you're going to simply do function wait for razorpay, and I'm simply going to do a timeout, which will be, let's take 4000, and this will be promise void. And here what you're going to do, simply I'm going to return new promise. So this will be resolve reject. So first I need to check that if the window has the razorpay, right, if this is present, so you're going to simply resolve. Okay, so you're going to call resolve, and you have to return from here. So this is the first thing. Then means if the instance is present, you're not going to create every time, right, or else I'm going to create here. So I'll take the first current date, I'll do interval, and this will be window dot set interval, and here maybe let's take 30, and then I'm simply going to do that if window dot razorpay, if this is present, so I'm simply going to do window dot clear interval and pass the interval here, and then I'm going to resolve. Okay, and then return. So now I'm simply going to do if the current date, so date dot now minus the start, which is greater than the timeout that I have. So then also I'm going to clear it. So I'll do window dot clear interval, and in this case I'm going to reject. So I'll do new error, and let's do razorpay not loaded. Okay, I think this is what we need. So now I'm going to save this. So we need to wait that if this instance is present or not. That's it. This is the simple what we are doing. So now I think this part is completed. What else is left? We need to create one more method, which will be to start points checkout. Alright, so let's start working on this. So I'm just going to take async, and here also I'm just going to do is signed in, and also let's take on success. Alright, so first of all what we need, so here this will be with points. Okay, so we also need the selected address, we also need the applied promo, we also need the points, and also we need the cart. Alright, so now we are going to test this feature later, but let's do this one. Now what I'm going to do, right, let's find subtotal. So I don't want to write multiple times. I think we have already added subtotal, discounted amount, and the total amount. So this is what we need. So copy these three and we will go here and then paste it. Okay, so first of all we need these three. Now what we need to do, right, we will go to this start result page checkout, and we need to check this till this part, these three things, that if the user is not signed in, or selected address is empty, or if the cart items are not present, so you not allow user to pay with payments, right, or for payment. So this will be second. So now what we are going to do simply, so we will give one check that if the user points that have is less than the total amount, so that means the user don't have enough points. So I'm just going to do here that not enough points, and I'm going to return. So now what I'll do simply, I'm going to take try catch, and in the catch I'm just going to do points checkout loading will be false, and in this one I'll do points checkout loading will be true. Now after this I'm just going to do response, so this will be await pay with points checkout, and also we need to pass the address ID, which will be selected address ID, and we need to pass the promo code, which will be applied promo code dot code, or else this will be undefined. Okay, and then we are simply going to check that if this response not equal to response dot id, so in that case I'm going to do throw new error, and I'll do unable to place order, and I think this is done. So then we'll just do set. So I'm just going to make the cart as empty cart, is open I will do false, and also I'm just going to take default UI state, and here we need to do points. So points will be this response dot total points I'm going to get, or else I'm just going to do math dot max of points minus total amount, because we need to deduct that amount with 0. And then here after this I'm simply going to do toast dot success, and I'll do order placed. That's it, and then call this on success. And in the catch I think let's do toast dot error, and I'm going to do failed to place order. So do failed to place order with points. So I think this is done. So now what we need to do, we need to go to our drawer, and then I will go to the checkout button. Here we need to do quite a few things. So first of all what I need to take, I need to take on click. So what are the things I'm going to do here? So first I need to do void set open will become false. I'm going to close the drawer. I'm going to do void start result page checkout. So this will be, I'm going to pass the is sign in, which will be boolean is sign in that we have here. Then we are going to pass the name, right? So what will be the name? So for name what you can do, right, you can take, so let's go. Also before that, sorry, I think we need to do one more thing. Go to store, and then I'll go to the top and remove this optional, this is not needed. So I'll go here, right, and then I'm going to take the user info from I think user from where I think there is, what you can do, I'm not able to record use user, sorry, correct. So I have to take this one from use user hook. So this will be the user from CLERK, and this is going to give me what? So this is going to give me the user dot full name. Okay, also need to take email. Now for email what we need to do, so email we need to take from user dot primary email address dot email address. Okay, so this will be my email address, and then also we need to pass the on success, and here what we need to, what is the link there, undefined. So okay, in this case we also need to, let's give this one as or customer, and here I'm just going to do here maybe or empty. On success I will just do, so I need to do navigate, right? So here I have a navigate hook that we can take from, so I'll do navigate, and this will be use navigate from React Router DOM, and then I'm just going to redirect the user to the order success page. Alright, so this is what we need to do. And for this button we also need to take a disable property. So disable will be if the loading is true. Okay, this loading also we need to take here from our hook. So I'll do loading. I think rest checkout loading we have taken. So now let's go here. So I'll do if loading is true, or if the cart dot items dot length, if this is false, or if not equal to selected address ID, or if checkout loading, or if points checkout loading. So this will be disabled. Why are you getting error, man? Oh, we need to give comma. So I think this is done. Okay, see, you can see that this is working. So now what we need to do, right, first let's take that also for this button also, pay with points. So in this button what you're going to do, first let's take on click here also. So I'm going to do this one as void start points checkout. Here also you need to pass is sign in, and also you need to pass on success. So this will be again the same thing, right? So we'll navigate user to order success page. Alright, and what will be the disable property for this one? So for this one, disable will be if boolean of is sign in, if the user is logged in, and if boolean of selected address ID, and let's do if boolean of cart dot items dot length, right, and points that I have is greater than or equal total amount, and if not equal to checkout loading, and if not equal to points checkout loading. Okay, then only it will be disabled, something like this. So this will be the condition that we need. So now let's go here. First of all we need to see, before that we need to do one more thing. Go to pages, go to customer, and create one order success page. Now this will be a simple page, right? So I'm not going to write the code for this one. I already have written this one, so we are going to use this. Okay, this is going to save some time because this is, we have still a lot of things. So just copy and paste from the code that you have from the source code, and then go to the router, and what you can do, right, go to protected, and here you can copy this, paste it here, and you're going to do order success. So I'll do order success, and this will be order success, customer order success page. So now let's see what is happening, right? So I'm just going to do inspect, go to network, and let's do, alright, so this is working. Now by the way, this is not my number, okay, so I'll just give random number. Go to wallet, Airtel's payment back, so let's do success. Okay, we're getting 400, fantastic. So now signature, reserve a signature needed, but we are passing reserve a signature, right? Reserve a signature is needed, so that means you've done some mistake here. Okay, let's see. So we'll go to checkout, reserve a signature, reserve a order ID, reserve a payment ID. Alright, so we are passing all of these. Okay, I got it. So let's search it here, reserve a signature. this will be Razorpay signature. Okay, the format is different, right? So what we need to do, go to, so this will be Razorpay signature underscore signature. So let's go to this, go here, this will be Razorpay signature, save this. So now let's see what is happening here. Okay, we need to do one more time. So let's refresh this. Also let's go to the backend and save once again. So let's see if I just do pay with Razorpay. Let's do wallet, Airtel's payment. Fantastic, awesome. So order placed successfully, and if you see, this is cleared, we don't have anything. Now what we need to do, right? So this is done, so we need to implement the orders, but before that we also need to check one thing, that whether this promo code is working or not. Okay, so let's do this one in the next part and see. That is the main reason I already mentioned that there might be some errors in the backend, right? So whenever, until unless you're going to do integration, you will not be able to understand. Now definitely you can test it using Postman also after implementing the backend, but I haven't done that. So I think what you can do, right, the best will be, if you're doing backend like the whole section at once, try to test all the feature once using the source code that I've added finally. Okay, final source code. This is like in between, right? So there is a possibility that we are going to get error, which is very, very normal. So with this, now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so let's test the point features, right? So let's see, I hope that this will work. Okay, so we already have one code here and the minimum order is 200. Okay, so first what I'll do, right, maybe let's do one thing first. Let's change this one to 500. Okay, and then I'm going to update the promo, and let's go back, let's add 500. We already have, what, how much is this? Okay, let's change this one to maybe 600. So now I'm just going to add these to cart. Now let's inspect, open the dialog, go to network, and I'm going to copy this code, right? So let's give 104, apply, so you're getting 404. And now if I just do apply here, you can see that you're getting 400, unable to apply promo, and here you are getting minimum order promo is 600. So this is working. If you want, you can just render this message here in the toast. Okay, toast means here. So you can do this kind of improvements. I'm not doing all of this is already crazy long, right? You understand what I mean. So now if I just wanted to, this is 500, correct? So now I'm going to add the same product with different size and open this, and now try to, okay, we also need to clear this promo, so this also we need to do, but that is fine. Now I'll apply here. See, this is applied, so we're getting 100 discount, and this is 900. And now what you can do, right, let's try to do pay with points. Okay, so I'm just going to do pay with points. So you can see that we have not enough points. So currently you don't have any points, right? Because user don't have any points now. So points will automatically come when user will place an order, and then user will return the order, and once user will return the order, that time that amount will be credited in that user account as points. Okay, so that we are only going to do once we'll implement the orders page, right? So now our task will be, next will be, we are going to create 3 pages. The first one will be the customer order dialog. The same component we are going to copy paste and we are going to use here. Okay, we are not going to rewrite the same thing. And then what we're going to do, right, once we'll implement all of these, then first we'll test these points features after returning a order, and once that is done, then we'll implement the admin dashboard, and finally we have the home page. Okay, so this is what we need to do, but first I just wanted to show you that this is working fine. Okay, so you can remove this and you can apply here again, and this will work, and you can see that this is updated. Okay, so now let's start working on the orders features in the next part. All right, so now let's implement the orders page. Okay, so we are going to implement the order dialog here, and then the admin view also. So for this one, first let's go to the, let me just check where we have the orders. Not this one, we have admin dashboard. I think we have here, let me just check. Customer order. Okay, so first let's do one thing, let's take the types. Okay, and then I'm going to explain that why actually need all of this. So let's copy this and let's go here. So let's close everything. Okay, so to close all, close the components, go to features, customers, and then I'm going to do orders. Let's create types.ts, api.ts, and I'll do store.ts. So let's paste it. So we have the customer order status, placed, shipped, delivered, and order. This is the payment status. I think this we have done in the backend. Customer order, that what are the things we are going to receive, and the response, because we also need to return, right? So let's save this. In the meantime, you can also open the orders route. So now let's start with API. So we only need 2 APIs. This will be simple. So I'll do export async function. I'll do get customer orders, and here we are simply going to do return API get, and I'll do customer order response, and here we are going to pass customer slash orders, because this is what we have here, right? So we have the customer slash orders. Okay, so this is one. Next will be export async function, and here we are going to do return customer order. So here I'm going to get the order ID, the order that I want to return, and I'm just going to do return API patch. So this will be customer order customer return order response. And what we need to do, so let's see once. So we have the patch order slash order ID slash return. So here we have slash customer slash orders slash order ID slash return. Okay, so this is what we need. So now we need to start working on the store. So for store, I already have taken the state. Okay, so let me just copy this. Same thing, like there is not that much very difficult thing out there. So you have the is open, loading items, open order to open the dialog, close order to close the dialog, load orders to fetch the orders, return order to return. I think I don't have to also explain, right? This is very easy to understand. So let's create. So I'll do export const. So I'll do use customer orders store. So this will be what create, and you have customer order store, and then you're going to take, so I'm going to take what, set get. So let's start with, so is open will be false, loading will be false, items will be empty, and then I'm simply going to do open order. So in open order, what I'll do, right? So first of all, let's do one thing. Let's create the load orders first, because we need to fetch the orders. So here we are simply going to take try catch. So in the try first, I'm just going to do set. So loading will become true. So I'll do const response, and this will be await get customer orders. Just now you have done, and then you're simply going to set it. So this will be items. So item will be response dot items or else empty. That's it. And in the catch, you'll do set items will now become empty array, and you're simply going to do toast. Maybe toast is not needed here. I think this is fine. Also, sorry, we need to make the set we already have here. We need to do set, and here I'm just going to do loading will become false. Okay. Also, let's take the finally. So finally, we can, maybe you can remove this and do here only do set loading, sorry, set will do loading will become false. So this is the load orders. Then we are going to do open orders. So this will be async. So first what I need to do, so I'm going to do set. So I'll do is open will be true, and I'm just going to do await get, and then I'm just going to call this load orders method. Okay, whenever I'm going to open this. So for close orders, we just have to do what? We just have to make the dialog as closed. So I'll do set, and here you'll do is open will be false. And at the end we are going to have the let's do the clear. So for clear, what we have to do, we just have to clear everything. So I'll do is open, sorry, set is open will be false, loading will be false, and items will be empty. What else we have? We have the last one, which is return order. So for return order, this will be async. So we have the order ID, and here we are going to take try catch. So here I'm just going to do toast.error, and I'll do failed to return order, and here is simply call the API. It is a simple thing. I'm not explaining all of this now. Okay, so it's simply to await, it'll do return customer order, and you have to pass the order ID. And what I'm doing, return customer order. So I'll do return customer order, and this will be order ID. Then I'm going to take set. So this is going to give me the state here. Okay, so I'm just going to update the status. So here I'm simply going to do items. So items will be the state dot items dot map. So this will give me the item, and here I'm simply going to check that if the item that I have dot id is equal to the current order ID that I'm returning. So in that case, what I need to do, or else first of all this will be the item. If this is true, so in that case I need to first destructure that item, and I'm going to do order status will be the response dot order status, or else item dot order status, and then I'm going to do return at, which will be response dot return at, or item dot return at, or else this will be null. Okay, so this is what I'm going to do. If you go to the backend, you can exactly see what are the things that we are returning, and everything is linked. Okay, so now that is the reason I multiple times, maybe 100 times I told you that open the backend and frontend both together. Okay, so now I think with this is done. So now what we are going to do, we'll be creating the customer order dialog. Before that, let's go to the components, go to customer, and we have orders. I'm just going to do orders, and I'll do customer orders dialog dot tsx. All right, so let's create this. So I'll do customer orders dialog. So here, what are the things that we need to do first? So first of all, I'm going to take dialog as usual, just like we are taking multiple times, right? And here we are going to take the properties. I'm just going to take from use customer orders store. So this will be state. So what I need is open. What else we have? Close orders. We also need the loading. We also need the items, the actual orders, return order, also load orders. So all these things we need. So save this. So first of all, in these I'm just going to take the open, which will be is open, and on open change will be, so I'm simply going to take the open, and here I'll do if not equal to open. So I'm just going to close orders. Okay, also let's go here and let me just take the classes, paste it. So now I'm just going to take, so let's take the dialog content. So I'll do dialog content. So I'll take a class name. So I'm just going to do dialog class, and inside this I'll do dialog header, and here I'm just going to do dialog title. So here let's take a shopping basket, and let's take the class name here only. So height of 4, width of 4, and I'm just going to do my orders. Okay, so I think this is done. Save this. So for now I'm not going to do anything. So first we'll go to the customer common here, and what we need to do, right? So first of all I need to take a couple of things here. So I'm going to do const. So let's take use customer order store. So this will be state, and first I need here, right? So what we need, so let me just check. We have the open orders. So this is what we have, right? Let me just quickly check. Now open orders. So this is what I need. So first of all, what we need to do, right? We need to do what we need. On click of that, we need to first call this method. All right. So let's go here. So we have that. Let me just see my account. Okay, we don't need this one. So first let's copy this class name here, remove this, paste it here, remove the link, and here we need to give on click, and I'm simply going to do void and let's do open orders. Okay, so save this. So now let's see what is happening. So I'll go to your network. Again I'll do this mistake, man, all the time. So here also you need to do that, right? So if so sign in UI, so I'm just going to do customer orders dialog. So now I think this will come. See, also sorry, we need to take one state here. Maybe let's take here only. So I'm just going to do flex, and also we need to do item center, and let's do gap of 2. Okay, so now you can see that you are getting this, right? Awesome. So I think this is done. What else we need to do here? I think this should be fine, right? We don't have to call open orders. Let me just think. No, I think this should be fine, because on page load we don't have to call the orders, because anyway on click of this we are calling the orders here, and this is where you'll be getting only one item, because I think 2, right? 2, I think maybe 2 we have placed. So payment status is paid, here it is pending. Fantastic. So that means this is working fine. So now you can see the delivered at is null, returned at is null. Awesome. So now this is what actually we need. So now what we can do, right? We need to start working on this dialog component. So let's do this one in the next part. Alright, so now let's create the this content. Okay, so after this dialog content, we'll take a div. So let's take this one as a wrap class. Okay, and inside this we are going to take one more div. So we'll do a class name, and here I'm just going to do top row class, and inside this we'll take a p, and let's do this one as track your recent orders. Okay, and give a class name, and I'm just going to do meta class. Save this, and I think this is done. So after this p, what I will do, right? So let's take one button, and I'm just going to do this one as refresh. So here I'm just going to do type will be button, and here let's do a class name which will be button class, and on click what we'll do, right, simply we're going to call the load orders. So I'll do void and I'll do load orders. So if I just open here, so we're going to get this refresh. Okay, and also if I just inspect, let's see. So go to network, and if I click here, you're going to get the orders. So this is done. So now what we're going to do simply, so after this div, I'm just going to give, if the loading is true, so in that case just simply show some loading state here. Okay, or else this will be null. And also I'm going to give one more check, that if not equal to loading, and if the items that we have dot length is false, so means we don't have any items. So in that case I'm just going to give here class name. So I'll do empty class, and we'll do no orders found, and this will be null. So this is done. So now what else? We are going to implement our table. Okay, so after this, let's do after this p. So I'm going to take a div, we'll do a class name. So let's do overflow x auto, and inside this I'm just going to take a table. So we'll do table header, and then we're going to have the table head. So I'm just going to do orders. Let's copy this, paste it here. So let's do this one as items. So let's do amount, let's do payment. What else? Let's do status, and also I'm going to do when this is paid at. So I'll do paid at. Okay, and also I'm just going to do one more, which will be the action. So here I'm just going to do class name, and this will be, let's do text write. So save this. So you're going to get this. So now we are going to just implement, render all of this. So after this table header, I'm going to do table body, and inside this I'm simply going to do items.map. So we're going to get order, and here I'm just going to do table row. So first of all we need to take a key, so this will be order.id, and inside this we're going to simply render. So I'm just going to do table cell, and let's do one thing. So let's inside this directly render order.id. Alright, so I think this is fine. What else? Maybe let's give a class name. So I'll do this one as font medium. So after this we'll render what we have next one. So next one we have the total items. So I'm going to do table cell, and this will be order dot total items. Total items. Alright, so this is done. Next we have the total amount, right? So I'll do table cell. So I'm just going to do format price, and this will be order dot total amount. Okay, let's see what we have done here. To do this one as type. Alright, next we have, so let's go here. We also need to render the status, right? So for this one what I'll do, right, I'll do table cell, and inside this let's take one component. I'm just going to do customer payment status badge, and then I'll do one more which will be customer order status badge. So I'll do customer order status badge. Okay, so first let's create this. I'm going to copy this. Let's go to the top, and after this I'm just going to do function. We'll do customer order status badge. So I think I already created. So here what we'll do, right, we're going to get the let's get the props. So do props, and here I'm just going to do status, and this will be customer payment status. Okay, this is from the type. So now I'm simply going to do const class name. So I'm just going to do if the status, so the props dot status, or let's take the status here. We don't have to write multiple times. So I'll do status equal to props. So I'm going to do if status is equal to paid. So in that case I'm going to do success badge class, or if status is equal to failed, so I'm just going to do danger badge class, or else I'm going to do neutral badge class. Okay, copy this, and then I'll do one more which will be for customer order status badge. Okay, oh sorry, I think I forgot, man. We need to return here. So we need to return, let's return a badge, and then what we'll do, we'll simply return the class name, and then I'm also going to pass the status. Alright, so copy this. So let's paste it here. So for this one what we'll do, right, so for order I think let's take this one as status only. So I'll do if this will be changed, right? So this will be customer order status. So here if the status is delivered, so this will be success. If the status is, let's do returned, so this will be danger, or else I'm going to do neutral. Okay, so I think this is done. So now here what we can do, simply we can pass status. So this will be order dot payment status, and I'll copy this. This will be order dot order status. Save this. So this is pending, this is paid, and status is placed. Okay, so this is done. So now next what else we left? So we have the paid ad. So let's take one more table cell, and inside this what we're going to do, right, I think we already have one more, right? So let's take the format date. We don't have the format date, so maybe let's do one thing. Let's create one more function here, or let's directly take here, right? So I'm just going to do new date. No, let's create a helper function only. This will be better. So I'll do format date, and I'm going to do order dot paid at. Okay, so let's create this also here. So I'm just going to do function this, and I'm going to do value. So this value will be string or null, and here I'm just going to do if value is present. So then I'm just going to do new date of this value dot to local date string, or else I'm going to do this one as hyphen, something like this. Okay, so save this. So we'll get this paid at. So this is fine. Now next we also need to do one very important point. Also let's do if the paid at is not present. So in that case what you can do, right, or I can do order dot created at. Okay, and then at the end we are going to take our last one, which will be table cell, and we'll give a class name which will be text, right? And inside this we need to return a logic now, that when we can actually return an order, right? So we can return an order when the order will be placed and delivered. So within 7-day time frame that return button will be enabled. Okay, so here I'm going to create one helper function can return order. Okay, so let's do this on here. So I'll do order, and then we're going to do something, or else here I'm simply going to do if span, and here let's take a class name. So I'll do text access and text muted foreground, and inside this I'm simply going to do if the order dot order status is equal to returned. So I'm just going to do returned, or else this will be empty. Okay, so first let's create this. So what we are going to do, so as I already mentioned that we need to just give a 7-day time frame, and let's copy this, and then we'll go here and let's create it here. So the function can return order. So this will be order, the type will be customer order from our types, and here I'm simply going to do if the order dot order status is not equal to delivered, right, or if the order dot order status, sorry, not order dot order status, if the order is not delivered yet. So I'll do delivered at if this is false. So in this case we are going to do nothing. Why? Because the order is not yet placed. Okay, sorry, not yet delivered, not placed, not yet delivered. Then I'm going to create a div. So do div, and this will be date dot now, the current date, minus new date of this order dot delivered at, and here I'm just going to do this one as get time. Okay, and then I'm simply going to do if the div is less than or equals 7 into, so you have to do 7 days, right, 24 into 60 into 60 into 1000. So this will be the logic that return button will be enabled. Okay, so here you are simply going to do that. Okay, if this user can eligible or is eligible to return the order, so in that case I'm simply going to do that. So here I'll do button, and I'm just going to do return, and here I'm simply going to do, let's do a size sm, and also I'm going to do a class name. So let's just do this one as rounded none, and I'm just going to do on click, and this will be void return order, and here we have to pass the oh sorry, this will be, so you can remove the return order, and I'll do order dot id. So this is what we need to do. So currently we don't have this one because this order is not yet delivered. Okay, so this is what we need to do for now. So let's say if I just refresh this, and let's see if I open this one, so you can see that we are getting this, and if you refresh this you're going to get the same. So first we need to implement the admin orders view. Okay, then only we can do what, we will be able to update the delivered status once the order will be delivered, right? Once the order status will be delivered, then only return option will be enabled. I hope this is clear. So let's do this one in the next part. Alright, so now we'll start with admin orders, and then only we can complete the customer view, right? Here we need to see this. So first let's close everything, and also let's close open this customer order details dialog, because we are going to use the exact same code. Okay, before that what we need to do, go to features admin, and we'll create one will be for orders, and let's create api.ts, and then this will be store.ts, and also we are going to do one will be, let's do types.ts, right? So mainly we are going to have all of this. So for types, I think I already have the types here, so let me just copy this and then I'll just paste it here. So let's see what are the things we have. So first of all, we have the admin order status, either it will be placed, shipped or delivered, payment status, and then okay, let's remove this, and then we have the admin order, that these all the things we're going to receive, and the admin order response, and we need to also update, because admin will be able to update the order status once the order will be paid. Okay, so now let's do one thing. Let's start creating. First let's create the API. So here mainly we need two APIs. One will be to fetch all the admin orders, so I'll do export async function, and I'll do extract admin orders. So first of all, we are simply going to do what? I'm just going to do return API get, and I'll do admin order response. So we just need to go to /admin/orders. Okay, also before that, let me just check one thing and go to server, and I will see that we are using admin. Okay, this is correct. For customer we haven't used this one, so we have fixed that part. So this is one we need, and then second would be export async function, and I'm just going to do update admin order status. So this is going to receive the order ID, once again the same thing, exact same thing, and also it's going to receive the order status also, right? Because you need to understand that, okay, these will be my updated order status. So here I'm going to do admin order status from the types, and this will be comma, and here simply we are going to do return API patch. So inside this will be admin update order response. So this is what you're going to pass: order status, delivered at, and the return at. And then here what we'll do, right, we are going to take order status, and this will be admin order status. Now what will be the endpoint? So let me just quickly check it. So that's why I always open the backend logic. Go to admin orders. So this will be admin/order ID/status. So that means these will be /admin/orders/ we need to pass the order ID/status. Okay, so this is what we need. Also we need to pass the order status here, this order status, the updated order status. Okay, so this is the two APIs we need. So now we'll go to store, and here we need to create the store. Okay, so first I already have the types for that store, so let me just copy from here. So we'll copy the types, and let's see what are the things we have, right? So first of all, we have the admin order. So these we are going to import from types. We have a loading state, updating order ID, that which order ID we are updating, right? And also we need the fetch order. This is to fetch the orders, and then we have the change status, right? And let's import this from the types. So let's create once again. So I'll do export const. Let's do this one as maybe use. So I'll do use admin orders store. So this will be create from justent, and here we're going to pass the admin order store, and this will be admin, we have to do admin order store, and here we're going to get set. And now simply we are going to do first orders. I'm going to keep empty. Loading, so let's keep this one as true. Updating order ID, let's keep empty. And then we are going to do so we are going to have one will be to fetch orders. So I'll do fetch orders, which will be async. And here what I'll do simply, so also let's create the second one, which will be change status, and these also will be async. And here I'm going to get the order ID and the order status and order status. All right, so for fetch, what we'll do, simply we'll do try catch, and in the catch I'm simply going to do set. So orders will become what? Empty, and loading will become false. And in this try, so first let's do set. So we'll do loading will be true, and then I'm simply going to do const response, and this will be await admin orders, right? No, sorry, I think I've given extract admin orders. This is what, and then I'm simply going to set it, right? So we'll do set, and then I'm going to do orders. So this will be response dot items or else empty. Also you're going to make the loading will be false. So this is the first one that we need. The change status also, this will be almost similar. So first we'll take a try catch. So here I'm just going to do set, and I'll do updating order ID, this will become empty, and here try. So what I'll do first, so first I'll do set updating order ID, that's which order ID I'm updating. So this will be my order ID that I'm receiving here, and then I'm simply going to do const response. So this will be await update admin order status, and you're going to pass two things. One will be the order ID and the updated order status that we are going to receive. Now I'm simply going to check that if that response.id, if this is not present, so I'm just going to do set, I'll do updated order ID will become empty, and we are going to return. Okay, but if response is present, so in that case I'm just going to set the state. So here in the state, so I'll take the orders. So this will be state dot orders dot map, and here let's maybe take this one as order. So what I'll do, right, simply here I'm simply going to check that if the order dot id is equal to the order id, means the order that I'm updating, if this is the case, so we just need to first destructure that order, and we need to update the order status of that order. So order status will be the response dot order status, the updated order status. Then we also need to do delivered, so do delivered at, so delivered at will be response dot delivered at or order dot delivered at, or this will be null. And then we are going to do returned at, so this will be response dot returned at or order dot returned at, or else this will be null. And if this is not the case, so you're simply going to take the existing order. Okay, so this is what you're going to do. So simply we are updating the order status, whatever updated. So let's say I'm changing from placed to shipping or shipping to delivered. So this is what I'm updating here along with the delivered at and the returned at. So now we can start working on the admin orders. Okay, so for this one, right, what we can do, most of the things we can copy from this customer order view only. Okay, before that let's copy the CSS classes and the type. So one simple type we need, and paste it here. So what we need, right, we need the order status options placed, shipped and delivered, and let's import this from admin. So now I think admin order types. Okay, this is correct. So now let's start creating the structure. So I'm just going to do div, so I'll do class name. So this will be, let's do page wrap class. Inside this I'm just going to do div, so let's do class name, and here I'm just going to do content wrap class, and here I'm just going to take a card component, and I'll do class name, and let's do card class. Okay, so now let's take a card header. Inside this we have card title, and here I'm simply going to do this one as orders. Let's say how we are doing for all of these products, coupons and orders. Okay, so orders we can keep. So, and here I'm just going to do class name. So class name will be wrap class, and here I'll do class name, so this will be title class. So save this, we have the orders. Fantastic. So that's it for this one. Now what I'll do, right, simply I'm going to take the card content, and here I'm simply going to do that if not equal to. Alright, and before that let's quickly take all the things from our hook. So I'll do const, so this will be use admin orders store, so this will be state and this will be state. So what are the things we need here? So we need the loading, we need the orders, we need the updating order ID, we need the fetch orders, and also we need the change status. So I'm simply going to check that if the orders dot length, if this is false, so that means what, you don't have any orders. So we'll simply take one div and we'll do no orders found, and let's give this one class name, so I'll do empty class. If this is not the case, so in that case I'm just going to take one more div, I'll do class name, and I'll do table wrap class. And here what we can do, right, we can actually copy paste this logic that whatever we have written here, and then we are going to change based on this. So copy the table first, and then we'll do one by one. Okay, there will be errors, so with that we need to check. So first I'm going to import table. Let's import table header. Let's import table head. So first we have the, so this one will be my order. Also let's change this one. I think we have kept this one as orders, right? Let's keep order. and here I will do orders. This will be my customer. Let's do this one as items. How many items? Let's do this one as amount. Let's do this one as payment, and let's do pay that, and this will be, instead of action, I'm just going to do update, because use admin is going to update the status. Okay, so this is done. Next we have the table body. So let's import this table body first, and this will be what, instead of items, this will be your orders. So this will be your order, and here what I'll do, right, I'm just going to change this one to curly bracket, and then we are going to return. So here first of all let's import the table row. So let's import table cell. So first one will be, so here we need to add one logic, okay, that we need to see that if we can update the actual order status or not. So that we are going to do later. So first I'm just going to give this one as, so this will be my order.id. This is fine. Then next we have order.customer. So how we are going to get the order.customer? So we are going to have order.customer name, customer name. So this is what we need. Next we have the items. So item is what? Item is means how many items order has. So this will be order.total items. So do order.total items. Okay, next we have what, amount, right? So let's render the order.amount. So you have the order.total amount, right? So I'll just cut it. So I'll do format price, and I'll do order.total amount. So this is what we need. Next we have the what we have, let's see once, payment. So for payment, maybe we can use that same logic, that customer payment status batch. You remember that? So for this one, let's go here and let's copy this customer orders status batch and customer, let's copy the payment status batch first, and then I'll just paste it here and change this one to admin payment status batch, and this will be admin payment status, and let's import the badge here. No, sorry, this will be from component. So now what we can do after this, so I'm just going to do admin payment status badge, and we're going to pass this. Okay, so this is done. Next we have paid at. So when the user paid that particular order, so what I can do, so you can use the same. So let's remove this for now. So this will be order.paid at, and let's import the format date. I think we can copy the format date from here, this one, and let's paste it here. Okay, so this will be order.format date, and then at the end we are going to have this logic where user is going to update the order status, right? So for this one, what we need to do, we need to render a select component. But before that, what we need to do, we need to understand that if we can actually update the status or not. So how we are going to check that? So first let's go here. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's save this and let's see what we are getting. Okay, first we are not getting anything because we need to fetch the orders. So this is what we need to call here. So I'm just going to take use effect, and I'm simply going to take fetch orders, and you'll simply do void fetch orders. Alright, fantastic. So we have items, customer name, payment is pending, this is paid, etc. So this is working fine. Alright, so now also let's do one thing. I'm just going to give you loading is true. I'm just going to return the common loader component that we have. Alright, so now what I'll do, right, so let's do one thing. Maybe let's create one method here, maybe where we can create, here we can create. So I'm just going to do function can update status. Now this is important. Okay, now this will be order I'm going to take, and this will be admin order from the types. So first I'm going to check that if the order dot payment status, if this is not paid, so in that case we are going to return false, so you can't update. Next, if the order dot payment status, sorry, not payment status, order dot order status is delivered, so that means we are also going to do what? Here we should not be able to update the status because it's already delivered. So then also we're going to do false, and then also we're going to do if the order dot order status is this is equal to returned, sorry, this is returned Oh, I think we don't have the, let me just check what we're doing. I think we don't have the order, admin order status delivered. Oh, we have to take returned also here, man. Returned. Okay, so now if I just do returned, so in that case also you're going to return false, means you can't update. If this is not the case, I'm going to return true. Okay, so this will be one check that we need to give here. So now what I'll do, simply I'll go here and where we are doing the map here, so I'll do const and I'll do can update, and this will be equal to can update status, and here we're going to pass the order. Okay, so this is the first thing we need to do. Now what we're going to do, right, simply, so let's go to the last one. Where is the last one? This one. So here I'm simply going to check that if can update, means if the user can update the status. So in that case, for now I'm going to keep null because we need to add something here. What we're going to do, we're going to render the select component from SAT-scene. Okay, so let's import select. So first of all, what I'll do, so here first let's the select trigger, and here let's give a class name. So I'll do select trigger class, and inside this I'll do select value, and I'll give this on a placeholder. So I'll do update status, update status. So now here we need to take a value. So for value I'm going to create a new function. I'll do get next status value, and here we are going to pass the order. So this we are going to create, and then we are going to do what? So I'll do on value change. So I'm going to get the value, and here we're simply going to call that void change status, right? This is the method, and we need to pass two things. One is the order status. So I'll do order dot order status, sorry, not order status. What we need to pass? We need to pass the order ID. So this will be order dot ID, comma, and then we need to pass value as admin order status. Okay, so here let's create this method. So these let's go here, and after this maybe let's do here. So I'll do function, I'll do next get next status value. So here I'm going to get the order, which will be admin order, and I'm simply going to check that if the order dot order status is equal to delivered, or if the order dot order status is equal to returned. So in that case we are going to return empty, or else we are going to return order dot order status, because if it's already delivered you can't change. Okay, so this will be, we need to import select. What it's telling, select cannot be used as a value, we import type. Okay, we need to, this one will be this. So this will be the select. Okay, what else we need to do? We also need to render the options, right? Options means we need to render the drop down options. So here this will be select value. So after this I'm going to take select content, and here let's take the order status options. So here we are going to have the admin order status, these options, and here I'm just going to do map. So I'll do status, and here let's take the select item, and let's render the status here. Okay, so in this item I'm simply going to give a key which will be status. I'll give a value which also will be status, and here I'm just going to give a disable property. So disable will be if the status is equal to placed, so then, or else if the status is equal to current order dot order status. So this is the case, this will be disable. Now in this null case, what we need to do, right, I'll take a span, and I'm simply going to check that if the order dot payment status, if this is not equal to paid, so in that case I'm simply going to render something like this. So I'll do payment not paid. Okay, or if the order dot order status is returned by the user, so in that case I'm going to do returned, or else I'm just simply going to do completed, something like this. And let's give a class name here, and this will be subtext class. So now let's save this. So you can see that you are getting payment not paid, this is pending, this is pending, and here you can update. So this is paid, so you can update this to delivered. I hope this is clear, right? So now what you can do, right, I think this is fine. That there are some okay, let's do one thing. Let's go to this select where we are doing this select, and here also let's give a disable property. We need to give, sorry, disable property, and for this select disable will be if the updating order ID is equal to current order dot ID. So this will be disabled. So I think this is done. Let's do one thing. So let's see what is happening here. So let's change this one to shift. So this is now shift. Okay, shift is also getting disabled. This should not happen. Okay, this is shift only, right? This is correct. And then if I just do this one as okay, this is disabled, this is correct, and this is completed. Okay, so now this is completed. Let's see, it should not come. Okay, this is completed. Now if I go here and refresh this, and let's open the order, and that's it. So you're getting return here. Okay, so now this is delivered and you're getting return. So now see, we don't have any return flow that much that you are going to return, then admin is going to approve. That is very complicated, right? And I'm just giving you the idea. In case if you want to do it, you can implement that, but I don't know that whether we have implemented this, right? Let me just check in the code. So if I go to the return flow, I think we already have the return logic here. Let's see. So we have the return order and we have the return order. Let's see what we're doing. Return order. Okay, this we are returning. So that means this should actually logically work, but you need to see what is happening. Fantastic. So this is returned. Okay, so this is now returned, and if I just refresh here, that's it. So this is here returned. Okay, so that means this is completed. Now okay, there is a point of 3250. If I go here, right, in this my account we are rendering this 100 because this is hard coded. So if you go to the let's go to account. Okay, so if you go to features and let's go to components, customer, profile, and here you can see that you'll be having the points if I'm not wrong. So search for points. So you have the points 100, right? So here we need to somehow render the points. So how we are going to get the points? So let me just go to features, features, then customer, cart, and checkout. If I'm not wrong, here we have some points, right? Let's see. See these points. So what you can do, right, if I try to take this point from here, so I'll do const, so I'll do use customer, cart, and checkout store. So I'll do state, and I'm going to take points, and first let's log here. Let's see what is happening. Okay, first these points is coming or not. So points, so let's copy this and go to console, not here, here points, and then if I refresh this, that's it. So if you go here, you can see that you're getting 3250, and these points you are now going to render. Copy this and you will go to the points. Where is that points? So these will be now points. Save this. That's it. So now, sorry, you are having a points of 3250. Okay, so now we'll test the payment flow for points, right? We need to test it because we already rendered the points here. We already have the points here. So now let's inspect, open the cart, and here you can see I just noticed that this is disabled and there is a issue that we have added in the disable logic. So what we have done, right, not here, okay, here you can see that we are giving boolean.isSignin. If this is true, this is true. In this case, boolean.cart.items.length, this is also true. Points greater than total amount, point is 3250, here it is 1000, this is also true, right? And this is also, both are condition is true. So in this case this is becoming true, right? So disable is becoming true, that's why it's disabled. What we need to do, right, if this is false, we are going to do opposite. So now this will be the case, and anyway if I just log out, right, and then let's say try to, here we are not rendering anything, so this will not be any issue. So now let's log in. So let's log in with this. Okay, so now we have the pay with points. So logically this is 1000, this is 3250. So it should work, right? So if I just do pay with points, let's see what is happening. And this is done. So now you see that you don't have this order is placed. So if you go to my orders, so you can see that this is paid, amount 1000, and let's see if I go to account. So now, okay, this is not getting deducted. This is interesting. So that means point should get deducted. So that means this is not working. So now let's go here and go to checkout with points. Let's see what we are doing here. What we are doing, right? See, yaar, that's what. So I'll do these things, points. I hope that you will not do this mistake. Okay, so now let's do one thing. Although this is fine, we are testing, but let's go here, and then I'm going to add this only. So let's do add to cart. This is added. Go here, and then still we can payment, because last time it was not deducted, right? And let's do. Okay, so this is done. Now let's go here, go to my orders. So this is paid, and here now we should get 2250. Fantastic. Okay, so this is working fine. Now if I go here, let's say try to add these. So I'll add this one as 1, and I'll add 2. Let's go back, add these 3, right? So we'll do 2000. I'll do one more. So now we have 3000, and you can see that. So you have 2200, 3000, so you can't pay with points, right? So you have to pay with Razor Pay only. Okay, so that means this is working fine. Also, let me just close this. So if you go here, right, you should be getting 2 more orders here, right? This is 2 more orders, and this is pending. This is the last one. Just now we have initiated, so payment is not paid, and this you can change. So this is the one that you paid using your points. Okay, so that means this is working fine. So with this, now this is completed. So first what we'll do, right now, I thought that I'm not going to implement this admin dashboard, but let's keep this one very simple. We are just going to implement the overview. Once we'll do that, right, then we have only this page left with which will be the home page. So let's complete these two in the next part. All right, so now let's quickly finish this admin dashboard. Okay, now this will be a simpler one because we only have one endpoint for this. Okay, so let's go to the features admin, and let's create one more, and this will be dashboard. So let's do api.ts, types.ts, and then store.ts. okay, let's close everything else. So go to the types. I already have the types. Let me check admin dashboard. So first one, this is what we need, and then we'll paste it. So we'll get total products, categories, sales, orders, and total return orders. Okay, go to APIs, and for these, let's see, in the admin dashboard we have only one, right? So we have dashboard/light. So this is what we need. So I'm simply going to do export async function, and I'm simply going to do get admin dashboard light, and here is simply going to return API get, and here I'll do admin dashboard light. So this will go to /admin/dashboard, and then we'll do /light. That's it. So only one, and then go to store. So for store, this also will be simpler, right? So let's see what we need. So first of all, I'm taking a fallback stats. Then we have one type. Okay, so let's copy this, and then I'll paste it here. So you can see that we have one stat which we are going to get from that types. Loading has loaded, and fetch dashboard. That's it. So here I'm simply going to do export const, and I'll do use admin dashboard light store. So this will be create, and I'll do admin dashboard store, and here we're going to do set. So let's do stats, which will be fallback stats. Do loading, which will be true, and has loaded, I'm going to do false, and here I'm simply going to do fetch dashboard. So this will be async method, and just do the API call. That's it. Very simple. So I'll just do try catch So here I'm just going to do set. So stats will become fallback stats, loading will become false, and let's do has loaded as true. Now has loaded is optional, you can also skip this part. So here I'll just do loading will be true, and then I'm simply going to do const response, which will be await get admin dashboard light, and then just set the stats. So I'll do stats. So this will be response, or else this will be fallback stats, loading will be false, and I'll do has loaded will be true. So save this, and I think this is done. So now in the dashboard, so I think we already have the page that we have created, right? So we'll go to admin dashboard.tsx, and let me just take this. So copy this, and then I'm simply going to paste it here. So we have the CSS classes, and I'm just taken some stats. So for these I'm just going to map, and based on that I'm going to render. So let's import all the icons, Indian rupee, and also package check, and this one. Okay, so simply let's start. So first what I will do, right, we are going to get all of these from our store. So let's do use admin dashboard light store. So this will be state, and here we are going to get what? Loading, fetch orders, stats, and also we need has loaded. So first simply going to call this. I'll do use effect, and here pass the fetch dashboard and has loaded, and I'm simply going to do if not equal to has loaded. So I'm just going to do void fetch orders, fetch dashboard, sorry, that's it. And then I'm just going to cut it. So let's start writing. So I'll do class name. So this will be page wrap class. Inside this we'll take one more div. So we'll do class name. So this will be content wrap class, and here I'm just going to take a card, and this will be class name. So I'll do header card class. Let's take card header, and then we'll do card title. So let's do dashboard. For this one, right, we can use the same class name that we have used here. Let me just check. This wrap class and title class, these two we can use. So do wrap class, and let's take the title class also. Okay, so I'll just do class name. So I'll do here. So I'll do wrap class, and this will be the title class. So save this. So we're getting dashboard, and now what we're going to do, right, simply let's render the. So after this card, I'll just do if loading. So I'll render common loader, or else we're simply going to take one div, and let's take a class name. So I'll do grid class, and inside this just map it. So I'll do stats. Also let's I think we already have the stat. This is what we need, stats item dot map. So stats item dot map is nothing but this we are going to map, and based on this we are going to just render the data. So I'll do this map, and then I'm simply going to do this one as item, and here let's return. So I'll return a card. So key will be item dot. So here let's do key, and what we'll do, right, so first I'm just going to do const icon. So this will be item dot icon, and const value. So value will be the stats that we have, the data of item dot key. So here first let's take class name. So I'll do stats card class, and here I'll do card content. So I'll do class name. I'll do stat content class, and here let's take one div. So let's do class name, and I'll do icon wrap class, and here I'm simply going to render the icon that we have, and we have class name, and I'll do icon class. Alright, so this is done, and then I'm simply going to take one more div, and here I'll take a p. So I'll just do item dot label. So I'll do item dot label, and here I'll give stat level class, and then we'll take one more. So here I'm just going to do class name, so let's do stat value class, and inside this I'm simply going to check if the item.key is equal to total sales. So I'm just going to do format price of that value, or else I'm just going to do value. So save this. So we have total products 4, category 5, sales is 0, total orders is 6, and return order is 1. Hey everyone, before we move on to the customer view, right, I noticed we have one more issue, okay, and that is we can see that we are getting total sales as 0, and the reason is because we go to the backend logic, right, dashboard, we have a typo mistake, and that is here in the order aggregate. So this will be not this will be total sales, okay. So this was the issue. So if you refresh this now, right, you should be getting the updated data here. So I think with this now products is done, coupons done, orders are done. Then we also have the settings, and also we have the dashboard. So these all are done. So now what we need to do, right, so we need to implement this store view. So let's do this one in the next part. Okay, so now let's start working on the home page. All right, so first let's close everything else, and we'll go here. Let me just copy the types that we need. Also let's please keep the backend logic open for these also. So go to the features, then we have customer, and I'm just going to do this one as home, and let's create types.ts, paste it here. So you can see that we have the customer home banner, home category, home product, and the coupon. These all the things we are returning right from the backend, and then we have the response here. That's it, simple. Then I'll create the store.ts. Also let's create api.ts. So in the API there will be only one API, right? So I'm just going to do export async function, and I'll do get customer home data, right? Home data. Let's do overview, and here I'll do return API get. So this will be customer home response, and this will be slash customer slash home. Okay, so now before that we also need to do one very important point, because here if you go to the backend logic, right, let's go to the backend logic of server.ts, and you can see that we are using this customer home router at the end. So what you can do, right, either we are going to move this one to the top, or else you are going to get some auth related issue, or what you can do, right, because we are using all as same, which is correct, but the best will be if you just use directly here. So something like this, you'll do customer slash home here, and then in the API, in the home API, instead of doing this home, you can just do like this. Okay, but for now let's keep it like this and just move this to top. Okay, save this, and now what I'll do, right, I'll go to the api.ts. So I think this is done. This is what we need. Go to store, and let's copy the types. So this is also simpler, so just paste it, and here we'll import the customer home response. So you need the banners, category, recent products, and the coupons. Okay, so first let's create. So I'll do export const, let's do use customer home overview. Now store, let's do store, and then I'll do create. So this will be customer home store, and we are simply going to do set. So first of all we will do loading will be true, and I'll do data, which will be fallback data, and then I'm simply going to do load home. So this will be async, and here I'll do try catch, and also let's take the clear also. So do clear. So for clear, if you want to clear in case we're not going to do it, but in case you need, so just do data, which will be fallback data, and we'll do loading, which will be true. So in this, simply going to do set loading will be true, and you're going to do const response. So this will be await, and I'll do get customer home data overview, and here we're going to do set. So you will do data. So this will be response or fallback data that we have, and loading you're going to make this on RER. Loading you're going to make this on as false. So this is what we need. So now let's go to the pages. In the pages we have the home page. So let's copy that CSS. Okay, we need huge amount of CSS. See, this many CSS we need to write. So definitely I'm not going to write all of this now. So I'll copy this and then I will just paste it here. Okay, so let's start with writing the structure. So first we need three things. So let's take from use customer home store. So we'll do state. So this will be state. So we need the data, we need the loading, also we need the load home, these three things. So first I'll do if let's do loading is true. So I'll do return. So let's return the common loader, and here also let's call it. So I'll use effect, and we're going to pass load home, and I'm simply going to call this, right? So we'll do void load home. So save this. So let's see what we are getting here. So you have the banners category, coupons, and the recent products. Fantastic. So this is done. So now let's start creating the structure. Let's create one for main banner. So I'll do data dot banners of 0 or null. Okay, and also I'm just going to do slide banners. So this will be data dot banners dot slice 1,3. Now I'm going to write it. So I'll do div. So let's take a class name. So this will be page wrap class. Inside this we're going to take one more div. So we'll do class name. This will be content container class, and here we'll take one more div. We'll do class name, and I'm just going to do this on a section stack class, and here we're going to take a section. Inside this let's render the div. So I'll do class name, and I'll do banner grid class. Let's take the card, and inside this I'm going to render the image. So I'll do image. So source, this will be main banner dot image URL, and in this card I will give a class name. So I'll do banner main card class. Okay, so alt, let's give some feature image, and then class name I'll do this on as main banner main image class. Save this. Okay, so you're getting this. Awesome. So now what will be the next steps after this card? I'm going to take a div. So I'll do class name. So I'll do banner side grid class, and inside this let's log this side banners. I think we've given slide. Now this will be side banners. So I'll do side banners dot map. So I'll do item, and here we'll simply render card. Let's give a key which will be item dot id, and class name will be banner side card class. So inside this let's take the image. Let's copy this from here only. So this will be now item dot image URL feature this one, and then this will be banner side image class. Save this. So we're going to get this. Okay, fantastic. All right, so now what we are going to do, maybe, so let's go to after section. So now here let's render the category. So I'll do data dot categories dot length if this is true. So or else let's render null for now, because categories anyways we're going to have. And here we're going to take another section, and inside this let's take a div. So I'll do class name. So this will be section head class. Inside this let's take a p, and let's do categories. So class name will be section this one. So save this. So we're going to have categories, and after this I'll just do a h2 and I'll do browse by collection, and let's give a class name. So this will be section title class. Alright, so you can see that looking nice. So what else? So after this I'll take a div. So let's do class name. So I'll do category grid class, and then we're going to map it. So I'll do data.categories.map. So I'll do item, and here first of all let's take a link. So 2 will be, see, this is going to go to /collection, right? Then question mark. So this will be category equals, so to password category, sorry, item. Now let's do this one as category item. So do category item dot id. Okay, and here this is what we need. Inside this let's take a card. So I'll do class name, let's do category card class, and inside these let's take card content. So I'll do class name, let's do category content class, and here first of all let's take one more div and let's render one grid 2,2 and give a class name. So we'll do category icon class, and here I'll do a class name. So I'll do category icon class wrap class, icon wrap class. Alright, so you can see that we are getting 5. Okay, maybe let's do one thing. You can also do this one. So let's do a slice of 0,4. Okay, this is fine. And then after this what we'll do, so we're going to take one more div, and inside this we'll take a p, and let's render the category item dot name. So for this one I'll do a category title class, and for these let's do a class name category text wrap class. Save this. Alright, so we're getting this. And then also maybe what we can do after this div, let's do a span, and here I'll do class name. So I'll do category link class, and inside this I'm just going to do view collection, and here I'll do arrow right, and I'll do class name category arrow icon class. Okay, so see that we are getting this. Now let's see if I click here, right, collection. Okay, 1 minute, let me, okay, this will be collections. So this will be collections. So click here, you're getting this, right? So let's say I have a with kids. So if I go here with click on kids, you're getting this. Okay, so this is working fine. Next, what else? So let's do the same for coupons also. So I'm just going to copy this section. Couple of things we need to change. So first of all, I'm just going to do if data dot coupons dot length. So let's do this one as offers, and this will be live coupon cards. Okay, so here, so let's change this one to coupon grid class. So this I'm going to remove this, or let's keep it like this only. And here what we'll do, right, simply we don't need to keep the link here. Link we can remove. So first of all, let's start with the first one. So if the card, so change this one to coupon card class. So then we have the card content, so this will be coupon content class. Next this will be coupon icon wrap class, and this one I'm just going to do this one as ticket %, and this will be coupon icon class. Alright, so I think this is done. So after this, what we can do, right, we can maybe take one, let's remove this, and let's take one batch here. So I'll do batch, and I'll do coupon sorry, this will be coupon. Let's do this one as coupon. So I'll do coupon dot percentage. Oh, we need to do coupon, man, what I'm doing. So this will be coupon dot percentage, this percent off, and give a class name here. I'll do coupon badge class. Okay, so save this. Let's see what we're getting. Alright, so this is fine. What else? Maybe let's render the coupon code also. Okay, so here we can remove this. Let's take one more div, and here I'll do class name. I'll do coupon code wrap class, and inside this I'll take a p and I'll do coupon code. So let's do a class name, and here I'll do coupon code level class, and then I'm just going to render the coupon code also, coupon.code. So I'll do class name, and this will be coupon code class. Alright, so you can see that we're getting this. So we're getting live coupon cards. And then what else we need to do now? The same thing will be for our recent products. So let me close this, and then we are going to do the same for. So I'll do data dot recent products dot length. So this is true, so or else we're going to render null, and I'll simply just do again section, and inside this first let's copy this part. So here I'm just going to do latest, and I'll do recent products. Okay, so now what else? So after this let's render now. So I'll do div class name. So I'll do product grid class. Inside this we'll just map. So I'll do data dot recent products, or let's do a slice of 0,4 dot map. So I'll do item, and here also you need to take a link. So I'll do a link. So this will go to 2. So this will be slash collection. So let's see what we have here. So I'll do slash collection slash item dot id. Also let's give a key which will be item dot id. Now inside this I'm just going to take a card, and I'll do class name which will be product card class, and inside this let's do a card content. So this will be class name, and I'll do product content class, and here I'll do a div. So let's do a class name of product image wrap class, and here I'm just going to render the image. So I'll do source. So this will be item dot image alt. I'll do item dot title, and also class name I'm just going to do product image class. So save these. So if I go here, so you can see that you're getting recent products. What else we can render? Maybe let's do render some info also. So I'll do class div class name, and here I'm going to do product info wrap class. Inside this I'll take one more div, and here I'm just going to render the item dot brand. Okay, let's do this product, man, this is irritating. Or I think products also make sense. Product dot brand. So let's give this one a class name. So I'm just going to do this one as product brand class, and this will be class name. So I'll do product brand row class. Okay, next we can also render the title. So I'll do product dot title, and this class name will be product title class. Okay, you can see that it is looking very clean. What else we can render? Maybe let's do, so after this div, right, so let's do the price also. So I'll do class name. So I'll do here product price row class, and inside this let's take a div, and here I'm just going to take a p, and I'll do format price of product dot let's do final price, maybe final price, and here I'll give a class name. So I'll do this one as product price class. Alright, what else? I think this should be fine, right? Let's do one thing. Maybe after this div I'm going to do a span, and let's do view, and then give this one a class name, and let's do this one as product view class. Alright, so you can see that it's coming this. Or maybe let's do one thing right here. I'm just going to give one more check, that if the product.sale percentage is greater than 0, or else this will be null. So I'll do a p, and then I'm just going to render format price of product.price, and here I'll give a class name of product original price class. Okay, so you can see that you're getting this, and I think that's it for this particular page. This is what we need. So now if I refresh this, you're getting this, right? So with this is completed. Homepage, collections, filters, details, wishlist, account, then we have orders, cart and checkout, and the admin panel. Okay, so now I think we have completed almost everything. So with this, I think that's all for this particular video. Now I'm not sure how many people will be in this particular place, because what I mean by this, so it's like almost more than 15 hours long, right? So I think I already mentioned that there will be one more video that will be on Next.js UI. This is on React.js, right? Also there will be a part 2 where I'm going to integrate AI features in this particular project along with deployment. So that will be coming very soon. Alright, so with this, that's all for this particular video. I will see you in my next video. Till then, good luck and peace.